Chapter 71. After Yin Huan left, Tao Charan tucked her injured finger into her sleeve and had Xiaopu quickly treat the wound, using a special material to prevent the blood from escaping. It took her a long time to recover before she finally stood up, leaning against the wall. The wall beneath her had a sticky, nauseating feel. Just as she stood up, the spaceship shook violently. Caught off guard, Tao Charan almost fell back to the ground. Immediately afterward, the spaceship's safety system alarm blared. Tao Charan looked out the iron bars of the window. At the end of the corridor, many people seemed to be rushing past, but they were too far away to see clearly what was happening. The spaceship appeared to have suffered a very violent impact. The walls and floor shook violently, wave after wave, making one worry that the ship would shatter into pieces in the desolate universe at any moment. Tao Charan steadied herself, feeling somewhat incredulous. Has the situation outside really gotten that bad? Chi Yilo is a regular army unit, acting as the space police for 3 years, unstoppable wherever they go. At least that's what the reports she saw at the annual festival said. She's only been gone so short, and someone dared to attack the police? But the seemingly fragile spaceship held on. After about half an hour, the shaking of the entire spaceship gradually subsided, and the alarm stopped abruptly. Seemingly worried about her, the prisoner, silver eyes reappeared behind the iron bars. This time, Yin Huan didn't speak to her, but looked her up and down a few times before hurriedly leaving again. During his appearance, Tao Charan smelled a tangible stench of blood. The other man's pupils were filled with lingering killing intent, an aggression so intense it couldn't be ignored. If he hadn't remained seated, Tao Charan would have even thought the killing intent was directed at her. While Tao Charan's previous life wasn't exactly peaceful, frail researchers always received more protection, especially given her prestigious family background and early fame. She rarely faced such danger directly. After arriving at the Star Moon Palace, although she occasionally encountered such situations, under the heavy protection, her life wasn't fundamentally different from her previous life. She had long known that citizens were more ruthless and cruel than she imagined. Although she had mentally prepared herself, adaptation always takes time. The rest of the journey went smoothly. Tao Charan counted the time. About half an hour later, 2 Class B soldiers with distinctly animalistic features led her out. Yin Huan stood at the hatch and jumped straight down. Tao Charan saw a barren wasteland outside the door. In the silent night, only the tall, cold buildings stood in the distance, surrounded by a ring of blinding light, making their steel-like surfaces even more dazzling. A beam of light shone on Tao Charan's face. The intense stimulation made her close her eyes. SS-level criminal. Tao Tao. Entry successful. Code 09. A mechanical voice sounded, the locks on the handcuffs fell off, but a metal collar was placed around her neck. She touched it uncomfortably. It was cold to the touch, and seemed to have injection needle marks on it. Behave yourself. If you disobey, there are dozens of drugs here that will make you wish you were dead, the soldier beside her told her. The spaceship's hatch was about 10 meters above the ground. The surrounding supervisors were holding her, about to push her off. Yes, even a Class C could easily handle this distance. But for a queen of ordinary humans, jumping would obviously result in a bloody pulp. Tao Charan struggled, her strength so weak no one noticed. In the instant of her fall, she prepared to summon Xiaopu. But in reality, she landed in a cold embrace midair. Careful. A slender, forked tongue brushed against her ear, a fleeting touch. The man in military uniform landed easily, tossing her aside. Tao Charan rolled awkwardly on the ground before the man finished his sentence. Don't step on my pet. He and Yin Huan stood side by side. If you didn't consider their height, they would practically be the same person. Except one had golden eyes, and the other silver eyes. The colors of their clothing accessories echoed their pupils. Why did you come out? It's rare that you were attacked halfway, and delayed for so long. Yin Huan looked at Tao Charan. It seemed she must be someone extraordinary. But she looked so weak and ordinary. The frail Tao Charan was trying to get up from the ground. She tried twice but failed. Her ankle burned with pain, as if she had twisted it. She simply sat down on the ground and sighed softly. Not far away, where she should have landed, was a pit of unknown depth. Tao Charan glanced inside. Countless tiny snakes were intertwined, biting and tearing at each other, like a breeding ground for venomous insects, devouring one another. Most of them were ordinary, mindless animals. After observing, Tao Charan understood that even if they devoured more, they were unlikely to achieve a qualitative change. Humanization was an insurmountable chasm, separating Yin Huan, and the small snakes. They would truly just be pets. This deep trench stretched for an unknown distance. From Tao Charan's perspective, it was at least 10 meters thick, extending like a moat around both sides of the building. On this snake river, as far as the eye could see, there was only one passage leading directly into the building, like a gaping maw swallowing visitors. Inhuan also looked at Tao Charan, merely snorting at her words, seemingly unconcerned about this less than successful journey. Although he appeared indifferent, his gaze had been fixed on Tao Charan since she appeared. Only Jinhuan noticed this. He watched with great interest as Tao Charan slumped to the ground, like watching a weak insect struggling at someone's feet. His eyes gleamed with interest. Clearly, the person before him held more favor than his pets at this moment. Since you brought them, let's put them in captivity, said Jinhuan. SS rank, a bit low, but it filled the 18th level perfectly. That's settled then, Inhuan agreed, staring at Tao Charan. Let's go! Just as humans couldn't comprehend the thoughts of insects, Inhuan couldn't understand Tao Charan's state. She only been tossed around. Jinhuan hadn't exerted any force. Even a C rank wouldn't be harmed. Inhuan was incredulous. Tao Charan tried to keep up with the two, but pain is beyond one's control. She still had a long way to go on her path of feigning citizenship. Tao Charan, helpless, pointed to her ankle. Then she activated her personal communication device. It hurt so much. A message popped up on the silver ring's device. Then the golden ring read it aloud. It hurt so much. What, you're so weak? He laughed exaggeratedly. How can you survive here like this? Then his laughter stopped. A fleeting look of surprise crossed the golden ring's face, because the silver ring stepped forward without a word, his movements seemingly rough, but his strength subtly maintained a gentle touch. He scooped Tao Charan up in his arms. She was so light, almost weightless, like a cloud or warm cotton falling into his embrace. The silver ring thought aimlessly, but his feet never stopped. He walked quickly, passing through the passages built on the snakes' bodies, through one heavily authenticated gate after another, even taking the elevator several times, before finally arriving at his destination. Upon entering the new room, he immediately placed Tao Charan on the bed. Let her see. Jinhuan followed him in. He glanced at Inhuan, then at Tao Charan, a smile constantly on his face, lost in thought. Tao Charan's nerves were on edge the moment she was picked up. Her body remained stiff, but because Inhuan made no further inappropriate moves beyond touching her, she held on. But when Tao Charan was released from Inhuan's embrace and dared to look around, she was startled. There was another person in the room, someone she recognized. Someone. Why do they throw all sorts of cats and dogs here? Is this a garbage dump? His gray-brown eyes revealed intense impatience. He turned his head towards Tao Charan, the crimson ginseng dangling from his earlobe. Shiling you. Inhuan frowned, about to threaten him, when she saw the usually nonchalant doctor suddenly sit up straight, muttering to himself. So alike, so very alike. Memories flooded back. Tao Charan, of course, remembered how she had treated him. She involuntarily shrank back, but this only fueled Shiling's fervor. Even his reaction. The longing in his eyes almost overflowed, but when he saw the flowers on Tao Charan's body, his hopeful gaze dimmed. It wasn't her. Perhaps another imitation queen, a lunatic who had lost herself in the process. But he still couldn't help staring at Tao Charan, trying to catch a glimpse of his beloved from his memories through her figure. Were you even listening to me? Inhuan, even more ill-tempered than him, interrupted him directly. You have to be treated, whether you like it or not. He directly activated the personal terminal, pressed one of the buttons, and Canling collapsed, panting. Blood gushed from his mouth, wrists, and ankles, like molten lava, endlessly spreading across the earth. Only then did Tao Charan realize that, unlike her free hands and feet, Canling's hands and feet were shackled, especially the shackles on his feet, which were connected by thin lines, the other end of which was tied to the bedpost on her side. Even as he was punished and injured beyond recognition, Canling's gaze remained fixed on Tao Charan. Those unattainable pursuits, those long-held yearnings, seemed to transform into illusory wings at this moment, relentlessly trying to engulf Tao Charan. Even if his emotions weren't projected onto Tao Charan at this moment, such intense love always instilled fear. I heal you, I heal you. Shiling surrendered. But his expression clearly said that he had changed his mind, not because of Inhuan's cruel treatment, but because the person in front of him was too similar to the one he loved, and he couldn't stand idly by. Chapter 72. Shiling staggered to his feet, half kneeling, half crawling to Tao Charan's side. Blood was still flowing from his body, but Jinhuan and Inhuan seemed used to it, completely indifferent. Shiling lifted the pile of clothes at Tao Charan's feet to check her condition. Tao Charan felt the blood on his hands even soaking her robe, and suddenly felt that, in comparison, she seemed to be the healthy one. When he examined her injuries, He lacked the frenzied madness Tao Charan remembered. His expression was serious, and his hands were very proper, making him look like a doctor genuinely concerned for his patient. Because of this, Tao Charan stopped herself from pulling her foot back. She pursed her lips, enduring the discomfort of this close contact. On her delicate little leather shoes, her slender ankle was red and swollen, probably from being scratched by a sharp object, with a clear scratch, broken but not bleeding. Qianling gently touched the wound and heard a soft gasp from above. He looked up at Tao Charan. How did this happen? She can't speak, Inhuan interjected, speaking for Tao Charan. What does it matter how it happened? Just treat her. Okay. Qianling was clearly distracted. He asked Inhuan for some medicine and bound Tao Charan's ankle tightly, making it look even more swollen. It's not a big problem. It should heal in an hour or two. This was a conservative estimate, but it was strange for such an injury to appear on a citizen. Shouldn't those kinds of abrasions heal immediately? For example, Qianling himself had just had his limbs cut open, but now it didn't affect his movement at all. At most, in a day, the scars might not even be visible. However, among the millions of citizens in this universe, there are always some who are different. Qianling's mind was completely occupied with his queen, and he had no time to ponder what secrets the person before him might hold. Since the wound was healing slower than others, he would increase the dosage. There are still some that need injections. I know you don't trust me, so I send them directly to you. You can find them yourselves, Qianling said. He made a simple list of the necessary medications in his personal terminal, and then clicked send. Jin Huan received a message. Inhuan looked at Qianling. Don't look at me. I only have the warden's contact information. Qianling looked back at him innocently, then said meaningfully, or is it really like they say, that the warden and the judge are outwardly friendly but inwardly at odds, secretly wishing the other dead? TSK, is this something you want to do, but he doesn't want to do? Then you better be careful, changing the medication so easily. This fragile little guy might. A sharp knife plunged directly into his neck. With her vocal cords severed, Qianling was truly unable to speak. It's better to be mute. Inhuan drew her dagger, disgustedly wiping the blood off Qianling's face before sheathing it. Then she turned to Jin Huan. Forward this to me. Inhuan, have you noticed how much attention you're paying to her? Jin Huan, seeing Qianling's attempt to sow discord, showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, she went along with his suggestion. Dare you let me get her some medicine? You know, without my permission, you have no right to bring contraband here, right? Whatever you want. Inhuan turned and picked up Tao Charan. It doesn't matter if she has the medicine or not, as long as she doesn't die. As the judge, I have a responsibility to the queen. She's connected to the Radiant cult, and I haven't finished interrogating her yet. But if she's not going to die, why bring her to see Qianling when she only has a minor injury? Jin Huan shrugged, watching Inhuan carry Tao Charan away. He saw it clearly, but didn't want to expose Inhuan's self-deception. After all, it would be more interesting to see him, like Song Ming, captured by a Radiant cult spy, willingly betraying the queen and committing an irreparable mistake. He also wanted to see what it was like for a former judge to be judged. However, he didn't notice that his gaze had inadvertently drifted to something he shouldn't have. As Inhuan carried the girl away, from Jin Huan's perspective, he could only see her back and her newly bandaged, exposed ankle. What interested him was Inhuan's unusual behavior, or, where is that somewhat mysterious spy? Tao Charan buried her head in Inhuan's arms. After the last time she was paralyzed, she seemed more emotionally stable. Xiao Pu's disguise skills had upgraded, drastically changing her living environment. Although the world seemed bloodier, it also seemed more normal. For example, at least Qianling no longer showed that terrifying look, and neither Jin Huan nor Inhuan had laid a hand on her. Tao Charan was very content, and was slowly getting used to a world where the queen's aura had disappeared. At least now, she could tolerate physical contact, and even actively choose to make contact. A princess carry was an unbearable burden for someone with social anxiety. Between maintaining distance but feeling socially awkward, and intimate contact but avoiding it, Tao Charan chose the latter. She pressed her face as close to Inhuan's chest as possible to avoid the curious gazes from outside. Upon entering, the path was almost deserted. But after leaving Qianling's room, the number of people around her suddenly increased, bustling and passing by Inhuan. Although everyone greeted Inhuan politely, Tao Charan could still clearly sense the pure malice in their eyes, the kind of probing and covetousness directed at a newcomer. The prison. Upon hearing the word warden, Tao Charan roughly understood where she was. She hadn't expected that the construction of the prison had been on track, and even put into use after she left. The plan to build a prison was actually first proposed by the Queen. In the past, when citizens committed crimes, when it was Chi Yulu's turn to act, there were almost no exceptions. Regardless of the crime, everyone was executed. Tao Chu Ren believed that such a one-size-fits-all approach was unreasonable, so as the cosmic order gradually took shape, she began to construct a prison suitable for the physical constitution of citizens. When Tao Charan left the Star Moon Palace, this plan was still just a concept, not yet put into practice. Today, the Queen, disguised, toured the prison and, seeing such a thriving scene, felt a sense of relief. There really are people working hard in this universe. It's just that there are too many people. Recalling the information she had obtained from the Light Network, she immediately realized that during this special period, most of the prisoners held in the prison were likely related to the Radiant cult. Since it was a rebellion, they were the Queen's enemies. Although she didn't know the specifics, Tao Charan remained extremely vigilant and decided to never reveal her identity. In addition, Yin Huan had also asked her about the Radiant Light cult. Tao Charan was at a disadvantage, because she didn't know much about the Radiant Light cult. To prevent anyone from using this as leverage again, she decided to inquire about the Radiant Light cult if she had the chance. Actually, Tao Charan had been very puzzled when she heard about the Radiant Light cult's rebellion. Submitting to the Queen and loving the Queen is always a citizen's instinct. Like the core code of a system, deleting it would cause the system to crash. Under these circumstances, why would they betray her? Why hadn't she heard of any unusual behavior from the Radiant Light cult while she was in the Star Moon Palace? But the whole world changed as soon as she stepped outside. The Berserk issue hadn't been fully resolved, and Tao Charan had to shoulder the responsibilities of the Queen while maintaining her disguise. Tao Charan used contemplation to distract herself. Soon, she was put down. It was a very simple room. The interior layout was very similar to Shenling's room, and the furniture was also very simple, just a bed, a table, and a chair. Tao Charan was placed on the bed again. The sheets were thin, and she could feel the hardness of the mattress underneath. Yin Huan said nothing, dropped her off, and turned to leave. But as she closed the door, she seemed worried and turned back to remind her, "Don't wander off. If you were smart, you know to stay away from those heinous lunatics." Tao Charan felt that this was as good as nothing, because she felt the whole world was full of heinous lunatics. And was it something she could just leave by simply wanting to? She had spent 3 whole years preparing to escape the Star Moon Palace. After Yin Huan left, Tao Charan lay stiffly on the bed for a while before daring to explore. The room's furnishings were old. Even the wallpaper was somewhat tarnished, lacking any bright colors or decorations that could evoke positive emotions. As she was observing, one wall suddenly lit up. "Welcome to the prison." Yin Huan's figure appeared in the projection. He sat in a chair, his arms crossed, the gold buttons fastened meticulously. Now, the Chiyu Tower prison management regulations will be read aloud. Prisoners must voluntarily abide by the prison's rules and regulations. Violators will be subject to different forms and degrees of punishment, specifically determined jointly by the warden, the judge, the executioner, and other administrators. First, the Queen is the sole master of the prison. Any citizen who disobeys the masters should not exist. Second, the prison has 19 levels. The management level is located on level 1, which any prisoner can access at any time. The remaining 18 levels are assigned ranks according to the severity of the prisoner's crime, from SSS to F. Higher-ranking prisoners have authority over lower-ranking prisoners. Third, all prisoners are obligated to participate in labor. Labor requirements prioritize the Queen's needs. Prisoners who do not work or whose labor is insufficient will not receive any supplies. Fourth, fighting among prisoners is prohibited. Outstanding performance may earn the opportunity to be judged personally by the Queen. We wish you a pleasant prison life. Tao Charan had wanted to hear more about the prison's specific management methods, but the conversation abruptly ended. This management method is simple and crude, but upon closer inspection, it has many uncertainties. It offers a high degree of freedom, and is particularly feudal, with everything centered around the Queen, perfectly in line with the consistent style of the Radiant Five Gates as Tao Charan understood it. But why was she ranked SS level? Tao Charan still doesn't understand what she did, only that it's related to Song Ming. Perhaps Song Ming is here too? The lights on the wall went out, and Tao Charan heard someone knocking on the door. "Confiscate contraband, open the door." A familiar voice came through the door, muffled. Tao Charan felt a sudden anxiety. She calmed herself for a moment before having Xiao Pu connect to the system and open the door. She met a pair of glassy eyes. Chapter 73. The silver clothing was dazzlingly bright under the corridor lights behind him. The man before her was slender yet extremely tall. Tao Charan immediately lowered her head. The infatuation in his eyes was gone, replaced only by scrutiny and impatience. Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief. Like Yu Yuan and Xinling, he also failed to recognize her. Tao, number 09. He entered the room, glancing down at the small window that appeared on his personal terminal. Please cooperate with the inspection. Tao Charan noticed that the personal terminal in his hand was specially made, quite different from the ordinary models on the market. Its design was simpler, and the color of the interface was as cold and hard as the prison itself. From the moment she entered the prison, Tao Charan had ordered Xiao Pu to hack into the system. The prison's network was independent of the optical network. Although Xiao Pu hadn't fully taken control of the place yet, and some databases still needed analysis, figuring out the operating principles of the personal terminal, influencing the detection results, and deceiving the system was a piece of cake. Chulu was already slightly inferior in terms of technology, and when Tao Charan proposed her prison design, she intended to involve the more technologically advanced Chansifeng. However, judging from the current results, this simple system doesn't seem like Chansifeng's work. It's more like Chulu's own imitation, riddled with shortcomings. This also made Tao Charan feel very comfortable undergoing the inspection, without worrying about the weapon capable of destroying the entire prison, carried in the folded space, being discovered. Yu Yuan pointed the other end of the quantum computer at Tao Charan, a beam of light enveloping her body. After scanning her up and down, he found that the only contraband item she carried was the quantum computer on her wrist. Give it to me. Yu Yuan extended his hand. Tao Charan slowly removed the personal terminal and placed it in his well-defined hand. For some reason, Tao Charan recalled the scene when Yu Yuan had just become human. His fingers were still fused together, and he couldn't control his strength when helping her open a can. Now it seemed he had completely adapted to life as a Class A. Yu Yuan briefly checked the newcomer's personal terminal, and didn't find anything wrong. He tossed Tao Charan a personal terminal very similar to the one he had. Use this to communicate here. I'm your instructor. I'd be responsible for supervising you for the next week. This is the 18th floor, inhabited only by SSS-level criminals. All SSS-level criminals are Class A. I don't know why a Class B criminal like you is here. Yu Yuan briefly explained the floor hierarchy, adopting a businesslike, unpretentious manner. Tao Charan took her new device without asking any questions. Yu Yuan was pleased with the newcomer's sensibility. Perhaps it was because her short stature and quiet demeanor resembled that person's. He lowered his head, and although it was barely noticeable unless you listened carefully, his tone softened slightly. You don't need to work for a week, so you better not go out. Inhuan had also reminded her not to wander around. It sounded like her neighbors were all terrifying. Tao Charan nodded, indicating she understood. Yu Yuan came, and went quickly with the contraband. After he left, Tao Charan put on the new device, and connected Xiao Pu's system. This quantum computer had similar functions to the previous one. She checked the report Xiao Pu had returned. Xiao Pu could move freely through most areas of the prison system, but some parts of the network were encrypted. While Xiao Pu could crack these encryptions, it would take some time. This method was somewhat reminiscent of the silk entangling workshop. Furthermore, she discovered that other devices within the system were tracking Xiao Pu. However, due to the vast difference in technology, Xiao Pu easily shook them off. Tao Charan had anticipated this. Technically speaking, apart from Xian Luo, very few people in the entire universe could track her within the optical network. She memorized the map Xiao Pu had calculated from the monitoring system, and gained a basic understanding of the layout of this floor. The rooms on this floor were arranged in a U shape, with an elevator, canteen, and labor camp in the center, surrounded by cells. However, most were empty, except for cells 1 to 9, which were labeled with numbers, seemingly indicating occupancy. Some Class B and Class C prisoners were wandering this floor. They seemed to be the same people Inhuan had been carrying her, the ones who had just passed by. Some were cleaning. In the interstellar era, cleaning is done by household robots, and Tao Charan thought this might be a form of labor. Others were moving in and out of several cells, especially cells 3 and 4, and occasionally someone would knock and enter cell 2. Although it seemed only SSS-level criminals had rooms, movement between cells was actually permitted. Tao Charan studied the prison's construction for a while, and then someone knocked on the door again. Fortunately, this time it wasn't someone she knew. Tao Charan asked Xiao Pu to open the door. A huge lizard stood upright, its forelimbs carrying a large pile of bottled medicine, looking quite relaxed. The warden sent me to bring these to you. The medication needs to be injected on the spot. Do you need my help? He even offered the suggestion politely. His naturally smiling lips parted, revealing a long tongue. Tao Charan waved her hand. Don't you need help? You're a tree. Plants are the hardest to inject. How can you not need help? Malice flowed visibly. It was already quite patient of the citizen to be able to feign it for a moment. He seemed eager to devour her. Tao Charan suddenly thought this. Saliva dripped from her lips onto the floor, the special floor material still holding up, but white smoke was already rising from the bottom of the door frame. Let me help you, he shouted as he rushed forward, his intense greed making his eyes appear terrifyingly murky. Tao Charan involuntarily shrank back, the wound on her ankle throbbing, but there was no space to hide on the small bed. This was the first time Tao Charan had faced such a crazed citizen. It was all desire, love, and malice taken to the extreme. In reality, there was no difference. Strangely, Tao Charan wasn't particularly afraid. The prisoner before her was at most a Class C, and Xiao Pu's built-in functions were more than enough to handle him. However, there were surveillance cameras in the corridor, so if she wanted to deal with him, she'd have to do it in a room. Tao Charan calculated the timing, intending to simply knock him unconscious and throw him out. But before she could move, she heard a soft voice outside the door. You disturbed the king. The king? Tao Charan's heart tightened. Although, based on today's experience, Xiao Pu's evolved disguise was virtually flawless, it hadn't undergone large-scale testing, and Tao Charan couldn't be sure if it would work on all citizens. Was her disguise about to be exposed? Did she still have a chance to save face? Tao Charan thought to herself, but her social anxiety instincts kept her calm. The lizard stopped the moment the voice rang out. His pupils were forced to dilate, his tongue was severed into 3 pieces, and his bright red skin tore open from his back, separating from his flesh and falling to the ground. In just a few seconds, the previously ferocious Class C criminal was dead before Tao Charan's eyes. You look somewhat like the king. A soft voice approached, and Tao Charan saw a young man appear in the doorway. His long, black hair was adorned with a cluster of small, tightly packed purple flowers, adding a touch of softness to his slightly melancholic face. He held a doll about half the size of a person in his arms. Long hair, downcast eyes, a black robe, and delicate little leather shoes, a miniature version of Tao Charan's usual appearance. And his clothing was very similar to the doll in his arms. Their tall figures were shrouded in jet black robes, not a single inch revealed. Their identical attire even made them look at first glance like triplets from different mothers. Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt a sense of dread. For the umpteenth time, she wished the world could be normal. The man's gaze followed Tao Charan's to the doll in his arms. The moment his eyes touched the doll, a blissful smile spread across his face, and his eyes transformed into that chillingly infatuated look that Tao Charan knew so well. Your Majesty, he said, embracing the doll and nuzzling its hair, do you like people imitating you? Don't you? Who is imitating whom? The man continued like this right in front of Tao Charan, kissing the doll's cheek one moment, nibbling its hair the next. Although Tao Charan was relieved that he was holding a doll and not herself, the excessive resemblance between the two still caused a subtle discomfort. After snuggling with the doll for a while, the man frowned. He seemed to have truly heard the king's instructions, and hugged the doll tighter in displeasure. Your Majesty is truly merciful, he muttered. Well, I don't really want to harm someone who looks so much like you. But he didn't forget to warn Tao Charan, His Majesty doesn't like noise. You must be quiet. Tao Charan obediently nodded. Having already decided to adopt a mute persona, could anyone in this universe crave peace and quiet more than her? The man then squeezed the doll's hand with satisfaction. Your Majesty, I disciplined her, don't be angry. I will always stay with you. Then, whispering to the doll in his arms, he left. After he left, Tao Charan immediately had Xiao Pu close the door. She checked the surveillance footage along the way, and saw him walk straight to the neighbor's house, and enter the door marked with the number 8. Fortunately, her neighbor also preferred quiet. Unfortunately, this neighbor seemed to have some mental issues. But with berserkers existing, what citizen wouldn't have some problems? Tao Charan calmly shut down her personal terminal, and had Xiao Pu call a housekeeping robot to clean the room. The robot also collected the scattered medications on the floor. Tao Charan naturally dared not use these medications. Leaving aside whether Jin Huan truly intended to harm her by switching medications or poisoning her, her frail constitution alone made it unsuitable for civilian medications. However, as a scholar, Tao Charan still routinely had Xiao Pu analyze the drug components. The test results showed that all the other medications were normal, but one was problematic. Chapter 74. Of course, this normal approach applies only to ordinary citizens. It's completely unusable for Tao Charan. She put away the problem-free vial, and held the problematic one in her hand. Like most vials, the colorless liquid huddled in a narrow-neck bottle, appearing perfectly harmless. However, a slight shake caused pale pink bubbles to rise from the transparent bottle, dreamlike and ethereal. Tao Charan opened the bottle slightly, but couldn't smell anything. Xiao Pu's test report showed that this vial, serial number T068 in the system, was a compliant drug approved by Chansifeng and Qiangwage, its main effect being hallucination, and it was highly addictive. This didn't sound like a legitimate drug. However, excessive pain and despair often require pleasurable hallucinations for solace, so it was frequently used as an emergency treatment when berserk states rapidly escalated. Of course, the side effects are also considerable. Too many dreams will eventually blur the lines between dreams and reality. At that point, unless the Queen intervenes personally, living a life of debauchery will no longer be a description, but their true fate. However, in Tao Charan's memory, she hadn't dealt much with matters related to T068 while at the Star Moon Palace. Perhaps she had, but she didn't know. During the first annual sacrifice, due to a major problem, Tao Charan had made an agreement with them that all actions were permitted while she was unconscious. She also knew that while she was unconscious, asleep, etc., some people probably did certain things. But the bottle of T068 in her hand was clearly different from the regular version. Its concentration was about 5 times the standard. Therefore, the side effects were amplified. Almost immediately after injection, one would fall into hallucinations and become addicted to the drug. Golden Ring gave her this intentionally. Perhaps the lizard was also carefully chosen by him. Whether it was a test, a show of force, or an attempt to make Silver Ring's interrogation easier, Tao Charan had no idea. But at least, she understood that Golden Ring didn't want to kill her directly, and her disguise seemed rock solid for now. That was enough. Being brought to the prison was a sudden event for Tao Charan. Of course, she still needed to escape. But before finding a way out, gathering information was crucial. She needed to know exactly what the Radiant Cult was up to, otherwise, if she encountered them later, she would be helpless like today. Also, the number 01 reagent she was developing for Berserk mode hadn't entered clinical trials yet. Perhaps she could find a new breakthrough here. As Tao Charan thought this, a message popped up on her new personal terminal. It was from Yu Yuan, telling her where to collect her daily nutrient solution. Nutritional fluids must be collected at a fixed time each day. Yu Yuan's message arrived precisely at the start time, not a second more or less. However, Tao Charan's ankle was still injured, making movement difficult. Moreover, having just experienced a fright, she felt her injury wasn't healing. In fact, it seemed to be worsening. Most importantly, she really didn't want to go out. So she messaged Yu Yuan, asking if she could skip it. 2 minutes later, a self-driving electric wheelchair pulled up at her door. No one with social anxiety could smile at the thought of going out. Tao Charan was also extremely reluctant. She first had Xiao Pu turn on the corridor's surveillance cameras, and only after seeing almost no one did she slowly get into her wheelchair and push open the door. The wheelchair turned around at the doorway. To the left was a room marked 8, and the door to the right was bare, seemingly unoccupied. It seemed the rooms were arranged in first come, first served order. Tao Charan mentally prepared herself and maneuvered the wheelchair along the route Xiao Pu had planned. The canteen wasn't far from her room. Perhaps the other prisoners had all returned to their respective floors to collect their nutrient solutions. The journey was relatively smooth. Tao Charan arrived at an empty room and found only a small window with one person already in line. A boy with 3 radish leaves on his head stood with his hands on his hips, grumbling, "Only this much every day. Who's going to eat this much?" Another familiar face. Tao Charan looked away. Across from Liu Ying's window, a sparse willow tree grew. Small bottles of nutrient solution hung from each of its branches. After Liu Ying took a bottle, the willow branch quickly retracted, completely ignoring his complaints. Liu Ying glared fiercely at the willow tree, spat, and turned to leave. But then he saw Tao Charan behind him. She was clearly a stranger. Although he had already sensed the unfamiliar presence, seeing the newcomer in a wheelchair still surprised him. "What's wrong with you?" Tao Charan tilted her head, not understanding his meaning. Liu Ying looked at her attire, and, in a flash, understood. He glanced at Tao Charan, then at the neighbor eating in the corner, and involuntarily cursed, "Another lunatic." Tao Charan, ? Seeing that Tao Charan, though silent, seemed to have a good temper, Liu Ying advised, "The king won't like you like this. The king likes those who look slender and non-aggressive, not someone like you. So frail you can't even walk, how can you protect the king?" As he spoke, he straightened his back. "Trust me, I seen the king. You have no idea how beautiful she is, So adorable, I really want to be with her forever. Tao Charan listened as he rambled on about their first meeting, omitting the parts about Bai Yun and Shenling, and adding many fantasies that never happened. He was completely off topic. Tao Charan thought he must have overdosed on T068. In short, Wang took good care of me, she loves me. I love her too. We fell in love at first sight. He added indignantly, I understand Wang. She's so gentle, those guys who look dangerous shouldn't have come near her at all. It's because of them that she's afraid. Then he vanished from his spot. Tao Charan felt her wheelchair being pulled by a force. When she came to her senses, she found herself dragged to the doorway. Behind her was Luoying. The boy, one hand clutching the nutrient solution he had just received, the other gripping the wheelchair handle, looked angrily at the corner of the wall. Tianshu. What are you doing? In front of her, where the two had just been, lay a pile of flesh, some unknown substance, wrapped around bones, scattered sparsely on the floor. Dark red blood was splattered everywhere, finally revealing the faint smell of blood that had been lingering since they entered. Tao Charan then noticed a bat perched in the corner of the roof. It was very small, hanging upside down, and easily missed if you weren't looking closely. But once you saw it, you were immediately drawn to its pure white, translucent wings. Its black eyes were bright and piercing, its small nose and mouth gave it a somewhat cute appearance, and its fluffy, pure white ears made you want to pet it. This was a bat completely beyond Tao Charan's imagination, so delicate it resembled a pet. If it weren't for the dark red mark around its lips, you would never guess what it had just done. The bat, named Tianshu, spread its wings and, in the next instant, stretched out its body, landing on the ground not far away. Completely different from its animal form, it had a buzz cut, wore a white suit with the top and bottom buttons undone, had sharply defined features, a piercing gaze, and exuded a dangerous aura. Tao Charan lowered her head. Who are you talking about? Tianshu's voice was also very deep. His husky voice carried a chill, and combined with his gaze, everything he said sounded like a threat. Am I wrong? But Luoying wasn't afraid. Both were top-tier fighters. A fight between them would be evenly matched. You're not even as good as this newcomer. Even he knows to make himself look safe. What about you? Do you think Juan would like you? I didn't want Juan to like me. Tao Charan had expected Luoying's provocation to enrage her and lead to a fight. She's seen such scenes before. But to her surprise, Tianshu actually admitted it. Who Juan likes is her prerogative. Hearing this, Tao Charan was genuinely touched. We're just food. Tao Charan felt she'd been moved for nothing. Luoying scoffed, since you're food, you should have the self-awareness of food. What's with your sudden attack? I can't help it, you made me unhappy. Tianshu shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. The food isn't cooked yet. Before it's served, food has a temper too. Luoying gritted his teeth. So you're planning to fight? I didn't say I was going to fight. Tianshu gave Luoying a strange look. Everyone knows fighting is forbidden in prison. Do you want to get put in solitary confinement? Then his gaze returned to Tao Charan. Actually, he noticed her the moment she appeared in the room. She's a newcomer. And she looks like a Class B prisoner. He's well known here. Aside from prisoners like himself, it's rare to find ingredients that look this delicious. Tianshu felt saliva welling up in his throat, a restless sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. But this feeling was different from any he felt before. It wasn't that he truly wanted to devour her like he had with other prisoners. It was a deeper feeling. Seeing her, he felt a mixture of happiness and tenderness, more like a desire to raise her well, and then what? This subtle feeling left Tianshu somewhat bewildered. However, this feeling wasn't profound. So Tianshu simply remembered this newcomer, and kept his attention focused on her. When the enforcement team was mentioned, Luoying suppressed his resentment. But Tianshu's gaze did make him uncomfortable. He struggled to understand the source of this feeling, but Luoying finally stepped out from behind Tao Charan, blocking Tianshu's blatant gaze. Chapter 75. Eating so much, how come you don't burst? Luoying muttered, threateningly glaring at him. Hey, we finally have a new guy. If you dare eat him, don't blame me for being really ruthless. Tianshu saw the seriousness in Luoying's eyes. Although he wasn't afraid of a conflict with Luoying, considering the troublesome enforcement team, he chose to back down. Fine. Actually, he didn't want to eat her right now. However, Tianshu flashed a standard smile, making his already fierce appearance even more eerie, as if a stone that wouldn't normally smile had cracked open. I am Tianshu, living in room number 3. If you are willing to accept our faith and pursue the great king, you are welcome to come find me anytime. After introducing himself, he left without even asking Tao Charen's name. The phrase "pursue the Great King" instantly struck a nerve with Tao Charen. If she remembered correctly, there seemed to be only one king in this universe. Luo Ying remained in front of Tao Charen, never letting his guard down despite Tian Shu's seemingly easygoing demeanor. Only after the cafeteria door closed and all footsteps were gone did Luo Ying turn around, using Tian Shu as a negative example to lecture Tao Charen. See? Someone like that wants to pursue the king. It's a pipe dream. I swear on my own experience of meeting the king, His Majesty would absolutely, positively not show mercy to such a madman. Tao Charen wholeheartedly agreed. Don't follow their example. Tian Shu arrived even before me, and he was locked up because he was simply too insane. You probably heard of the Radiant cult, right? They're all perverts, a cancer on the universe. The king is incredibly unlucky to have subjects like that. When Luo Ying mentioned body offering, his disgust was palpable. Tao Charen, who had been silently nodding in agreement, immediately perked up upon hearing this new term. This was probably the question Silver Ring had asked on the spaceship. They believed they were connected to the Radiant cult, so had they already made a judgment about their own faction. Tao Charen's ears perked up, eager to hear more. However, Luo Ying snapped out of his reverie, looking at Tao Charen's obedient demeanor, and asked suspiciously, "You don't really want to accept the Dawn's missionary work, do you?" The thought of this possibility ignited Luo Ying's fury. Don't even think about it. They believe in offering one's body to the king, pursuing oneness with the king on a physical level. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. As an important member of the Pine Ways Hall, Luo Ying had once managed an entire production line. He was hardworking, and had a much better temper than the citizens of other departments. But this didn't mean he was a meddlesome person. Warmth and friendliness were qualities often lacking in ordinary citizens. His attention to this newcomer Tao Charen today was already extremely unusual. But he attributed this emotion to his resentment towards his former servant. As the king's most trusted advisor, he naturally had to follow the queen's will and save the lost lamb. Seeing Tao Charen's seemingly moved and fearful expression, he finally softened his voice with relief. Don't be afraid. This is the prison, the king's place. Even if they're crazy, they must follow the rules. And if they want to see the king? He seemed to remember something and stopped speaking. Anyway, don't listen to them. Luo Ying taped his personal terminal against Tao Charen's, adding their contact information. But you're a level B, there will always be times you can't avoid them. You can contact me then. I'm Luo Ying, I live in room 4. Tao Charen nodded. Luo Ying, ever the good Samaritan, even watched Tao Charen finish collecting her 4 fluids before leaving. Tao Charen, being in a wheelchair and not particularly adept at dealing with Luo Ying's talkative nature, declined his invitation to go out together. After Luo Ying had gone some distance, Tao Charen decided to go back. But when she opened the door, she saw the acquaintance she had just met. Yu Yuan wasn't surprised to see Tao Charen here. He nodded at Tao Charen and abruptly asked, "You seen Luo Ying?" Tao Charen nodded. "What do you think of him?" Tao Charen didn't understand his meaning. Seemingly accustomed to Tao Charen's silence, Yu Yuan suddenly chuckled. "Why do you think he came here?" He then went to the small window to collect his own nutrient solution. Before leaving, he glanced at Tao Charen, who was still standing there in a daze, his eyes filled with complex emotions. She seemed naive and easily deceived. He shouldn't have reminded her, but he thought of that person again. No one understood the pain of being deceived better than him. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and he could have reached her, he could have possessed her. In the dead of night, whenever he thought of that scene, of her evasive face and resolute back, his heart burned like a raging fire. Yu Yuan forced himself to look away from this cowardly Class B prisoner. He couldn't think about it anymore. The illusions dissipated like mist. To Tao Charen, Yu Yuan merely paused slightly, glanced at her briefly, and then sped away. Actually, Tao Charen wasn't without suspicion about Luo Ying's identity. He seemed to be on opposing sides with Tian Shu, who was a Shinfeng, a high-ranking official. Since Shinfeng was notorious for his crimes, what crime had Luo Ying committed to be sent here? However, in the past 3 days, Tao Charen's disguise had become more sophisticated, and it seemed that many things had happened to them. Tao Charen struggled even to communicate normally, let alone extract information. Therefore, she could only remain inactive for now, relying entirely on Xiao Pu and her luck to obtain any information. To avoid running into acquaintances again, Tao Charen decided to leave this dangerous place immediately. This time, things went relatively smoothly, but when she returned to her room, she ran into her neighbor who was about to leave. The man was holding a doll in his arms, almost completely enveloping its body. It was a posture that looked extremely insecure. Tao Charan felt a chill run down her spine the moment she saw him, but thankfully, the man didn't notice her at all, preoccupied with talking to the doll in his arms. Tao Charan didn't want to hear what he was saying and maneuvered her wheelchair into the room as fast as she could. Only then did she feel a sense of security, like being back home. She parked the wheelchair in the room and collapsed back onto the bed. This trip out was quite a close call. She asked Xiaopu to analyze the composition of the nutrient solution and ate some stored compressed food. The test results came back quickly. The nutrient solution had been diluted, and based on the condition of a Class A citizen, it could probably sustain bodily functions for about a day, which perfectly matched the rule of receiving nutrient solution every day. It contains trace amounts of T068, which, due to its extremely low concentration, likely only has a calming effect, promoting restful sleep. However, long-term use would have different effects. The prison hasn't been in use for very long. Currently, there don't seem to be any major problems. Tao Charan always felt that while the prison appeared to perfectly match her expectations on the surface, its actual operation was fraught with suspicious points. After all, she was new to the place, and couldn't yet see anything clearly. Tao Charan was pondering the events of the day, when suddenly the wall in front of her lit up again. This time, the video playing was very familiar to Tao Charan. It was the one she had recorded herself, the one that had been on the homepage of the Radiant Network for a long time, and had broken view records, the one she never wanted to see again. Tao Charan buried her head under the covers. However, the projection's playback was not under the control of the room's occupant. For a long time, berserk tendencies have plagued all citizens, and they have also plagued me. The trembling voice, clearly indicating the owner's extreme tension, and the sound of it about to cut off at any moment, echoed throughout the prison. Aside from the solitary confinement cells, the same video played simultaneously in all the rooms occupied by citizens, including those of the management. Golden Ring looked up from among the numerous documents, while Silver Ring, who was selecting instruments of torture, temporarily spared her prisoners. Some stopped their mechanical chewing, others briefly awoke from their reverie. Whether they were obsessed, attached, or simply watching the images, the hell filled with pain and slaughter became incredibly peaceful at this moment because of their shared yearning. Tao Charan. Someone murmured the name they dared not touch, but another similar figure surfaced in their mind. The video was replayed 3 times. During those 3 replays, Tao Charan, bombarded with countless cries from citizens, desperately wanted to bury herself in the ground every second. By the end, she was numb. She collapsed onto the bed, rolled over, her blank gaze fixed to one side, her eyes devoid of light, utterly devoid of life. Then, she saw a cat. This nimble little animal had entered at some point, and was intently watching the still-playing video. From Tao Charan's perspective, she could only see its back. Its pure white fur, without a single blemish, was meticulously groomed to a glossy sheen, giving it an air of wealth. Its 2 fluffy, pinkish ears twitched slightly, alertly listening to the surrounding sounds. Seemingly sensing the gaze behind her, the cat elegantly flicked its equally snow-white tail, turned around, revealing a pair of amber-colored cat eyes. The moment she saw those eyes, Tao Charan instinctively lowered her head. But she waited for a while, and the cat didn't move, nor did it speak as she expected. Tao Charan belatedly realized that although those eyes held the usual feline arrogance, they lacked any of the complex emotions of a human. Was this really just a docile, harmless, ordinary, human-like kitten? Were there really creatures weaker than her in the prison? Tao Charan couldn't believe it. She mustered her courage and tried to look up, yet feared she might suddenly witness something unavoidable. The video had ended. The room was silent. The amber cat's eyes stared at the human before it, bewildered. As a cat, it couldn't comprehend Tao Charan's cautious actions. After watching for a long time, the cat finally made its move. Meow. Chapter 76. The cat let out a soft meow and turned its head to look at Tao Charan. It looked no different from the ordinary cats she had seen in her previous life. Although she was still a little uneasy about the presence of another creature in her place, Tao Charan relaxed a bit. Citizens considered human form beautiful, and apart from exceptions like Lan Huan, very few people appeared in their true form in front of her. Moreover, it couldn't speak. Tao Charan rolled off the bed, sitting up straight with the blankets. She pointed to the door, signaling the cat to go out. The cat tilted its head. The cat didn't understand. Communication between the two was very difficult. Tao Charan moved a little closer and waved her hand, making a shooing motion. When she was a child, she had also liked cats, these affectionate companion animals. But later, her cat died, and as her research into biology deepened, Her interest in cats gradually faded. After coming to the Star Moon Palace, she hated all creatures without a sense of boundaries. Tao Charan had learned her lesson the hard way in this regard, so she dared not be careless. The cat's tail twitched slightly. Its unwelcome presence seemed to have no effect on it. It purred happily, pacing around the small room like a new king surveying his territory. A cat's heart is unpredictable. Tao Charan was helpless. She also resisted contact with the cat, so she had no choice but to let it run wild in her room. Fortunately, the cat didn't bother her. After surveying the room, the cat found a corner on the bed, tucked in the blankets, curled up into a ball, and made its own nest. Curled into a white cloud, it yawned widely, then squinted its eyes, and quickly began to purr softly. It was even more possessive of its owner than Tao Charan, its owner. At this time usually Tao Charan would still be working feverishly. Today, a lot had happened, and the prison lacked equipment, so she couldn't conduct her experiments. After briefly writing in her work log and jotting down some ideas that came to mind in Xiaopu's system, Tao Charan, like her cat, could only go to bed early. Tao Charan's sleep was quite terrible today. She was already a light sleeper, and the new environment, coupled with the constant crackling noises from her neighbor, made it impossible to get any peace. Tao Charan had another nightmare. Perhaps seeing the cat again today reminded her of her own kitten. Soft and white, warm and adorable in her arms, its touch enough to make a 5- or 6-year-old child fall in love. Tao Charan wore a small, yellowish-brown hat, and carried a rather stylish large water bottle on her back. Her other hand was held by a slender hand, the ring on that hand digging painfully into her skin. "Let me hold you, Ran," she heard a muffled voice say. "No, no," Tao Charan whispered, seemingly sensing something. But a child's strength is limited. She quickly felt the cat being gradually pulled away from her despite her best efforts, falling into another pair of large hands wearing watches. In her dream, Tao Charan closed her eyes. Just as she had predicted, the kitten that had been so docile in her arms suddenly let out a piercing scream. Something cracked open, and liquid dripped down, drip, drip. A red, hazy liquid. The cat's meowing stopped abruptly. Tao Charan opened her eyes. The clattering and clanging from next door continued, even interspersed with sharp screams. Tao Charan's chest heaved violently. Still shaken, she met the gaze of a round, amber cat's eyes. Those eyes seemed to hold human-like emotions, scrutinizing Tao Charan with a critical eye. But when she looked back, panting, the cat's eyes were empty. The distance between the person and the cat was almost inches. Before going to sleep, the cat was at the foot of the bed, while Tao Charan slept at the head. They shared the same blanket, but were far apart. Tao Charan glanced at the blanket she had clutched tightly in her dream, realizing that she must have forcibly disturbed the little nest the cat had just built, thus waking it. But she had no time to consider the cat's feelings now. She simply rested her head between her knees, trying to calm herself. The cat opened its mouth, then closed it again. Then it tentatively meowed, meow. The sound matched the cat in her dream. For reasons unknown, Tao Charan grabbed the cat beside her. The unsuspecting cat's fur stood on end. It was about to sweat at this rude human as usual, but her next action left it bewildered. The soft cat body was tucked into her thin embrace, and Tao Charan buried her head in its fluffy fur. She held it tightly, not in a comfortable position for the pet. Cold liquid quickly soaked the cat's fur. The cat shifted uncomfortably, then froze. Crying? Its round eyes darted left and right, looking even a little foolish with panic. The cat, clearly unable to comprehend the dramatic shifts in human emotions, could only endure the suffocating tightness of being held, remaining motionless and quietly serving as a pillow. Tao Charan rarely experienced such intense negative emotions, except for fear. Her actions were always carefully considered, prioritizing caution. Such impulsiveness was uncommon. So when Tao Charan realized what she had done, she was even a little embarrassed. Even though the object was just a cat. She moved her head away from the cat. Its white fur was damp. Tao Charan sniffed, her face still streaked with undried tears. But anyway, it was night, and no one could see. Just as Tao Charan was about to wipe it away with her hand, she felt something soft and wet brush against her cheek. A small, prickly tongue licked away the cold liquid, simply soothing her without any ulterior motive. It was salty. The cat smacked its lips, clearly not liking the taste. Tao Charan had just let go of the cat, but it seemed uneasy, lingering beside her. The cat's warm body snuggled against her, even warming her up a bit. Tao Charan stared blankly, lost in thought. She remembered someone telling her that cats were like that, seemingly aloof, but always ready to help when needed. So, the cat was once again being held in someone's arms. This time, Tao Charan held it loosely, and the cat felt safe and a strange sense of accomplishment. It flicked its tail and patted Tao Charen's arm, like a mother's gentle hand before falling asleep. If only there weren't all those noisy sounds around. Having just had a nightmare, Tao Charen didn't really want to sleep anymore. She hugged her cat for a while, finally emerging from her grief. Besides, she couldn't sleep now. The noise outside was getting louder and louder, sounding like construction work and demolition. If this were her past life, Tao Charen would have called the police. But now she had to endure it. This was a prison, and the physical condition of the inmates meant they needed very little sleep. So, although it was nighttime, it might still be working hours for some. Tao Charen didn't want to go out and deal with those disturbing the peace. She asked Xiaopu to turn on the surrounding surveillance cameras, and saw some expected but still gruesome scenes. The scene outside seemed to transport her back to the era before she arrived, when animalistic instincts overwhelmed reason. Tao Charen remembered the shock she felt when she first arrived. It was a chaotic free-for-all. Tao Charen saw Class B and Class C prisoners fighting each other, blood splattered everywhere, and pieces of torn flesh. She struggled through the crowd, searching for familiar figures. Fortunately, the Class A prisoners seemed to have maintained their composure and hadn't joined the fight. Otherwise, none of them would likely have survived. No, some Class A prisoners were involved. Tao Charen looked at one of the security cameras. This camera had a higher angle, revealing a sliver of white wings on the ceiling. As if sensing someone watching her, before Tao Charen could even make out the person's face, a figure rushed towards the camera, and she could see nothing more. She quickly switched off the camera. Didn't the management regulations say that fighting was prohibited? Tao Charen felt it was time for the enforcement team she mentioned in the cafeteria to show up. But disappointingly, even after the noise outside subsided, no one came to intervene. The cat beside her was dozing off. The night was already more than halfway over, and Tao Charen planned to go back to sleep. But just as she lay down, the crackling noise from next door started again, this time mixed with some teeth-grinding creaking sounds, occasionally accompanied by screams. Tao Charen sat up, her face blank. Citizens can go without sleep, but Tao Charen couldn't. She'd been working almost all night for the past few days, and today she'd been through a lot of frights, her emotions fluctuating wildly. Already exhausted, and having only slept a few hours, her body was quickly starting to give way. Her eyelids were drooping, but every time she was about to fall asleep, the sudden increase in noise from next door would jolt her awake. Even someone as socially awkward as Tao Charen wanted to just knock on the door next door and confront them. Of course, Tao Charen only thought about it. She wouldn't actually dare to do it. Tao Charen casually tore two pieces of cloth from the bed, crumpled them into a ball, and made makeshift earplugs, which she then inserted into her ears. However, these simple earplugs were only SOSO, better than nothing. Tao Charen petted the cat beside her, covered both the cat and herself with the blanket, and then buried her head in the blanket. This double soundproofing finally provided some relief. In this makeshift sleeping environment, Tao Charen drifted off to sleep. The instant she fell asleep, the cat, which had just been squinting and purring, opened its eyes. Its amber eyes were clear, devoid of sleepiness. Unconsciously rubbing against the corner of the blanket that still carried Tao Charen's scent, it glanced menacingly at the room next door. It nimbly slipped out of the blanket without causing a ripple. Tao Charen was too tired. She was still restless, but had fallen into a deep sleep. The cat jumped off the bed and disappeared into the small space. The sounds from next door quietly ceased. The prison night finally returned to some semblance of normalcy. Chapter 77. The next day, when Tao Charen woke up, the room was empty of the cat. The sleek white cat from last night seemed like a hallucination. It had vanished upon waking. Tao Charen looked around but couldn't find the cat, so she let it go. Anything could happen in this crazy world, and Tao Charen had now become remarkably calm. She did a quick cleaning and, as usual, summoned Xiaopu to check on its mission progress. The mechanical bird could finally appear openly in the room. It flapped its wings and landed on the table in front of Tao Charen, its movements possessing a sluggishness completely different from that of a living being. Except for some heavily guarded databases and certain private areas, Xiaopu could move freely within the prison surveillance system. Tao Charen now had a general understanding of the prison. Its loopholes were countless. The prison had 19 levels. Except for the first level, where staff like Jin Huan and Yin Huan lived, all the other levels were underground. This is why Tao Charen hasn't seen a window since arriving here. Tao Charen can easily obtain basic information about other levels, except for the first floor, the -1 ST floor, and her current 18th floor. Information about these floors is kept confidential, Xiaopu is still working on cracking it. But even for ordinary levels, much information is missing from the system. Tao Charan remembers undergoing rigorous testing upon entering the prison yesterday, and her name, inmate ID, and code were entered into the system. If the prisoners on ordinary levels went through the same process, she should be able to find their specific information in the system, but she can't. She can only find the approximate number of people on each floor, but there's no way to verify who lives in each room. Tao Charan found it utterly baffling. Even the number of prisoners and their identities were difficult to ascertain. How could this prison be managed? But recalling the events of the previous night, Tao Charan found it less incomprehensible. The lower-ranking prisoners here seemed like consumables for her experiments, used to support higher-ranking criminals or something else. Consumables were meant to be used, enough was enough. Who would care about the specifics of the consumables? Moreover, judging from the vaguely worded management regulations, many items were merely empty words. According to the rules, the higher the rank of the prisoners, the higher their rank. Yu Yuan had also reminded her that only SSS rank prisoners resided on this floor, but she herself wasn't SSS rank, yet she lived on this floor. Fighting was forbidden, but every floor Tao Charan could see had witnessed bloodshed, yet no one seemed to be managing it. As the queen, Tao Charan was extremely dissatisfied with the prison's lax management system. However, Tao Charan, as a criminal, was quite fortunate, as this management system at least facilitated her escape. But escaping was no easy task. Perhaps because the prison was too young, Tao Charan hadn't even discovered anyone escaping through legitimate channels. The prison was located on a desolate planet, with only one entrance and exit. From Tao Charan's perspective, reaching the exit would require traversing all levels, crossing the Snake River outside, and possibly even needing a spaceship to provide backup. Tao Charan thought this matter needed careful consideration, especially since she was still injured. After a night's rest, her sprained ankle had improved considerably. The swelling had subsided by half. However, for the delicate Tao Charan, it was clear she still needed to rest for a while. She had Xiaopu retrieve the medicine she had collected from her folded space and change her dressing. Just as she finished tidying her clothes, she heard someone screaming and yelling in the corridor again, the shrill sound causing a headache. Tao Charan naturally didn't want to join in the commotion, but the people outside were clearly after her. The seemingly sturdy door split open from the middle, and purple flowers bloomed through the small crack. Tao Charan's heart tightened, and before she could react, a figure rushed in. The thin man grabbed her, his previously melancholy face now replaced by frantic grief. "My king, have you seen my king? My king is gone, my king." A faint purple rippled in his eyes, and tears almost welled up. Their matching black robes became entangled, and Tao Charan shrank back uncomfortably. But the other man was surprisingly strong, not at all like the frail man he appeared to be. Seemingly sensing Tao Charan's struggle, he grabbed her with his other hand. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he practically knelt before her, his grip landing squarely on her freshly dressed wound. Although it had healed somewhat, it still throbbed with pain. Surprised by this sudden attack, Tao Charan let out a muffled groan, "Ugh." A look of pain involuntarily crossed her face. The man, who had been watching Tao Charan's reaction, unconsciously released his grip. But he still held onto the hem of her clothing, preventing her from leaving. "Did you take the king away? Because of yesterday I didn't mean to ask you to be quiet, I offended you. I'm sorry. Give the king back to me. Please give him back to me." The flowers adorning his black hair bloomed even more profusely, almost covering his forehead. The strands of hair gradually turned bluish-green, like tendrils of creeping grass. His berserk state had deepened, beyond what physical contact could resolve. Tao Charan looked at him, a syringe in her hand. The syringe contained her newly developed Berserk Target Agent Basic Version 01. A perfectly healthy person had transformed into a plant before her eyes. Tao Charan seemed to see the leaves dancing in the air. Her hand, hidden in her sleeve, caressed the smooth syringe. Perhaps because her disguise was flawless, or perhaps because her attention was diverted by the decision she was about to make, she felt no fear despite being held by him. This was an excellent opportunity to experiment with the drug. "Ziwen, what are you doing?" A familiar voice rang out. Canling, leaning against the doorframe with a large stack of documents, said wearily, "What's wrong now?" "It's been going on for days on end, never going to stop." The man named Ziwen, drawn by the voice, turned around. "Canling, you come at the right time. Have you seen my king?" "She took my king away." "I want my king back." "What kind of king is that?" Canling interrupted impatiently. "Your lousy doll can't be compared to a king. All right. I won't say any more, okay?" roots sprouting from the ground intertwined with the attacking stems and leaves, canceling each other out and disappearing. Ziwen turned his head away. Tao Charan saw a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He unconsciously buried his head in Tao Charan's knees, his deep voice stubborn and persistent. "Give me back, my king." Tao Charan's heart raced. Although she knew the king wasn't calling her, the fear from her memories still crept in. The syringe was immediately put away. Tao Charan knew Shen Ling's skill level better than anyone. Tampering with things right under his nose was too dangerous. She stiffened, feeling the sensation on her knee. The rubbing of the petals made her tense, but indeed, after pressing tightly against her, the flowers on Z1's body didn't increase further. This might be a subconscious choice as a citizen. Alright, it has nothing to do with him. Go back to your room and go crazy. Shen Ling finally couldn't stand it anymore, and stepped forward to give Z1 an injection. The pressure on Tao Charan loosened slightly, but Tao Charan didn't relax at all. She noticed a sound coming from Shen Ling. The chains wrapped around his hands and feet jingled, asserting their presence. The other end extended outside the door. Recalling the scene she witnessed before, Tao Charan figured it led to his own room. Shen Ling was the first and only prisoner she'd seen bound hand and foot. As he approached, Tao Charan smelled a strong medicinal odor. She hadn't noticed it last time, but this time she made a point of identifying it. The smell was complex, and she couldn't immediately pinpoint what it was, but it was clear that even in prison, his experiments were still ongoing. Was he continuing his previous research? Or had he shifted to a new direction? After a night of adjustments, Shen Ling's injuries had largely healed, leaving no visible trace. Tao Charan felt a pang of envy, but she also knew that power always came at a price that ordinary humans couldn't afford. After the injection, Z1's condition improved noticeably, at least his eyes returned to their original state. However, his eyes had reverted to the state they held when he was clutching the doll, gentle and infatuated, staring blankly at a point in the air, a dreamy, soft smile on his face. "Your Majesty." He tilted his head back, smiling dreamily, a beauty as fragile as morning dew against the backdrop of the elegant flowers. Tao Charan noticed the syringe that Shen Ling had put away. Due to the vibration, small, pale pink bubbles had formed inside. It contained T068, and at a considerable concentration. "Alright, I'm taking him away. That doll is his life. Whether you took it or not, it's best to return it to him if you see it," Shen Ling said meaningfully, "and be careful yourself, you won't always be rescued by someone." Clearly, he knew about what had happened yesterday. Being treated with special care, still able to speak with the administrators, Jin Huan and Yin Huan, and able to continue experiments even while in prison. Tao Charan reasonably suspected that Shen Ling was doing some side work here, or at least had some influence. She nodded. Seeing that Tao Charan had taken his words to heart, Shen Ling casually picked up Ziwen in a rather unseemly manner and tried to leave. But the instant he pulled Ziwen away. "Your Majesty. I cannot be separated from your Majesty." He seemed to regard Shen Ling as an imaginary enemy, and the flowers and leaves began to grow luxuriantly again. Shen Ling reacted quickly, swiftly creating distance between themselves, thus avoiding the sudden attack. He looked at his arm, which had almost been severed, then at Tao Charan, who was unharmed and protected behind Ziwen, and gave him a "this is troublesome" expression. "He seems to be treating you like his puppet." Chapter 78. Tao Charan also noticed this. The side effect of T068 is hallucinations. With such a high concentration, it's normal for Ziwen to react. Perhaps subconsciously recognizing the queen, or perhaps because Tao Charan's current personality and attire are very similar to the rumored queen, Ziwen inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. Shen Ling and Ziwen faced off. Ziwen's black robe, identical to the queen's, had been torn to shreds in the frenzy, a stark contrast to the clean-cut Tao Charan behind her. The air seemed thick with the smell of gunpowder. The battle intent emanating from the rank A ignited the opponent's emotions. Shen Ling gripped the chains on her wrists tightly, resisting the bestial instincts emanating from the depths of her soul. This can't go on. Tao Charan sighed inwardly. Being brought in by Yin Huan was already high-profile enough. As an SS rank, being on the 18th floor clearly indicated that the administrator still had doubts about her identity. In this situation, if a fight breaks out between two Class A officers, even if it has nothing to do with her, it's hard to avoid being a target. And if the two Class A officers really fight, even with Xiao Pu's protection, she'd inevitably get hurt. Tao Charan didn't dare gamble on the possibility of the enforcement team arriving. She could only save herself. Since injections weren't working, she had to resort to the most primitive method. Tao Charan tucked her hand into her sleeve, pulled out an empty syringe, and then, reversing it, inserted it into her fingertip. Her finger stung for a moment. Z1 turned around, and Shenling stared at her. So fragrant. That delicate fragrance spread, stirring a painful ache in her heart. Tao Charan shrank back in that insatiable greed. She was even hesitant to remove the syringe. What's wrong? Kanling couldn't help but ask. Ziwen had almost completely withdrawn his killing intent. Turning around, he resembled a melancholic beauty, showing no trace of the frenzied, life-or-death struggle he had just displayed. My king, you smell so good, he murmured, drawing closer. The ferocious beast, disguised as prey, stepped into the trap. Tao Charan grabbed his sleeve. At this moment, she dared not meet Ziwen's gaze, but even without eye contact, she could imagine the terrifying love in his eyes. The flowers blooming on his body hadn't completely faded. Beneath the torn black robe, his fair, muscular abs were revealed, adorned with several trembling purple buds. Tao Charan's fingers brushed against the buds. Ziwen stared blankly at his abdomen, watching a slender, delicate hand brush against his petals, his heart skipping a beat. The hummingbird on the aster flower had finished collecting nectar, but the flower couldn't hold her back. It could only watch helplessly as she flew away. One tall, one short. Tao Charan sat on the bed, the upright aster much taller than her, only the small whirl of hair on the top of her head visible. Upon their first meeting, a suppressed tenderness welled up in Ziwen's heart. She thought, even a real king should be about the same height as the puppet before her. His gaze was focused yet narrow, soft enough to encompass everything before him, yet seemingly containing only what was before him. Ziwen covered her eyes. At this moment, the boundary between reality and illusion truly blurred. He could no longer distinguish between the king and his puppet. A drop of sticky liquid seized the opportunity to seep into the flower's core, nourishing the previously clamoring desire. Ziwen felt a peace she had never known before, even more comfortable than when she had been with the king during the festival. This attentive care calmed him down, and the bestial instincts that had surfaced due to long-term unfulfilled desires receded. He began to examine himself once again, according to the standards of a human being. The flowers withered, leaving behind a tall, elegant man. Shenling was also stunned by this sudden change. He almost watched as Ziwen walked towards the newcomer, and then all the flowers on her body obediently retreated. She recovered completely from her berserk state in an instant. The effect was immediate, far better than anything like T068 or F173. No wonder Silver Ring valued her so much. No wonder even a rank B could live on the 18th floor. Shenling looked at Tao Charan with suspicion, wanting to ask something but unsure how to begin. My peach blossoms can bewitch citizens below rank A. He mistook me for a king, and I controlled him. A message box appeared on the screen, displaying this line. Realizing that the newcomer who had just shocked him was communicating with him via personal terminal, Shenling was even more astonished. He scrutinized Tao Charan from head to toe, finally realizing his previous blind spot. You can't speak? He practically shouted. It's no wonder Kanling was surprised. The person before him was taciturn, but Kanling could tell she wasn't without language abilities. At least when he examined her yesterday, her vocal organs were intact. She didn't seem mute. But if she wasn't mute, why couldn't she speak? Kanling hadn't considered social anxiety. In his understanding, only the queen had this problem. And how could the queen be in prison? However, because this case was similar to the queen's, it held research value. Moreover, she could even temporarily slow down or even resolve berserk states. If the underlying principles could be understood, then Kanling's eyes suddenly sparkled. If Tao Charan dared to look up, she would recognize this expression all too well. Her colleagues, including herself, had all shown this excited look when encountering interesting problems in their research in her past life. This time, Kanling truly took Tao Charan seriously, no longer just showing favoritism out of affection. But just as he was about to question her further, the enforcement team, who should have been there long ago, finally arrived. Reported by Yu Yuan, number 07, a fight has broken out. The 3 inmates involved are to be placed in solitary confinement for 1 week, in accordance with the prison management regulations, immediately. Tao Charan felt the metal collar around her neck tighten. Her head spun from lack of oxygen, and her consciousness blurred. Before she could even call for Xiao Pu, she was dragged up by several Class A members of the enforcement team, pulled into the elevator, and thrown into the solitary confinement cell. She naturally didn't see that after she lost consciousness, Ziwen and Shenling simultaneously began to resist. Of course, the prison had its own methods to control prisoners, so not long after, they, like Tao Charan, began a week of solitary confinement. Red Rose was controlled by the Radiant Cult, Blue Illusion disappeared, White Jade went berserk. The Radiant Five all fell from their heights, leaving only Songha and Xianluo. Xianluo drank the last bottle of blood given to him by the king. He held the precious bottle in his hands, repeatedly caressing it until he could no longer find a trace of sweetness, before carefully placing the bottle back in his bosom. Facing him was a vast expanse of stars. Galaxies in the universe converged into bands of light, painting bright colors against a dark background. 2 locations were marked. The former, less obvious, was on Chuelu's star. The latter, more prominently outlined, was on Lahai's star. He glanced discreetly towards Chuelu's star, his eyes, hidden beneath his cloak, revealing an undisguised longing and yearning. But turning to look at the other planet, his expression was filled with restlessness. 2 superclass warriors couldn't conquer such a small planet. Even Xianluo, not being adept at politics, could understand that something serious must have gone wrong. Songha stood beside him. He was the most robust of the 5, while Xianluo was the shortest. The contrast between the two was striking, a common source of conflict within the Star Moon Palace. The atmosphere at this moment wasn't exactly tense. Although they had struggled to maintain order in the universe, the Queen was still missing, so their goals were the same. At least that's what Xianluo thought. As the first to know the Queen's whereabouts, his mind was no longer on this. But Songha was not easy to deal with either. Xianluo guessed he must have received some information. Has the Radiant Light cult not surrendered yet? Songha was also looking in the direction of Blue Ocean Star. He seemed completely oblivious to Xianluo's unusual behavior. Zhongwen stole Red Rose's power through some means, Xianluo replied. Baiyu was also assassinated. They came prepared. Xianluo, do you know? Songha didn't hysterically berate him as useless as Xianluo had expected, although Xianluo had already cursed himself many times in his heart. Many of my subordinates surrendered to the Radiant Light cult. I was extremely angry at one point. The word once already revealed the attitude. Xianluo wasn't surprised. Actually, the Radiant Light cult was just a deception orchestrated by Red Rose. You and I both know that, Songha. The king won't like the Radiant Light cult, Xianluo said. This wasn't a secret among the 5 of them. Yes, the king won't like it. Songha readily admitted this. What do you think the king likes? She likes Blue Illusion. At least she's willing to talk to him. She likes White Jade. She noticed him the first time she saw him. She likes Red Rose. At least she's patient when he pesters her. But you and I, Xianluo, I think you can understand. I'm not even allowed to enter the Radiant Light Chamber. I reflected on why the king doesn't like me. I even tried to modify my body, but then I wouldn't be a super rank A. I wouldn't deserve to be by the king's side. Why? Why won't you even look at me? Even a small amount of special treatment wouldn't have made him so lonely. The tall, imposing man exuded a sadness incongruous with his appearance, yet his expression was calm, even somewhat eerie. The followers of the Radiant cult will never obtain what they desire in their entire lives. How are you and I different from them? You saw Lan Huan with the queen. If the king wanted to see us, would Lan Huan have stopped her? How is this deception any different from what Hong Chang did to the Radiant cult? Xianluo remained silent. He understood, of course. Compared to Song he was fortunate enough to serve the queen. But compared to Lan Huan, Baiyu, and Hong Chang, he couldn't capture the king's attention, often being ignored. This fueled his intense jealousy, which persisted to this day. The cosmic food chain is arranged according to the queen's preferences. Those not favored by the king, even those of super rank A, are inferior and lowly. Besides, Song he also knew the queen's location. Xianluo's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps the king's attitude had made them complacent, causing them to forget that Songha appeared honest and loyal. But that was only when the queen was present. You're insane. After a long silence, Xianluo finally spoke. That's no excuse for your betrayal. Chapter 79. When Tao Charan woke up, she found herself in another room. This room was even more cramped than the number 9 room she had been assigned before. The original room at least had a table, chair, and bed. Here, there was only a chair, and 4 walls barely a meter away from her. The walls, including the door, were gray, the ceiling was low, and the small, square cubicle created a great sense of discomfort. Tao Charan shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Recalling the events before she lost consciousness, Tao Charan realized that she must have been injected with some kind of drug when the collar tightened. Identifying and neutralizing such a drug was certainly not difficult for Tao Charan, a professional, but her weak body once again held her back. Moreover, the dosage this time was tailored to the individual's constitution, and Tao Charan's reaction was much stronger than that of an average citizen, so she was the first of the 3 to faint. She must have been unconscious for a long time. Her stomach was growling with hunger, But Tao Charan first checked for security cameras nearby before calling out to Xiao Pu. Xiao Pu faithfully recorded the time. She had been unconscious for a full 3 days. Tao Charan felt aches and pains in her back, and was so weak she could barely move. She was left on a chair in the room. For 3 days, no one had brought her food, and no one had cared whether she was starving. Even a normal person would feel hungry after 3 days without intravenous nutrition, but that's bearable. Only Tao Charan, if Xiao Pu hadn't detected her abnormal condition and given her daily glucose supplements, might not have survived to wake up. Traveling alone in the universe, Tao Charan was constantly reminded that she was a different species from the other citizens. Fortunately, Tao Charan had often lost consciousness due to various stimuli while in the Star Moon Palace, so she had a contingency plan for this. She took some food from her spatial storage to fill her stomach, then checked the recording that Xiao Pu had automatically started. The footage began with her just after she fainted. Initially, several Class A officers were holding her, but they quickly realized she was genuinely unconscious, so only one person was left carrying her. Tao Charan wasn't bothered by this, because Ziwen and Shenling had struggled so fiercely that they were bound hand and foot and carried by members of the enforcement team, looking far worse off than she was. They took the 3 of them to an elevator, and Xiao Pu's perspective showed a long period of time. This ignored countless attempts by Ziwen to help her escape and Shenling's attempts to explain. Finally, the 3 parted ways, and she was carried into a room and placed on a chair. Then came the same gray walls day after day. Tao Charan had her back to the door, so Xiao Pu's first-person perspective only showed the walls. Tao Charan played this scene at 10 times the speed. After the door closed, no one came for 3 days, and nothing changed in the room. It really did look like she was reflecting on her actions. But Tao Charan felt like something was being overlooked. Afraid she missed something, she went through the records again, but still found nothing. The only noteworthy point was the elevator's ascent time. Tao Charan asked Xiao Pu to load a nearby map and tried to connect to nearby security cameras. She guessed that this place must be quite far from the 18th floor. The map of this floor was slowly expanding as Xiao Pu's work progressed, and it was becoming increasingly clear that its structure was virtually identical to that of the 18th floor. The difference was that the surrounding rooms had become solitary confinement cells. The areas that were originally the canteen and labor camp were now sealed off, their purpose unknown. As for cameras, there wasn't a single one on this floor. Tao Charan had obtained all the maps except for the first floor and the basement 3 days ago. Since the maps didn't match the other floors, those 2 floors were the only possibilities. However, Tao Charan still leaned towards the basement level, as the first floor was too close to the exit and was also the headquarters of the management. It was unlikely they would keep these troublemakers there. But since it was the basement level, escaping would indeed be easier than from the 18th floor. Tao Charan wanted to explore the surrounding area, but her still healing ankle sprain hindered her progress. Due to malnutrition these past few days, her ankle had even swelled up again. Tao Charan changed her dressing and stood up, supporting herself on the back of a chair. Because she hadn't moved for so long, Tao Charan was now moving with some difficulty. Fortunately, the 4 walls weren't far from her, and after a few unsteady steps, she reached the door. The door wasn't even as sturdy as the 18th floor. Xiao Pu could open it easily. Tao Charan had Xiao Pu check the surroundings. Finding no guards, she cautiously pushed the door open a crack. There was indeed no one in the corridor. But there was no light, no sound, not even a breeze. Even the air that should have been flowing seemed stagnant, as if pressed down by some enormous force, unable to move. Tao Charan closed the door. For some reason, she had a feeling that someone was watching her. She was most sensitive to sight. This didn't seem like an illusion. Besides, this door was far too easy to open. Tao Charan thought to herself, her door could be broken open by aster and ginseng. There was no reason why such a rudimentary door could hold a grade A weapon. Thinking this, she seemed to hear footsteps outside. The dilapidated door was so poorly soundproofed that the sound, growing louder and louder as it approached, was so clear. Tao Charan tensed up, not only from the embarrassment of being discovered, but also from the panic of being forced to communicate. She quickly sat back down in her chair, deceiving herself by pretending nothing had happened. The footsteps stopped, right in front of her door. Tao Charan's palms were already sweating. She heard a familiar voice call out. But it was too brief, and she couldn't quite make out what it was. The voice stopped abruptly, somewhat eerily, as if it had been abruptly cut off. Tao Charan listened intently again, but heard nothing. This feeling of being stuck in the middle was incredibly unsettling. The fear of the unknown is always the most agonizing. After much deliberation, Tao Charan finally decided to go out and check. She called Xiao Pu, and once again limped to the door, gripping the handle tightly, leaving only a slit for one eye. No one was there. Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief and tried to close the door. She only wanted to check the situation. Her injuries hadn't healed yet, and escaping now would be tantamount to suicide. The door wouldn't close. Meow. Tao Charan's gaze shifted downwards, meeting a pair of amber cat eyes. The cat seemed oblivious to having startled her, lazily licking its paws and tilting its head to look at Tao Charan. Seeing that the other party didn't move, it nimbly squeezed through the crack in the door, circled Tao Charan twice, sniffing around, and finally laid down beside the chair leg. Having not seen her for several days, the cat was clearly not having an easy time, just like Tao Charan. Its white fur was still spotless, but visibly thinner, with some unhealed wounds showing a faint red tinge. It seemed extremely tired too, finding a comfortable spot, tucking its paws in, and closing its eyes. Tao Charan watched it treat the confinement room as its own home, a behavior strikingly similar to how it had taken over her bed a few days earlier. But Tao Charan couldn't very well shoo it away. She was certain she hadn't seen this cat before, but there was a strange sense of déjà vu. Tao Charan had certainly guessed whether it was the citizen she had seen before, but this cat still retained many animalistic habits, quite different from the citizens. If it were a case of a berserk state reaching its final stage, regressing to its original form, that doesn't seem to fit. The citizens at that point would be very aggressive, like Song Ming before. But it was clearly a normal kitten. It hadn't even shown its claws to Tao Charan. However, the cat's aloofness perfectly compensated for Tao Charan's social awkwardness, and the two seemed quite harmonious for now. Tao Charan saw it sleeping peacefully, so she tiptoed back to her chair. The cat happened to be lying at her feet. Although it was injured, its body was still warm, and Tao Charan's feet warmed up a little too. She stared at the cat, feeling a sense of déjà vu. But before she could figure out where this feeling came from, she suddenly realized something else. There was no video playing in the confinement room. Perhaps because she first encountered the cat while watching a video, Tao Charan finally recalled what she felt was amiss. The walls remained unchanged for 3 days, clearly indicating that this service wasn't offered. Watching videos was for dealing with berserk behavior, but the solitary confinement cells didn't offer such services. Why could the solitary confinement cells hold Class A prisoners? It wasn't the fragile door that held them back, but the berserk behavior itself, the struggle against their own instincts. This use of berserk behavior to control prisoners made Tao Charan uneasy. Berserk behavior was dangerous, and even now, Tao Charan hadn't achieved complete and precise control. How could they be so confident? Wouldn't berserk Class A prisoners pose a threat to the prison? Although it seemed somewhat absurd, she had a feeling that they were deliberately inducing some prisoners to go berserk. Another thing she couldn't understand. But Tao Charan wasn't too worried, because at least C1 had been fed blood by her, and wouldn't have any problems in the short term. Shiling had T068, although it might be tough, getting out of the confinement cell would be relatively easy. Having figured this out, Tao Charan finally relaxed completely. She had only been awake for a short while when she felt tired again. The human body can't withstand constant fatigue. She squinted, just like the cat at her feet. Because there was no bed, Tao Charan's sleep was restless. Her head bobbed up and down, waking her just as she drifted off, a cycle that was incredibly frustrating. In her half-awake state, she seemed to hear a meow, and then her body snuggled against a warm blanket. The soft, fluffy fur beneath her made her swollen ankles feel a little better. Finally, Tao Charan was able to lie down peacefully and drift into a deep sleep. Chapter 80. Tao Charan was woken up. Hey, wake up! Are you really starving? Someone shook her, but the tone wasn't too anxious. Tao Charan opened her eyes groggily. Upon waking, she felt aches and pains in her back and waist. Her already stiff body felt weak, and she felt even more tired than before she went to sleep. Then she found herself lying directly on the floor. The dusty gray floor, the same color as the walls, hurt everywhere, but it must have been relatively recent. She rubbed her back and shoulders, which provided some relief. She must have fallen asleep and accidentally gotten off. But was she really sleeping that soundly? The cat that had been lying at her feet before she went to sleep was gone. I brought you some nutritional fluids. A large face appeared before her. Squatting in front of her was Luo Ying, whom she had bumped into in the cafeteria a few days ago. The young man was still as enthusiastic and talkative as ever. Drink it quickly. They wouldn't let anyone collect it for others, so I shared some from my share, and... He trailed off, his emotions complicated. Although these people weren't on good terms with him, they had indeed helped him, so he felt compelled to speak well of them to Tao Charan, and also, Tian Shu and Yu Yuan shared some too. Who could possibly consume so little nutritional fluid? Just these 2 small bottles, saved up by the 3 of them over several days. Yu Yuan had calculated the approximate time a newcomer could endure and deliver the fluids before she fainted from hunger. When Luo Ying opened the door, he found Tao Charan lying on the floor, assuming she was beyond saving. 2 small bottles, filled with a colorless liquid, were unexpectedly shoved into Tao Charan's hands. She couldn't possibly drink the nutrient solution, especially after Jin Huan's experience with T068. Tao Charan was now extremely cautious about what she ate. So she shook her head, holding the bottle, indicating she wasn't hungry. Luo Ying looked at her expectantly, completely baffled by her actions. Don't you need it? You practically fainted from hunger. Don't worry, we only gave you a tiny bit, it's nothing. Citizens are inherently selfish. This was already quite an achievement. Unless it was the queen in front of them, asking them to sacrifice their own interests was simply a pipe dream. Tao Charan pulled out her personal terminal and sent a message to Luo Ying directly. I'm not used to being watched while I eat. That was true. Some citizens were influenced by their animalistic instincts and had a strong protective instinct towards their food. But usually only lower-level animals had this tendency. This was the first time Luo Ying had heard of a Class B plant having this habit. But since the world is full of surprises, Luo Ying chose to respect the other person's eating habits. Okay, you can eat in a bit. Having completed his most important task, Luo Ying stood up somewhat easily and tried to help Tao Charan, who was still on the ground. This seemingly natural action didn't have the desired effect. Tao Charan sensitively pulled her hand back, clearly not wanting to be near Luo Ying. Luo Ying's brows furrowed with displeasure. But the optimist quickly convinced himself that this newcomer didn't seem very outgoing at first glance, and he was already used to his taciturn nature. Wait, perhaps it wasn't just taciturn, but completely silent? Luo Ying suspiciously scrutinized Tao Charan, who had gotten up from the ground on her own. Tao, why aren't you saying anything? He already knew his name when they added each other last time. But thinking about it carefully, he realized he only seen the name himself from the system's notes. I'm mute. It was another message on the personal terminal. Oh, I see. Luo Ying nodded. But his eyes immediately widened. You're mute? It's no wonder he and Shenling were so shocked. Citizens have powerful self-healing abilities. Even if their vocal cords are severed, their tongue pulled out, or even their entire head is cut off, there's always a chance of recovery. Someone like Tao Charan, who has remained mute, is extremely rare. Unless it's some kind of punishment. Luo Ying hadn't encountered many cases of psychological problems, like Shenling had. The only explanation he could think of was imprisonment. Imprisonment had inflicted a permanent punishment on this poor newcomer, forcing him to have his vocal cords cut every few days, rendering him permanently mute. This is truly. Such punishment was unprecedented. Luo Ying covered her mouth. Could you tell me what crime you're here for? Tao Charan lowered her head. Because she hadn't committed any crime, she hadn't prepared a story yet. Alright, if you don't want to say, then don't. Luo Ying seemed to have imagined something, but she easily let Tao Charan go. Anyway, after coming here, the past doesn't count. If you repent, maybe you have a chance. But what kind of chance was this? Luo Ying's words were vague, her eyes gleaming, each one conveying the unspoken message, you know what I mean? Tao Charan felt that long-lost feeling of talking past each other. But she didn't dare ask, and nodded vaguely. Perhaps Tao Charan's expression didn't satisfy Luo Ying, so he simply spoke from experience. Don't disbelieve me, I also committed a serious crime. After all, I seen the king, and anyone who can restrain themselves after seeing the king isn't a citizen. Anyway, I almost hurt the king. He hesitated and stammered as he spoke, clearly ashamed of his offense. I came here voluntarily. I think at least half of the prisoners here are like me. There was no way around it. The temptation was too great. I still haven't apologized to the king. If apologies were useful, what would be the point of establishing a prison? Tao Charan listened quietly to Luo Ying's confession, her emotions unmoved. But Luo Ying seemed to be avoiding a certain topic for a long time. Tao Charan still couldn't understand what that opportunity entailed. Anyway, I've seen the evidence, otherwise I wouldn't have come here. Luo Ying said, the prison is an official institution, they wouldn't deceive us, would they? That's hard to say. Luo Ying felt he had given a clear enough hint. He was here to avoid the enforcement team, and should have left quickly to avoid being discovered, but since he was already here, and he found Tao Charan particularly pleasing to the eye, he couldn't help but want to talk to her a little longer. Also, I don't know if you noticed. Luo Ying looked around, then went to check if the door was locked. There was a very powerful force here before. Tao Charen's heart skipped a beat. Luo Ying was a rank A, and even he thought it was powerful. You figured it out, didn't you? Luo Ying was excited. I wonder which esteemed person is here. If they are, the queen might also be. Of course, not in the prison, but do you think the queen might be watching us? He spoke faster and faster, immediately immersed in his imagination. The queen is so kind and virtuous, she even stopped me from getting into a conflict with another citizen. I know she doesn't like fighting. Do you think she see what I'm doing? I'm a rare good citizen here. How will she judge me? He talked on, but Tao Charen felt a chill run down her spine. The nutrient solution in her hand felt incredibly heavy. This rare act of kindness seemed performative. The queen was the only audience, and the final judge. Thinking about such a heavy responsibility falling on her shoulders, Tao Charen had the urge to throw the nutrient solution in her hand at the other person's head. You've been here longer than me, have you discovered anything? After her thought session, Luo Ying seemed dissatisfied with her lack of participation and insisted on talking to her. This is my first time on the -1 level, but this power has already left, it's probably gone. I've been very weak these past few days, I haven't discovered anything. Tao Charen gave him a perfunctory answer, but his words confirmed her previous suspicions. This was indeed the -1 level. Okay. After reading the message on his personal terminal, a subtle sense of disappointment appeared on Luo Ying's face. Then I be going now, be sure to tell me if you have any news. Seeing Tao Charen nod, Luo Ying left, turning back several times. Tao Charen watched him go, thinking that this confinement room really couldn't keep anyone out, not even a cat. She had Xiaopu routinely check the ingredients of the nutrient solution, and sure enough, by citizen standards, it was perfectly fine. This was within her expectations. After all, Luo Ying believed the queen was watching him, so naturally he wouldn't dare do anything illegal. Controlling citizens in the queen's name often yielded good results, a consistent practice of the Radiant Five sects. Tao Charen knew and tacitly approved some of these things, but there were others she was completely unaware of. She simply did them because they believed they met the queen's requirements. The prison clearly used similar methods. She should have realized this sooner. The management regulations already mentioned, outstanding performance may earn the opportunity for the queen's personal judgment. She had never said she wanted to do that. It was a scam. The queen wouldn't convict, and the management regulations didn't mention any way to leave. Besides revealing her identity, what other way could she get out of here? They might not even intend for anyone to leave. Tao Charen was at her wit's end. Furthermore, her newly researched reagent number 01 hadn't been put to use yet. Not knowing if anyone was still in the other solitary confinement cells, Tao Charen thought that since Luo Ying's superpower was absent, she could test it on any berserk prisoners she encountered. Tao Charen had Xiaopu scanned all the solitary confinement cells. Currently, 4 cells were in use, 2 near Tao Charen, and the furthest away. Following the principle that since the 3 of them had come together, their assigned locations were likely similar, Tao Charen chose to scout the furthest cell. She called out to Xiaopu, opened the door a crack, and observed the situation. Sure enough, the feeling of being watched was gone. The corridor was dark. Tao Charen groped her way along for a while, stumbling and supporting herself against the wall, before finally reaching the furthest cell with Xiaopu's guidance. The thought of seeing other people soon made her want to back out, but then she thought that if someone was berserk, they might be completely irrational, practically inhuman. Convincing herself of this, Tao Charen gently knocked on the door. The door opened by itself. Doll, you came to me because you want to be my doll? Ziwen sat on the only chair in the room, carefully sewing a doll. Black hair, black robe, small leather shoes, the figure in her hands was already taking shape. Chapter 81. At this moment, Ziwan's eyes regained their clarity. But beneath this clarity lurked a hint of madness. He intently examined the new doll in his arms, his entire being focused on the unfinished creation. Besides his right hand, which was gripping the needle and thread, several branches, wrapped with colorful threads, extended from the seams of his clothes, seemingly tools he would use later. Don't come too close to me, Ziwan reminded her. Doll, I can't help myself. He didn't quite articulate what he couldn't help himself to. But Tao Charen still heeded his advice, refusing to take another step forward. From the moment Tao Charen appeared, Z1 hadn't moved. The doll in his arms was even slightly deformed from his grip. If one looked closely at the needle and thread in his hand, one could see the needle tip trembling irregularly. Desire and rules were pulling at their limits. Z1 suppressed the urge to raise his head, holding the white bone needle in his palm. The piercing pain finally brought Ziwen back to her senses, and she closed her eyes. Doll, he said, if only you really were a doll, never mind. He leaned back lazily in his chair. What do you want? Tao Charan hadn't actually intended to see Ziwen. Of the prisoners on the basement level, he was the one she trusted the most. Based on experience, the queen's blood could sustain her for a long time, at least for about half a month. Ziwen wouldn't be at risk of going berserk again. She'd come to the wrong person. Tao Charan shook her head, intending to close the door and pretend she'd never been there. Nothing? You? The bone needles almost pierced the back of her hand, as Ziwen barely managed to suppress the urge to open her eyes and look at her. Fine, I don't care about you. But the girl was still injured, and even without seeing her, one could imagine her wretched state. The solitary confinement cell had no food, no space to rest. How had she managed to endure this long? How would she survive the next few days? Thinking of this, Ziwen felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. This anxiety even momentarily broke through his psychological defenses, making his once proud beliefs crumble. What should he do? Wait a minute. Before the door completely closed, Ziwen finally called out to Tao Charan. His voice was tense, carrying a hint of barely perceptible frustration and resignation. But his gaze remained fixed on the doll in his arms, never leaving her. For the sake of saving me, he said, although I don't know how you did it, it's a fact that you saved me. I imagine you're new here, and don't understand many things. As a reward, I allow you to ask 3 questions, and I answer them to the best of my knowledge. The slowly closing door stopped moving. Ziwen breathed a sigh of relief. The girl's figure appeared at the doorway once more. Although the walk hadn't been long, her ankles, bearing the weight, still ached faintly. Ziwen manipulated her branches and leaves, tossing a wad of cotton about half a person's height at the doorway. The cotton, white, smooth, and even glossy, was clearly a local specialty, offering excellent support and a pleasant feel, the stuffing for the doll in Ziwen's arms, and could also be used as a makeshift sofa. Sit for a while, Ziwen said, but still didn't look at her. Ziwen's 3 questions were a welcome surprise. Since arriving at the prison, Tao Charan had been filled with questions, worried about where to find information. She wasn't good at extracting information, so this was like a godsend. She eagerly sent Ziwen her first question. What do you know about the Radiant Cult? This was what she most desperately wanted to know. She had been branded a member of the Radiant Cult, and thus imprisoned. The Radiant Cult was causing trouble in the outer universe, and she couldn't avoid dealing with this organization, now or in the future. The light screen opened before her eyes, and Ziwen showed no surprise. Unlike Luo Ying, he didn't even ask Tao Charan why she wasn't speaking. Ziwen glanced at the question, his peripheral vision inevitably catching sight of the obedient girl sitting in the cotton ball, and he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Noticing her slightly timid expression, he seemed to snap out of his reverie and quickly looked away. The Radiant Cult is the largest civilian organization in the entire universe. Although it was founded by Red Rose, the leader of the Rose Pavilion, its followers are spread across the 5 gates. Almost 80% of the citizens are, or were, members of the Radiant Cult. Within the cult, although Red Rose is the leader, the true god they truly worship is the Queen. I think you understand why. Yes, Tao Charan was fairly familiar with this basic information about the Radiant Cult. Red Rose had told her the same thing before, because the problem of berserk tendencies persisted, and everyone's pursuit of the king was too fanatical. It was better to guide than to suppress. Perhaps establishing a cult would have a beneficial impact on social order. Initially, everyone simply gathered regularly in the Rose Hall to praise the king's achievements and express their aspirations and expectations. However, after the first annual festival, many Class A citizens saw the real king, and they felt that the king's condition was very poor. Regarding how to treat the king and resolve the king's problems, the Radiant Cult split into 3 factions due to differing ideologies. Tao Charan listened intently. This was outside her area of knowledge. Noticing that Ziwen wasn't looking at her, and confident in Xiaopu's ability to disguise himself, she even dared to occasionally glance up at Ziwen, leaning forward as if listening intently. Ziwen's lips curved slightly, and his gaze towards the doll in his arms revealed a tenderness that seemed incongruous with his usual demeanor. These 3 factions are Body Offering, Divine Offering, and Practical Offering. As the name suggests, Body Offering involves offering one's body, hoping the king will consume their bodies. They believe that mutual cannibalism and survival of the fittest are the laws of the universe, and that the king, as the apex predator, should enjoy the finest ingredients. Of course, some body offerings are based on the belief that local specialties are good, and they extend this to the king, hoping that by consuming them, the king can improve his mental weakness and frail physique. Seemingly sensing Tao Charan's discomfort, Ziwen appropriately changed the subject. Of course, The body-serving view is based on animalistic instinct. Only wild beasts offer food to please humans. Therefore, the body-serving ideology is considered a minority within the Radiant Church, and has even been ostracized by the other two factions due to past disturbances. However, berserk behavior is inherently a manifestation of animalistic instincts overriding humanity. Now that the queen is gone, and with so many berserk citizens, the body-serving faction has more opportunities. Therefore, this rebellion outside was also instigated by the body-serving faction. Hearing that the body-serving faction was considered a minority, Tal Charin breathed a sigh of relief. The berserk problem will be resolved sooner or later, and then the body-serving faction should have no room to survive. Probably. Ziwen paused, observing Tal Charin out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that she didn't react strongly, she continued. The antithesis of body following is divine following. Completely opposite to body following, divine following believes the king's will should be unconditionally obeyed. Her will is the direction forward. The king doesn't need any changes. Whether it's hiding her appearance or refusing contact with citizens, her choices are the best. Even if she's on her deathbed, even if she chooses to leave forever, the citizens can only change themselves. They have no right to question her judgment and decisions. Isn't this just extreme fanaticism? But compared to body following, divine following doesn't seem so unacceptable after all. Tal Charin listened blankly as Ziwen continued. But it's too difficult. To achieve this requires constantly fighting against one's instincts. Z1 gave a bitter smile. During brief moments of lucidity, I can convince myself to adhere to these principles, but once I go berserk, or... Anyway, the Divine Faith faction isn't mainstream within the Radiant cult, and it's highly fluid. Someone might be attending a Divine Faith ceremony one day and joining one of the other two factions the next. Such things happen frequently. Finally, there's the Acting Faith faction. The Acting Faith faction hopes the Queen will make changes, but they aren't as fanatical as the Body Faith faction. They hope to influence the Queen through their actions, making her happy. The Acting Faith faction constitutes the majority within the Radiant cult, but in reality, because no one has ever succeeded, this hopeless pursuit has driven many citizens into berserk states. Even the so-called Radiant Five, although except for Red Rose, they aren't officially believers. Their actions are practically no different from those of the Acting Faith faction. Hearing this, Tal Charin felt she could barely accept this faction. But she always felt there was some major pitfall involved. Sure enough. In the past 2 years, body worship has been rejected by the king, and divine worship never shows up on its own initiative. After gaining mainstream influence, the actual worship has made many attempts. However, the king ultimately chose to leave the Star Moon Palace. Coupled with the previous annual festivals, the king's condition has deteriorated, so the doubts and condemnations against the actual worship within the universe have grown increasingly stronger. Add to that the berserk tendencies, and more citizens have broken away from the actual worship faction. Now, apart from a few remaining rational followers, the actual worship is almost nowhere to be seen at the lower levels. Speaking of followers, Z1 continued the topic, briefly introducing the hierarchical system within the Radiant Church, but clearly, compared to the different factions with different ideologies, this wasn't particularly important common knowledge to him. Although the Radiant Light cult is divided into different factions, their composition is basically the same. According to the level of faith, from lowest to highest, they are believers, admirers, and followers. Those who frequently change their faith, or even leave, and then join the Radiant Light cult, are considered believers. Those who persist in a faction for more than a year are considered admirers. Followers are the core members of each faction. Besides being required to maintain their faith, they must also be at least rank A. Ziwen's explanation was very detailed, basically answering most of Tal Charin's questions about the Radiant Light cult. However, there was one more term that Tal Charin had heard from Inhuan, but Ziwen hadn't mentioned. What is a martyr? Seeing that Ziwen didn't seem inclined to continue, Tal Charin manipulated the light screen and pressed for an answer. Ziwen had been carefully observing Tal Charin's movements while speaking. He could usually state things objectively, and without emotion when talking about the Radiant Light cult, but at this moment, he paused, hesitating for once. Where did you learn about martyrs? Chapter 82. Martyr is an obscure term. Even among members of the Radiant cult, those below the rank of believer rarely encounter this word. Tal Charin naturally couldn't tell him that this term originated from Silver Ring's threat. She simply sat quietly, as if saying, "Didn't you say I could ask 3 questions?" Ziwen gave in to her insistence. In reality, there was nothing she couldn't tell her about martyrs. After only a moment's hesitation, Ziwen made her decision. He took a deep breath. In the Radiant cult, the leader holds absolute leadership. After all, Red Rose has the king's approval. However, there are constant disputes between sects, with almost every sect electing its own chosen citizens. For ease of management, Red Rose acknowledges their status. Therefore, above the followers, each sect has a leader, usually called a priest. The priests are chosen from among the most steadfast followers, who tirelessly uphold their beliefs, almost to the point of madness. Initially, there were the fanatical body servants. The first priests pioneered the practice of self-sustenance, meaning that priests should constantly devour other citizens to nourish themselves, making themselves more delicious when offered to the king. So, the body servants are essentially food for the priests, and the priests are food for the king. Z1's speech quickened, giving Tao Charan no time to react. He seemed unwilling for Tao Charan to know these inside stories, but bound by his promise, he had to reveal everything. However, the first priest went to see the king without being informed, and because he frightened the king, he was severely injured by Red Rose. With his most important body mutilated, he was no longer worthy of being food. So the next priest devoured him, inheriting his will in the process. And then came the current priest. He too devoured the previous priests, because almost every priest died for their beliefs, leading some to jokingly call them martyrs. Later, this term spread to the other two factions. So, priest and martyr actually refer to the same person, though the latter might be more common in the context of self-sacrifice. Z1 finished speaking in one breath. He blurred the details of the madness of the martyrs in the latter two factions, but Tao Charan could imagine that although divine worship and practice seemed more normal, they were still quite limited. It's likely that the martyrs in these two factions had undergone many changes. As for the story of the first priest that Z1 mentioned, Tao Charan had some recollection, but not much. Back then, she would encounter some rude citizens who forcibly broke into the Star Moon Palace almost every now and then. The palace's security underwent several iterations, only gradually improving after the second annual festival. Things calmed down a bit. The Radiant Light cult members seemed quite ill. Tao Charan now felt the Radiant Light cult's rebellion made perfect sense. Even if she didn't leave the palace, she might have to face similar situations in the future. Zewin was still holding the doll, his arms tightly around its neck, the stuffing overflowing, but he seemed oblivious. His attention was entirely on Tao Charan. He didn't know how she would react to what he heard, and he couldn't fathom her attitude towards the martyrs. How do we get out of the prison? Putting the matter of the Radiant Light cult aside for now, Tao Charan asked her third question. You want to get out? Z1 saw the question on the screen and asked again. But she quickly realized she shouldn't have asked that, and subconsciously replied, getting out should be easy, no. I never seen a precedent for someone getting out of prison. The prisoners who come here are either convicted by Chi Yu Lu or believe they are guilty. If you're guilty, you should atone for it. Everyone knows who to atone to, but nobody knows how to atone. Escape from here isn't easy either. Not to mention there's a high-ranking official suppressing things on this floor. I've seen at least 100 Class A officers in the enforcement team. It's not that no one has tried to escape, but I haven't heard of anyone succeeding. But if it were you, Z1's voice softened, there would definitely be many people helping you, not just the prisoners, so use them as you see fit. After all, her will is the direction forward. But he only offered a vague explanation, so you can make good use of your abilities. Your charm is formidable, even I was bewitched. If used well, escaping won't be difficult. He finished asking the three questions. But no one moved. Tao Charan pondered the conversation. Z1's body stiffened. He should have spoken up and sent her away, that was what she wanted, and what he should have done. But he couldn't. Even if she wasn't a queen, but just an ordinary prisoner, the moment she appeared before him, he was already powerless. Can I ask one more question? This was the fourth question. Z1 closed his eyes briefly, a glint of light shimmering in his pale purple pupils. He knew he was being suspected. This was only to be expected. Even he himself felt he had too many flaws. Okay. But he couldn't refuse. The decision was final. This was an anticipated answer, confirming Tao Charan's suspicions in a way. Judging from their conversation, Z1 even knew her explanation to Shinling, demonstrating his excellent information network. This was a good opportunity. She was confident that no matter what she asked, the other party would answer in detail. But unusually, Tao Charan felt a tiny sliver of pity. She knew, of course, how difficult it was to maintain composure in front of her. Even the resolute Lan Huan had unconsciously tested her limits. But Z1 didn't even glance at her. He even rejected her advances. To achieve this level of skill without any drug influence, solely through sheer willpower, rank A, is truly unique in Tao Charan's experience. Never mind. Perhaps once the berserk issue is resolved, the radiant cult can regain its sanity. Tao Charan pinned her hopes on this. She stood up, her movements slow due to her sprained ankle. "What's your problem?" Z1 asked, confused but noticing Tao Charan's intention to leave. He couldn't help but ask, though it wasn't his place. Tao Charan paused. Z1 shifted slightly, then, as if pulled by a rope, dragged him back. The doll in his arms was crushed beyond recognition. The substitute he usually cherished had become his only lifeline, bearing the weight of his restless emotions. "Martyr, it must have been tough, right?" This wasn't transmitted through the computer screen, but by a voice. A clear, gentle, almost broken voice, delicate, but one he would never miss, never forget. It was the exact same voice he heard in the videos he watched countless times. He was right. There could be no one else. Only one person could have saved him from his berserk state. Before Tao Charan left, she heard Zuin's reply. His head was almost completely buried in the doll, his expression entirely obscured. Only a muffled voice could be heard. Yes, it was too tough. Tao Charan emerged from Zuin's confinement cell, still feeling somewhat incredulous. If it were anyone else, even Lan Huan, they wouldn't have released her so easily, without even trying to stop her, given her injuries. Being confined within the Star Moon Palace, blinded by a single leaf, they were completely unaware that such things had happened in the universe, that such citizens existed. Tao Charan was deeply shocked. She had never heard of either the Radiant Light cult system or the doctrines of its three factions. Now that she knew this, the reasons for the Radiant Light cult's rebellion became highly questionable. It was known that the rebellion was caused by the body offering, but the body offering's ideology was highly correlated with the queen herself. If it were them, they should have sought out the queen first, not rebel directly. Unless they wanted to lure the queen out to deal with the matter. But if that were the case, they should have started their uprising as soon as news of her departure from the palace spread. She hadn't heard anything about the Radiant Light cult while on Green Forest Star. Even when order had completely collapsed, the Radiant Light cult seemed unchanged. It wasn't until recently, after being on Chuelu Star for quite some time, that she noticed this anomaly. Something must have happened during this time. Given Shinfeng's level of madness, the biggest variable was probably herself. Tao Charan once again realized the sensitivity of her queen's identity. She began to reflect on what she had done since leaving the Star Moon Palace. Bai Yun, Luoying, Shenling, Yu Yuan. On Suisun Star, of the 4 citizens she had initially contacted on S47508, she had already met 3, and all 3 appeared on the 18th floor as prisoners. Tao Charan vaguely sensed that this might not be a coincidence. Before arriving on Chuelu Star, had she shown any particular interest in anything? Was it related to the citizens' bodies? Shenling's experimental results, Yu Yuan's humanization reaction. How did they perceive the queen's reaction at the time? She had never explained what she was going to do. Would her reaction be misunderstood? Tao Charan pondered, then abruptly stopped. Something was gradually approaching in the dimly lit corridor. Tao Charan felt the familiar sensation of being watched. But unlike before, those eyes didn't hold the predatory greed of a predator. They were simply looking at her like a small animal. The other person approached quickly, but silently, without making a sound. Only the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Tao Charan waited quietly, finally seeing the other person's full form around the corner. Meow. It was the familiar cat. Its meow seemed to carry a hint of grievance and affection. The moment it saw Tao Charan, it jumped into her arms without any hesitation. Tao Charan was caught off guard by the chubby cat in her arms, already anticipating that her ankle injury would worsen again. But the cat was very light. Even the slender Tao Charan could catch it easily, without causing her the harm she had expected. The moment the cat touched her, Tao Charan sensed something was wrong. She touched her hand and found it covered in blood. Chapter 83. The overwhelming stench of blood would have knocked out an ordinary cat long ago, yet this white cat was still lively and energetic. Tao Charan had her suspicions. But this cat was different. Although Tao Charan had a sense of déjà vu, its condition undeniably piqued her curiosity. As a researcher, she instinctively didn't overlook any unusual creatures, especially since this cat lacked any human characteristics. Its movements and expressions resembled the most ordinary house cat from her previous life. At least, that's how it seemed now. The cat, having successfully struck, whimpered twice, and listlessly nestled into Tao Charan's arms. Tao Charan withdrew her hand, which was covered in blood and sticky residue, knowing she must have touched the cat's wounds. But the cat didn't move at all, as if it felt no pain. It even snuggled closer to Tao Charan, seemingly wanting to be petted again. It was like being bullied badly outside, and then going home to complain to your owner. Tao Charan, holding the cat, felt somewhat lost. She realized she was in the solitary confinement area on the basement level of the prison, but the cat was clearly not being restrained. In the semi-dark corridor, one could only see the outlines of objects, not the details. She wanted to find a brighter place. Tao Charan initially intended to go straight back to her own solitary confinement cell. From the footage Xiaopu had recorded, she knew the light in the cell was always on, day or night. However, her ankle was already aching from holding on for so long, and Tao Charan was still some distance from her cell. Tao Charan looked around and suddenly realized that although the environment was still dark, it was brighter here than when she had come out. A faint light peeked from around the corner ahead. It was the direction the cat had appeared from. Perhaps the berserker was ahead, the culprit who had injured the cat. But since she was looking for the berserker to test her medicine on, Tao Charan listened intently, hearing nothing unusual, and Xiaopu gave no warning. She carried the cat in one arm, the other against the wall, and limped towards the spot. The cat opened its eyes and glanced at her, its round, amber eyes reflecting a golden light in the darkness. It licked its paws, then darted away, landing lightly on the ground without a sound. It seemed to know what Tao Charan was about to do, gracefully leading the way. The cat's initially rapid movement slowed as Tao Charan walked, the cat and the person, one in front and one behind, growing closer as they rounded the corner. The source of the light was an open door. This door was different from the confinement room Tao Charan had come out of. It was on the other side of the corridor, the only door on the entire long wall. The door was ajar. Not knowing what was inside, Tao Charan planned to mentally prepare herself before entering. But the cat didn't give her a chance to back out. It stretched out a soft paw and slapped the door open. The cat nimbly jumped inside. Because the light was bright, Tao Charan could see clearly this time. Almost all the good flesh on its body was gone. The white cat had turned into a red cat, cut and bleeding profusely, looking extremely gruesome and terrifying. Even after the cat left her, Tao Charan was still covered in the smell of blood. She could only follow the cat inside, but as soon as she entered, she stopped in her tracks. For a moment, she thought she had returned to the radiant chamber of the Star Moon Palace. In the pure white room, only the central treatment pod and the large bed were black. The walls, floor, ceiling, furniture, and even the lighting were all a pristine white, so monochromatic that it was almost blinding. Sofa, coffee table, bookshelf, bed. Aside from the treatment pod, these were the only 4 pieces of furniture in the vast room, their angles perfectly mirroring those in the radiant chamber. Whose room was this? Tao Charan took a step back. The cat that had jumped into the room had already found its place. It landed under the sofa, carefully controlling its movement so as not to dirty the floor. The stickiness on its body clearly bothered it. The cat licked its fur in annoyance, but with so much dirt, this was hardly a solution. It angrily wanted to find its owner for help. But when she looked up, the human who had just gently held it seemed to have retreated, showing no intention of entering. The cat looked at her in confusion, purring softly, its wounded state somewhat pitiful. But Tao Charan wasn't fooled. Aside from herself, only her attendants were truly familiar with the radiant realm. Past memories replayed in her mind, those feelings of déjà vu transforming into vivid recollections, ultimately merging with those amber eyes staring at her. Arrogance, pitifulness, all just tricks to deceive humans. Of course, there was more than one white cat in this universe. But the only one who could appear here, possess such authority, and feel a sense of familiarity was that one person. This time, Tao Charan's gaze towards the cat was completely different. If before she was still influenced by her past life's memories, interacting with the cat with a tacit indulgence, now she couldn't see the cat before her as a real cat. Her vigilance was at its peak. She couldn't help but suspect that she had given herself away, attracting the attention of this highest-ranking official. Tao Charan's alarmed reaction displeased the cat. It reared up and growled twice, urging Tao Charan to come closer. This was different from the one Tao Charan remembered. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have so brazenly brought the queen to a place like this. Tao Charan thought to herself, realizing her reaction was somewhat excessive. She hesitantly entered the room. Seeing her enter, the cat took a step back, no longer insisting that she groom it, but instead lay back down and continued its restless grooming, though ultimately showing some temper and ignoring Tao Charan. This relieved Tao Charan, who began to ponder why this situation had arisen. However, upon entering the room, she discovered that the treatment pod was actually operational. Green lights flashed above it, emitting a buzzing sound. Citizens have a strong sense of territory. How could 2 people live in one room at the same time? Tao Charan looked at the cat, hardly considering it a person now. But if this room belonged to it, then who was inside the treatment pod? Tao Charan, supporting herself against the wall, walked to the ship-shaped hatch and observed the fluctuating data. Under Tao Charan's leadership over the years, medical technology for citizens had made some progress, but the utilization rate of the treatment pods remained low. Citizens naturally possess strong self-healing abilities, and the treatment pods can't solve the berserk problem. They only function when the injuries are severe, but the person retains some sanity. Furthermore, the treatment pods are very expensive. Tao Charan wasn't surprised to find such equipment here, but she was extremely curious about the citizen receiving treatment inside. Perhaps she should open it and take a look? Tao Charan was very familiar with the operating principles of the treatment pods. The treatment process was only halfway complete, and even if she opened it, the person inside wouldn't be conscious. This was the perfect opportunity to open the pod and check on him. Tao Charan glanced back at the cat. The cat seemed content to be in the same room as her, and didn't seem to care what Tao Charan was doing. This resonated with certain scenes in her memory. Without hesitation, Tao Charan clicked a few buttons, and the pod door opened. She leaned out, and was immediately stunned. A delicately shaped, baby-faced boy, appearing even younger than Tao Charan, was naked, submerged in a high-concentration culture solution. Layers of wounds covered his not-so-plump body. The most horrifying sight was a wound on Bo's neck, almost severing his head from his body. It looked extremely dangerous. It was another acquaintance of Tao Charan's. Xian Luo, the owner of the silk entangling workshop. Tao Charan glanced at the cat, unusually agitated because it couldn't get its fur clean, then looked at Xian Luo, who was undergoing treatment for serious injuries. What on earth happened to cause two Super A-level cats to end up like this? This felt like a huge problem. Before Tao Charan could figure out what was going on, she heard two footsteps approaching from outside. Because the door had been open, the clattering of military boots, approaching from afar, was very clear. What to do? Tao Charan wasn't surprised anyone had found her way here. Before she could even react, her social anxiety had already made her choice. Tao Charan immediately crawled into the treatment pod. The pod was spacious enough to fit her inside. The pod door closed, and Tao Charan sat down against the petri dish, hugging her knees to minimize her presence. Beside her was the boy's serene and peaceful face, his red lips, and white teeth like Sleeping Beauty. This close proximity made Tao Charan feel somewhat uncomfortable. The door opened again. Did they go out to get something to eat? The treatment pod wasn't very soundproof, and Tao Charan heard a familiar voice. It was Yin Huan. As expected, Jin Huan's voice followed. Of the 4 solitary confinement cells this time, one opened. Probably been eaten. Which one? Yin Huan's voice seemed tense. That's right, it's the one you're thinking of. He's the weakest here. You don't think he managed to stay, do you? Jin Huan seemed to be implying something, or perhaps, you want to see what he's like. Jin Huan. Sigh, this place, the queen once had such high hopes, even by you, that warrior, put in so much effort, and in the end, Jin Huan stood in the center of the room, looking at the cat that only knew how to lick its fur. Is there anywhere in the entire universe that isn't a prison, huh? He sighed, then turned his head to the treatment pod. The treatment pod stopped? By you probably accidentally stopped it. Yin Huan said casually, it's just a cat now. What can you expect from it? His finger tapped on the control panel of the treatment pod. All done. With Yin Huan's movement, Tao Charan felt the petri dish beside him move. The liquid surged, constantly washing and repairing the wounds on his body, carrying the boy's body with it. The wounds visibly scabbed over, healed, and improved. In just a short while, through the clear liquid, a pair of dark eyes opened. King? Chapter 84. Xian Luo felt like he was dreaming. 1 second, he was locked in a bloody battle between 2 opposing forces. The next he opened his eyes to see the queen. His body involuntarily pressed against Tao Charan. The cold, icy outer shell of the culture dish beneath his hands was such an inconvenience. He strained his dark eyes, trying his best to see that familiar figure. He had already drunk the last vial of blood the queen had left him during the battle. Could it be that his berserk state had progressed to the point of hallucination? Queen. He wanted to call out to her, his usually cold, glass bead-like black eyes now revealing an intense longing. Unfortunately, the surrounding area was filled with the acidic culture fluid. Every time he opened his mouth, it flowed in, repairing his body from the inside out. So he could only make a mouth shape, his pale lips opening and closing repeatedly, devoid of his usual somber and low-key demeanor, looking more like a crazed, murderous water ghost. Tao Charan immediately scooted to the side, but the space was too small. Even with her best efforts, she couldn't stray too far from the petri dish. Just then, Xian Luo saw the flower branch hidden in Tao Charen's sleeve. It clearly had the characteristics of a plant, appearing to be at most grade B. Xian Luo's vision began to blur. From joy to despair, it was only a moment. The boy released his hands from the transparent shell, letting his body sink. The liquid occasionally lifted him, but his riddled body sank to the bottom under the pull of gravity. His consciousness seemed to have drifted away, leaving only a lifeless corpse. After all, he had persisted for too long. Even in the Star Moon Palace, he wasn't necessarily highly regarded by the queen. But he could always see her. Since their first meeting, they had never been separated for so long. Those memories, revisited 1,000 times, were once again dredged up and chewed over. With this small comfort, Xian Luo endured one pain and crisis after another, but at this moment, he suddenly didn't want to endure it anymore. Outside, Jin Huan and Yin Huan were still talking. Did you hear anything? What sound? It's just the healing pod operating. This thing is useless. Its healing efficiency isn't even as fast as my own healing. I heard. The healing pod was originally developed for the king. Huh? Faced with Yin Huan's skepticism, Jin Huan shrugged. It just didn't work out. It said the king is very delicate. Even medicine needs to be specially made when he's injured, so this pod is useless. How do you know so much? Could it be? Jin Huan raised her index finger. During their conversation, both of their eyes were fixed on the healing pod, their golden and silver eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Could it be that they found a little mouse? The hatch opened, and Silver Ring finished the sentence. Mice are snakes' food, they certainly couldn't let them go. The two snakes flicked their tongues excitedly, searching for the scent of living people in the air. The sweet smell was somewhat familiar. They had noticed it when they entered. Two pairs of eyes were fixed on the open hatch. The space inside the treatment chamber was completely visible. Apart from the boy lying in the petri dish, it was empty. The trembling of the snake's tongues lessened, and Gold Ring let out a puzzled huh. At this moment, Cat silently jumped onto the chamber. Its long white fur, despite its diligent licking, hadn't become clean. Instead, it looked even dirtier, even somewhat comical. It sat perched atop, looking down at Gold Ring and Silver Ring with the air of a king warning his subjects not to cross the line. Although facing a cat devoid of human reason, Gold Ring and Silver Ring still felt a sense of oppression from a high-ranking citizen, and both instinctively took a step back. Damn it. But it's alright, with it around, it's safer. Alright, it shouldn't be here, let's go somewhere else. Aren't you worried about number 9? Go check. Okay. The two exchanged a quick word and left. The cat watched them leave, then nimbly jumped off the treatment pod, slapped the door shut with its paw, and slammed it shut with a click. The cat wagged its tail contentedly and jumped into the still open treatment pod. Because it had been opened halfway through, the culture medium inside had stopped circulating. The culture dish was like a giant, transparent ice coffin, holding the boy's battered body. Tao Charen watched helplessly as the cat stepped past her without even glancing at her. This wasn't right. Given Bai Yu's unwavering determination to find her even after transforming into a cat, it wouldn't be pretending not to recognize her now. The cat was clearly puzzled as well. It circled the petri dish twice, emitting a cryptic meow. Tao Charen recalled the reactions of the golden and silver rings earlier and began to understand. Was she now invisible? Xiaopu didn't possess such advanced programming. If she could become invisible, she would have already hidden away in a secluded corner to conduct her experiments. Come to think of it, these Super A-level beings each had their own areas of expertise, and Xian Luo seemed particularly adept at concealing herself. Tao Charen looked at Xian Luo beside her. The boy, his body radiating a brokenness, had fallen into an eternal slumber, much like Snow White who never received a kiss, after calling king without a response. Meowing, after searching for Tao Charen twice without finding her, the cat visibly grew agitated. Its meows grew louder and louder, its amber eyes flashing with a ferocious light. Sharp claws pierced from its soft paws, and with a crash, a hole was torn in the culture dish. Liquid flowed continuously from the transparent outer shell, but thanks to the recycling device below, it didn't contaminate the white ground outside. This sudden noise even woke Snow White. Xian Luo angrily called out, "Bai Yu." For some reason, his baby face was slightly flushed, having been immersed in the liquid for so long. His lips were slightly pale, the contrast of red and white making him appear even younger and more childish. Usually, with the black cloak concealing him, and given his somber stance behind the queen, this unusual posture he so deliberately avoided was rare. Even Tao Charen couldn't help but glance at him a couple of times while invisible. But the cat clearly didn't seem to care. It disdainfully jumped onto his head, messing up Xian Luo's messy hair and leaving two deep, bone-revealing cuts on his back, completely oblivious to its colleague's unpleasant expression. Judging that Xian Luo couldn't salvage his image any longer, the cat jumped down contentedly and sat down beside him, watching him. Xian Luo glanced at the cat, then subtly glanced in Tao Charen's direction. Blushing, he quickly put on his clothes. Once the cloak was on, his previous mysterious aura returned. Xian Luo then asked, "Baiyu, can you still speak?" The cat had been meowing for a long time, clearly unable to answer his question. This was within Xuanluo's expectations. After all, his last memory was of Baiyu turning into a cat, leaping towards him, and then he lost consciousness. Moreover, a cat as fastidious as Baiyu wouldn't allow itself to become so slovenly unless it had truly lost its humanity. Xian Luo felt no camaraderie, inwardly mocking Baiyu mercilessly. But his behavior was merely the pot calling the kettle black, because compared to Baiyu's miserable state of regressing to its original form, he wasn't much better off. Songha's betrayal was somewhat unexpected. He had suspected Baiyu and Lanhuan, even wondering if Hongqiang's berserk state was feigned, but he had never considered Songha. He felt utterly invisible. Even Xian Luo had almost forgotten about him. Among the dazzling queen's attendants, he was the only one who remained inconspicuous. Because whenever he approached the queen, the king would even vomit, a reaction far more intense than anyone else's. Although it was later discovered that the king experienced similar symptoms with tall, robust citizens, causing the king discomfort was a grave offense, and no one would pardon him. Earlier, Xian Luo had encountered Songha several times at the Star Moon Palace, often when Songha shouldn't have been on duty, seeing him staring blankly in the direction of the radiance. But Xian Luo always thought he brought it upon himself, and never paid much attention. It wasn't until she discovered his betrayal that Xian Luo truly saw him for who he was. But he was no different from what she remembered. Even his tall, strong frame, accustomed to hunching over in front of the queen, was slightly bent before him, as if he could never straighten up again. Xuanlu pulled himself out of his memories. He had later sought out Lanhuan, but his illusionary realm was sealed, and Baiyu had become what it was now. If he gave up too, the queen might have no home left if she wanted to return. Although, for the queen, the Star Moon Palace might not truly be considered her home. His brief moment of weakness was cast aside. Xuanlu knew he was in danger now, because Baiyu, lacking the queen's blood, had degenerated. Perhaps the next time he was stimulated, he would become like Baiyu, a creature curled up in a dark corner, weaving a web. His gaze, for some reason, drifted towards Tao Charen. Even he himself didn't realize that his dark eyes held a longing and sorrow. Although he hadn't recognized the queen yet, subconsciously, he was already yearning for her pity. Tao Charen lowered her head and tightened her clothes. She didn't know if Xuanlu could see her, but avoiding eye contact was the right thing to do. She always felt uncomfortable under the gaze of others. "You?" Xian Luo hesitated before speaking. Actually, he had been avoiding eye contact and communication with Tao Charen ever since he woke up. He didn't know why he was doing this. It was as if someone was repeatedly emphasizing in his ear that he must protect her. So when he heard the two Class A warriors outside speaking, he knew that the little mouse they were talking about was the one beside him. Before he could even react, Xian Luo had already made his move, weakening the light and concealing her in the surrounding environment. Perhaps it was because she looked too much like the queen. Xian Luo thought uncertainly. Chapter 85. Even their personalities are so similar. Xian Luo looked in Tao Charen's direction. Perhaps his serious injuries had clouded his judgment, and he found himself lost in thought. The way she was holding him tightly, head bowed, was exactly like the queen in his memory. He was in a daze for too long, and the clever cat noticed. The cat stretched out its paws again, scratching two claw marks on his arm, before nimbly leaping away and landing precisely in Tao Charen's arms. Tao Charen's figure rippled like water after a pebble had been thrown in. Xian Luo's control was broken. Before she could react, she received a soft, fluffy cat treat. Baiyu didn't remember his vow at all. He was simply overjoyed at winning the hide-and-seek game. After rolling around happily, he snuggled into Tao Charen's arms, as if they were old friends, indicating that she should quickly clean him up. This preferential treatment made Xian Luo take notice. He couldn't recall Baiyu ever being so gentle with anyone. His misophobia was enough to drive his subordinates mad. Forget hugging him. Even brushing against his clothes would enrage him. Could it be that Baiyu also considered her the queen? This wouldn't do. A sudden sense of crisis gripped Xian Luo. Song He's betrayal remained a thorn in Xian Luo's side. Because of Song He's actions, the entire Radiant Five Gates had been tarnished. The king already distrusted them, and now this had happened. Even if the queen were to one day return to the throne, they, as close attendants, would be unworthy of blame. He absolutely would not allow any of the 5 of them to betray the queen again. Thinking this, Xian Luo forced himself to harden his heart. He finally dared to look Tao Charan in the eye. "Who are you?" Tao Charan was struggling with a restless cat in her arms. She didn't want to hold this dirty kitten at all, even though it looked pitiful. However, the kitten wouldn't let her resist, forcefully pressing its soft paws against her, and rolling over to rub against her. Although she knew the kitten might be trying to wipe off the blood on her body, and might be completely devoid of human reason and memory, Tao Charan still refused this domineering cat's forced love. Hearing Xian Luo's cold question, Tao Charan breathed a sigh of relief. Before Xiaopu upgraded, it was almost ineffective against Super A-level beings, and its disguise was easily detected. But Lan Huan's abilities still worked even against citizens of the same level, and Xiaopu, modified based on his principles, was much more reliable. At least from Xian Luo's reaction, he hadn't realized she was the queen at all. Since that's the case, why not just give Baiyu to him? Tao Charan dealt with the cat with one hand. Because she no longer resisted and even actively petted it, the cat's fuss gradually subsided. With her other hand, she activated her personal terminal, displaying the chat screen for conversation to Xian Luo. "Tao Tao. I'm a prisoner here, brought here by this cat. Can you get rid of it?" The girl looked pitiful, yet also exuded an exasperation at dealing with the mad cat. Xian Luo, of course, knew how troublesome Baiyu was. After all, they had worked together for 3 years, and had fallen into the traps Baiyu had set for them countless times. Although he often tricked Baiyu himself. Xian Luo instinctively reached out to Baiyu, but the cat acted differently around him. It meowed fiercely, its whiskers bristling, then turned its back to Xian Luo, clearly not wanting to acknowledge him. Xian Luo nonchalantly withdrew his hand. "Prisoner? This is the prison? What crime have you committed?" He abruptly changed the subject, regretting his earlier involuntary obedience. However, he couldn't help but compare her to the queen. She, like the queen, remained silent. Tao Charan, being questioned, quickly fabricated charges against herself in her mind. Fortunately, she now possessed some knowledge of the Radiant cult and the prison, which added a degree of credibility to her fabricated story. "I once joined the Radiant cult," Tao Charan replied carefully, characters bouncing on the light screen. "I was a Shinfeng. Later, I left due to unstable conditions." Shinfeng was now the target of everyone's hatred. Impersonating Shinfeng was tantamount to suicide. The patron, hoping the queen would change herself, wouldn't wear the queen's clothes. Only the divine patron, who believes in the queen's will, would naturally imitate her. Besides, the only Radiant Light cult member she had any real contact with was Ziwen. If a cult martyr is in prison, it's not surprising that a nobody like her is imprisoned. As for leaving, it was based on Ziwen's words, and also to provide an excuse if she ran out of things to say later. Most importantly, she wanted to see Xuanluo's attitude towards the Radiant Light cult. These few words of reply exhausted Tao Charan's emotional intelligence. But Xian Luo didn't see through her probing. Tao Charan's aura and energy were too weak even for a B-level cultivator. They weren't worth paying much attention to. Even her timid, yes-to-no answers to her questions were excused by Xian Luo. After all, facing a super rank A, his sheer pressure was enough to overwhelm her. Therefore, Xian Luo made no attempt to conceal his intentions. Upon hearing the name Radiant Light Cult, his expression immediately hardened, even his gaze towards Tao Charan turning icy cold. Upon hearing it was divine offering, his tone softened slightly, but only marginally. Xian Luo clearly believed Tao Charan's explanation. The prison wasn't his territory, and he wasn't entirely clear on the crimes committed here. But recently, Radiant Light Cult war criminals had indeed been imprisoned there, and the person before him might be one of them. For some reason, Xian Luo just couldn't bring himself to be harsh with the prisoner. Even when looking at her, he wondered if his expression was too frightening. And in the short time it took to calm her down, the cat, which had just been soothed, started acting up again. It seemed very unhappy that Tao Charan was talking to someone else and ignoring its presence, and stubbornly jumped onto her lap, rubbing its chubby face against her arm, wanting her to play with it. Tao Charan finally couldn't help but ask again, "Can you take it away?" Even though she seemed to have reached her limit, the girl's request was still a question, giving him room to refuse. Thoughts that weren't his own involuntarily surfaced in Xuanluo's mind once more. She's so kind. She's so cute. Xian Luo was startled by these thoughts. Already in a bad mood because of the Radiant Light cult, seeing Baiyu acting so childishly only fueled his anger. Xian Luo finally made his move, but his injuries hadn't fully healed, and he was currently no match for a cat. So, when his hand reached out again, the cat didn't even flinch, simply swatting at him with its paw. This further aggravated the cat's already wounded state. Fine. Xian Luo smiled coldly, his sinister aura almost overflowing from his cloak. He finally lost his patience and waved his hand, hiding Tao Charan again, leaving the cat, who disappeared in the blink of an eye, behind. Meow. Alright, I'm taking her with me. We talk again when you recovered. Xian Luo waved his hand, exiting the treatment pod and walking out the door. Tao Charan followed behind him, walking slowly due to her sprained ankle, but thankfully Xian Luo wasn't fast either. The cat couldn't understand, it jumped and leaped, but couldn't find the person it wanted. As the scent of Tao Charan faded in the room, a dark pain flashed in its amber eyes. His body began to elongate and deform, flickering between the boy and cat forms several times without settling. Finally, as if exhausted, the weakened cat couldn't revert to human form. It landed wearily on the ground, the blood on its body impossible to wipe away, staining the pure white room with a dark red hue. Xian Luo had just stepped outside when he encountered Jin Huan and Yin Huan, who had just left. Master. They didn't seem surprised to see Xian Luo here. After a brief greeting, Jin Huan explained, the master brought you here and asked us to look after you. Since master is awake, please come with us to the management office. The Lord's condition is somewhat unusual, so we can't have too much contact with him, Silver Ring said. At this point, they finally resembled a warden and judge. Tao Charan observed from the side, and then she realized that, apart from Xian Luo, neither of them seemed to have noticed her. Xian Luo glanced subtly in Tao Charan's direction, and seeing that she was perceptive enough to move away from them and hide in a corner, he nodded. What happened to Baiyu? He took medicine to resist the berserk state, Goldring said briefly, but didn't delve into the topic. This floor is all solitary confinement cells, also the Lord's hunting ground. We better leave quickly. The hunting grounds? Xian Luo was taken aback. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, but ultimately remained uneasy about Tao Charan. She resembled the queen so much, even managing to bewitch Baiyu, she must have secrets. Xian Luo convinced himself of this. So he made a decision. I also want to take a prisoner away. Xian Luo had intended to say that. But when he looked up again, the person in that corner was gone. Gone. So fast, right under the noses of a superclass A. Xian Luo narrowed his eyes, his pure black pupils, identical to the queen's, reflecting a chilling light. Where did she go? He said softly, then looked at the bewildered Jin Huan and Yin Huan. Did you catch the little mouse? If you don't catch her soon, she'd be eaten by someone else. On the other side. Inside the confinement room. Tao Charan was placed on the only chair in the room, a tall, handsome man holding onto the back of the chair, standing behind her. The room's decor was basically the same as her original confinement room, but it shouldn't be the same one. The unidentified object that had just slipped from her clothes landed and transformed into a man, still holding her, instantly teleporting here. Tao Charan knew she'd been tricked again. Who are you? Tao Charan cautiously opened her personal terminal, asking the same question Xian Luo had asked earlier. I am Highway, he said. I see you. You're a cultist too, aren't you? His breath washed over her, a familiar, chilling scent. His pale, almost transparent face was close at hand. You smell so good. Can you become my food? Chapter 86. What an impolite request. Tao Charan shook her head slightly, indicating her refusal. The two were very close, their faces almost touching. Highway seemed to be sniffing her closely, cautiously assessing the deliciousness of his prey with a predatory air. Their breaths mingled, and Tao Charan could even feel Highway's scent, damp, with the briny smell of seawater, flowing silently like an ocean current beneath the surface, its hidden dangers and undercurrents unknown to anyone. But he never touched Tao Charan. With his hands on the back of the chair, Highway's high-bridged nose and glass bead-like eyes loomed before Tao Charan, his cherry blossom lips slightly parted, making one feel that he would kiss her at any moment. But in reality, he didn't. He simply approached like a small animal without making contact, maintaining a distance that could hardly be called social distance. Surrounded by him, Tao Charan dared not move. She stood stiffly, head bowed nervously, completely unable to appreciate the other's eerily beautiful face. After a moment of this tense standoff, Highway finally stepped back slightly. Oh. What did "oh" mean? Tao Charan didn't understand, but Highway didn't seem to want to devour her whole, so perhaps it was still relatively safe. Tao Charan instructed Xiao Pu to remain vigilant, but Highway didn't make any further inappropriate moves, only offering her some regretful advice. Really not. become one with me, and finally return to the queen's embrace. Why are you refusing? Tao Charan didn't have any expectations of his logic. Hearing him mention food, she understood that this person was probably a sacrificial offering. She had seen Tian Shu in prison before. He was also a madman. She never heard of Haiyu before, but she figured he wasn't a good person either. Tao Charan's tightly pursed lips made Haiyu realize his suggestion was currently unworkable, but he didn't seem to care. Fine, I hope you change your mind someday, just like you wanted to leave the divine order. You eventually understand that only we are the king's loyal followers. Only we can fulfill the king's wishes. The queen herself sat before Haiyu, expressionless, listening to his wild speculations about her will, his self-aggrandizement, and even his disparaging remarks about other sects. The divine order members are all cowards, who dare not face reality, and the practitioners are even more mindless fools. Only we, sacrificing ourselves for the king's happiness. Believe me, no one loves the king more than we do. His eyes were calm, much more refined than Tian Shu's, but his resolute tone revealed a similar madness in both of them. The Shifeng sect seemed to have its own worldview, incomprehensible to others, only they held their own vague and unfounded beliefs as gospel. This passionate proselytizing successfully made the queen consider distancing herself from the Shifeng. It's alright if you don't believe us now, Haiyu said slowly. We will prove everything. You just need to watch and then make your choice. The Shifeng always welcomes its followers. If you change your mind, I can eat you anytime. Are the Shifeng sects really this arrogant now, not even bothering to pretend? Listening to Haiyu loudly proclaiming her identity, Tao Charan found it somewhat unbelievable. If her judgment was correct, at least the Xingyu and Shifeng sects should be two opposing camps, otherwise, the Jinhuan and Yinhuan sects wouldn't have captured her, and Xianluo wouldn't have such a strong aversion to the name Huiguang sect. On enemy territory, not only did they move with impunity, but they also planned to poach and subvert the prisoners. Wouldn't Haiyu be attacked? Tao Charan had just thought this when she heard a flurry of hurried footsteps outside. Then everything fell silent, like the calm before a storm. Tao Charan felt inexplicably uneasy. She felt the familiar sense of being watched. However, this feeling didn't seem to be caused by a single pair of eyes or one person. It felt more like a dense net of thousands of eyes, completely surrounding her. The stage spotlight suddenly shone on her, making her the object of everyone's observation. So fast. This time, Haiyu was far away from Tao Charan. His figure vanished like a disappearing image, erased bit by bit from space. I'm going to work. Sigh, I'm not even interested in the food anymore. I'm looking forward to the day you change your mind. I hope it's still not too late then. There were more words after that, but Tao Charan couldn't hear them. As they spoke, Haiyu's figure vanished completely. Then, in the next second, the door was reduced to dust by the fierce attack. When the dust settled, Xuanlu's baby face was revealed. Golden ring and silver ring stood behind him, one on his left and one on his right, their identical faces displaying drastically different expressions. Golden ring stroked his chin, flicking his tongue, his eyes full of interest. Silver ring, on the other hand, looked irritable, frowning as he stared at Tao Charan. This formation clearly indicated a hierarchy, but due to the height difference, Xianluo was actually 2 heads shorter than those behind him. However, he unusually ignored this, immediately scrutinizing Tao Charan from head to toe. Only after confirming she was unharmed did he frown and move away from Golden Ring and Silver Ring. Alright, let everyone leave. This is Baiyu's territory after all. Xuanlu reminded them twice. He shouldn't have gone far. Seal off this floor and search slowly. Then he pointed at Tao Charan. I'm taking her away. Jin Huan had been nodding casually until she heard the last sentence, but now she retorted, that won't do. He's a prisoner in the prison. The king hasn't sentenced him yet. How can we let him leave so easily? The king? Sentenced? Xuanlu wasn't buying it. In fact, before they broke off relations, he had discussed this issue with Song He, and now he didn't hesitate to bring it up openly. Only these prisoners would believe it. Does the king know about the prison? Whether he knows or not, what does it matter? Yin Huan stood on the same side as Jin Huan at this moment. As a close attendant, the head of the workshop wouldn't presume to guess the king's thoughts, would he? As for whether the prisoners believe it or not, what does that have to do with the prison? Of course, this was false. The king couldn't personally participate in politics. Xuanlu knew that, of course. Deliberations and judgments both require contact with citizens. Before any decisions can be made, just figuring out what the criminal did and what crimes they committed would probably make the king cower in fear. But then again, who knows? After all, she appears weak and timid, Yet she's been away from the Star Moon Palace for so long. Thinking of the queen, an unspeakable gloom settled over him again. Xuanlu regretted being bewitched by Lan Huan, and not taking the king away immediately. Now, he had lost contact with the king once more. Lan Huan's illusion was sealed off. The king could very well be inside, and it would be best if he were. But Song He knew this too. Would he let the king go? He asked himself honestly, what would he do in his own situation? No one could resist the temptation of having the king all to themselves. He needed to try again with Lan Huan, and he also needed to keep an eye on Song He's movements. The work that originally belonged to Bai Yu also needed to be shared. Of course, the search for clues about the queen also needed to continue. Xian Luo knew he still had a lot to do, but at this moment, he simply looked at Tao Charen's slender figure and repeated his request. I want to take her away. The pressure around him surged, and a powerful and terrifying killing intent of Super A level spread out, almost filling the entire level. Even the prisoners in the solitary confinement cell felt threatened. The closest two, Jin Huan and Yin Huan, were most affected. They felt as if they carried 1,000 pounds, their waists slowly bending, then their heads and knees. Finally, they knelt on the ground. Only then did Xian Luo reveal a somewhat childlike, faint smile, his eyes filled with a small, unnoticed smugness, as he stared intently at Tao Charen. They were no longer even up to his waist. One by one, the hidden members of the enforcement team fell to the ground with thuds. Tao Charen realized that her earlier feeling wasn't unfounded. So many people were watching her. Now, can I take her away? To Tao Charen's surprise, it wasn't the ever-rebellious silver ring who spoke, but the seemingly indifferent golden ring who acted solely on her whims. No! Despite spitting blood and feeling as if her internal organs were about to burst from the pressure, Golden Ring still smiled, opening her blood-red mouth to utter the unpleasant words, "The prison is not the silk entangling workshop. You have no right." It sounded reasonable, selfless, and just. But if his forked tongue wasn't trying to detect Tao Charen's scent in the air, then it would be more believable. The two snakes were frozen in place, as if pinned by serpent forks, only able to violently writhe in their attempts to break free. This scene clearly aggravated Xian Luo. A heavy gloom spread across his eyes, obscuring the sky. Love wasn't always a sweet memory, especially when the object of affection was the queen. Countless subjects pursued the queen. Even those of the highest rank were nothing more than a speck of dust on her black robe. Jealousy and bloodshed were commonplace. Xian Luo was used to it. The five of them had executed countless citizens who disturbed the queen, yet they always worried that one day they wouldn't be able to tolerate it, and would do the same thing, incurring the queen's disdain. Seeing them was like seeing his own future. At this moment, Xian Luo's thoughts went blank. He blurred the lines between Tao Tao and the queen, unable to discern that the person before him was the head of the prison, not the thief from the Star Moon Palace attempting to steal the universe's only treasure. What began as mere intimidation had now morphed into a genuine bloodlust. A faint red rose in his eyes. Xian Luo suppressed all emotion, becoming one with his surroundings. Unlike Bai Yu's cat and mouse game, Xian Luo's aesthetics did not include the concept of a protracted battle. He was not adept at probing or delaying in combat. He preferred a swift and decisive strike. The change occurred instantly, and Tao Charen, with her rich experience, sensed something was amiss sooner than anyone else. She panicked slightly, aware of the attention-grabbing action she was about to take. Tao Charen's clumsy acting made her ashamed. But Xian Luo stopped. Countless eyes around them, along with his, turned to Tao Charen. The girl was in poor condition. She bit her lip tightly, seemingly enduring immense pain, and a thin layer of sweat trickled down her forehead. The faint voice, like a broken string, vanished without a trace in the wind, as if it were a hallucination. Chapter 87. But they heard it, everyone heard it. It seemed so. Xian Luo couldn't help but think of the queen. Occasionally, the queen would act like this. When she couldn't bear it any longer, she would clutch her chest and breathe softly, making weak, fragmented sounds, looking as if she might collapse at any moment, so pitiful. Actually, many times everyone could see that her behavior was intentional, just to keep people away from her. But because the queen rarely put in such effort, even if it was deception, they were happy to go along with it, giving her a little time to breathe freely. Just like now. Xian Luo realized he couldn't possibly ignore Tao Charen. Serving the queen had become a habit. He couldn't resist his instincts, nor did he want to. So, the place he expected to appear was empty. Xian Luo, who had originally intended to slay the snake, changed direction halfway. When he saw her again, the young man had stopped beside Tao Charen, carefully observing her. "What's wrong?" he asked. The boy was rather short, so he was closer to the girl curled up on the chair. His dark eyes held a certain composure, unlike the helplessness he displayed before the queen. Tao Charan pointed to her ankle. It was the only visible injury on her body, and she naturally wanted to make good use of it. Xian Luo, of course, saw it. In Bai Yu's room, when Tao Charan stood up, he realized the prisoner was injured. Does it hurt a lot? Tao Charan nodded, enduring the discomfort. Because Xian Luo was the most sensible among them, Tao Charan was quite familiar with him. She could almost guess his reaction, which was why she dared to act this way. His thin, crimson lips pressed into a line. Xian Luo parted the hem of her black robe and reached out to touch her ankle, which was tightly wrapped in bandages. Compared to her other, overly slender, pale ankle, this one was rather unsightly. Come with me. Xian Luo quickly checked it, and found that the wound was actually bandaged fairly well, and given the physical condition of a citizen, it should heal quickly. Xian Luo then told her his decision. He hadn't actually intended to tell her beforehand, because she had no right to object. But now, Xian Luo gently reassured her, I have better medicine than this, or you can use the treatment pod. It won't hurt for long, don't worry. This treatment was practically a courtesy, completely different from the Xian Luo he usually was. But after saying this, without even asking Tao Charan's opinion, he intended to grab her wrist and lead her away to the silk entangling workshop. Tao Charan almost instinctively understood Xian Luo's intentions. She hesitated for a moment. Actually, Wuxi Star was also a place she wanted to temporarily reside in, so it seemed the outcome was the same. However, firstly, there was still war outside, and Xian Luo might not actually return to Wuxi Star. Being in the center of the war would be very dangerous for her. Secondly, traveling alone and taking Xian Luo with her were two completely different things. If she agreed, it would simply be like leaving the prison and ending up in another prison. Tao Charan quickly grasped these 2 points and immediately dodged the question, expressing her objection. Where are you? Aren't you the head of the prison? No, I can't go with you. Seeing the words appear on the screen, Xian Luo frowned. Why? I am guilty, I must atone. Tao Charan acted unreasonably, using almost all the common sense she had just learned. Suppressing her discomfort, she imitated Tian Shu and the others, creating a persona for herself. I haven't seen the king yet, I won't leave. The king won't see you, Xian Luo couldn't help but say. You don't understand the king. His judgment is just a gimmick, a way to keep the prisoners here. They're lying to you, this place is just... Master. Yin Huan suddenly interrupted him. Since Xian Luo appeared beside Tao Charan, the threat posed by the Super 8 level had gradually dissipated. Jin Huan, Yin Huan, and the others were all panting, especially the 2 snakes who had just been targeted. Having survived a brush with death, their injuries had worsened, and they lay paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. But their attention, like Xian Luo's, had been drawn to him. Hearing Xian Luo's invitation, almost everyone held their breath. Only after Tao Charan refused did they gradually relax. Hearing Xian Luo practically reveal all the secrets of the entire prison, Yin Huan mustered all her strength, risking being targeted again by a Super A level to cut Xian Luo off. Xian Luo realized he had said too much to a B-level prisoner. But he couldn't leave Tao Charan there, so he could only tell half the truth. A traitor from the Radiant Cult has infiltrated this floor. You should have just seen him. He's a follower of the body, and besides the priests, he wields almost the most power within the Radiant Cult now. He probably tried to convert you. The reason he didn't devour you is because we arrived early, and besides, you weren't his target this time. If you don't come with me, do you think he let you go? Tao Charan almost instinctively recalled Haiyue's pale yet faintly compassionate face. He truly possessed a captivating charisma. Every word he spoke carried a strange allure. Imagine if she weren't simply human, but a citizen driven to madness. She would likely find it difficult to escape such demonic whispers. Recalling Haiyue's words before leaving, his mention of going to work and other food, combined with the information Xian Luo revealed, it wasn't hard to guess that Haiyue had come here to hunt for food. Although she wasn't his first choice of food, judging from his apparent interest in her, Tao Charan had a strange confidence that Haiyue would come looking for her sooner or later. Xian Luo was right. This level was indeed very dangerous. But compared to Bai Yu, the cat with its animalistic mindset was still easier to handle. Tao Charan thought for a moment and replied, I can go to other levels. But I can't leave the prison. Jin Huan propped himself up from the ground. His powerful physique allowed him to continue moving even in such a short time. Besides the Lord, there are only 4 prisoners on this level. To successfully capture Haiyue, we will immediately transfer all prisoners. The Lord will likely have to stay here for a while longer, So why don't we go to the management level together? He conceded a step. The reason was that there was no one in the prison who could stop Xian Luo, and the Lord, being of equal rank, seemed easily fooled and wouldn't stand up for them. His golden eyes were fixed on Xian Luo, as if trying to bore a hole through him, to see what kind of magic the prisoner within him possessed that could make even a super-ranked prisoner take notice. Xuanlu nodded. He found another similarity between her and the queen: stubbornness. Once she set her mind on something, she would do it, no matter how difficult, never giving up. Even when she contradicted his opinion, Xuanlu showed no displeasure. Instead, he found her persistence endearing. In his view, this reluctance to leave stemmed from a longing to see the king. After all, an organization daring to promise the king's personal judgment was extremely rare, and with the king's personal signature as evidence, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many citizens. When someone is willing to believe a lie, that lie becomes undeniably true. Even if someone exposes it, people can always find various reasons to cover it up. Xuanlu himself was no different. The matter was finally settled. The enforcement team was ordered to bring the other 3 prisoners, and Xuanlu waited with Tao Charan. Shortly afterward, Ziwen and Xinling were brought over. Ziwen had finished making the doll. He held it, muttering to himself, not even glancing at Tao Charan, as if the events that had happened before were non-existent. The most unexpected case was Xinling. His injuries were more numerous than those inflicted by the superclass A targets, the gold ring and silver ring. When he was brought over, he was in a semi-conscious state, the shackles binding him tightly, binding this prisoner who seemed to lack any self-awareness, and even now, they remained in place. Tao Charan had initially thought T-068 would allow him to hold out longer, but it seemed he had also encountered some difficulties. While Ziwen and Xinling were both in poor condition, at least they were still alive. The last prisoner, whom Tao Charan had never seen before, was now nowhere to be found. The dispatched enforcement team searched the entire basement level from top to bottom, but couldn't find the prisoner. Impossible, we just saw him. Jin Huan's expression turned serious. Dong Jin's movement speed isn't that fast, keep searching. Even Yin Huan joined the enforcement team, searching every solitary confinement cell, but still found no trace. This is troublesome. Yin Huan returned, still unable to help but say, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on cells 3 and 5? So we brought Dong Jin up, who knew it was Haiyu who came. Jin Huan frowned, opening the full real-time projection of the 19th floor of the prison on the personal terminal. Highly likely they already left this level. Now connecting to the 18th floor. Cell 5, Tianshu, report on the prisoner's situation. Immediately following was the voice of Tianshu, which Tao Charan had heard before. What's wrong? I'm eating, is that not allowed? Jin Huan and Yin Huan exchanged a glance. Yin Huan spotted Tianshu on the 18th floor surveillance camera. Just as he described, the bat was hanging upside down from the ceiling, chewing on some bloody flesh it somehow obtained, its white claws stained red. Seemingly aware the camera was on him, Tianshu even stretched his wings in a greeting. Survival of the fittest, you guys don't care about this, do you? Now you won't even let me eat? Nothing seemed amiss. He didn't seem to have seen anyone special. Fine, eat yours, Yin Huan said irritably, but the surveillance camera remained on. Tianshu ignored their comments and continued eating. But halfway through chewing, he seemed hesitant, asking tentatively, is number 9 with you? Number 9 was Tao Chu Ran's number. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned to look at Tao Chu Ran once more. Chapter 88. This prisoner, though smaller and thinner than everyone else, had repeatedly become the center of attention. Jin Huan and Yin Huan, needless to say, and even the other members of the enforcement team, despite their busy schedules, would glance inside the solitary confinement cell when passing by. Only after seeing that slender figure did they feel a slight sense of relief, otherwise, something felt off. During this time, Xian Luo remained by her side. The terrifying pressure of a superclass A prisoner was palpable to everyone. He seemed unwilling for others to see her, but his short stature wasn't enough to completely conceal Tao Charan. Thus, the atmosphere around them grew cold and oppressive. Everyone could feel the oppressive aura emanating from him. Tao Charan, however, remained oblivious. But she heard Tianshu ask her a question. Her head unconsciously tilted slightly, which Xian Luo, Jin Huan, and Yin Huan, who were closer to her, noticed. So Yin Huan, who had initially intended to remain silent, changed the subject. What is it? I heard some interesting things lately. Tianshu chewed more slowly, as if recalling something. You better keep a close eye on her. There are plenty of prisoners interested in her. Mind your own business. Yin Huan glanced at Tao Charan, who remained unmoved. Suppressing his agitation and displeasure, he threatened, I heard you're quite interested in her too. If anything happens to her, you'd be punished even more severely. Tianshu flapped his wings, chewing nonchalantly. During their conversation, the real-time projection in front of Jin Huan was constantly searching, and Xian Luo, being close, could see it clearly as well. The prison system was developed independently by the Jade Pavilion of the White Jade Organization. The Silk Entangling Workshop had no involvement whatsoever. Therefore, this was the first time Xian Luo had seen such a rudimentary system. Whether it was the retrieval, monitoring, or communication methods, they were all far too primitive. Searching like this was less efficient than simply sending someone to search the entire prison. The meticulous head of the Silk Entangling Workshop finally couldn't stand it any longer. After negotiating with Jin Huan, he successfully gained access, directly connecting the system to his personal computer and starting to fix the bugs. When Jin Huan pulled out the system projection, Tao Charan realized what Xian Luo was likely about to do. In terms of professionalism, he had high standards for himself and others. This was why, despite Xian Luo's lack of management skills, Tao Charan could still entrust the Silk Entangling Workshop to him with confidence. Facts proved that Tao Charan hadn't misjudged him. Although Xian Luo had indeed disappointed her in some ways, it was undeniable that he had contributed to the rapid technological advancements in the universe over the past 3 years. Light networks, spaceships, interstellar routes, and other civilian technologies had become widespread, and basic scientific research standards had been established. Therefore, Jin Huan and Yin Huan were unaware of Xiao Pu's existence, but they couldn't possibly hide it from Xian Luo. Xian Luo had even successfully tracked Xiao Pu before. If he discovered her, he would easily guess that she was the queen. Concerning her disguise, Tao Charan dared not be careless. She immediately ordered Xiao Pu to suspend all background tasks, and completely exit the prison system without leaving a trace. Tao Charan was so cautious, and indeed, she was more skilled than Xian Luo, so Xiao Pu's existence was naturally kept secret. However, Xian Luo quickly discovered the problem. Even after patching the loopholes, there were several blank encrypted areas in the management system, and these couldn't possibly be content originally provided by the prison. It was like a row of enormous footprints suddenly appearing in a vast expanse of white snow, and these footprints were strangely familiar to Xian Luo. It was the technique commonly used by the Silk Entangling Workshop. This made things much easier. The light screen appeared and disappeared one by one around Xian Luo. To Xian Luo and Tao Charan, the chaotic characters were as simple as adding and subtracting tens digits. Tracing them was effortless. He almost immediately found the source. All the addresses pointed to the same location. Xian Luo's eyes flickered. Did you check the room we just came out of? Jin Huan and Yin Huan were startled, immediately realizing they had overlooked it. The middle room on the lower level was by Yu's domain. Unless it was something extremely important, venturing into a super-grade A domain was extremely dangerous, especially since the current master was acting purely on animal instinct, lacking rationality. Furthermore, Jin Huan and Yin Huan had just checked there, so they subconsciously ignored this place. However, since Bai Yu is there, even if she loses her mind, she probably won't let Hai Yu go right. I go investigate immediately. Jin Huan and Yin Huan's faces turned grim after Xian Luo pointed out their mistake. Yin Huan was about to leave with his men, but Xian Luo stopped him. I go with you. Having another super rank A would reduce some of the risks. Jin Huan and Yin Huan's ranks were lower than Xian Luo's, so this time, they couldn't refuse, neither morally nor logically. Tao Charan, watching from the side, witnessed Xian Luo's entire operation. Compared to before, his understanding of artificial intelligence had reached a new level, and his operation was textbook perfect. This also confirmed Tao Charan's earlier discovery. Xiao Pu had initially reported that there was a third-party force within the system that didn't belong to the Criminal Investigation Department. This account had even tracked Xiao Pu before, only to be easily shaken off. Now it seemed this was the one Xian Luo had found. Moreover, Tao Charan felt that if she wasn't mistaken, the other party was using a unique method of communication from the Silk Entangling Workshop, roughly similar to SOS, meaning a request for help when the situation was out of control. All these characteristics indicated that the prisoner came from the Silk Entangling Workshop and was in danger. As the workshop's leader, Xian Luo couldn't possibly ignore it. Tao Charan hesitated whether to follow. She wasn't a queen now, and she didn't have much confidence that anyone would protect her. If a conflict really broke out, she, in her vulnerability, would be the first to suffer. But before she could decide, Xian Luo made the decision for her. After he finished speaking, he turned to her. You come along too. A member of the enforcement team pushed over a wheelchair, and Tao Charan regained her mount. At the front was Xian Luo, then surrounded by Jin Huan and Yin Huan, and behind them were dozens of the prison's top enforcers. The group was vast and imposing, completely surrounding the door to the white jade room. Xuanlu violently smashed the door open. The pure white room clashed drastically with the darkness and bloodshed of the prison. It was empty except for the wide-open door of the treatment pod from which Tao Charan had just emerged, like a trap inviting her in. Without hesitation, Xuanlu went inside and picked up the cat from within. The cat, which had been lively and energetic just moments before, was now completely unconscious, its life hanging in the balance. Xuanlu frowned. In just a short while, the treatment pod had been repaired. It was designed for this war-torn universe, and naturally possessed a self-repairing function. The petri dish had repaired itself, and the liquid inside worked tirelessly, almost exactly the same as Xuanlu was back then. The only difference was the person being treated had changed. In the transparent dish, a small turtle floated, its shell adorned with clear red stripes, giving it a subtly luxurious appearance. Its 4 claws slowly stirred the water, its head extending and retracting with extremely slow movements. Xianluo tapped the outer shell of the petri dish, and the turtle slowly turned to look. Its small black eyes were cloudy and dull, indicating that its condition was not quite normal. Can it still speak? There was no answer. Xianluo activated his personal terminal to scan it directly, and the system quickly provided its basic information. Detection result, SSS level criminal. Name, Dong Jin. Code, 05. Affiliation, Chansifeng/Huiguang sect. Criminal record, violation of Citizens' Basic Rights Protection Ordinance. Dong Jin. Xianluo thought for a moment, finally vaguely recalling some memories. Each of the 5 radiant gates has an extremely large structure, with the silk entangling workshop being the most loosely structured. Xianluo himself doesn't remember how many subordinates he has. They're all in the system, and he can simply look them up and communicate via the optical network when needed. He connected his personal computer to the silk entangling workshop system, and a black star rose slowly, exploding in the air with a firework effect. Tao Charan couldn't see the subsequent content because a confidential module was loaded. However, she had just obtained some basic information. For example, the regulations on the protection of basic citizens' rights. One of the earlier documents she personally signed mainly addressed the chaotic situation of mutual cannibalization when she first arrived. It solemnly declared that every citizen's life is precious and must be respected. Even lower-ranking citizens are not food. This charge unexpectedly aligned with her status as a servant. Tao Charan was even somewhat gratified that, even in the queen's absence, someone still respected the laws she had established. Furthermore, Bayu's condition also greatly concerned Tao Charan. He had reverted to his beastly form, but showed no aggression, something Tao Charan had never seen before. And now, she smelled a peculiar bloody odor in the air, mixed with the scent of certain familiar medicines, giving Tao Charan an eerie feeling. It was as if someone had deliberately harvested organs, other body tissues, or something similar from Bayu, and then treated him to prevent him from dying or going berserk. This approach was somewhat similar to Tao Charan's experimental methods. She had treated Lan Huan in roughly the same way before, and this similarity made her ominous premonition increasingly real. To be able to evade the search of a superclass A officer and still harm Bayu, this didn't seem like something an ordinary Class A officer could do. What exactly happened to Haihui? It's a pity their last meeting was too brief. Tao Charan didn't have an opportunity to have Xiaopu take samples for analysis. Jin Huan took Bayu from Xianluo's hands. His attitude towards his superior wasn't exactly respectful, and his movements were quite rough. The cat's soft body was pinched and tossed around by Jin Huan, showing absolutely no consideration for Bayu's feelings. Haihui didn't eat him. Yin Huan glanced at the bewildered little turtle in the petri dish and raised an eyebrow. Why didn't she eat him? Xianluo quickly finished reading the internal documents of the silk entangling workshop and looked up at Dong Jin. Of course, she kept him as bait to lure me in. Chapter 89. The words had barely left her lips when the transparent petri dish exploded. The scattered liquid splashed onto the bodies of the surrounding law enforcement officers, instantly corroding them into clusters of red, swollen blisters. Damn it, what happened? Even though everyone was prepared, they were still inevitably affected. In the chaos, Tao Charan was pushed to the front. She was already very close to the petri dish, and being in a wheelchair, she was unlikely to move much, so she should have been the most seriously injured. She had already instructed Xiaopu to prepare. Although there was a risk of exposure, her own life was more important. However, Xiaopu didn't have time to act. Because Xianluo was right next to Tao Charan, he immediately erected an arc-shaped barrier, protecting everyone behind him. Tao Charan, being next to him, was the first to be protected, and not a drop of liquid touched her. Something sticky hit the barrier and fell down with a thud. Not far away, a small turtle, now without support, fell belly up to the ground, flailing its paws in bewilderment, unable to get up. The instant the petri dish shattered, Tao Charan smelled a unique, pungent fragrance. After Xianluo opened the barrier, the fragrance became faint, making one's mind involuntarily drowsy. Something was wrong. Tao Charan linked her consciousness with Shupu, analyzing the composition of the air, discovering it was mainly composed of glycosides, likely from oleander. Was the other party's original form oleander? But what were those slimy creatures that kept rushing towards the barrier? Tao Charan remembered that after she and Baiyu left, a slippery, transparent object had also slid across her clothes, so similar to the small animals attacking her now. After that, Haiwei appeared. What animal or plant characteristics did Haiwei possess? Tao Charan tried desperately to recall, but perhaps due to the scent, she couldn't remember. The enforcers behind her reacted quickly. Most were seasoned Class A fighters, and they weren't intimidated by the sneak attack. The treatment pod had already been shattered when the culture dish exploded. Now the battlefield had shifted to Baiyu's territory. The once clean and tidy white room was now a mess, filled with translucent, sticky little creatures that were incredibly powerful, difficult to shake off once they clung to the body. For a moment, the prison staff were all fighting their own battles, unable to attend to anyone else. The scent grew stronger. Something gurgled and wrapped itself around Tao Charan's fingers. She pinched the soft little creature, finally realizing what it was. It was a jellyfish. The tiny jellyfish was entirely transparent white, curled up like a slime-like gel. But it could move, even corroding a hole in the barrier erected by a super-level A enforcer, and it could open its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, towards its kind. Yes, Tao Charan watched as its tiny body, no bigger than her fingernail, rapidly inflated into a balloon, then a bubble larger than a person, and then swallowed a level A enforcer whole. Tao Charan thought of Tian Shu, whom she had just seen in the video. They were like gluttons, endlessly feeding. Chew, eat, then level up. Where was the end? The aroma clouded her thoughts. Xiao Pu had already injected her with medication to alleviate the symptoms, but it would take some time for it to take effect. In fact, she was the one most affected here. At least Class A individuals have resistance, but she, a pure human, was probably poisoned the moment she inhaled the medication. She stared, dizzy, at the pale, almost transparent man appearing before her. He indeed lacked any obvious animal or plant characteristics. The tall man leaned down, his silver hair brushing against Tao Charan's cheek, bringing a sea breeze-like touch. Have you made up your mind? Will you join us? Glassbead's eyes revealed a gluttonous hunger. I can't wait. Me neither. A chill from the corner enveloped the damp sea breeze. Spiderwebs were coiled. Even the moisture could be captured. As the silk threads severed the fragrance, the blue phantoms fluttered down, the slimy jellyfish and gaping maws vanished, and the law enforcers, who had been killing each other, awoke from their dream. The blue morpho butterfly, like the blue illusion butterfly, belongs to the morpho genus, and its scales have a strong hallucinogenic effect. Oleander, the blue morpho butterfly, and the incredibly strong spatial manipulation ability that Haiwei displayed when he took her away, all these combined in one Class A individual seemed so incongruous. His carefully laid trap had been broken, yet Haiwei remained calm. He even greeted Xianluo casually. Master, long time no see. Long time no see? Xuanluo's eyes were devoid of emotion. His silken threads attacked Haiwei, forcing him to distance himself from Tao Charan. I remember just seeing you. Didn't you come with me? You've been discovered. Haiyue's face broke into a naive smile. I thought I was hiding well. After all, the sect leader was too busy vying for Chiyu's affections to even arrest me. Xuanluo's expression darkened further. He recognized Haiyue's sarcasm. It was indeed his oversight. Seriously injured, he had inexplicably lost his awareness of his surroundings, failing to notice that a traitor from the Radiant Light sect had infiltrated his ranks. Since you insist, then I shall accept. Xianluo concealed his and Tao Charan's location, his voice seemingly coming from all directions. Stay and atone for your martyr. This level of combat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary Class A fighters. Xianluo intentionally pushed Tao Charan towards the golden ring and silver ring. The two snakes understood his meaning, and were about to catch her, when their movements were blocked by transparent tentacles. Why don't you want to take her with you anymore? Haiwei sighed, her long, thin brows furrowed with worry. Actually, seeing so many of you, I didn't want to fight. After all, I just wanted some food, not much, just a little. But since you found out and have been with her, I can't help it. Tao Charan, in her wheelchair, struggled to move. The flashy, back-and-forth attacks on both sides were too fast for her to keep up with the naked eye. However, it was precisely because they were evenly matched that she was able to protect herself once again in the fight, at least for now. With the surrounding furniture shattered, her wheelchair remained intact. But, can the phrase evenly matched truly apply to a fight between a Super A and an A-level fighter? Xian Luo even seemed to be at a disadvantage. This was beyond Tao Charan's understanding of this universe. As the medicine gradually began to counteract the side effects of the oleander scent, she began to ponder Haiyue's purpose. Haiwei had clearly come prepared. He used Dong Jin, a prisoner from the silk entangling workshop, and special communications to lure Xian Luo here. This meant that his target, or one of his targets, was indeed Xian Luo. But he had followed Xian Luo here. If he wanted to use Xian Luo as food, he had many opportunities. Why go to such lengths to release him, and then lure him here again? Tao Charan looked at Baiyu. The cat was still lying listlessly on Jin Huan's shoulder. Jin Huan's movements were not any gentler despite carrying her direct superior on her back. The cat bounced up and down like it was on a roller coaster. If it were an ordinary cat from her previous life, its body would probably have fallen apart long ago. Did Haiwei know he was facing 2 super level 8 prisoners? What gave him, a mere level 8 prisoner, the confidence to manipulate 2 super level 8 prisoners so easily? Jin Huan and Yin Huan kept mentioning number 3, Tian Shu, and number 5, Dong Jin, a bat and a turtle, clearly both members of the Imperial Guard. They believed Haiwei had come to break him out of prison. Where did they get this information? Because the information was too limited, Tao Charan couldn't determine the connections between the pieces of information. However, based on Haiyue's account, if Tao Charan hadn't been there, Xian Luo would most likely have left the prison alone. Given his cautious nature, he would have checked the prison's management system before leaving, discovered Dong Jin's distress signal, and then gone to Baiyu's room to investigate. So right now, only Xian Luo was facing Haiwei. Haiwei, or rather the organization behind Haiwei, seemed to know these super rank A individuals all too well. Tao Charan sensed a vast net being cast upon them. Whether the queen was within this net was unknown, but the queen's glamorous attendants, the so-called Radiant Five, had indeed been targeted over the past 3 years. Tao Charan felt that the path to peaceful development of the universe was long and arduous. Tao Charan's premonition was correct. After fighting Haiwei for a while, Xuanluo's weakness became glaringly obvious. He had already suffered serious injuries during this time, and coupled with Haiyue's strength, which was not comparable to that of a super rank A, and her endless stream of abilities, Xian Luo was simply unable to withstand her. He was not good at fighting, and concealing himself from Haiwei was easy, but the queen's prison was here, the queen's subjects were here, and the queen's property was here. And the prisoner who resembled the queen in every way was also here. Xian Luo was unwilling to admit that he cared about Tao Charan. Although he had compared her to the queen many times in his mind, in Xian Luo's heart, the queen's position was supreme, and this was true for every citizen. She could not, and had no right to, compare herself to the queen. But seeing her, Xian Luo did feel a sense of peace from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps it was because her shadow gave his longing a place to rest, or perhaps it was because the same affection brought a sliver of comfort to his loneliness and despair. In short, he did not want Tao Charan to be devoured by Haiwei. Of course, as a Super A level, his dignity also prevented him from submitting to Haiwei. A resolute glint rose in Xian Luo's eyes. Haiwei suddenly lost her smile and became serious. Even Baiyu struggled to open her cat-like pupils. Inside the prison, from the management to the 18th floor, almost all the staff and prisoners felt a huge and dangerous ominous premonition. A Super A level self-destruction, the entire planet, no, the entire galaxy would be reduced to ashes. Chapter 90. To be honest, this ending wasn't entirely unexpected. During breaks in the prison, people had long made bets on when Baiyu would go berserk, slaughtering all the prisoners before self-destructing with all his sins. It was said that at least half the prisoners had pledged to do so within a week. The fact that the Lord of Chiyu Tower was acting strangely was common knowledge in the prison. Since the queen left the Star Moon Palace, more and more citizens had gone berserk, and Baiyu's deterioration was simply following the trend, not surprising. Therefore, when they sensed the massive energy gathering at the upper levels, most prisoners paused for a moment, then revealed an expression of "I knew it." Then, they continued eating and drinking as usual, fighting as fiercely as before, and the enforcement team continued to perform their duties impartially until the very last moment. It was just a final celebration before the apocalypse. Even if the planet were destroyed and the universe disappeared, it would mean nothing to them. Instead, those who won the bet excitedly collected their chips. The battle and killing were merely fodder for public gossip. Who self-destructed, and why, was of no concern to anyone, causing not a ripple. The enforcers near Xianluo, however, wanted him to stop. As energy gathered, air currents turbulent, and small whirlwinds swept through the room. The spider's main body burst through the walls, almost tearing through the void. The golden and silver rings beside him transformed into snake tails, connecting to constantly shifting points of support, struggling to maintain balance as it moved. "Calm down!" the silver ring shouted. Each step the spider took caused a deafening roar, making even the silver ring's voice seem weak. "This is the king's prison. Do you intend to destroy it?" The floor trembled. Even the solidified materials used to build the prison teetered on the brink of collapse under the trampling of the Super A level. The cat struggled to its feet from Jin Huan's shoulder and rolled laboriously onto the floor. Its once precious, beautiful fur was now stained with blood and dust, a dull gray, its original whiteness completely obscured. It landed in a corner, slapping down with its paw, creating a thin space on the floor, temporarily stabilizing the prison. Citizens are beings somewhere between humans and beasts. They often act impulsively, and without regard for consequences, their thinking defying common sense. Even a Super A level being couldn't defy its instinct for bloodlust and pleasure. Jin Huan, Yin Huan, and even Bai Yu were unsurprised by Xianluo's choice, believing he intended to use mutual destruction to deal with the insect that dared to challenge them. Only Tao Chu ran. She hadn't even allowed Xiao Pu to prepare. From her perspective, she could only see Xianluo's dark abdomen. A dark, shimmering light emanated from her hard breastplate, and her cherry-red ventral spinnerets connected to silk glands, continuously synthesizing spider silk. Beside her lay a spider leg. The segmented limb was covered in colorful, downy hairs, so thick and long that it could almost completely obscure her. Since Xianluo took human form, this leg had never moved, providing shelter for the small human beside it. Whether it was the explosive surge of powerful energy or Haiyue's ever-present tentacles reaching out, everything was blocked by Xuanluo's appendage. Tao Charan thus knew that Xianluo had not yet gone berserk. He still maintained his rationality, at least possessing the awareness to actively protect himself. Looking at the surrounding situation, although the lower level was essentially unusable, the levels below had been almost unaffected. The enforcement team members suffered few casualties, which told her that Xianluo was still somewhat sensible. Moreover, the translucent white tentacles and threads intertwined and struggled, hidden behind the countless limbs scattered across the field, Haiyue's expression remaining inscrutable. Tao Charan couldn't help but wonder, did Haiyue really want to kill Xianluo, including her attitude towards Bai Yu? She clearly had the opportunity to kill him, but she didn't directly confront Bai Yu, only taking the opportunity to obtain something from him. Now, why was she treating Xianluo this way? What did Bai Yu and the current Xianluo have in common? Tao Charan thought of Lan Huan again. As a pupa, from an experimental material perspective, he was far more perfect than his human form, increasing the target product's load many times over. Haiyue was trying to force out Xuanluo's true form. Tao Charan inexplicably felt this way. If that were the case, then Haiyue's goal had been achieved. Sure enough, Haiyue quickly noticed the condition of Xuanluo's spider leg. In certain situations, having someone to protect is tantamount to having a weakness. Xuanluo's other appendages were quite agile, easily holding his own against Haiyue. Only the leg beside Tao Charan seemed hesitant and somewhat powerless. Protection is always more difficult than attack. Haiyue seized the opportunity, allowing his other tentacles to launch a surprise attack. The small jellyfish around him moved with perfect coordination, creating a hidden passage for him. With the aid of spatial manipulation abilities, his main body quickly appeared near the limb. Haiyue looked inside. A girl with black hair and black eyes, who looked incredibly sweet, sat quietly beside the spider's tarsus, unharmed. Even the wheelchair she sat on was completely undamaged. He hesitated for a rare moment. But his unwavering faith left him no time for anything else. The opportunity was fleeting. He said nothing, simply raising the prepared cleaver towards the leg. Then Tao Charan stared in disbelief as he pulled out a green cleaver. If she wasn't mistaken, wasn't that a mantis's stalking leg, but the mantises of the interstellar era were quite different from the mantises of her past life, easily manipulated and molded. At least these mantises, wielding their spiky forelegs, could kill 10 Tao Charans in one fell swoop. Moreover, this cleaver seemed to be tainted with something else. Tao Charan smelled a somewhat familiar scent, a pungent pine resin odor, masked by a subtle, invigorating floral fragrance. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In short, Tao Charan felt as if she had only blinked, and the spider leg beside her had been severed. The thick spider legs, like pillars, collapsed after bearing the weight of time, sending dust and air swirling around them. It crashed down directly above Tao Charen's head, but before it could fall, a transparent, umbrella-like structure enveloped it. Inside, there seemed to be some corrosive liquid. The colorful, dangerous hairs quickly disappeared, and the umbrella's surface stretched to the point of near collapse. Eating and being eaten, it seemed a game of strategy was about to begin. Tao Charen heard Xianluo let out a high-pitched, furious scream. The other 7 legs began to stomp erratically, crushing many tentacles. Tao Charen wasn't injured, but in the spider's frenzied counterattack, Haiwei, her face haggard and almost transparent with paleness, was pushed to her side. Clearly, this level of combat was a significant drain on Haiwei. He opened his mouth to say something, reaching out a hand that was almost grabbing Tao Charen. But just before he touched the black cuff embroidered with crescent moon patterns, the energy cluster that had been building up for so long, waiting for this moment, suddenly changed and exploded. Self-destruction or Tao Charen, it was all just a decoy. The spider's web was already woven, now the insect had fallen into it, and the moment of harvest had finally arrived. Tao Charen's vision went blank. A massive amount of energy was rapidly compressed into a small space, then released in an instant. The resulting impact was beyond what a human could withstand. She only felt utter silence. Everything vanished. Then, in the next instant, countless tentacles and charred jellyfish fell, shattering into dust in midair, like a strange rain. Bai Yu's room was already burned beyond recognition, but the basement level still barely existed. Xianluo landed on the ground, spitting out blood. He was already injured, and after such a fight, it would likely take him a long time to recover. Beside Tao Charen was a pile of sticky, gelatinous substance. The jellyfish's umbrella had exploded. Not only was its humanoid form gone, but its original form was shattered into dust, seemingly devoid of any life. Haiwei was dead? The enforcement team reacted quickly, with someone immediately cleaning up the battlefield. The cat, who had forcibly used its ability, lay unconscious in a corner, but no one remembered this poor officer. Jin Huan pushed Tao Charen over and called Shenling to examine her. Shenling and Ziwen had been taken to the management earlier. They had also sensed danger while Xianluo and Haiwei were fighting. Now that Shenling was allowed to leave, though he was completely unaware of his surroundings, his mind was entirely focused on Tao Charen. Without needing Jin Huan or Yin Huan's prompting, he silently performed a full examination on her. The result was that, apart from the previous sprained ankle, Tao Charen was practically unharmed. Xianluo, on the other hand, was in a much worse state. But the fact that he could still maintain human form, speak, and move normally was already a miracle. Something strange, Shenling said, giving Xianluo a perfunctory examination. Although his injuries were severe, they didn't significantly affect his daily life. Logically, you triggered such a massive energy surge and then used space to compress it to the extreme. Your body shouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even if he didn't die, he should be severely crippled, at least unable to maintain human form. Xianluo nodded. He knew his limits, of course, and had anticipated some of the consequences. Whether it was gathering energy, compressing it to within the predetermined explosion range, or protecting the weakest Class B beings closest to the explosion from injury, he had to pay a bottomless price. He didn't actually think he would survive. Such thoughts are normal among citizens, living hand to mouth. They never weigh the pros and cons, nor do they fear death. But Xianluo looked at Tao Charen inexplicably. At the moment of the explosion, he hesitated. He thought of the queen, and her. This shouldn't be happening. Just like when the explosion occurred, all the tentacles stopped attacking, and Haiwei, who had just been fighting him to the death, actually protected him and the prisoner. Xianluo couldn't understand. The colloid on the ground was swept away by the housekeeping robot. The enforcers restored the room to its original state. Such battles were countless throughout the universe, and not worth much attention. In an inconspicuous place, the housekeeping robot spat the jellyfish remnants into the garbage heap. The colloid was sticky and quickly clumped together. Branches and vines, appearing from nowhere, wrapped around it, then dispersed. Nothing was left. Chapter 91. The basement suffered heavy losses. Only ruins remained after the battle, rendering it unfit to function as a solitary confinement cell. Everyone, including Bai Yu, was transferred to the management level. Fortunately, the prison had been built with this in mind, leaving many rooms available to accommodate prisoners temporarily without a place to go. Tao Charen was also taken to a small room. The room's decor was similar to that on the 18th floor, much better than the solitary confinement cells. At least it had a table and a bed. Since waking up, This day had been nothing short of dramatic. Tao Charan suddenly relaxed, feeling exhausted. Inhuan lifted her from the wheelchair and placed her on the bed. Shenling changed the dressing on Tao Charan's foot. Because she had forced herself to walk a lot that day, her foot injury hadn't healed. In fact, it was showing signs of swelling again. Shenling also found it strange. Such a minor injury should heal in a few hours at most. She wondered why it had dragged on until today. However, citizens' physical constitutions vary greatly. Tao Charan further explained the unique function of her peach blossom, suggesting that perhaps this ability was acquired through physical weakness. Pretending to be weak is a common survival strategy in nature. Because there were too few diagnosed cases, Shenling couldn't determine Tao Charan's condition, and could only leave it at that for now. Jin Huan and Yin Huan didn't seem very satisfied, but they didn't say anything. There were still many follow-up matters to be dealt with today. The warden and the judge were quite busy, and they left quickly. Finally, she had a chance to be alone. Tao Charan asked Xiao Pu to check the surroundings. Finding no surveillance cameras, she took out the remains of Xian Luo that she had just found. Tao Charan was fairly certain that Haiyue's goal was to force Xian Luo to reveal his true form, and then devour parts of his limbs. However, because the explosion was too rapid, Haiyue's devouring was interrupted, so in the end, only a small portion of the Tarsus remained among the pile of gel. Tao Charan concealed this small portion with the hem of her wide dress, then, pretending to adjust her clothes, secretly picked it up and hid it. She had some conjectures that needed to be proven, and she certainly wouldn't let such perfect experimental material slip by. The Tarsus still had some dark hairs clinging to it, and because of its uneven surface, it was also covered with a lot of the jellyfish's transparent gel. Tao Charan took small portions of both the spider leg and the jellyfish remnants for Xiao Pu to analyze. Because of the extensive data collected previously, the results came back quickly. The spider's data was very similar to Lanhuan's data. Both had quite high W virus loads, but their structures were slightly different. They complemented each other, but were still incomplete. Tao Charan's guess was correct. She might need to collect more body tissues from different supergrade prototype states to extract the ultimate potion sufficient to cure berserk states. But Haiyue's data was bizarre. The test results showed that his corpse contained not only the proteins and lipids of the jellyfish itself, but also components from at least 30 other organisms, albeit in smaller quantities and proportions compared to the jellyfish components. Even so, this was enough to surprise Tao Charan. To be precise, Haiyue could no longer be considered a human or a beast. He was a monster hybrid of countless species. Although she had expected it, this was still not good news for Tao Charan. For once, she recalled memories of her past life. Perhaps the combination of multiple species could unleash greater power, but it was ultimately unsustainable. The price to pay, the side effects of being forcibly assembled, were unbearable for any single species. She had learned this lesson the hard way. In a broader sense, berserk behavior is also a type of such side effect. Whether it's a human mixed with a beast, or a beast mixed with a human, it's still a combination of different species. The after effects of forcibly combining two species are already so severe, let alone so many different kinds. Tao Charan even felt that it was already a good result that Haiyue could still have its own independent thoughts, and its body could still obey its consciousness. She had witnessed the berserk monster, shedding tears as it killed and devoured its own son. Tao Charan had a slight headache, perhaps because she had thought too much and interacted with too many people today. She had even acted out a little drama today, a powerful test of her social anxiety. Completely exhausted, Tao Charan lay down on the bed, yawned, and gradually fell asleep. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. Today, Tao Charan had another nightmare. The crystal chandelier swayed, and the little girl's heart swelled and trembled with its rhythm. She awkwardly clutched her pink princess dress, its studded diamonds, like a galaxy, reflecting the brilliance of the crystals on the ceiling. In fact, she hadn't worn such a vibrant color in many years, yet for some reason, her memory of it was so vivid. She knew, of course, what was about to happen. A bustling crowd surrounded her, and the 8 or 9-year-old girl became the center of attention. In her dream, every face was distorted. They whispered and pointed at her, covering their mouths. Tao Charan didn't want to know what they were saying. Not far from her was a very high platform. Stacked on it were patterns that children liked, looking innocent and beautiful. Under the warm-colored crystal chandelier, on the backdrop behind the platform, balloons bearing the words "Happy Birthday" shone brightly, so dazzling it brought tears to her eyes. Tao Charan inexplicably wanted to move further away from the platform, much further away, but no matter what she did, she couldn't move her body. The little crown on her head prickled painfully. Tao Charan could only clutch the rabbit doll in her arms tightly. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Applause broke out. Several faces flashed through her vision. A pair of large hands placed on her shoulders, and her body began to tremble, shaking like a leaf. The rabbit doll's red eyes looked at her. She watched the tall, familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar man slowly ascend the platform. The crystal chandelier swayed more and more violently, reflecting a chillingly dangerous light. No one seemed to notice. She opened her mouth, as if to say something. A boy in the crowd smiled at her, raised his index finger, and made a should gesture. The hand that was around her remained firmly in his grasp. Tao Charan abruptly shut her mouth. She made the same choice as before. At the same time, she closed her eyes. Bang! After a deafening sound, all was silent. The crowd, the man, the boy, all vanished, leaving only the enormous crystal chandelier shattering into crimson petals, the same petals as years ago, petals that could only bloom once, and then wither forever. Tao Charan woke up clutching her chest. She was breathing heavily, her heart pounding rapidly, her body and face covered in cold sweat. Someone wiped the sweat from her face, hesitated for a moment, then patted her back before withdrawing their hand, noticing her stiffness. "What's wrong?" a familiar voice asked. It was Xian Luo. In the Star Moon Palace, Lan Huan and Xian Luo would occasionally attend to Tao Charan while she slept. Xian Luo was also adept at concealment, so this time Tao Charan hadn't noticed his arrival at all. The lights in the prison were always on. Tao Charan squinted uncomfortably, and when she looked up, she saw that the metal door of the room had cracked, half of it lying to one side. She suddenly realized that the bang in her dream had probably actually happened. Xian Luo's gaze followed Tao Charan's toward the door. He paused, a rare hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I knocked for a long time, but you didn't answer, so I had to open it myself." Seeing Tao Charan's state, he almost thought she was about to go berserk. He only ever seen that look of terror on the queen's face. This association made him momentarily distracted, and then the person in the nightmare woke up on their own without him having to call them. Xian Luo patiently waited a while, allowing Tao Charan to calm down. He was very adept at handling such situations, instinctively acting on his experience caring for the queen. During this time, he called a robot to reinstall the door panel and place the nutrient solution he brought within easy reach of Tao Charan, thoughtful yet maintaining a sense of distance, causing her no trouble whatsoever. This familiarity with the routine eased Xuanluo's previously agitated mood somewhat, and he couldn't help but reminisce about his time by the queen's side. How strange. Both he and she were strange. On his way here, Xian Luo encountered Yinhuan in the corridor. Yinhuan seemed to be coming to see him as well. His first emotion was displeasure, but as a judge, wasn't interrogating prisoners the most normal thing for Yinhuan? The two argued. Without thinking, he beat Yinhuan up, something completely unlike him. He remembered Yinhuan lying on the ground, angrily questioning him. "Weren't you supposed to have a good temper? You risk your life to protect the prison, including prisoners. What are you doing now? Beating up the king's subjects, the head of the prison? Yes, why? His life, the prisoners' lives, even the entire prison, in his eyes, they were all worthless, like weeds." That was how he should think. No citizen would think such a thought was wrong. This is why he was able to deceive Hai Yue. But why did he make a choice he himself couldn't understand? Such twists and turns had only ever occurred with the queen. The queen should still be with Lan Huan. Xian Luo still couldn't understand, but he didn't dwell on it. The situation at the front lines was tense, and Bai Yu, the strongest fighter, was useless. Only he could contend with Song He. Even though his injuries were severe, the attendants were the queen's last line of defense, and he wouldn't abandon his responsibility for any citizen. Even though he actually cared deeply. This was the last time. Xian Luo told himself. Jin Huan said eating isn't allowed in the solitary confinement cells, but there was a mistake in the prison management today, so an exception has been made to allow you to eat. Xian Luo watched Tao Charan gradually calm down, pointed to the nutrient solution, indicating she should drink it quickly, and reminded her, "They're watching you, be careful." Tao Charan, of course, wouldn't touch the nutrient solution. But Xuanluo's words were indeed unexpected. Hai Yue is dead, and all the culprits have been arrested. Who else can pass on the message? The girl leaned against the headboard, her grape-like eyes slightly watery. Though her face was expressionless, she was still incredibly endearing. Xian Luo looked at her, and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. He felt an urge to say more. What do you think death is? Chapter 92. This is a good question. Tao Charan had also been puzzled and pondered it countless times. From her professional perspective, of course, this question is easy to answer. She herself had witnessed countless cases of death. Birth, growth, aging, death, the cycle of life is a natural law. Without human interference, death is everyone's final destination. But there are always those who crave life and resist death. Seeing her silence, Qianluo realized she probably hadn't considered this topic. Death is so commonplace for citizens that they don't even notice the possibility of interpretation. If a citizen can infinitely divide themselves into countless cells, and one disappears, does that mean they're dead? Qianluo asked her, her words as blunt as could be. Some single-celled organisms reproduce through mitosis, thus achieving long lifespans. Tao Charan knew a lot about such organisms, and had studied many. Paramecium, hydra, certain algae, fungi, and a few jellyfish can all do this. They resist infinite death through infinite life, achieving immortality in a dynamic process. Is Haiwa like that too? The corpse left in the prison is only a part of him, one of countless MS. If so, then it's not surprising that the message could be transmitted back. Then whether Haiwa is truly dead cannot be entirely certain. Seeing Tao Charan pondering his words, Qianluo knew she would understand his meaning. Usually, only a very small number of citizens can do this, and it's not unlimited differentiation. Now, those who dedicate themselves to the pursuit of unity must first merge into the king's body. Even with physical fusion, consciousness remains scattered, making separation easy. The cannibalism among citizens is commonplace. Before Tao Charan arrived, this was a world of survival of the fittest. However, there are always rules in this process. The strong defeat the weak, and the weak lose consciousness. But now, with many dedicated individuals voluntarily offering themselves, and those of equal rank devouring each other, it's uncertain whose consciousness prevails. This constant splitting and merging has given rise to numerous strangely shaped monsters, their states unstable. It's like several pieces of clay of different colors being kneaded together. Before becoming a unified mass, they must fight. During this time, even if a few smaller pieces of clay separate, it doesn't matter, it doesn't significantly affect anything. Haiwa isn't the strongest among the dedicated individuals. But now, he's the only one left. Above him are the priestesses Mark. This is a much tougher opponent, especially with 2 Super Rank A members assisting him. Qianluo's current sorry state upon arriving at the prison is, of course, thanks to them. Tao Tao, Qianluo's tone shifted, solemnly calling Tao Charan's name. I haven't formally introduced myself to you yet. I am Qianluo. You should know who I am. Tao Charan hadn't told him she came from the silk entangling workshop, but for the sake of authenticity, she had already fabricated her complete file in the system. She wasn't surprised that Qianluo would look through the file. This was standard practice at the silk entangling workshop. Rank B members didn't have the ability to directly meet the workshop master, especially since Qianluo usually appeared masked, standing in the queen's shadow. Therefore, many citizens didn't recognize him. Tao Charan nodded, then timidly moved away from him. Within the silk entangling workshop, Qianluo's reputation wasn't particularly good. Before the establishment of the penal system, the heads of the 5 departments served as judges and executioners. Tao Charan's actions aligned with her persona, and were, of course, what she truly wanted to do. Knowing each other's names meant that Qianluo truly valued her. This wasn't good news for Tao Charan. I don't care what you did to the Second Army before. Qianluo's eyes were deep, unconsciously revealing the aura of a superior. A true Class B citizen would find it difficult to stand upright under his pressure. You absolutely cannot join the Radiant cult, whether it's physical service, divine service, or practical service. Betraying me and the silk entangling workshop is equivalent to betraying the queen. I will kill you. Having said what he wanted to say, Qianluo watched Tao Charan hug her knees, trembling under his threat, and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. But he was about to leave, and whether he would return was uncertain. He didn't want to cause any trouble at this time. You better not say anything about what happened today, Qianluo reminded her one last time. If you believe the king will favor the prison, then you must continue to believe. He turned to leave. Tao Charan hesitated for a moment, then carefully pinched the edge of his cloak with 2 fingers. As he turned, the cloak billowed slightly in the air, and he felt a negligible force behind him. He thought of the queen again, for the king's resistance was often just as weak. Qianluo turned around. Characters appeared and disappeared on the personal terminal screen, clearly indicating the person in front of him was somewhat conflicted. But the queen's attendants, honed through long training, were very patient, so Qianluo didn't even urge her, simply waiting for her to express herself. Are you all right? Finally, this question appeared before him. Xian Luo was actually quite surprised. Because in his view, Tao Charan wasn't someone who would take initiative. Citizens, aside from the queen, didn't care much about anyone else. He hadn't expected to receive such a greeting. Not good, Xian Luo thought for a moment, and out of concern for her, he told the truth. From a human form perspective, there's nothing wrong, but my legs and silk glands are the source of my power. Today's losses were significant. I acted impulsively. But that's understandable. You know, the queen hasn't appeared for a long time. She left us her blood before she left, and I used it all up. Xuanluo's words were clearly not just an answer to her question. Since there's a legacy, I believe the queen hasn't abandoned us. If I fail this time, you can leave the prison to find the queen. Your abilities are very useful. Protect her well. He spoke calmly. Having recently drunk the last bottle of the queen's blood, his mind was still relatively clear. But citizens are monopolistic beings. Even those of the Super A level are no exception. This was the first time he had said he would entrust the queen to someone else. Tao Charan, of course, sensed Xuanluo's determination. If Hong Chong had said such words, which sounded like a will, she would have been trying to gain favor. But when Xian Luo said them, they seemed much more believable. Finally, she made up her mind. This time, the words on the screen changed rapidly. Actually, I've seen the queen. Xian Luo's mind went blank, as if something had exploded. Where did you see the queen? How is she now? What about Lan Huan? Is Lan Huan with her? A barrage of questions came out without thinking. Xian Luo gripped her wrist tightly with one hand, his grip tightening due to his emotions. Tao Charan cried out in pain. But Xian Luo didn't let go. A cruel killing intent flashed in his dark eyes, his expression twisted with suppressed rage. Even his usually cute baby face looked terrifying. Why are you only saying this now? Suddenly attacked, Tao Charan struggled, trying to pull her hand back. But Xian Luo, in his rage, was not easily fooled. His hand, though not much bigger than hers, possessed immense strength. Tao Charan's resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Speak. Don't force me to examine your memories. Tao Charan felt the pain in her wrist and sighed silently. She knew it would be like this. But she couldn't completely let Xian Luo go. Although she hadn't spent much time in the prison, she could sense the turbulent situation there. Now, Shen Feng, relying on the new technology of body fusion, was dominating the field. Xian Luo, as a Super A-level cultivator, couldn't even defeat an A-level cultivator. If things continued like this, it would just be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a futile and utter defeat. Moreover, the Radiant cult didn't seem to care about Berserk mode at all. Xian Luo was a rare subject who truly stood on the queen's side. If she lost him, the order that had been painstakingly established in the universe would have to be reshuffled, something Tao Charan absolutely could not accept. She took a deep breath and instructed Xiao Pu to quickly display characters on the screen. The queen is fine. She's researching Berserk mode, just like she said in the video. She gave me the initial results and asked me to give them to you. Because this problem can't be completely solved, the queen said she hasn't experimented with it. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to give the queen's things to others, so... Her other hand took out a pre-prepared potion from her sleeve, her new creation. Berserk Target Agent Basic Version 01. Tao Charan placed the small reagent bottle on Xian Luo's hand, which was gripping hers, then patted his hand, signaling him to calm down and release him. The queen's proactive contact had a calming effect, and Xian Luo felt his suddenly heightened emotion subside slightly. He looked at the reagent in his hand. The container was the same as the one they had been given before, the one used to hold blood. He released his hand and focused his attention on the reagent. He called his personal AI assistant to analyze the potion while continuing to interrogate Tao Charan. Where is the queen now? I don't know either. She handed this to me and left. I didn't even notice how she left. That's true. The queen appears weak, but her abilities are extraordinary. Don't even mention a mere Class B, even the 5 of them couldn't keep an eye on her. The potion analysis came back quickly, largely consistent with Tao Charan's account. The method of synthesizing the reagent was unheard of by Xian Luo. It seemed far more advanced than the technology of this universe. In Xian Luo's understanding, no one but the queen could have created such a thing. There's no mistake, it's the queen's creation. He held the bottle, the transparent liquid swirling within, its turmoil mirroring the waves in his heart. Xian Luo, of course, knew how important this invention was to the entire universe, and he believed the queen would succeed. But there was no time. Chapter 93. Perhaps because she was gripping it tightly enough, the cold bottle seemed to gradually heat up, becoming scalding hot. Where did you see the king? Tao Charan had already thought of this question. near the D sector of Chuelu Star. The king appeared suddenly. Her movements were indeed all within the D sector. Even if Xianluo really investigated, he could only find a bunch of witnesses, and there wouldn't be any suspicious points. Were there any energy storage devices nearby at the time? This was a guess that the queen could jump, and she was starting to calculate the distance. I do security maintenance for the optical network in the silk entangling workshop, and I always keep 2 energy storage crystals on hand. This was a fabrication. Energy devices are generally quite dangerous, and Tao Charan certainly couldn't have direct access to them while in the Star Moon Palace. To be able to leave the palace, she painstakingly and secretly accumulated energy for 3 years, barely managing to gather enough for Xiao Pu's first jump. Now Xiao Pu is also desperately short of energy. Daily work is manageable, but the next jump seems a long way off. Tao Charan deliberately exaggerated, hoping Xianluo would broaden the scope of the investigation. Sure enough, Xianluo immediately sent people to investigate. His mind seemed to have wandered elsewhere. Even his attention had shifted away from Tao Charan. Before leaving, Xianluo pulled over the rudimentary personal terminal Tao Charan had used in prison, and the two added each other as friends. If you see the king again, or remember any other information, contact me immediately. Tao Charan rubbed her bruised wrist and nodded. Xianluo's hand tightened and loosened, but in the end, he said nothing and hurried away. Tao Charan's body was tense. From the moment she chose to hand over the number 01 potion, her mind had been in a state of high tension. Xianluo's excitement was within her expectations, but after the actual confrontation, she still felt a lingering fear. Only when the footsteps were no longer audible, and the scent of strangers in the air had completely disappeared did Tao Charan call out Xiao Pu, intending to apply medicine to her wrist. She didn't regret her choice. Besides Xianluo, even with Lan Huan and Bai Yu, Tao Charan wouldn't dare hand over any untested medicine. Among them, Xianluo was most similar to her. His technical skills were top tier in the current universe. Although his expertise in biology and pharmacology was indeed far inferior to hers, having him conduct clinical trials was still feasible, and he was more than capable of handling minor problems. It would be even better if Xianluo could record the data in the optical network after using it. Tao Charan thought to herself. Now that the two were friends, it would be convenient for her to hack into the optical network at any time to check each other's movements. Given Xianluo's habits, this was indeed very likely. The mechanical bird revealed its true form in this small room. It carried bandages and a box of ointment, placing them beside Tao Charan. Master. Its eyes flickered. Does it hurt? Half a month later, Xiao Pu asked the question it shouldn't have. Tao Charan's hands hung limply on her knees. The bird flew to her side, nuzzling her with its cold, gear-like body. Was it really worth it? It asked. Master abandoned the servant's protection, repeatedly injured in this universe. The mechanical voice was devoid of emotion, but genuinely expressed confusion. Why did you do that? Tao Charan didn't have time to answer, because new footsteps sounded outside. This visitor was clearly much more polite than Xianluo. The footsteps stopped at the door, followed by a knock. Tao Tao. It was Shenling. Before he knocked, Xiao Pu had already tidied up the medicine that shouldn't be there and concealed himself. Tao Charan had Xiao Pu connect to the access control system and open the door for him. Where are you injured again? Shenling entered and placed his medicine box on the bed. As a renowned doctor in the universe, he immediately noticed Tao Charan's new injury. Did Xianluo do this? Tao Charan nodded. Xianluo is considered to have a good temper. It's really impressive that you managed to provoke him into taking action himself. Shenling was somewhat surprised, but considering Tao Charan's constitution, he didn't seem too surprised. You should also be careful. You only been here a few days, and you already been injured several times. Tao Charan nodded again, obediently like a doll. Shenling found it somewhat amusing. Since parting ways with the queen, he had been under immense pressure, and this relaxed feeling was a long time coming. Because of his affection for Tao Charan, he felt a strong liking for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have clashed with Ziwen over her sake. However, this was the first time he and she were alone together. I haven't had a chance to introduce myself yet. I'm Shenling, prisoner number 02, he said to Tao Charan while treating her bruises. I'm also the highest ranking healer here, providing medical services to the entire prison. If you need anything, you can come to me anytime. Although anyone could come to him for treatment, whether he was willing to treat them was another matter entirely. If it were her, Shenling would be quite willing to receive her. Tao Charan had been in the prison for a few days, and had met most of the prisoners on the 18th floor. Number 3, Tian Shu, number 4, Luo Ying, number 5, Dong Jin, number 7, Yuan, number 8, Z1, all the way up to her own number 9. Now number 2, Shiling, had joined the list. Only numbers 1 and 6 remained a mystery. To be honest, Shiling's number was somewhat beyond her expectations. Judging from her own numbering, it was clear that the higher the number, the later the arrival. Shiling was number 2, meaning he was practically a veteran here. Moreover, Shiling was unique among the prisoners. He seemed to possess considerable authority, yet also had distinctive and conspicuous restrictions. Even now, his hands and feet were still shackled, extending all the way to the door. The slight creaking as he treated Tao Charen's injuries served as a subtle way of asserting his presence. Seemingly noticing Tao Charen's gaze, Shiling also looked at the ropes binding him. The chains binding him weren't the heavy metal kind, but rather thin, shimmering with a golden light, like some kind of jewelry, almost invisible unless you looked closely. Are you curious why I'm different from the other prisoners? Qianling didn't seem to mind Tao Charen's rudeness, simply shrugging helplessly. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just because I was disobedient and tried to escape. Escape? That was exactly what Tao Charen wanted to do. But clearly, Qianling hadn't succeeded. With the intention of learning from a senior's experience, Tao Charen really wanted to ask Qianling what had happened. Prison isn't a good place, but at least there's a glimmer of hope. Qianling refused to reveal more, only vaguely advising her, there are many lies here, just like outside, even the warden is one, living in self-deception. If it were you, you'd be better off here, the outside world is even less suitable for you. I don't know how you survived, so delicate, you get hurt so easily. He quickly finished the treatment, actually just applying medicine and bandaging Tao Charen. Take good care of yourself for the next few days. Once you're out of confinement, you start working. At this rate, you probably won't even last 2 days. Qianling felt he had done everything he could. He packed his things to leave, but Tao Charen, eager to know more, tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? Few could resist such a cautious young girl. Qianling stopped, patiently waiting for Tao Charen's question. How are they? Looking at the messages on his personal terminal, Qianling pondered for a moment. Qianling wasn't sure who they referred to, but it was probably just those people. However, there was something he really needed to remind this new prisoner. Everyone else is fine. Except for Bai. Oh, you know, that cat. Qianling stared at Tao Charen, carefully observing her expression. Seeing that she remained as usual, he withdrew his probing gaze. You better stay away from it. You probably think it's just an ordinary little animal, right? It's much more dangerous than you think. You better pray it doesn't regain its senses, otherwise. Even Xian Luo is protecting you, you're lucky. But don't think you can solve everything. At least in this prison, this cat is still a significant threat. Qianling's attitude was serious and his words were blunt, a stark contrast to his earlier behavior. Of course, Tao Charen understood Qianling's meaning. Provoking a super rank A was truly overestimating her abilities as a rank B. Tao Charen appreciated his good intentions. But the problem was, Bai Yu almost always showed up first. It wasn't that Tao Charen wanted to provoke him, but rather that the cat was too eager to cause trouble. Although Qianling was relatively friendly, he didn't provide any of the clues Tao Charen desperately needed. In the days after he left, Tao Charen truly lived a life of confinement and recovery, seeing no one else. Tao Charen knew that her management unit was closest to the exit, offering the best opportunity to escape. However, she was outnumbered and outmatched. Even if she escaped the prison, she couldn't escape the planet, so she needed to plan carefully. And so it dragged on, until the day her solitary confinement period ended. That day, Inhuan personally escorted her back to the 18th floor, thus losing her last chance. She returned just in time to collect her nutrient solution. Tao Charen went to the cafeteria again, where she met a newcomer she had never seen before. The man's face was very pale, but unlike Haiyua's transparent white, it was the paleness of someone who had worked 10 consecutive nights of all-nighters, and then a month of continuous overtime, the kind of paleness caused by insufficient blood and energy. When he was still 10 steps away from the cafeteria, Tao Charen overtook him. After Tao Charen collected her nutrient solution and came out, she realized that he seemed not to have moved at all, yet he was definitely walking forward. After this period of recuperation, Tao Charen's health had improved slightly, but only marginally. At least she could walk on her own without a wheelchair. But her speed certainly couldn't be fast, yet even so, she was 100 times ahead of this unfamiliar prisoner. Chapter 94. Tao Charen watched as the man slowly lifted his leg, took a small step, and then steadied himself. He lifted his other leg, moving forward no more than 5 centimeters, like a video played at half speed, making one drowsy. He looked abnormal. Tao Charan didn't dare look at his expression, silently moving a little further away, intending to walk along the wall back to her room. Smells so good? Just as they were less than a meter apart, about to pass each other, Tao Charan suddenly heard this murmur. His voice was weak, feeble, but his outstretched hand seemed to speed up tenfold, capturing a small human being with effortless ease. Tao Charan was caught off guard and grabbed, pulled into his arms. Then her face was cupped by a pair of pale, cold hands, his purplish-blue lips wide open, pressing down on her. Awoo! Tao Charan felt a strange sensation on her face. Sharp teeth gently picked up the soft flesh, then released it. The slightly sore spot was licked by something wet, and his breath was all over her face, instantly creating a negative social distance. Tao Charan hadn't dealt with such an enthusiastic citizen in a long time. The sudden, rude action triggered some terrifying memories, and her body immediately became paralyzed. Tao Charan closed her eyes, trying to calm her breathing, and barely managed to endure it. A classic criminal who knew nothing of manners naturally wouldn't care about the thoughts of a mere Class B criminal. Like an animal testing its prey before eating, the man cleaned the surface of his food, and then contentedly opened his mouth to bite down again. For some reason, his mouth stopped when he touched her skin. It was because her face was too delicious. Plump and sweet like a ripe peach, it seemed like it would burst with juice if you bit into it, making you reluctant to swallow it whole. However, the body in his arms was so small and thin, with hardly any flesh on it, not quite perfect for food. The man began to hesitate. Should he enjoy the immediate pleasure now, or nurture her and patiently wait for the final feast? But his hands weren't idle. He treated his precious food with such care, touching, biting, hugging, and rubbing against her, but soon he realized that the little one in his arms seemed to have lost her strength, unable to support her light weight, and began to fall from his arms. This won't do. This isn't healthy, and it won't be satisfying to eat her. It seems it's better to nurture her a little longer. Thinking this, he didn't even want to collect the nutrient solution anymore. He half embraced Tao Charan in his arms, and was about to take the newly acquired food back to his room. Fortunately, they were in a corridor, and the man carrying another person moved even slower. A short while later, the man carrying the doll appeared from the other end of the corridor. He quickly approached the two of them, stopping a short distance away, showing no surprise at the bizarre scene before him. A shadow fell over his pale purple eyes, dark and lifeless. Z1 no longer possessed her usual manic energy, only the exhaustion of a long struggle against instinct, and a vague sense of uncertainty remained. "Dongjin, you want to eat her?" Z1 asked. Did she agree? He squeezed and kneaded the doll in his hands. The substitute he usually cherished was now being ruthlessly ignored after meeting its owner, becoming the object of his venting these past few days. Huh? Dongjin was still slow, even understanding others' meaning and reacting to words took several beats to react. No need, the food's consent. Who cares about the food's thoughts? Does the food stop eating just because it doesn't want to be eaten? Dongjin thought this was perfectly natural. So she didn't consent? Z1 visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately stretched out his hand. In that case, I won't allow you to take her away. Put her down. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged several blows. Although Dongjin was slow in life, he was like he was on double speed in battle, which didn't affect his movements at all. He was occasionally hit a few times, but he didn't care at all, not even letting out a groan. However, compared to Ziwin in her prime, he was already injured, and he wasn't very skilled in this kind of struggle, so his food was quickly snatched away. My food. A murderous glint flashed in her bright eyes. For the warriors, food was everything. How could she let the duck that was already in her mouth fly away? Dongjin's anxiety, which had just been calmed by his contact with Tao Charan, surged back up, even more intense than before, almost to the point of a fight to the death with Ziwin. Meanwhile, Tao Charan, who had been tossed and turned around in the struggle, slowly woke up. Ziwin helped her recover from the stressful situation, and while the two were fighting, Xiao Pu injected Tao Charan with some sedatives. Therefore, she regained consciousness quickly this time, though her head ached slightly, and she leaned weakly against Ziwin. Ziwin's body was quite tense, but he still maintained a degree of restraint, holding Tao Charan's arms respectfully, merely providing her with a point of support, and even during the fight, he didn't forget to keep a slight distance from her. However, because he was holding her with one hand and dealing with Dongjin with the other, even though he used many branches and leaves, the doll still fell to the ground, and Dongjin seized the opportunity to stomp on it twice. The originally tightly sewn thread tore, revealing the cotton inside, which was stained with dirt. But Ziwin glanced at it, and then looked away. Although he was consciously controlling himself, 8/10 of his attention was still on Tao Charan, and the other 2/10 was devoted to his opponent. He had no energy left to pay attention to anything else. Tao Charan, who had just woken up, opened her eyes groggily. Ziwen? Your doll? Because of Ziwen's actions, Tao Charan still had a certain degree of trust in him. They were very close, and without using her personal terminal or Xiaopu, she subconsciously whispered a few words in his ear. Ziwen noticed Tao Charan the moment she woke up. He even knew something had treated her, but assuming Tao Charan had tacitly approved, he pretended not to notice. But he hadn't expected Tao Charan's reaction to be like this. No resentment, no rage. Only exhaustion and the expected indifference. The distance he had painstakingly maintained was closed, deliberately, with Wang's permission. Sensing Wang's dependence, even though Z1 had repeatedly reminded himself, a burning desire still ignited within him. No! No expression of it. No overstepping your bounds. Z1 let her lean against him, just like he always hugged his doll. But this time, he was cautious, afraid that Tao Charan might be uncomfortable. He was tense, and his hands didn't use any force. It's nothing, he mumbled to Tao Charan. The two of them were whispering something. Dong Jin wanted to listen, but he couldn't hear anything. The sight of the two of them snuggling together intimacy inexplicably stung his eyes, doubling the hatred he felt for having his food stolen. He threw a punch at Z1, but she dodged it. The wall and door of the cafeteria behind them shattered with a loud bang. The alarm finally sounded, and the enforcement team arrived at the scene within half a minute. Prisoner number 05, Dong Jin, suspected of fighting, will be placed in solitary confinement for 1 week, in accordance with the prison management regulations, immediately. Very well, he just came out of solitary confinement, and now he's going back in. Tao Charan had mentally prepared herself for the punishment she and Ziwen would receive, but there wasn't. The enforcement team took Dong Jin away, but let Ziwen and her go. After the enforcement team left, Yinhuan emerged from the crowd. Don't you have legs? Get off Ziwen. Jinhuan, who had been watching for who knows how long, also came to Tao Charan's side, and picked up the doll from the ground. How rare. You even give up your king for a mere Class B doll? It's not my king. Ziwen complied with Tao Charan's wishes, putting her down, but still helping her to lean against the wall for support. I only acknowledge the king's will, it's not my king. His words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Tao Charan felt that Ziwen was speaking to her. But having encountered the boundless and unrestrained Feng Dongjin today, Tao Charan was already exhausted. Now, Tao Charan just wanted to go back and rest. She had no desire to continue dealing with these people. Fine, if you say it's not true, then it's not true, Jinhuan said, but his gaze remained fixed on Tao Charan, even though she stood in the corner, trying to fade from view. This time, I let it go. After all, Dongjin struck first, so I won't pursue your crimes. Next time, the punishment will be combined. The doll in his hand was deformed, its features blurred into a jumbled mess, cotton spilling out, looking utterly wretched. Even without the queen present, Z1 wouldn't acknowledge this doll as his king. His king was always perfect, he shouldn't be in such a pitiful state. But remembering that Tao Charan had just reminded him that the doll fell, Z1 still took the tattered doll, intending to mend it, and continue using it. I know. This time I lost control. I won't do it again, Z1 said casually. He still looked somewhat disgusted holding the doll, but his words softened. This wasn't like him, but because everyone was focused on Tao Charan, no one noticed. Anyone could see she wasn't doing well. Although her injuries were more severe before, there was still life in her eyes. Her spirits weren't particularly high, but there was still hope, and it was clear she had her own thoughts and goals. But now, she truly resembled that doll. Although she was still clean and tidy, her spirit was gone. Her vitality had leaked out like cotton. Another charge had been added to her list. But there was nothing he could do. If given the chance again, he would make the same choice. What are you going to do? Ziwen asked. It wasn't easy for the gold ring and silver ring to appear on the 18th floor simultaneously, unless it was for something of great importance concerning the safety of the prison. They usually only came here for one thing, Ziwen asked knowingly. Chapter 95. If this were an ordinary prison in her previous life, a prisoner speaking like that would likely be targeted. Fortunately, this place, though called a prison, had no organization or discipline whatsoever. Jinhuan and Yinhuan didn't completely treat Class A prisoners as criminals, so they were receptive to Z1's tone. Moreover, their attention was currently focused on Tao Charan, and Z1's question was exactly what they wanted. Almost readily, Yinhuan said to Tao Charan, "We're just about to go find Shenling." To avoid being injured for many days and missing work, you should come along so Shenling can take a look at you. Tao Chu ran, leaning against the wall, finally came to her senses and nodded. Upon hearing her agreement, Ziwan realized her lapse in composure, averted her gaze, and hugged the tattered doll in her arms tightly. Although Inhuan didn't call her, Ziwan silently followed. Of the group, only Tao Charan was short and stocky, the others were tall and long-legged. For some reason, they all deliberately slowed their pace, matching Tao Charan's speed, and shuffled to the room marked 2. Without even knocking, Jin Huan was the first to push the door open and enter. The already cramped space was suddenly filled with so many people. Canling, who was writing at the table, was clearly displeased. Without even looking up, he started yelling, "What is it now? Do you really think I'm a servant of Chiyu Tower? You all deserve to live in this dark, gloomy place. Don't you understand basic manners? Please leave. I don't have time today." After tirade-ing, Canling realized there were too many people in the room. He looked up and immediately saw Tao Charan, pale-faced, huddled in the back. "Alright, I just finished. If you ask me about what happened before, my answer is I couldn't do it." Canling put down her pen, impatiently brushing off Jinhuan and Inhuan, then beckoned to Tao Charan. "Where are you hurt again? Come here, let me see." Tao Charan looked at Jinhuan and Inhuan. The two, who looked exactly like brothers, crossed their arms, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, blocking Tao Charan's way. "Let her see first." Inhuan stepped aside first. Tao Charan hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head, and slowly moved to Canling's side. Her movements were hesitant and awkward, completely unlike the straightforward, impulsive nature of citizens in the universe. But perhaps everyone was used to it. No one urged her, just waiting for her to make her own choice. Ahead were Shenling, with Ziwen bringing up the rear. With a gold ring in her left hand, and a silver ring in her right, Tao Charan was surrounded from all sides in just a few steps, exuding the same aura of being the center of attention as when she walked the red carpet to receive an award in her past life. Tao Charan felt breathless. The shock from the previous ordeal hadn't completely subsided, leaving her with a dizzying feeling as if she were about to stop breathing. Shenling frowned and immediately stepped forward to support her. "What happened? What's going on?" "It's that madman Dong Jin again." Ziwen spoke, his tone tinged with a dark resentment, yet sounding calm. "He did something to her that displeased me." "Dong Jin?" Shenling observed Tao Charan's condition while considering who this person was. Is he the one who's basically never left the confinement room since he arrived? I said it before, such extreme individuals should be dealt with as soon as possible. That kind of monster will cause trouble sooner or later. We haven't even settled accounts with Highway for their collusion yet, and now they injured a fellow prisoner. What's going on? Canling's tone was full of dissatisfaction, clearly indignant on Tao Charan's behalf. Tao Charan listened numbly to his ramblings, recalling what Canling had done to her before, and felt that he, Dong Jin, and Highway were practically the same. But since he could say such things, it was clear that Canling wasn't on the same side as Shenfeng. Although his relationship with the prison wasn't exactly good, it seemed they still cooperated in some areas. Ziwen also gave Jinhuan and Inhuan a sinister look, clearly wanting to vent her resentment on the administrators. "Let's deal with you. If you keep nagging, we deal with you too." Inhuan's attitude was terrible, he said. "What happened to her? Is she hurt?" Shenling's expression worsened. No external injuries, but he had seen the exact same symptoms before. Palpitations, cold, clammy skin, difficulty breathing, absent-mindedness, and in severe cases, convulsions and stupor. This was the most queen-like case he had ever seen. The flame that had never been extinguished rose again. No scholar could allow their research to fail miserably. They always sought a glimmer of hope in failure. Shenling was no exception. But he also possessed the selfishness of a citizen. His previous encounter with the Queen proved that his previous research approach was flawed. To make a comeback, he needed more references, more research methods, and even a test subject to continue his research. As for the research standards established by the Silk Entangling Workshop, what did they amount to in the face of solving the Queen's problem? The immense temptation caused Canling to abandon rational thought and stray onto another path. But he still felt pity for Tao Charan's situation. Because of what he was about to do, he even felt guilty towards this unfortunate prisoner. "Alright, she's just frightened." There was an undisguised fervor in Canling's eyes, but he turned away to conceal his excitement, only repeatedly touching the still-present bite mark on Tao Charan's face with his thumb. She was already scared, and so many people followed her. "Everyone, get out of here." Faint marks remained on her delicate skin. It was clear that the pressure had been carefully controlled, but it was still somewhat unskilled and therefore prone to bumps and bruises. Regardless, it was still an eyesore. Candling began to shoo people away, and the other three, not being professionals, could only follow the doctor's advice. Although reluctant, the group left one by one. Before closing the door, Jean Huan turned back with a half smile. "Don't get any funny ideas, Candling. Even if Yin Huan and I wanted to let you off the hook, Shen Feng wouldn't." "Of course I know," Candling replied, but her eyes remained fixed on him. "He's just an ordinary Class B criminal." The door closed. Only the two of them remained in the room. Candling suppressed his gaze, trying to soften his expression. He withdrew his restless hand, adopting a gentle and harmless demeanor, just as he had been at the Star Moon Palace. "There's no one here anymore. Don't be afraid. Tell me what Dong Jin did to you, okay?" Tao Charan didn't really want to bring up this topic, but the reduction in the number of people around her did make her feel much more relaxed. With 3 fewer pairs of eyes watching her, it was like 3 mountains had been removed, and she dared to look around more confidently. This was her second time in Shinling's room. Last time, because of the crowd and her own injury, Tao Charan hadn't dared to look around much. This time, she noticed that Shinling's room was almost identical to her own room, number 9, but the difference was that his room was cluttered with things. The desk was as messy as her workbench in her previous life. Aside from a few scattered red and green reagent bottles, most of the items were paper documents, just like the ones he had been writing furiously. Tao Charan didn't dare make eye contact, her gaze shifting to the side, where they were standing. She immediately saw what Shinling had just written. Instructions on the combined use of F173 and T068. Pharmacological effects. Evaluation of drug metabolism intervals, transport and interactions. Adverse consequences. Tao Charan immediately saw the problem. The effects of F173 and T068 are diametrically opposed, like feeding birds in the sky and fish in the sea the same dog food, completely incompatible and utterly impossible. The only possible connection is that both can alleviate berserk states to some extent. However, one reduces emotions and impulsivity, while the other increases positive emotions like pleasure and satisfaction. Together, they are mutually destructive and antagonistic, obviously not yielding any good results. It's like having an inlet and an outlet pipe in a pool, trying to keep the water level at the right point. In practice, simply avoiding a mental breakdown is a success. Moreover, F173 is an unapproved, unregulated drug. However, judging from Shinling's report, there seem to be some relevant case studies. Wait, schizophrenia. If it happened to a citizen, it might manifest as 2 completely different forms alternating. This symptom seems familiar. Tao Charan's thoughts unconsciously followed Candling's research. Candling spoke to her, patiently waiting for a while. Seeing no response, he assumed she didn't want to answer. Remembering how the queen often acted this way, Candling felt more accepting and even more patient. "Don't want to talk? That's fine. I also dislike Dong Jin, and don't want to mention him. Then tell me your thoughts on the penal system, okay? You've been here for a while now. What do you think of us?" He was asking random questions again. Tao Charan had a headache. Back in the Star Moon Palace, he used similar questions for a period, as persistent as a therapist from her past life. Tao Charan was too lazy to deal with him, but Candling pulled her to sit on the bed, clearly wanting to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. However, the bed was far from the table, so she couldn't see what Candling had just written. Moreover, the documents on the table seemed to be more than just one. That thick stack of research analyses shone with an alluring light in Tao Charan's eyes, making it impossible for her to think of anything else. She just wanted to see the data as soon as possible, to gather more clues to verify her conjectures. Or, who is your favorite person in prison? No one. Or who is your least favorite? Candling continued rambling. No one. You can talk about anything you want. Or, what do you think of me? This last question was asked almost without thinking. Candling herself paused for a moment when she uttered it. But the words were already out, and Candling didn't feel any regret. It was as if all the previous build-up was just for this question. Candling felt much more relaxed. Chapter 96. Tao Charan had no idea how Candling had steered the conversation to this topic. But it was a topic she wanted to discuss. Tao Charan thought for a moment, then couldn't resist the temptation and pointed to the purple bottle on the table. It was bubbling inside, the medicine seemingly reacting. You're interested in this? Candling looked at her with some surprise. The girl still had her eyes lowered, but her mind was clearly not on him. Okay, this is a potion I made, still in the experimental stage. Candling gave a brief introduction, but this wasn't the topic he wanted to hear, so he simply changed the subject. He tentatively pressed on. Has anyone ever said that you and Wang really look alike? Tao Charen's eyelids trembled. She was inherently socially awkward, and impersonating someone else was inherently difficult for her. It was only because there were so many people in the universe imitating her that Tao Charen had managed to survive by imitating her citizens. You don't seem very sociable, yet you're quite interested in these experiments, Qianling said. It would be so much better if you were a king. No, thankfully you're not a king. A king shouldn't be here. However, I can still protect you, albeit barely. A rare, gentle light shone in Qianling's eyes. He gently patted Tao Charen's head, the soft strands of hair brushing against his palm, bringing a sense of calm to her bewildered heart. Stay away from Tianshu, Dongjin, and the others from now on, and Ziwen too. But that guy seems to have normalized a lot these past few days. He's even contacting me less often. By the way, you're going to do labor tomorrow, right? Since you're interested in this, why don't you become my assistant? I talked to Jin Huan and the others. You can come to my place tomorrow. You don't need to go to the labor camp. The girl seemed to calm down somewhat under his reassurance. At least the fear and uncertainty she had shown earlier had subsided. Qianling felt confident that his treatment method was effective and decided to place Tao Charen next to him, which would facilitate subsequent experiments. Tao Charen completely agreed to this suggestion. Following Qianling meant she could see first-hand research data, essentially gaining a high-level research assistant for free. Both Tao Charen and Qianling felt they had hit the jackpot. In that case, come to see me on time tomorrow. Seeing her nod, and her emotions seemingly completely stabilized, Qianling saw her to the door and said goodbye. Remember, definitely don't go to the labor camp. Such a solemn instruction clearly indicates there's some secret involved. Tao Charen nodded. Actually, she knew. These past few days, while recovering from her injuries and management, she naturally hadn't been idle. First, she processed the new materials obtained from Xianluo, then she organized her research plan. Xiao Pu's back-end tasks were also progressing smoothly. Although Xianluo's involvement caused a minor inconvenience now, except for certain heavily monitored databases on the 18th floor, access to other areas was unimpeded. Tao Charen was thus able to access the entire prison surveillance system, observing the daily work of everyone from administrators to prisoners. After monitoring for several days, Tao Charen's impression could be summed up in one word: chaos. This was especially true in the labor camp. The forms of labor were chaotic, the participants were chaotic, and the order was particularly chaotic. The prison seemed like a gladiatorial arena where prisoners were thrown together at a set time and forced to fight each other. What they did, or where they went, was completely ignored. All sorts of people worked there. The prison management regulations were practically a dead letter. Tao Charen recalled the mention that labor should prioritize the queen's needs, which at first glance seemed plausible. But thinking about it carefully, she didn't need anything right now. So nobody cared? Tao Charen was confused. She was actually hesitant about whether to participate in the labor. The food and supplies she had brought could last her a while longer. Besides, even if she did labor, she couldn't drink the nutrient solution. She already stored many bottles with Xiao Pu. The only thing that motivated her to go check it out was seeing Bai Yun on the video surveillance. The first citizen she encountered after leaving the Star Moon Palace was also in the prison, working in the labor ward on the 18th floor during the day and resting on the 11th floor at night. As a Class B prisoner, he resided at a relatively high rank within the prison. Unless Tao Charen went to the labor camp, she was unlikely to run into him. Regardless, the pursuit of truth held immeasurable importance in a scholar's heart. With almost no thought, Tao Charen readily accepted Qianling's suggestion. Then, as soon as she opened the door, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on her. Are you all right? Jin Huan spoke first. Of course. Qianling quickly moved Tao Charen behind her. Make way, she's just recovered a bit, don't scare her. I know. Ziwen squeezed the broken doll in her hand and stepped back. Since everything's alright, I go back first. Okay, then you go back too. Qianling, we still need to talk. Inhuan nodded to Tao Charen, then grabbed Qianling's chains and threw her inside without a word. We were too gentle with you, weren't we? That's why you thought you had a chance to refuse. Bang. It was the sound of Qianling smashing the bed. Ziwen seized the opportunity, reaching out a hand to tug at Tao Charen's sleeve, drawing her attention and preventing her from looking back. Shall we go together? The two, one in room 8 and the other in room 9, were right next to each other. Ziwen walked ahead, the doll in her hand falling to pieces. Tao Charen followed behind, still thinking about the new reagent she'd seen at Qianling's. It was a new drug to treat the side effects of combined use of F173 and T068. The idea was novel, but the effect wouldn't be significant. Besides, administering the medicine over and over again is already quite troublesome. Based solely on its color, smell, and texture, plus a little guesswork, Tao Charan basically knew the progress of her research on ginseng and poria. She began to think with great interest about how to improve the ginseng and poria formula, almost forgetting that there was someone in front of her. Until she nearly bumped into Ziwin. The man holding the doll turned around and reminded her doll. He couldn't call her by her real name, much less use a respectful title. But she couldn't bring herself to utter that fake name either, and in the end, she could only treat her as an untouchable, precious doll. Only then did Tao Charan come to her senses. Before her was a room marked with the number 9. "Thank you," Tao Charan said softly. No one was around, and her voice was quiet. If Ziwin hadn't arrived today, she might have really been eaten by Dong Jin. That terrifying feeling of being so close was something she never wanted to experience again. She really hoped that after dealing with the berserk situation, normal people would make up the majority of the universe, so she could finally live the reclusive life she longed for. "It's good that I can fulfill the doll's wish." Ziwin didn't look up, waving the hand of the doll in her arms, which was still covered in cotton. "Goodbye, good night." Tao Charan turned and went inside. Ziwin then leaned against door number 8, looking up at the camera on the ceiling. A purple petal fell on it, and the lens shattered with a bang. Inhuan threw Shenling into the room, and Jinhuan followed, closing the door to block the prying eyes from outside. "Tell me, what happened to bite you again?" Shenling dusted herself off, and sat up from the rubble. The bed was unusable, and the bedpost had fallen to the ground, revealing the other end of the ginseng cord. A thin thread led into the wall, like a vein transporting nutrients to the main trunk, spiraling through the vast, deep earth, ultimately feeding the insatiable behemoth with the collected power. "He hasn't woken up yet." "Think of something else," Jinhuan said. "This time, the opponents are 2 Super A level beings." Xian Lu admitted before he left that he couldn't possibly last long. "I like to, but do you think I can come up with anything?" Ginseng pointed to the bottle of purple potion Tao Charan had just pointed to. "It's been a week, and this is all I made. The F173 reserve is almost gone. Can I stop now?" "Huh? If you're so capable, find Lin Chi. Even the author of F173 couldn't do anything. What can I do?" Reaching a research bottleneck is an unbearable pain for every researcher. Shenling roared maniacally, her misty eyes filled with despair. "Or let Ziwin take Shifeng and fight them. Don't they love self-harm? Perfect, dying for the queen is their honor. Ziwin will surely be happy. And then become food for Shifeng, contributing their power, right?" Inhuan chimed in, "All right, if you want to go berserk, just go berserk. Why are you acting crazy here?" Just as the atmosphere became tense, the daily video began to play. The queen's timid face appeared in the projected image, so clear it seemed almost within reach. The 3 of them fell silent, listening intently to the queen's faint voice. Because of her confinement, Shenling realized she hadn't seen this video in a long time. There shouldn't be anyone in the universe who can't recite these few lines by heart now. Every expression, every gesture of hers, was meticulously studied, becoming an indispensable remedy for the citizens. After the video ended, no one spoke first. After a long silence, Kenling hesitated and said, "Don't you guys think Tao Tao and Wang look alike? Their clothes, their personalities, needless to say, even their expressions, mannerisms, and preferences are similar." "Impossible." Inhuan looked at him. "Don't waste your time on unrelated people. Your biggest task right now is to restore Baiyu to normal. Even if it really is, so what?" Jinhuan added, "Do you think it's a good thing that Wang is here? Can you count how many spies are in the prison? We know, and the other side knows too. So whether she is or isn't, she can't be." As he said this, Jinhuan thought of Ziwin's unusual behavior in recent days. Perhaps he had also noticed something, but by the time he did, it already meant the priest's identity was about to change. But that wasn't his concern. Jinhuan and Inhuan forcibly pulled Kenling to the basement level. The new solitary confinement cell had been built, appearing identical to the pure white room in the center before Shenling. However, when they opened the door, they didn't see the cat. Chapter 97. When Tao Charan pushed open the door, she saw that familiar figure. But she only paused for a moment, then continued her actions as if nothing had happened. Then she closed the door, pressing her body against it, refusing to take another step forward. A nonchalant expression appeared on the young man's handsome face, his round cat-like eyes watching her with considerable interest. If Tao Charan dared to look up now, she would probably be surprised by his change. He would never have shown such an expression when he was at the Star Moon Palace. Baiyu sat in a chair, one leg bent, and resting on the corner of the chair, his hand on his knee. His other hand propped his chin casually on the table. The dignified leader of the 5 Gates of Radiant Light, dressed in a pure white military uniform, didn't look like a regular officer. Rather, he exuded a somewhat bandit-like air. "Who are you?" He leaned back in his chair, asking her lazily. He had clearly come uninvited, yet he was questioning the owner of the room. It was undeniably rude. However, believing that taking a step back would lead to a brighter future, Tao Charan obediently answered his question using her personal terminal. "Can't you speak?" Bayu's interest intensified, but a malicious glint flashed in his eyes. "Why don't you look at me?" The next second, he was right in front of Tao Charan. Although he wasn't the tallest among them, he was still half a head taller than her. With one hand on the door, Bayu leaned closer to her. "Do you know me?" Tao Charan was fairly familiar with Bayu, knowing that this cat was the kind who would take advantage of anyone and was good at climbing the social ladder. Ignoring him would only excite him more, so Tao Charan continued answering. "I've seen the Lord's image. The 5 Radiant Ones are quite well known throughout the universe. Except for Xianluo, the images of the others circulate online, so Tao Charan's statement fits the established pattern perfectly. But the probability of someone suddenly appearing in his room, and that this person being the Lord of Chiyu Tower, is extremely low. To recognize him on first sight, how familiar must they be? Bayu felt something was off, but since it was his territory, he didn't care whether he believed it or not, he just inexplicably paid attention to her state. Bayu had seen countless citizens imitating the queen, especially at Xuanluo's silk entangling workshop, where they were almost everywhere, annoying him. But this was the first person even Bayu thought looked remarkably like her. Upon seeing Tao Charan for the first time, he even mistook her for the queen. He missed the queen terribly. Whether one was a body servant, a god servant, or a member of Songha, once they were in his Chiyu Tower, they were his people. Bayu thought this was perfectly natural. His thoughts were hazy, sometimes clear, sometimes completely illogical. His condition hadn't stabilized, he'd been frequently coming here these past few days, and he didn't know why. Upon getting closer, a familiar, subtle fragrance wafted over, and Bayu, as if inhaling catnip, was unwilling to leave Tao Charan's side. "Since you call me master." Her voice abruptly stopped. Because the video had started playing. Tao Charan had been confined and hadn't had any videos available before. This sudden playback startled her. Especially since the content was incredibly shameful. Behind Tao Charan was the cold, hard door, in front of her was the aggressive Bayu, and all she could hear was her own voice. The awkwardness almost made her want to disappear. But the video still worked. Bayu was as if paused, watching the images on the screen. Beneath him was a warm human body. Bayu was pressed against the queen, and he heard her voice again. His mind cleared slightly. He also realized that the person before him wasn't the queen, and this misidentification was an insult to his loyalty. When Bayu realized this, he immediately released Tao Charan. His surroundings expanded. Tao Charan, however, dared not move. She didn't know why Bayu was here in human form, or what his current situation was. The last time the two met was in the pure white room on the lower level. At that time, her attention was mostly on Xianluo and Haiyu. But she also noticed that Bayu's injuries had worsened. Haiyu must have taken something from him. But seeing Bayu today, his condition was actually not bad. At least it didn't affect his movements. But Tao Charan's visual observation was meaningless. Even a sick or half-dead citizen could easily defeat 100 of her. Tao Charan considered taking some tissue samples from Bayu, while his attention was on the video, to assess his condition. But the video quickly ended, and the room fell silent except for the quiet breathing of the two of them. Bayu quickly turned his gaze back and finished the sentence he hadn't completed earlier. "Since you call me master, are you from Chiyu Tower?" Tao Charan shook her head and pointed to the Chansifang logo on her personal computer account. Chansifang. Really? Where did Xianluo go? He clearly remembered rescuing him just now. How could he have disappeared again in the blink of an eye? Bayu knew his memory was faulty. But this was an inescapable natural law, like his dependence on the queen. Something he couldn't change no matter what. This question swirled in his mind before being dismissed. Never mind. "Come work at my Chiyu Lu," Bayu said decisively, throwing out the bait. "The salary is 3 times what you get at Chan Si Fong. Your job is to take care of a cat." Bayu touched his nose, his eyes darting nervously. "It's simple. Start today, how about it?" Tao Charan was certain Bayu's mind was indeed in turmoil. His thinking was too fast. Tao Charan could hardly keep up. Besides, poaching Xianluo's talent in a prison, it didn't seem right, did it? But Tao Charan could understand Bayu's request. If she was right, Bai was close to complete berserk. He could still take human form, speak, and think, but only because of drugs. This is why animalistic instincts amplify their influence, unconsciously drawing them closer to the queen, even though reason tells them she isn't the queen. Reason often fails. Intervention is still necessary. Tao Charan is prepared to continue being a mobile blood bank. No! 5 times the salary? 10 times? Bai is wealthy, but this isn't about money. That's difficult. Bai thought for a moment. Right, I remember now. Since you live here, you're a prisoner, right? If you don't agree, what should I do? He muttered to himself. He wanted to say kill her, but he couldn't bring himself to say it, as if something was blocking his way, sealing his mouth. Bai suddenly looked up. What's that? Tao Charan, hearing his question, also looked around, but everything seemed normal. Careful. His amber cat-like eyes widened, and he pulled Tao Charan, causing them both to tumble onto the bed. Tao Charan was caught off guard, and her heart skipped a beat. She genuinely thought that something from the Shifeng sect had attacked the prison again. But when she turned to look, there was nothing there. The room was peaceful. But Bai, having seen something, looked furious, with a hint of fear. What are you trying to do? How dare you? Are you really going to betray the queen? Zhongwen is one thing, but what about you, Songhe? What has the king ever done to wrong you? Being chosen as a close attendant is already an honor for you. What right do you have to betray your promise? Do you think the king will even look at you if you collude with these lunatics from the Shifeng sect? A scene seemed to flash before his eyes. Bai squatting on the bed, shouting and screaming, completely absorbed in the moment. He was tense all over, like a cat with its fur standing on end, radiating aggression. A shadow fell over his clear amber eyes, and the boy's handsome face began to contort. His expression shifted between human and beast several times. One moment a cat shriek, the next a human growl. It only lasted a short while before he could no longer maintain his human form. Tao Charan sighed. Perhaps because he had just been comforted by the queen. Although he was in a state of shock, he hadn't caused any damage to his surroundings. There was still hope. Knowing that he couldn't see her now, Tao Charan dared to approach him. She reached out and grabbed Bai's clothes. Bai turned his head. His face had completely transformed into a cat's face. It's all right. Tao Charan hugged him with her eyes closed. There's no need to maintain human form. Go back to a form that makes you comfortable. She waited a moment, then felt a soft, furry touch. A cat settled into her arms. It was smaller than it had been 2 days ago, its eyes half closed, lying listlessly, gently swishing its tail, and wrapping it around Tao Charan's arm. This reaction was precisely the side effect of the combined use of F173 and T068 mentioned in the Shenling report. Human emotions are like a pool of water. Opening and closing the inlet and outlet ruins the pool. However, this also made it easier for Tao Charan to take samples for her experiments. This time, she could openly have Xiaopu draw a vial of Bai's blood. The cat's pupils widened slightly, but he closed them again when he saw Tao Charan staring at the blood-drawing site. The preliminary report came out quickly. Bai's condition was indeed not optimistic. The levels of both medications in his body were quite high, indicating that he had been taking them continuously for a long time. His body was riddled with external and internal injuries, compounded by other injuries. Even his super-grade self-healing ability had been affected by its decline. It was remarkable that he could still hold his own against Tao Charan for so long in this state. Maintaining human form was impossible in this condition. If it were ordinary berserk behavior, Tao Charan would usually use her own blood to resolve it. However, because of the effects of other medications in Bai's body, Tao Charan was worried about a chain reaction and dared not do so. She skimmed through the report, comparing it mentally with the information she had seen from Shenling before. Tao Charan quickly came up with a plan. If she could provide sufficient experimental materials and equipment, she was confident that she could solve this problem within half a month. Because she could handle the berserk state herself, she only needed to eliminate the drug residue from Bai's body, making the problem much simpler. However, her gaze stopped on a line in the report. Heart missing. Regenerated heart 1/7. Chapter 98. The heart. This is what Haiwa took, isn't it? Tao Charan didn't know why Shenfeng would target Bai's heart, but she was certain that, at least when she left Xingyue Palace, Bai's body was intact. In those years, when he got close, his heartbeat was clearly audible. Thump, thump! That sound was strong and powerful, just like a cat's own, lively to the point of being unsettling. This sound was the foundation of their relationship. Although Bai wasn't like Hong Chong, wanting to be with her 24/7 and constantly wanting to cling to her, he would always find an excuse to come over and rub against her, deliberately avoiding Tao Charen's boundaries, so she would occasionally acquiesce. Besides knowing that such affection wasn't something a citizen could control, it was also because Bai Yu was one of the few who wasn't around her much. Lan Huan, Xian Luo, and even Song He, their main work locations were all on Wangdu Star. Only Bai Yu, constantly on the move, was tasked with suppressing chaos, which meant he was frequently away on business, sometimes even missing his shifts. Tao Charen recalled that the longest she hadn't seen Bai Yu was a whole month. Back then, the universe was still in chaos, the Class A citizens of the capital planet changed hands repeatedly, and death was commonplace. Because it had been so long, Tao Charen was worried that Bai Yu might have gone berserk, or perhaps never return. However, the queen refused to communicate with others, so her concerns remained unspoken. But a month later, Bai Yu returned safely once more. He sidled up to her feet with his usual cheerful smile, his usually meticulously maintained white military uniform only becoming dusty when kneeling at the queen's feet. At that moment, Tao Charen, unusually, didn't shy away from his touch. Bai Yu buried his face in her knees, and even through their clothes, Tao Charen could feel the powerful, rapid beating of his heart beside her calves. He hesitated for a long time before finally saying in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I missed you so much." Actually, before this, she had heard Hong Chong tell others that Bai Yu had suffered a severe injury, missing half his body, and was constantly demanding to see the king. It was only after Lan Huan gave him a mirror that he stopped his demands. Hong Chong's tone was quite harsh when she said this. Tao Charen couldn't understand, neither Hong Chong nor Bai Yu. What did it feel like to miss someone, or rather, to yearn for them? Tao Charen rarely thought of anyone. Even with several loyal servants attending her, after leaving Xingyue Palace, aside from worrying that they would capture her and take her back, Tao Charen hadn't thought of anyone. Someone in her past life had said she was heartless. Perhaps it was so. After arriving in this universe, she had barely remembered anything from her past life. However, seeing Bai Yu's physical and mental state in such a state, Tao Charen remembered his heartbeat and what he looked like before. After shedding her identity as the queen, she was finally able to see another side of this world. The self-healing ability of a Super A-level cultivator is infinitely powerful. Even without half a body, he could still come to see her completely intact half a month later. Now, 4 or 5 days have passed. Only 1/7 of a single organ has healed. The kitten whimpered in her arms, weak, pitiful, and helpless. At least that's how it appeared. Because he almost had no heart, his heartbeat was completely different from what Tao Charen remembered. Even if she listened carefully, it was almost too faint to hear. The wound from removing the heart had healed, leaving a long scar. Because of the numerous wounds on her body, it wasn't very noticeable. Her pure white fur, due to repeated injuries, had inevitably become stained with red. The scabs had clung the cat's fur together, but the clean-loving cat licked them away, turning the red into a light pink. Tao Charen sighed again. She knew that even on her own territory, her subordinates wouldn't show much respect to their superior. Even if Bai Yu died here, Jin Huan and Yin Huan probably wouldn't be moved. To be precise, there were no citizens in this universe who could coexist peacefully. As the queen, Tao Charen naturally couldn't ignore Bai Yu. The medicine she had obtained from Shenling when she first arrived at the prison finally came in handy. She had Xiaopu clean Bai Yu's wounds, then selected several suitable medicines from a pile to treat Bai Yu's injuries simply. During this time, the cat lay there while she tended to it. Bai Yu, now possessing only a cat's mind, was noticeably easier to get along with than in his human form, so docile it was heartbreaking. Even when some of the medications Tao Charen used caused pain, the cat endured it, its whiskers twitching, without uttering a single cry. The cat was in pain, but the cat didn't complain. The queen personally bandaged and treated him, and the effect was immediate. Bai Yu's condition visibly improved, and when Tao Charen had Xiaopu test him again, all his vital signs were rapidly returning to normal. The berserk state subsided, and his bodily functions were gradually recovering. Xiaopu's second test involved drawing Bai Yu's heart's blood. Now that she knew her target, Tao Charen was more focused. As expected, the report showed that the viral load of W virus in the tissue near Bai Yu's heart was slightly higher than in other areas, but this had little impact on Tao Charen's experiment. At this point, Tao Charen had 3 super-grade A reports. The basic data in Lan Huan, Xian Luo, and Bai Yu's reports were very similar, but the parts Tao Charen needed were incomplete. Structurally, they complemented each other, like incomplete puzzle pieces placed in different locations. Tao Charen's next step was to continue improving the potion, adding the materials obtained from Xian Luo and Baiyu to Berserk Target Agent Basic version 01. Version 2.0 would be more effective, but completely solving the Berserk problem would still be a long way off. However, Tao Charan felt that the dawn of victory was just around the corner. Because she had already decided that after leaving the prison, she would change her identity and go to Shenfeng's place to check on things. Reagent 01 could only slow down Berserk behavior, so Xian Luo's Berserk state was inevitable. She had already decided to handle this personally when she gave out the medicine. Just now, when Baiyu was hallucinating, she revealed that Song He and Shenfeng were together. They might not be on the same side, but they are definitely connected. Hong Chong's condition is probably not good either. After all, there has been very little news about him for so long. Tao Charan highly suspects that Shenfeng has kidnapped him. After all, they have already taken action against other Super A level beings. There's no reason for them to ignore the cult leader who is closest to them. Dealing with Shenfeng might also allow her to see Song He and Hong Chong, and gathering all the Super A level experimental materials will be just around the corner. Tao Charan's calculations were going smoothly. She didn't even consider how many people she would need to communicate with during this time. While Baiyu was still in her cat-like state, Tao Charan drew several more vials of blood for later experiments. Feeling its life slipping away, the cat opened its round amber eyes and looked at her, but offered no resistance. "Master," visitor detected. Xiaopu suddenly spoke, taking away all the items that shouldn't belong in the room. The next second, with a snap, the door opened. The cat's warmth still lingered on her arm, but Tao Charan's arms were instantly empty. The figure of Yinhuan appeared in the doorway. "Did you see a cat?" A pair of silver snake eyes stared intently at Tao Charan, not missing a single expression. Tao Charan shook her head. They would probably soon discover that Baiyu's injuries had improved, so Tao Charan naturally wanted to avoid suspicion. The girl before her sat obediently on the bed, her face expressionless, as quiet and timid as ever, not seeming like someone who would lie. "Contact me immediately if you see it." Silver Ring didn't say much, closed the door for her, and left. The door closed, but the cat didn't return. Baiyu had clearly used her short-distance teleportation ability, but given her severe injuries and loss of power, this energy-intensive ability might not always be effective. In any case, the cat and the human-shaped Baiyu hadn't appeared, which was great news for Tao Charan. The data she needed was obtained, and the work she needed to do was completed. Tao Charan was satisfied with her research progress. She should finally be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. Before going to sleep, Tao Charan checked the surveillance footage in the corridor. Gold Ring, Silver Ring, and the enforcement team were still investigating the cat's whereabouts door to door, not just on the 18th floor, but on other floors as well. But despite such a large-scale search, they still seemed to have found nothing. If Baiyu returned to the basement, Jin Huan and the others should have known immediately. Where did he go? Tao Charan had a strange, uneasy feeling. But so much had happened today, and drowsiness overcame her. She called for Xiaopu to keep watch, and finally fell asleep. This night was no different from the nights she spent in management. But halfway through her sleep, the noise from next door started again, a deafening clanging and banging. Tao Charan was a light sleeper, and the noise woke her immediately. She sat up, frowning, her eyes still heavy with sleep. A hint of annoyance gathered in her eyes, but the thought of arguing with the neighbor if she stopped them made it dissipate with a sense of helplessness. She hugged her blanket for a while, oblivious to what was happening next door. The noise was so loud it felt like it was about to tear the entire 18th floor apart. Tao Charan checked the corridor security camera footage, but found nothing unusual. The noise subsided after a long while. Once the noise stopped disturbing her sleep, Tao Charan lay back down and drifted off to sleep. Then, less than 2 hours later, the noise started again. Awakened by the incessant banging, even Tao Charan felt an urge to storm over and confront her neighbor. She felt the vibrations on both walls, and finally confirmed that the problem was with room number 8 next door. That's right, she was the last one to arrive. Room number 10 wasn't even written down, so no one was there. Number 8 Ziwen. Coincidentally, someone she knew. Tao Charan messaged Ziwen, reminding him to keep his voice down. But after a while, the noise from next door didn't quiet down. In fact, it got louder. Would she be able to sleep tonight? Perhaps it was the familiarity of the neighbor and Ziwen's usual politeness that gave her courage, but Tao Charan suppressed her anger and got up, preparing to confront this long-time nuisance. Chapter 99. Tao Charan left with a fierce air, displaying a do-or-die courage. But when she actually stood before Ziwen's door marked with the number 8, she felt a tortoise-like mentality, thinking, oh well, it's not a big deal. I can just wait until dawn. Her hand rose and fell again, she stood at the door, quite conflicted. The message she sent to Ziwin on her personal terminal still hadn't been replied to. Tao Charan looked and looked, hoping to get a positive response before she knocked. While she waited, the noise from inside didn't lessen at all. Even the floorboards trembled. But even so, no one cared. It was as if disturbing the peace wasn't illegal, and everyone was used to it. Room 8 and Tao Charan's room 9 looked almost identical from the outside. The only difference was that room 8 was at the corner of the prison. Perhaps because there was a partition at the corner, Yuan in room 7 on the other side didn't notice, thus condoning the uncivilized behavior next door. But it's also possible that Yuan simply doesn't care. Anyway, citizens don't sleep much, and Yuan seems quite indifferent. Tao Charan pondered this, every detail around her now seeming so intriguing. Time ticked by, and she stood at the door for a long time, unable to bring herself to knock. Maybe she should go back. Z1 will definitely see the message tomorrow. It definitely won't happen tomorrow night. Just endure it for one night, plug her ears, and cover herself with a blanket. It doesn't seem so hard to accept. Tao Charan suddenly understood, and decided to retreat. But just as she was convincing herself this way, the door suddenly shattered. Yes, the seemingly sturdy metal door shattered into pieces without Tao Charan's warning, debris flying everywhere. A cat pounced, visibly startled upon seeing Tao Charan. Its narrow, vertical pupils instantly widened, its white fur bristled, and it braced itself in midair, letting out a sharp meow. Just as the metal shards were about to graze Tao Charan's soft, delicate cheek, the cat spun 3.5 times, swiftly shielding her from the danger. However, in the blink of an eye, it couldn't gather all the shards together. The cat glanced at Tao Charan one last time, then vanished with all the remaining door debris, leaving behind only the wide-open room number 8. Ziwin chased after him from the room. A long claw mark marred his face. Clearly, the cat hadn't held back. Even with Ziwin's exceptional healing abilities, blood still seeped from his wound, making him look like a grotesque ghost from a horror story, especially considering his pale face and flower-adorned hair. Upon seeing Tao Charan, Ziwin was also visibly stunned. He disregarded everything else, first raising his wide sleeves to cover his face, then, as if remembering something, quickly blocking the doorway. Wah, what are you doing here? The first wah had a slightly nasal tone, but he quickly realized what he meant. The slender man slightly raised his hand, trying to stretch his body as much as possible to block Tao Charan's gaze. He tried his best to remain calm, even ignoring the injuries on his face. But it was no use. Tao Charan had already seen him. Or rather, not seeing him would be burying one's head in the sand. No one knew what the cat and the flower had done, but in short, besides the door panel, the door frame, and the entire wall facing the corridor had disappeared. Perhaps they still remembered that the queen lived next door, and were kind enough not to tear down the wall next door as well. However, Tao Charan didn't even need to look up to see the scene in Ziyuan's room. Ziyuan's room was significantly larger than Tao Charan's. Now it was a complete mess, littered with cat hair and blood, resembling a scene of cat abuse. But whether the abuse was done on a cat or a person was uncertain. Large splatters of blood covered the floor, walls, and even the ceiling, along with piles of broken branches and leaves. The most bizarre thing was the bed. The sheets were almost entirely blackish red, layered with layers of old bloodstains. Tao Charan could smell the putrid, nauseating stench of blood from a distance. Even more appalling, the already small walls were covered with various instruments of torture. Knives, scissors, whips, spikes, meat clamps, nooses, and many others that Tao Charan couldn't even name. Dark bloodstains remained on them, indicating they had been used countless times. Compared to solitary confinement, Ziyuan's room resembled a prison. In a room filled with blood, that patch of pure land stood out starkly. A large hole had been carved into the wall, about a meter high, above the filthy bed, revealing a shrine. Only this section of wall remained intact, even meticulously clean. Seated inside was a doll, its stitches torn, the cotton peeking out. Beneath long, black hair was an unhappy expression, a black robe covering slightly dirty leather shoes. It was the queen that Z1 usually held in her arms. Tao Charan was caught off guard, glancing at it before lowering her gaze. She wasn't actually frightened. Leaving aside the fact that she had seen scenes far more hellish than this in her previous life, she had encountered quite a few mentally unstable individuals in the Star Moon Palace. But she really shouldn't have had any expectations of the citizens of this universe. The secret was discovered by the person who least should have known. The mask was torn off by the person she cared about most, and Ziwin's face grew even paler. He moved his lips, seemingly wanting to explain. But what was there to say? What she saw was the truth. The purple flowers withered with their owners to spare, emanating the same decaying stench as the room behind them. The burning love, buried for millennia, died the moment it saw the light. He knew perfectly well that he had done something she didn't like. There would be no more. Zilwin retreated into the room with a bitter smile, revealing more of the truth to Tao Charan. If she was still willing to see. His face, usually filled with melancholy and brokenness, now carried a hint of relief, and his eyes, which had previously been evasive in front of Tao Charan, now looked at her deeply, and without any pretense for the first time. His eyes, originally a beautiful lilac, appeared even clearer after being washed with water, flowing with a soft, pure adoration. They were so out of place in the room. Filth and purity, bloodshed and innocence, blended together seamlessly. Even Tao Charan, who had seen enough madmen, felt that Zilwin was beyond redemption. She couldn't understand what Zilwin had done, what he was doing. But it wasn't something she wanted to see. Tao Charan instinctively wanted to escape. She didn't even say a word to Zilwin, adopting the attitude of "I didn't see anything, I wasn't even here tonight." She simply backed away, turned, opened the door, closed it, and went into her room. Zilwin kept watching her. As a deity, the most important thing was to unconditionally obey the king's will. He had always held himself to this standard, and despised the usurpation of power by his predecessors. When he discovered that the other party intended to approach the king during the annual festival, he finally lost his temper and killed him. He became the new priest. But now, he was following the same path. He had always thought that becoming a priest was just a bit more difficult, but the queen must be right, and therefore they must be right too. After seeing the king, he realized that the queen was right, but they were wrong. When he chose to hide the side of himself he didn't want her to see, he had already betrayed his faith. They could not succeed. Neither in body nor in action, no one could succeed. The Church of Radiant Light itself was a colossal mistake. He was unforgivable. With a click, the door closed. This would be the last time he saw the king. Doll. Z1 laughed. There was no one she wanted to see in sight. She turned her gaze away, and began to stroke the instruments of torture on the wall. She knew them as well as she knew herself. He had personally experienced every instrument of torture, and every wrongdoing he had committed was vividly etched in his memory. The last time he had used them was on the day he first met the king. Back then, he had dreamed of the king, and upon waking, feeling guilty, he was bound by ropes from the ceiling and plummeted back to the ground, a cycle that repeated endlessly. Even under such extreme torture, he could not control his desires. Now, it was time for martyrdom. Perhaps still harboring lingering attachments and resentment, even the usually indifferent Z1 had become critical. He looked around and finally realized how filthy the place was. Every place stained with his blood was filthy. Martyrdom, naturally, should take place in the purest and cleanest of places. Zilwin looked at the wall above the bed. The doll, the king. The tattered doll, its eyes lowered, sat alone in the high chamber, just as every night before, judged for its sins, scrutinized for the punishments inflicted upon it. Zilwin carefully washed her hands and took the doll down. Of course, she knew this wasn't the king. No one would mistake the king. But without the king, how could it endure? Zilwin placed a section of its main stem in the doll's hand. The round, limp fingers, under her control, were forced to press down on the smooth ends. Next, all she had to do was use the sharp middle section to sever it in half, and its roots would detach from its body, unable to sustain life any longer. It was a simple matter. It had killed so many citizens, and endured punishments far more painful than this. For the grave sins it had committed, this ending was already a sign of the Queen's mercy. The Queen's mercy. Z1's hands began to tremble. He involuntarily closed his eyes. But the image of the king still flashed before his eyes. Even if it wasn't his original appearance, it was enough to shake his mind. And that alluring fragrance that could penetrate all the stench of blood. What are you doing? Z1 opened his eyes. His eyes were still slightly moist, but he definitely saw it. A girl with black hair and black eyes stood before him, looking down at him, just like the doll on the wall had once done. But the difference was, upon meeting his gaze, the girl's eyes seemed unable to bear it any longer and instantly lowered. Then Z1 understood. The person before him was none other than the king who had just abandoned him. Chapter 100. Tao Charan felt something was amiss. Based on the situation in Zilwin's room, Tao Charan's first reaction was that he, like Shen Feng, frequently persecuted other citizens. But upon closer reflection, that didn't seem to be the case. According to her observations over the past few days, rooms number 2, Shenling, 3, Tianshu, and 4, Luoying, saw the most inmates coming and going. The other rooms were practically deserted. Zhuan's personality wasn't particularly outgoing either. On the few occasions Tao Charan had seen him, he had always been alone. So where did those persecuted prisoners come from? Could such a person really become a terrorist, luring and torturing other prisoners? And who else, excluding lower-ranking citizens, would be the one subjected to torture? Thinking this way, some things began to make sense. Tao Charan refused to delve deeper. But based on past experience, she roughly knew what Zhuan might do. This situation was probably due to his berserk state. Considering the rampant misuse of T068 here, Tao Charan made this judgment. A new potion hadn't been created yet, but fortunately, her blood was the best antidote in the universe. Because she didn't know if the other party would consider the loss of blood a serious matter concerning the queen, like Lan Huan and Bai Yu, Tao Charan used the opportunity of returning to her room to have Xiao Pu prepare everything and to mentally prepare herself before taking a deep breath and venturing out again to face the storms of life. To be honest, Tao Charan didn't know what Z1 was doing. At this moment, the slender, melancholy man before her looked like a dying plant, desperately yearning for help, yet unable to speak or move. He knelt in the pool of blood, eyes closed, pressing his hand against the doll's, seemingly wanting to bury his body in its thin, barren embrace. No matter what happens, a needle prick is always a good idea. Tao Charan thought matter-of-factly. This method had always worked for her. At this moment, she seemed to subconsciously forget that the fusion of Zhuan's blood with hers had only happened a few days ago, and under normal circumstances, the probability of him going berserk now was quite low. The liquid in the bird's beak had been pushed into the plant's roots. Zhuan, of course, noticed. He knew the queen must have misunderstood something. But her meaning was clear. She didn't want him to die. Her already made decision was easily interrupted, and Zhuan, without any sense of principle, abandoned her choice in an instant. He opened his mouth, hearing his own dry voice. Suicide. What? Zhuan had bluntly exposed his deliberate avoidance of the question. Although her intention was indeed to interrupt Zhuan, Tao Charan had no idea how to respond. Ah? Oh, she said dryly, her voice even more strained than Zhuan's. Tao Charan hadn't expected Zhuan to be so frank. She asked, "What are you doing?" Zhuan's answer was honest, and in terms of content, there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. But hadn't he considered her feelings? Even with her severe social anxiety, she hadn't thought of that. Why did he speak so frankly, as if it were perfectly natural? However, the injection had a miraculous effect. Zhuan's mental state had noticeably calmed down. He got up from the ground, first calling a housekeeping robot to clean up the mess, then carefully putting the unused dolls back in their original places, and finally waving his hand. Large patches of light blue aster flowers climbed and grew on the ground, covering the bloody ground. The fragrance of flowers gradually filled the space, and Tao Charan, who had been holding her breath, finally dared to breathe deeply. The housekeeping robot quickly repaired the walls and doors, and, at Zhuan's instruction, brought over a new, clean chair. Tao Charan was somewhat awkwardly seated in the chair, watching Zhuan sit on the bed opposite her. The torture instruments on the wall had been removed. The only thing that indicated the horrific events that had transpired in the room was the bed. For some reason, Zhuan didn't have the robot change the sheets. The dark bloodstains almost obscured the light-colored sheets, and Zhuan sitting on them resembled a condemned prisoner confessing her crimes, awaiting judgment from those in power. Throughout this time, knowing she was facing a cunning and deceitful madwoman, Tao Charan remained vigilant. So when Zhuan turned and approached her, Tao Charan involuntarily took 2 steps back. Then she realized she shouldn't have done that. The queen's every move was observed and speculated upon, especially by some citizens who were already in poor mental condition. Her displeasure and resistance acted as a negative catalyst, easily pushing them into a more frenzied state. But Zhuan didn't show any obvious change. Tao Charan stepped back, not insisting, simply explaining, "I just wanted to help move the chair." Because the walls and floors needed cleaning later, the housekeeping robot had simply left the chair by the door and left it there. Tao Charan had originally wanted to sit there, but it was too far from Zhuan, and it looked very strange. "Oh, okay." Tao Charan silently took a few steps back, making room for him. Seemingly aware of Tao Charan's fear, Zhuan even considerately placed the chair further away, avoiding the unclean rubble by the door, and instead choosing a spot closer to the flower bed. He, who had just threatened suicide, was more considerate and gentlemanly than Lan Huan. Tao Charan saw almost no abnormality in him. But then again, in this universe, the more normal a citizen appears, the more abnormal they are. After they sat down, an awkward silence fell. Tao Charan nervously clutched her sleeve, unsure how to begin. Suicide didn't seem like a good social topic. Z1, who had placed the doll aside, kept her head down, unusually not muttering to herself like a madman. I think you must have many questions. Please ask. I will answer them to the best of my knowledge, Z1 said. Usually, looking directly at someone while speaking shows respect, but Z1 kept his eyes lowered and head bowed while speaking to Tao Charan. Even when Tao Charan wasn't looking at him, he still kept his gaze averted, his breathing very weak, as if it were a habit he couldn't break. But if Tao Charan dared to watch him speak with others, she would realize that this habit was reserved only for her. With Jin Huan, Yin Huan, and the others, Z1 stared directly at them without any politeness, often with a murderous intent. In short, his frank tone, coupled with his deliberately restrained presence, gave Tao Charan a bit of courage. Therefore, she unusually refrained from using Xiao Pu and directly initiated the conversation. You still want to commit suicide? Her words were even somewhat hesitant, clearly still finding this topic somewhat sensitive. But not asking wasn't an option. Z1 was practically the only prisoner here who knew she was the queen, and his identity was special. Tao Charan's future plans would likely require his help. I don't want to think about it anymore. Z1 answered almost without hesitation. I thought that way before because I assumed you wanted me to not exist. Now I know you want me to live. Then I will live. Z1 was indeed very honest. But Tao Charan felt a sense of fear. She remembered the question Lan Huan had once asked her. Should we exist? Or rather, are we useful? At that time, she hadn't given any answer. So later, Lan Huan regressed to his primitive form, choosing non-existence. And the pupa form met her experimental criteria. Objectively speaking, he was indeed useful. How similar the situation was. But was this right? Tao Charan had known long ago that the lives of citizens were in her hands. But the pressure of bearing the lives of others was immense. She felt suffocated. I know you don't want to hear this answer. But I can't hide it from you. Without the doll, Ziwen's slight anxiety remained unresolved. He could only stare at Tao Charan's small black leather shoes, his fingers digging deeply into the dirty sheets. It's a paradox. A bitter smile played on his lips. A deep, indelible despair spread across his beautiful, melancholic face. But because his head was bowed, Tao Charan could only hear his steady voice. You probably guessed it. I am the priest of this generation. We follow the king's will, and I thought I could persevere. But after seeing you these past few days, I realized that sometimes my faith isn't steadfast. Like just now, because you expressed your desire to know the answer, I couldn't refuse, but I know this answer is certainly not what you want to hear. Your will and your instinct for satisfaction have clashed. These days, I have committed too many transgressions, defying many of your wishes. Including the conflict with Shenling, deliberately keeping you in the confinement room during our meeting, following you ever since returning from the basement today, and now what you have discovered. He laid out all the transgressions he believed he had committed, even though Ziwen herself knew in her heart that, even now, she was still defying the queen's will. This was a grave sin in the faith. He was not even qualified to be an ordinary believer, let alone a priest. I came to this prison primarily because of my crimes. I know you yearn for order and prosperity, but our divine faith has failed to govern the Radiant Church, allowing the body-following faction to seize power. They dared to rebel, and we are deeply ashamed of this. I was already a sinner, and even in prison, I showed no remorse, lusting after your majesty day and night, even knowingly committing crimes. That's why I set up this place, using these instruments of torture, as a warning. I know everything I've done is presumptuous, not what you would have wanted. Ziwen closed her eyes in anguish. He only realized this after seeing the king. The terrible thing is, even knowing this, he couldn't control himself. She didn't want others to notice her, but he couldn't ignore her suffering and pain. He considered himself resolute, yet he still betrayed his faith, betrayed the queen. Since you are willing to let me live, Ziwen, not wanting to frighten her, restrained her urge to kneel and clasped her hands together. Our gods, please guide us. How can we uphold our faith? How can we make you happier and stop hurting you? But Ziwen didn't ask. Because that was no longer a question of divine intervention. Chapter 101. The housekeeping robot quickly tidied the room, then rumbled away with a pile of trash. An unbearable silence filled the small room. Tao Charan clutched the hem of her clothes, while Ziwen looked up at the doll that had just returned to its place on the wall. The two didn't look at each other, but they were both watching each other's movements. How should I put it? This long confession of feelings was completely beyond Tao Charan's imagination. Only now did Tao Charan suddenly realize what divine devotion really meant. What she thought divine devotion meant, obeying her decrees, respecting the queen, at least seemingly not forcing her, helping to conceal the queen's identity if she didn't want it revealed, and although some aspects, specifically the doll, were a bit strange, it could barely be considered a personal preference. In short, it was within the scope of communication. The actual deity, however, had to interpret every word and action of hers, constantly shifting between her conflicting thoughts. If she felt something went against her will, she would throw a tantrum, feeling she had committed a crime deserving punishment, even voluntarily going to prison, and then dumping the problems on her. This was utterly unnecessary. Nevertheless, Tao Charan still felt immense admiration for the deity. She almost felt this was the most normal state a citizen could achieve. At least even now, facing the queen who might harbor resentment towards them, Zhuan maintained respect and didn't act impulsively or do anything excessive. He was like someone bound to a shackle, completely immobile. Even when demanding results from the deity, he didn't do anything Tao Charan disliked. He didn't approach, didn't make contact, like a bewildered believer who would accept any answer his God gave without question. But the God who asked such a question was fundamentally wrong. Tao Charan truly didn't want to hear such a question. In fact, she couldn't answer it either. Because this faith was false, and she wasn't a god. She was merely a weak, fickle human being. She hesitated when dealing with problems. Her thoughts were fickle and constantly changing. This meant that, theoretically, it was impossible for the god to pursue her desires. Just like now, she wanted to hear Zhuan's true thoughts, yet she didn't want to hear about the god's pursuit of the queen. It was contradictory. But that's human nature. How could one expect a plant to understand humans? Their confusion was so understandable. Tao Charan, as a human, couldn't dispel the fog for them or guide them. They were destined for disappointment. Tao Charan knew this would be a significant blow to Zhuan. He tried his best to fulfill the king's wishes with the utmost sincerity, devoutly believing the king to be perfect. Such faith was like a beautiful but illusory bubble. Before seeing the real person, it could be a self-justifying dream. But once he witnessed the fickleness of humanity, this illusion shattered with a single touch, too fragile to withstand anything more. Although Zhuan was aware of the collapse of her faith, long-cultivated habits still clung to her desperately. The king hated him. He shouldn't exist. The king didn't like to talk, so he didn't need her to ask questions, to expose his bloody wounds and sins to her. But this was all something the king didn't want to see. It was also driven by his own selfish desires, something he wanted to conceal. Faith clashed with instinct, reason to emotion torn apart. No one could bear such pain. But the queen was opposite him, and she was still willing to stay in the same room with him. Perhaps, there was still a glimmer of hope. For this speculation, Zhuan was willing to wait no matter how long. Time passed second by second, and the purple in Zhuan's eyes dimmed. He realized something. Making things difficult for the king wasn't his intention. You, Zhuan. Tao Charan spoke at the same time. Because she wasn't very good at dealing with such things, she did take some time to organize her thoughts. Gathering the courage to speak was already difficult. Being interrupted meant that all the mental preparation Tao Charan had done was for nothing. You speak first. She deferred politely. Zhuan was taken aback. According to his thinking, the king should express his opinion first. But the king said so. Zhuan still unconditionally obeyed the king's decision. This was precisely the teaching of the gods. You don't need to worry, he said, trying to soften his voice. Believing in you is our choice. It has nothing to do with you. You don't need to respond to us either, although we so desperately yearn for your gaze upon us, for your affirmation. Although we are confused, faith has also brought us benefits. Those who follow the gods are faithful to their duties, and possess exceptional endurance. While they cannot avoid going to extremes, their progress is often slower than others, which makes it easier to achieve success in certain areas. So even without direction, you will always be the light we pursue. We love you and hope you are doing well. This in itself is a great comfort. Just like now, pain and anxiety burned in his heart, but he was always willing to step back, allowing Wang to freely make choices from the heart, without being confined to this small room, bound by unspeakable stubbornness. These words sounded so unlike Zhuan, even unlike a selfish citizen. More difficult than controlling life and death is changing will. If this isn't divine intervention, then what can a god possibly achieve? Zhuan, Tao Charan waited a while, making sure he was truly finished, before speaking. Do you truly know what love is? Situations where such smooth communication is possible are rare. Tao Charan unconsciously fiddled with his cuffs. I've been thinking, many of you have never even met me. So why do you love me? Zhuan's heart skipped a beat, and she was about to explain. I'm not doubting you. Tao Charan took a deep breath. This kind of love is without reason. I can't accept it. Even if it had a reason, She couldn't accept such terrifying love. Berserk tendencies, like the love you speak of, are uncontrollable. This makes me suspect they are some kind of symbiotic relationship. If one disappears, the other will too. Yes, to put it bluntly, Tao Charin's view of the citizen's pursuit of her was like a kind of illness. Ziwan closed her eyes. He hugged his arms, feeling a bone-chilling cold. His fingernails dug tightly into his flesh, preventing the growing despair from showing. No, it's not like that. How can you say you haven't seen it? If it weren't for seeing the king, how could they have become human? If it weren't for the pursuit, what would be the point of becoming human? His mind was a jumble of memories, his own and others, flashing by, finally settling on the figure not far from him. Whether it is or not, there's no point in saying this now. I came out to resolve the berserk state. If I succeed, then the radiant cult should cease to exist. If I fail, I will personally take over the radiant cult. Z1 finally couldn't hold back and looked at Tao Charin. The girl was as serene as ever, her long, jet-black hair cascading down to her chest, obscuring half of her eyes and brows. Knowing who the person before her was, even if her disguise was ordinary, in Z1's eyes, she was the most beautiful sight. She had no idea how much impact her words would have on Z1, and on Shinfeng. Then, I will do as you wish, and tell you what to do. The queen's promise, even if a deception, was wrapped in honey, making one willingly swallow it. I understand. Z1 lowered her head sincerely. Thank you for your mercy. May everything go well for you, radiant cult. At least we, Shinfeng, will always believe in you and obey your commands. Tao Charin breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like she's managed to fool him. At least in the short term, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Probably. As for what happens after that, whether it succeeds or fails, she just stalled for time. Z1 maintained a slight distance, but not much. Tao Charin had been quite anxious during their confrontation. As she said, the best outcome would be that she resolved the berserk state and, incidentally, the citizens' obsessions. That would be a happy ending for everyone. The worst outcome would be that she failed to resolve anything, in which case, she would take over the radiant cult. But given the current level of madness in the universe, she'd probably be scared to death sooner or later, so there was no need to worry about it. However, there's another scenario that hasn't been discussed. Resolving the berserk state but not the obsession. This is equivalent to overturning the previous theory and starting a new challenge. Tao Charin believes there's still hope in this situation. Even if she can't solve it, she won't have to return to the Star Moon Palace as a handshake mascot. She can simply find a remote planet to live on, out of sight, out of mind, and barely manage. Therefore, she deliberately obscured this possibility. Z1 seemed to believe her. You've been working so hard for so long, have you made any progress? He seemed particularly eager for the future Tao Charin described, and began to inquire about her progress. Did you come here because of some clues in the prison? Is there anything we can do to help? He earnestly expressed his willingness to help the queen achieve her goals. Nothing, no. Tao Charin thought for a moment. She should be able to get what she wanted in the short term, so there was nothing she needed divine help for. Besides, she didn't know if there would be any other price to pay for their help. But then she thought, some things could still be entrusted to them. Tao Charin pulled out a meticulously prepared list from her personal terminal, her eyes unusually bright with anticipation. Do you have these here? They were all experimental instruments and various materials. Zhuan reached out and took the crumpled piece of paper. The warmth of their intertwined fingertips allowed Zhuan to almost picture the focused expression on Wang's face as she wrote them. He quickly skimmed through Wang's requirements. This was the first time he had truly fulfilled Wang's needs, not through guesswork, but through her own spoken desires. Of course, he also thought of certain rumors. I will not fail your expectations. Regardless of her inner turmoil, that subtle sense of happiness was undeniable. Zhuan clutched the fragile paper tightly, suddenly understanding the meaning of divine faith. Chapter 102. Tired? Want to go out and rest for a while? When Tao Charin yawned for the third time, Qianling finally couldn't help himself. He stopped writing furiously, and turned to Tao Charin. A pile of bottles and jars were scattered around them, liquids bubbling in beakers, and the small laboratory was filled with various odors. Combined with the ever-bright operating lights overhead, this was exactly the kind of laboratory Tao Charin dreamed of, the kind where she could work forever. So, as she had the previous 2 times, she shook her head. This time, Qianling put down his pen completely. The old-fashioned fountain pen gleamed under the light, reflecting his furrowed brow. I told you to rest, so go rest now, or you won't need to come back. His tone was almost stern, but the helplessness in his eyes was overflowing. Only then did Tao Charan put down the experimental equipment. Although yawning is an instinctive behavior that humans cannot control, her movements were meticulous and never perfunctory. She never delayed the tasks assigned to her by Shenling, and often even completed them ahead of schedule. She washed her hands and silently pushed open the door. Outside was Shenling's room 02. Just a few days ago, she entered the laboratory with Shenling for the first time and learned that there was a hidden door in room 02, behind which was Shenling's workplace. The table in the outer room had been cleaned spotlessly, completely different from what Tao Charan had seen before. There were 2 cups of coffee on the table, and 2 chairs beside them. Because the two had spent most of their time together these past few days, even their living areas bore traces of each other. Tao Charan sat down, picked up her coffee with both hands, and drank it all in one gulp. The bitterness spread in her mouth. It wasn't her favorite taste, but she felt a sense of comfort because she was so used to it. Shenling followed her out from the inner room, almost laughing in exasperation at Tao Charan's behavior. Who told you to drink coffee? I told you to rest. Understand? Her rapidly processing thoughts abruptly interrupted. Tao Charan looked up blankly, then quickly lowered her head again upon realizing someone was nearby. Her hands unconsciously tightened around the rim of the cup, annoyed by this impolite interruption. But Shenling didn't notice. He almost roughly snatched the cup away and slammed it onto the table. Then he pulled Tao Charan up from the chair and pushed her onto the bed. Sleep. Caught off guard, Tao Charan's vision shifted, and her body sank into the soft bedding. Perhaps because of Shenling's true form, his blankets carried a rich, herbal scent, relaxing and inducing drowsiness after a while. Tao Charan stretched involuntarily, letting herself sink into the clouds. Her mind still wanted to continue working, but her body felt so heavy. She offered almost no resistance. Her eyes slowly closed, her breathing gradually became long and even, and she fell asleep within a minute. Shenling's eyes showed even more helplessness. You're such a worry, he muttered. Clearly exhausted to the extreme, yet still working with a blank expression. Such perseverance was something even Shenling himself admired. What made him even more ashamed was that he realized she was a genius. At first, he taught her everything meticulously, starting with the simplest things, but she immediately grasped the concepts and could apply them to other situations. In just 1 week, the experiment's leader had changed. Even he was amazed by the thinking of this class B criminal. Sometimes he even struggled to keep up and could only assist. She shouldn't remain unknown in the universe. With genius and hard work, she should be able to go very far, no matter which path she chooses. But Qianling had never heard of the name Tao Tao. Perhaps she was just unlucky, or perhaps her talent had yet to be discovered. As the first to discover this gem, Qianling felt increasingly proud, perhaps even a little pity, seeing her tremblingly nestled in his heart. Even before he realized it, this feeling was already inseparable from her. He unconsciously sat down beside Tao Charan. The ordinary bedding, having borne the weight of the young girl, seemed to have acquired a gentle fragrance and a comforting warmth. Tao Charan slept peacefully, her serene and beautiful face only now revealing its vulnerable side. Her long eyelashes and her red lips, glistening with the aftertaste of coffee, stirred an irresistible urge to touch her. Shenling did just that. His heart trembled like his hands, and before he even realized it, love overflowed in his eyes, enveloping the girl lying on his bed like gentle water. Even though he hadn't yet equated the girl before him with the queen, he knew that no matter how many times he met her, as he gradually came to know her, he would always fall in love again. Besides, what wasn't lovable about her? At this moment, Shenling's heart was devoid of the queen, the prison, and his cherished research. Only Tao Charan stood before him. Only when she was asleep did Shenling dare to stealthily touch her like a thief, then quickly pull his hand back. A sweet, excited, and bittersweet feeling welled up inside him. Even though he didn't understand it, he couldn't control it. This feeling persisted until Tao Charan woke up. In reality, she hadn't slept for very long. These past few days, Tao Charan had been working with Shenling during the day, guiding him to solve by-use problems. After returning home at night, she continued working overtime, racing against time to develop the Berserk Target Agent Upgrade version 02. Because Zilwen had provided her with sufficient experimental equipment and consumables, she was able to implement her ideas, and progress on both sides was quite rapid. At this crucial juncture, Tao Charan naturally couldn't sleep. Her mind was completely focused on work. She even dreamt about organizing her research methods. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Shenling sitting beside her, drinking coffee. She paused, her bewildered eyes filled with big question marks. Is Shenling really that free? Weren't we expected to get results today? What's he waiting for here instead of working? Tao Charan didn't understand. But she didn't dare say anything, she didn't dare ask. Long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and Shinling subconsciously turned his head away, avoiding those open, dark eyes. He felt inexplicably nervous, his heart pounding, and inexplicably picked up the coffee cup beside him. Coming to his senses, he realized it wasn't his cup. Shinling moved closer as if possessed, the aroma of coffee rising gently, masking his inappropriate emotions. A wet lip print still remained on it. As a rank A expert, his eyesight was exceptional, and he could even mentally simulate the other person swallowing motion. Qianling closed her eyes, forcing herself not to think about these things. She had only slept for 10 minutes, which wasn't enough to relieve her fatigue, given her frail body. Besides, her sleep hadn't been very restful. I'm giving you a day off today. Go back. Qianling tried to keep her voice flat. The girl quickly sat up. Her thin body, buried in the increasingly loose bedding, looked even more delicate and pitiful. Although sleepiness still lingered on her face, the message transmitted through her personal terminal was still a stubborn refusal. I don't need a day off. Working in the prison is supposed to have holidays, 5 days on, 2 days off. It's a rule set by the queen. Qianling's face hardened, forcing herself to stick to her bottom line. You already worked a week. Have you forgotten what the prison management regulations say? You can't disobey the queen's orders. Very well. She was starting to use the queen to pressure her. Tao Charen's heart remained completely unmoved. And you really aren't feeling well. Qianling softened his tone, his patience bordering on earnest. Only 2 sets of data remain. If all goes well, we can make the new potion today, and your work will be basically finished. Going home early today won't hurt. Qianling was, after all, her current supervisor, and given his insistence, Tao Charen didn't want to clash with him. Besides, Qianling was right. Even without her, he could easily complete the last bit of work independently. Her insistence was simply due to her habit of finishing what she started. Seeing Tao Charen nod, Qianling breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why persuading her to rest was so difficult, but even if he didn't see her for a day, he wanted her to stop overworking herself. Qianling escorted Tao Charen to her room. These past few days, aside from collecting his nutrient solution at set times, Qianling had barely left the house. The thin, soft chains that bound his limbs, while not affecting his daily life, seemed to truly lock him in. Go back and rest early. We see the results tomorrow, Qianling comforted her with a smile. For a fleeting moment, his expression overlapped with his gentle demeanor at the Star Moon Palace. I assure you, based on my years of research experience, it will go very smoothly. Tao Charen nodded and slowly walked back. It was afternoon, during the Queen's designated working hours. A few prisoners occasionally passed by in the corridor, all hurrying along. Qianling stood at the door, watching the petite figure of the girl blend among the oddly-looking prisoners, disappearing around the corner in no time. The door to room number 2 then closed. Only after she was out of Qianling's sight did Tao Charen's stiff back relax. She pulled her hood tighter and quickened her pace to get back to her room. Getting home early today meant her evening experiment could start earlier. Just as she thought this, a white projectile suddenly shot out from the end of the corridor. Little Pula sounded the alarm and activated the defenses. Before Tao Charen could react, the white projectile did a 360-degree mid-air spin, darting past her in a very strange manner. Huh? Did something just pass by? She's seen quite a few chases like this these past few days, and Tao Charen silently moved closer to the wall. Although the metal wall reflected light, making her conspicuous from anywhere, her actions clearly expressed her desire to avoid such things at all costs. However, many things can't be avoided by retreating. After the white projectile passed, a large bird swept across the sky, creating a strong gust of wind. Tao Charen lowered her head, waiting for both sides of the chase to pass, but unexpectedly, the large bird landed on her head. Yes, the white bat folded its wings, abandoning its prey, and hung from the ceiling, its small black eyes watching the self-deceiving girl below. You look even more delicious. Her pink tongue unconsciously licked her sharp teeth, her throat tense as if it were about to burst. Such an intense appetite was unprecedented. Chapter 103. Upon hearing the voice, Tao Charen roughly knew who it was. It said that bats are also called sky rats, and this prisoner, named Tian Shu, number 3, always preferred to appear in his original form, hanging upside down in various dark corners. Tao Charen had previously encountered him in the cafeteria, and every time she saw him on the security cameras afterward, he was either provoking a fight or hunting. Several times, Tao Charen could sense that Tian Shu had also seen her, but he didn't seem to care, only occasionally breaking the security cameras when he was in a bad mood. Every body Tao Charen encountered was in a precarious mental state. compared to the rude scoundrel who immediately attacked her, and the rebel leader, who could fight Xian Luo to a standstill, Tian Shu was already considered a normal person. Because Tao Charan always kept her head down, Tian Shu hovered above her, and she could only see the whirl of hair on the top of her head. Perhaps finding it inconvenient to speak like this, Tian Shu, unusually, descended from the ceiling. The short-haired man approached Tao Charan, inhaling her scent. "You smell so good." He couldn't quite place the aroma, but Tian Shu felt increasingly that this ingredient he had long coveted had become even more delicious. He couldn't help but ask, "Will you become even more delicious?" He couldn't even imagine how alluring she could become. He was used to all sorts of ingredients, but he had never experienced such a chaotic, incoherent impulse. On one hand, he craved her scent, on the other hand, he couldn't bear to devour her now. These two desires clashed and fought, and ultimately neither prevailed. Tao Charan cautiously retreated, almost pressed against the wall. Being stared at by Tian Shu felt like being treated as an inanimate object. This feeling made Tao Charan frown. Xiao Pu was already on guard. She couldn't be sure of Tian Shu's next move, feeling as if he would pounce on her and devour her at any moment. The fierce-looking man was forcing the frail girl in the corner. The disparity in strength was too great. Just as Tian Shu's face was almost touching Tao Charan's, a white figure suddenly darted out from the side. Strong, powerful limbs gripped the ground firmly, and red pupils revealed a hint of innocent stubbornness. Ears perked up warily, and three-lobed lips trembled slightly, yet still spoke resolutely. "Hey, didn't you want to eat me? Come on!" After this provocative remark, the rabbit leaped up and ran away again. It was because of this momentary pause that Tao Charan realized who the white figure that had just passed was. Bai Yun was the first citizen she encountered after leaving the Star Moon Palace. But Bai Yun's situation was far from good. Tao Charan had noticed during surveillance that Bai Yun had many wounds on her body. Although not fatal, they were certainly painful. The number of Class B prisoners in the prison was quite large. Subject to the management and oppression of Class A prisoners, they were often injured during so-called labor, so Bai Yun's experience was not unique. Even without actual punishment, being in such a place was torture in itself. Class B prisoners facing Class A prisoners were like newly hatched chicks facing experienced eagles. They could only be toyed with and manipulated. Bai Yun seemed certain that such provocation would work. Regardless of whether he was a criminal or not, the citizens here were always irritable, easily angered, and easily provoked. So, fully prepared to be chased, he vanished down the corridor in an instant. Tao Charan noticed the tremor in Bai Yun's voice. Rabbits are inherently timid animals. Under the intimidation of Tian Shu, a rank A, stopping to provoke him was already a brave act. But it was useless. Tao Charan judged this. As Tao Charan expected, Tian Shu didn't even glance at Bai Yun. Even ingredients have different levels in the eyes of the officials. Faced with a grand feast, who would be interested in eating meager porridge and side dishes? You're lucky to still be alive. Tian Shu's face drew closer and closer, his tall frame bending down, looking rather strange. But Tian Shu was oblivious. He simply wanted to better smell the aroma of the food. But what's the point of living like this? What's wrong with joining us? Don't listen to Luo Ying and the others' nonsense. If you don't want to become food, that's fine too. I'm willing to be your food. You take control of my body, and I give you all the power I gathered. The man's voice murmured in her ear, his already sexy, husky voice carrying a hint of seduction, tentatively touching her senses. However, Tao Charan, as the object of his seduction, had an unwavering will. Under the man's shadow, certain unforgettable memories resurfaced. Tao Charan's back was pressed against the wall, her palms sweating. Endless fear surrounded her. Even without physical contact, his tall figure already exerted an indescribable pressure on her. Hey, you really won't eat me? Dizzy and disoriented, Bai Yun's voice seemed to draw closer. The rabbit, having run wildly for a while, realized no one was chasing it, and mustered its courage to turn back. Perhaps because Tao Charan's attire was so similar to the queen's, Bai Yun, unusually meddlesome. If you won't eat me, I eat you. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Fearing Tian Shu still wouldn't take the bait, Bai Yun, emboldened, lunged and bit at the rabbit's fluffy little ear. However, because it wasn't tall enough, Bai Yun's bite landed on the rabbit's neck. Its two sharp front teeth failed to harm Tian Shu. The seemingly soft neck flesh was actually made of steel. Instead, Bai Yun's own teeth were broken in half. Interrupted twice, Tian Shu frowned, finally noticing this audacious rabbit that had repeatedly provoked him. Didn't you say you didn't want to be eaten? Now you're not running away. Annoyed by his foraging being disturbed, Tian Shu finally distanced himself from Tao Charan and reached out to grab the lively rabbit. However, The rabbit was prepared. It darted away, barely escaping the first attempt. Tao Charan seized the opportunity, and quickly dodged to the side. Xiao Pu subtly tugged at her clothes, making her even more agile. This movement drew Tianshu's attention back, allowing Bai Yun to dodge the second attack. This time, the nimble rabbit finally found its chance, grabbing Tao Charan's waist and frantically leaping and bounding away from Tianshu's grasp in a few quick movements. Having successfully captured her, Bai Yun didn't hesitate, carrying Tao Charan as she jumped into a nearby doorway. The moment the door closed, Tao Charan sensed something and turned to look back. Tianshu was still standing there. His hand was outstretched, as if to stop him, but it didn't actually move an inch, as if it were just an instinctive action. Tao Charan inexplicably felt that Tianshu might not have intended to eat her directly, and might even have intentionally let them go. The door closed, and Bai Yun, with Tao Charan in tow, jumped a few more times, moving away from the doorway, before finally letting out a sigh of relief. He still had one arm around Tao Charan's waist. Once calmed down, Bai Yun noticed the tension in her slender waist beneath his hand. "Excuse me, but I don't think you're Shinfeng." Bai Yun released her, grinning to reveal a missing front tooth. "I'm Bai Yun, an A-level prisoner, living on the 11th floor. Because I'm often targeted by Shinfeng, I have some experience. Seeing that you almost got eaten too, I couldn't help but bring you here." Tao Charan had never been to this room before. But it wasn't unfamiliar to her either. The surrounding walls were a dull gray, and the space was astonishingly large, like a factory from a previous life, with a surprisingly high concentration of prisoners. Labor quarter. A place I had been warned never to come to. Upon seeing the newcomer, different gazes converged, their palpable malice almost piercing. Bai Yun seemed to sense Tao Charan's unease, glaring fiercely at the surrounding crowd. "Everyone's alright now, right? Finished today's work? Tianshu's still hungry. Whoever's idle, I chop them up and feed them to him. This newbie looks so delicate and tender, even if Tianshu doesn't eat him, I want to." A toad squatted in a damp corner, a few flower seedlings pressed beneath its sticky webbed hands. Its long tongue dangled to the ground, its sour saliva scalding the gray-black floor. It possessed human thought, but its body was entirely that of an animal, the lowest of the low, class C. With a bang, its bumpy, fleshy body was crushed. Before it could even utter a second word, "This kind of thing isn't even fit to be food," Bai Yun coldly surveyed the surroundings. "Anyone else want to try? They're all sinners. Do they expect the queen to forgive them without atonement?" Why was she being mentioned again? Tao Charan stood quietly behind Bai Yun, observing the people around her. Because there were so many prisoners, the air here was filthy, a mixture of various smells. The environment was far from pleasant. If an ordinary human lived in such a place for too long, they would likely go insane. But Bai Yun's words clearly had an effect. After his intimidating gesture, many prisoners still showed eager, wary eyes, but upon hearing the mention of the queen, their greedy and malicious gazes softened, and some prisoners returned to their original positions, barely maintaining harmony. However, the feeling of being watched lingered. Bai Yun turned around. "Which district are you in? It's not safe to be out here at this hour. I take you back." Each floor had a labor camp. Each district contained many smaller areas. These areas didn't even have clear boundaries. If you had to define them, they were just approximate territorial divisions. For example, in the 18-05 district they were currently in, Bai Yun, as the only Class B prisoner and the highest-ranking inmate, was the undisputed administrator. Tao Charan shook her head. Her labor had always been with Shinling. This was the first time she had truly set foot here. Bai Yun clearly didn't understand her meaning. "Aren't you going back?" The rabbit-like boy's round, red eyes darted around twice. "That's fine. Why don't you stay with me from now on? I can look after you." Chapter 104. Tao Charan followed Bai Yun on a tour of his territory. 18-05 was small, but housed dozens of prisoners. It was named for its proximity to Gate 5 of the prison area. When there was no conflict, the prisoners were planting, digging holes in the hard ground, throwing in seeds, and letting the plants grow wildly. In his previous life, these plants wouldn't have even sprouted, let alone thrived. But the mutated plants in this world were incredibly resilient. Even on the cold, hard concrete, they could produce enormous fruits. Before the fruits, with their gaping maws, could be hunted, the prisoners would chop them off and hand them over to the prison in exchange for nutrient solution. Tao Charan's arrival clearly excited Bai Yun. Logically, Bai Yun shouldn't have recognized her, but this attentiveness seemed based solely on intuition. He chattered incessantly, a stark contrast to his previous unapproachable and authoritative demeanor towards the prisoners. A complete transformation. While touring the site, Tao Charan secretly accessed Bai Yun's file on her personal computer. Xiao Pu had essentially infiltrated all the databases in recent days. Except for a few Class A cases that remained confidential, Tao Charan had complete access to the data on other prisoners, and even some management staff. Name, Bai Yun. Rank, Class A Criminal. Code, 1100001. Affiliation, Songto Palace. Criminal record, blasphemy. Tao Charan's gaze lingered on the criminal record section. Blasphemy. This charge was truly glaring. This wasn't the first time Tao Charan had seen Bai Yun's criminal record. When she saw it before, she even compared it with other people's files. Aside from the records of the Class A prisoners she hadn't yet seen, most prisoners' criminal records concerned violations of certain departmental regulations, marked blasphemy, except for Bai Yun's. The mention of God most likely indicated a connection to the Radiant Light cult. The relationship between the prison and the Radiant Light cult was far from over. Currently, the two most influential factions within the cult, body worship and divine worship, had members here, clearly indicating that someone could manipulate the prison management system. Actually, if possible, Tao Charan would very much like to see the records of Shenling, Luo Ying, and Yuan. These individuals had all contacted her before, and if their criminal records were identical, it would be very telling. However, the Class A database had exceptionally high security settings, and at Xiao Pu's pace, it might take several more days to complete. Furthermore, Tao Charan's main focus these days had been on drug research, leaving her with little time for this. "Are you really unwilling to work here?" Bai Yun asked, somewhat disappointed. His two upright rabbit-like eyes drooped, his three lips were tightly pursed, and his expression couldn't hide his emotions. Tao Charan had witnessed at least 7 group fights, 5 instances of bullying, 3 murder scenes, and 2 workplace injuries within an hour, so she decisively declined Bai Yun's enthusiastic invitation. Tao Charan firmly shook her head. "Alright," Bai Yun thought for a moment, then changed his tune. "This is for the best. Once Tian Shu has your eye on you, there's basically no way to escape. I was just taking a gamble. Although there doesn't seem to be a precedent for Class A prisoners entering the labor camp, the management regulations don't explicitly state it. It might cause trouble later, and you being with me might not be a good thing." As fellow hunted food, Bai Yun even gave Tao Charan a rundown of Tian Shu's past misdeeds. The rabbit scratched its ears irritably, its long ears folding down, and then perking up again. "Labor time is almost over. It's not safe for you to go back alone. I see you off," he said shyly, his round red eyes involuntarily glancing to the side, looking guilty. As soon as Bai Yun finished speaking, a ringing sound that could shatter eardrums rang out. The prisoners secretly observing nearby stopped what they were doing, while those in the distance began heading towards the door. The end of work was completely chaotic. Things flying in the sky and running on the ground were crammed into the entrance, causing a lot of shouting and cursing. Blood-red feathers drifted down, and the seeds recently planted under the floorboards also took the opportunity to cause trouble, triggering small-scale fires in a localized area. An earthquake. Chaos ensued. Bai Yun moved closer to Tao Charan, helping her regain her balance. The prisoners near Tao Charan, intentionally or unintentionally, formed a circle, barely covering the girl's petite body. Shiling was right. Given Tao Charan's constitution, it would be difficult for her to adapt here without protection. Feeling the girl obediently nestle beside her, Bai Yun's rabbit fur-covered face flushed. It felt like holding a soft ball of cotton in her arms. Even the usually clumsy rabbit was at a loss. This feeling was somewhat familiar. Who is it? Bai Yun erased the figure from his mind. A figure that couldn't possibly be here, but skillfully tightened his grip on her. Once most of the prisoners had left the cell block, he dismissed the lower-ranking inmates assigned to him, and led Tao Charan safely out of the room. The labor camp was like a factory exploiting prisoners' blood and sweat, chaotic and dark. Upon emerging, the bright lights in the corridor were dazzling. Bai Yun considerately shielded her eyes, his warm rabbit paws gently pressing against her eyelids, feeling her eyelashes tremble. So cute. Bai Yun thought matter-of-factly. What started as a fondness for her, because of her presence, had deepened. "What's your name? Where's your room?" Because of the rapid movement, the girl's black hair was disheveled, and the friction with the rabbit fur resulted in it brushing against Bai Yun's lips in an unseemly manner. The girl in his arms, however, kept her head down and didn't notice this detail. Bai Yun, as if possessed, opened his 3-lobed mouth and nibbled at Tao Charan's hair with his half-missing front tooth. It was sweet. Even better than the specialty cabbage heart he had eaten before. Bai Yun's eyes lit up. At this moment, he suddenly understood Tian Shu a little. But the prisoner in front of him wasn't cabbage, but a peach tree, clearly not on his diet. Bai Yun's simple mind couldn't understand this, but he didn't dwell on it. He simply chewed on Tao Charen's hair, waiting for the girl to point him in the right direction. When they exited Gate 5, Tao Charen had Xiao Pu's scout the outside. Perhaps Bai Yun had gained experience from his long encounters with Tian Shu. He swaggered out, but Tian Shu was nowhere to be seen. The air in the corridor was much better than the stuffy indoor air. Having walked this route countless times after a week of work, Tao Charen finally felt a rare sense of security returning to familiar territory. She nudged Bai Yun, signaling him to put her down. The push made her scalp sting slightly. Was it just her imagination? Perhaps it was because she'd been staying up too late these past few days, and was going bald. Tao Charen didn't dare look up, and didn't see the half-eaten lock of hair. Bai Yun also felt guilty. He obediently put her down, following Tao Charen's wishes. What's wrong? Don't you want me to take you home? Bai Yun belatedly realized that as a prisoner, he naturally had little credibility. Especially since he had helped her escape pursuit, invited her to visit his place, and now was so eager to protect her. This seemed very abnormal, making him seem like he had ulterior motives. I just felt a sense of familiarity and warmth towards you, so I unconsciously became friendly, Bai Yun explained weakly. Even he himself thought it sounded like an excuse. Some predators feign gentleness to lure their prey into their dens before devouring them. Bai Yun had encountered many such citizens, a large portion of whom were in prisons. I'm worried you run into Tian Shu. Bai Yun finally stopped his rambling, his round, ruby-like eyes looking at Tao Charen, hoping to gain her trust. Or you don't need to tell me which room specifically, I can just take you to that floor. SSS-level prisoners aren't allowed to leave from the 18th floor. Once you're in the elevator, you're safe. He was indeed thinking from Tao Charen's perspective. However, considering others' perspectives is not a virtue typically possessed by citizens. In these past few days, Tao Charen repeatedly confirmed that Xiao Pu's disguise was real and flawless. Yet, she still sensed that those around her were paying increasing attention to her. Jin Huan and Yin Huan had been frequently visiting Shenling these past few days, often looking for trouble, their gazes constantly fixed on her. Shenling had initially only felt a liking for her, but these days his gaze had grown increasingly intense. Even at the most crucial moments of the experiment, he still managed to find the time to observe whether she was tired. And Bai Yun, whom he had only met once, had already gone to such lengths for her. Why? Wasn't Lan Huan's ability powerful? They hadn't even recognized her as the queen. Tao Charen couldn't understand. But she already had enough things she couldn't understand. The most urgent matter was resolving the berserk state. Tao Charen told herself that she shouldn't think about anything else except what she could do. She certainly trusted Bai Yun. She could trust Bai Yun too, because Xiao Pu was perfectly capable of handling a rank B opponent. Tao Charen composed herself and sent him her apartment number via her personal terminal. Thank you. Want to come over for a bit? She extended an invitation. Ignored and rejected the whole way, Rabbit stared blankly at the message popping up on her personal terminal. Before even realizing anything was amiss, a surge of inexplicable joy welled up inside him. His heart was pounding. Rabbit's ears perked up. Of course. If it's not too much trouble for you. Bai Yun forced himself to calm down and look at the address Tao Charen had just given him. Huh? The 18th floor? He looked at Tao Charen in astonishment, but the girl's half-arm was definitely shaped like a tree branch. She didn't look like a rank A at all. Can someone who isn't rank A live on the 18th floor? Chapter 105. Bai Yun followed Tao Charen to the door of room 9, feeling dazed. It wasn't far from his workplace. It was just around the corner. Nothing unusual happened along the way, and the elusive Tian Shu never appeared again. The low-level prisoner who needed help had suddenly become his superior, and Bai Yun felt a strange sense of loss. It was as if he had painstakingly rescued a max-level player who had been returned to the beginner's village. While he was happy that her situation wasn't as difficult as he had imagined, there was also a strange sense of loss. He wondered how she viewed his meddling. Bai Yun followed behind Tao Charen, unable to stop watching her. The girl's steps were small. For the Rabbit clan, known for their agility, it was practically like treading on water. She just kept walking forward with her head down, the hem of her dark clothes rippling slightly with her movements. Even walking seemed serious. So cute. Bai Yun thought to herself, then saw Tao Charen stop. Beyond Z1's door was her room. But at this moment, Tao Charen couldn't bring her new friend home for a chat. The room, marked with the number 9, had a pile of rotting flesh and blood at the door. Both Bai Yun and Tao Charen could clearly smell the nauseating stench. Who did this? It sounded like a school prank where caterpillars were put in a girl's desk drawer. Tao Charan, of course, had gone through that phase too. She quietly looked at the mountain of flesh and blood, obscuring half the door. This? Bai Yun looked at Tao Charan, then at the doorway. Even though he had just met Tao Charan, he could tell that the decorations at the entrance weren't arranged by the owner. Need any help? Bai Yun didn't ask why, but simply said earnestly, I call some inmates over to help you clean. Class B inmates don't have the authority to call household robots. They have to do everything themselves. Tao Charan was, after all, the first Class B inmate to live on the 18th floor, and Bai Yun wasn't sure about her authority. Tao Charan shook her head. She covered herself with her clothes, and had Xiao Pu take some samples for testing. The preliminary results came back quickly. A mixture, not one, or one type of citizen's flesh and blood. The distribution of levels was roughly between Class C and Class B, with Class B making up more than 50%. What did the other party mean? Were they threatening her, a Class B inmate? Tao Charan felt that since coming to the prison, she hadn't left the premises and hadn't offended anyone. Why would someone threaten her? However, it was closing time, and there were quite a few inmates passing by in the corridor. Everyone was used to this situation, and no one questioned the pollution of the public environment. It's best to go in first. There's still some time before she can collect the nutrient solution. She needs to hurry. Tao Charan called the robot. The large, cumbersome cleaning tool was highly efficient, swallowing the pile of meat and slowly moving away. But the stench in the air still lingered. Tao Charan had Xiao Pu open the door, and a brand new laboratory appeared before the human and the rabbit. Various sophisticated instruments were embedded in the table and walls, and piles of manuscript paper were carelessly thrown on the floor. An extra cabinet had been squeezed in next to the bed, blocking the wall where the videos were played every day. The cabinet was almost overflowing with various bottles and jars, and the different shapes of the equipment dazzled the rabbit, who had never seen anything like it before. Is this where you live? Before entering the room, Bai Yun felt a little embarrassed, but after stepping inside, his mouth remained agape. Is this why even a rank B researcher can live on the 18th floor? This place doesn't look like a human dwelling at all. It's more like a workshop. If it weren't for the small bed sandwiched between the workbenches, clearly showing signs of use, he would never have imagined that someone would live in such a place. Tao Charan nodded. She didn't tell Bai Yun that this was actually only part of the space. Since recruiting Z1, she had also requisitioned room number 8 next door, but for convenience, she kept the less frequently used consumables there. This was her main research area. With a good research environment, Tao Charan worked tirelessly, neglecting sleep and meals. Today was not only the day she expected to get results from the ginseng and sage project, but also the day she expected to complete version 2.0 of the Berserker potion. Reagents requiring final adjustments were laid out on the table. Tao Charan glanced at the scattered calculation documents on the floor, then led Bai Yun around them, pointing to the chair between the bed and the table, gesturing for him to sit down. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, but the thought that this was indeed where the other party lived day and night made Bai Yun feel somewhat constrained. He sat in the chair, his back ramrod straight, looking more like a prisoner being interrogated than a guest. And Tao Charan had indeed brought him back to interrogate him. There were too many surveillance cameras in the labor camp, and it was easy to run into acquaintances in the corridor. Tao Charan wanted to find a suitable place to talk, so she chose her own room. Logically, when a guest arrives, one should at least offer them a cup of tea and exchange pleasantries. However, when Tao Charan entertained guests at the Star Moon Palace, Lan Huan essentially handled everything on her behalf. She hadn't had to worry about anything. So, although she subconsciously felt she should do something, she could only stare blankly at Bai Yun. Fortunately, the simple-minded guest was easy to please, and didn't care about such things. Bai Yun sat upright, looking at Tao Charan with some nervousness. The girl sat down on the bed opposite him, as quiet as a flower blooming in the corner. Her appearance and figure were unremarkable, but once you noticed her, you felt a sense of tranquility, and a feeling of tenderness arose in your heart. Thank you for inviting me. Bai Yun felt a tightness in his throat for no apparent reason. Since you can stay here, your rank must be higher than mine, and you probably don't need my help. I was rude today. He lowered his head somewhat dejectedly. Not at all, Tao Charan replied on her personal termo. May I ask you a few questions? She was direct and to the point, without any subtlety. Bai Yun paused for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. But he immediately remembered that the girl had been keeping her head down and couldn't see his movements, so he said, okay. It was only then that Bai Yun finally realized something was wrong. She hadn't spoken a word since they met. Can I ask you a question too? Are you unable to speak? Bai Yun scratched her head and quickly added, but it's okay if you don't want to answer, I'm just curious. Initially, she pretended to be mute to avoid answering Yin Huan's interrogation, but she also remained silent in the Star Moon Palace. Once she entered her comfort zone, Tao Charan never wanted to leave. Besides, not being able to speak meant that others wouldn't force her to say anything, and she already had no way to communicate with the citizens anyway. But she definitely couldn't answer Bai Yun like that. Tao Charan thought for a moment, and gave a truthful but evasive answer, I'm just scared. Scared? What kind of answer was that? Could anyone really be afraid to speak? Bai Yun unconsciously thought of the queen he had met before. Both relied on a medium to dare to express themselves, and her panic and fear were obvious. Why am I scared? I was clearly listening attentively. The rabbit showed a somewhat aggrieved expression. It was precisely because some people were too serious that she refused to communicate. Tao Charan had no intention of discussing this issue in depth with Bai Yun, so she simply ignored his concern. I want to ask, when did you come to the prison? About 2 months ago. Understanding Tao Charan's meaning, Bai Yun obediently moved on to the next topic. At that time, the prison hadn't been built yet, and I was the first prisoner on the 11th floor. This was within Tao Charan's expectations. Bai Yun's number also indicated that he had arrived very early. Did you come alone? No. Bai Yun hesitated for a moment, then told her everything. I came with a Class A prisoner. You might know him. He's on this floor too. Who is he? Shenling. It was pretty much confirmed. Their imprisonment was indeed related to her. But there was a problem. Luo Ying and Bai Yun should have been quite familiar with each other before. So why did Shenling and Bai Yun arrive at the prison together in the first place? What crime did you commit? To Tao Charan's surprise, Bai Yun's answer was without hesitation. I didn't commit a crime. And what about his criminal record? Every prisoner here has a crime. Did you know that? Because we want to stay in the prison, of course we have crimes. Bai Yun said matter-of-factly, if you don't have a crime, you're not a prisoner. Then why are you staying here? Of course, for the queen. Bai Yun looked at Tao Charan strangely. Didn't you come here for the queen? Tao Charan. Why is it her business again? Seeing that Tao Charan really didn't seem to understand, Bai Yun simply said, have you seen the Chiyu Tower prison management regulations? Excellent performance can earn you the opportunity to be judged personally by the queen. Didn't you notice such an obvious sentence? Good grief, another prisoner deceived by the prison. Luo Ying had said something similar before, and there was even some conjecture that the queen was constantly monitoring the prisoners. But isn't that management regulations just a bunch of empty promises? All the other clauses are just paper talk. Nobody actually follows them. How can they be so convinced by this one? Tao Charan felt that the entire universe had lost its intelligence when it came to the queen's affairs. Perhaps sensing Tao Charan's disbelief, Bai Yun became a little anxious. I wouldn't say all, but at least half of the prisoners I seen came because of this clause. The warden and the judge showed me the queen's signature. It's in black and white. There's no mistake. The queen promised it. What's there to doubt? Tao Charan, at the center of the incident. Huh? How come she didn't know she promised something like this? But come to think of it, when she initially proposed establishing a prison, she did write a few notes, briefly outlining her ideas to Bai Yu. But she was certain she hadn't considered personally judging cases, let alone putting it on paper. Shouldn't this kind of thing be done by professionals? Chapter 106. Although she didn't know how the golden ring and silver ring were obtained, it was nothing more than a series of deceptive tricks and deceptions. Bai Yun and Luo Ying's accounts corroborated each other, and Tao Charan believed that at least some of the prisoners came for the queen was true. However, some details still needed further examination. For example, Luo Ying believed he was guilty, but Bai Yun denied any wrongdoing. This might be the key to the difference in their arrival order, but the information in the prison management system was very sloppy, and Tao Charan couldn't draw a complete conclusion. Do you know how to leave the prison? You want to leave the prison? Bai Yun was somewhat surprised, but he didn't ask further. I haven't seen the queen yet, so I haven't tried to leave. However, Canling seemed to have tried to escape, but he didn't succeed. This also matched Canling's account. Before, Shenling was just like me, an ordinary prisoner. But before the prison opened, he was suddenly captured by Yin Huan one day, and that's when I learned he wanted to get out. Later, he was tied up and became the prison's healer. That's about all I know, because my relationship with Shenling wasn't actually that great. After we got to the prison, we basically lost contact. Bai Yun was incredibly open and honest, racking her brains to provide Tao Charan with the information she wanted. Do you know anyone else here? Tao Charan prompted him. Why did Tian Shu capture you? Before I came to the prison, I knew Luo Ying and Yi Yuan. Luo Ying guided me. If I hadn't eaten his specialty, I probably wouldn't have become a citizen, but he's definitely different now. Bai Yun seemed lost in thought, but quickly switched gears to talk about others. I only met Yu Yuan. But Tianshu has absolutely nothing to do with me. I think the reason he's targeting me is probably because I met the queen. The queen, the source of all evil, was already numb. He's a bodyguard. You should know how crazy they are. They chase after anything related to the queen like crazy. Bai Yun glanced at Tao Charan, cautiously reminding her, your disguise is actually very dangerous. The gods are alright, but some bodyguards are out of their minds, and might use you as a substitute for the queen to devour her. There's precedent for this. Tao Charan also felt that if she could escape, she would definitely need a different identity. Even if it didn't completely contradict the queen's identity, it had to be easily recognizable. I don't know if I'm right, but are you asking these questions because of Tianshu? The difference between Class A and Class B is too great. Escaping isn't easy. But I don't think we should seek protection from other Class A prisoners either, because they are the most dangerous inmates in the prison. I'm not just talking about strength. You should have noticed that the prisoners here are all more or less going berserk. Even SSS-level prisoners on this level wouldn't survive long outside. Expecting them to remain rational is irrational. This aligns with what Tao Charan observed about the abuse of various drugs. What kind of place is the prison really? Furthermore, their motives for coming here might not be entirely pure. I rarely interact with them because of my low rank, but I heard some rumors. Bai Yun's face was filled with worry when he mentioned Tianshu. Perhaps it was because he himself had been harassed by Tianshu for a long time, and had a strong understanding of how troublesome he was. If you get harassed again, you can temporarily hide in the labor camp, or come find me, he repeatedly advised. Tao Charan nodded. One last question. Do you know who number 1 and number 6 are on this floor? I've been here for a while, and I've seen everyone else, but I haven't seen those two. Number 1? There's no number 1 in the prison. Bai Yun was clearly a little confused. You mean there's a number 1 room on this floor, but that room is empty. At least when I was in the prison, I never saw anyone there. I do remember number 6. He should be from Chiyu Lu. His name is Song Ming. Right. He seems to have been released from prison, but that's just hearsay. After all, he should still be in the prison now. It's said that he hasn't appeared for many days because of the excessive punishment. I don't know if he's dead or not. Song Ming. Tao Charan had been at the prison for over 2 weeks. Aside from Yin Huan mentioning the name when discussing the reason for her own imprisonment, this was the first time Tao Charan had learned of Song Ming's whereabouts. It seemed she would need to install a camera or something in room 6. Having answered all her questions, Tao Charan couldn't think of anything else for the moment and immediately wanted to get rid of him. However, she was too embarrassed to make such a request, so she remained silent, waiting for him to take his leave first. Bai Yun seemed somewhat lost in thought. After a moment, he said with a determined air, I think it's best if you don't leave. The outside world is now dominated by the Shenfeng. They say they're implementing some kind of imprisoned god plan, treating other citizens like food. There's only one Tianshu here, but there are tons of them outside. Even we Class B members will have a hard time surviving. Actually, Tianshu is alright, they know to follow the rules. The other Class A Shenfeng member in the prison, Dong Jin, is even more reckless. Fortunately, he's mostly in solitary confinement because of his violations. Otherwise, if they were attacked from both sides, none of us would escape. Bai Yun smiled bitterly. Tao Charan also thought of that slow-moving man. But speaking of which, Dong Jin was in prison for about a week for attacking her. Judging by the time, he should be out by now, right? This thought flashed through her mind, and didn't leave any lasting impression. Anyway, be careful these days, Bai Yun earnestly advised, reminding her repeatedly like a mother hen. One won't ignore these things. As long as we wait for her, it'll all be worth it. Bai Yun then went on, and on about some strange tales from the prison, and seeing that it was time to collect the nutrient solution, he left, turning back several times. Before leaving, he repeatedly emphasized that Tao Charan must come to him later, and that he would help keep an eye out for these issues. After the door closed, Tao Charan had Xiao Pu activate the ventilation system, and only then did she feel a little more alive. Bai Yun was also acting strangely. Leaving aside his overly friendly attitude, based on his understanding of this level, he should have other sources of information. This newly opened institution, the prison, was a den of intrigue, a complex web of hidden talents, seemingly as chaotic as the universe itself. Tao Charan rubbed her throbbing forehead. She was already sleep-deprived, and Shenling had told her to rest, but all the trouble on the way had only made her more exhausted. Tao Charan didn't delay Bai Yun's meal, But she didn't plan to collect the nutrient solution today. She instead picked up the new medicine on the table and began completing the final steps. Just this morning, the monitoring unit she had implanted in Xuanluo's personal computer while adding him as a friend had sent a message. New data had been entered into the system, and after reviewing it, Tao Charing confirmed that it was the experimental record of Berserk Target Agent Basic version 01. Only a few days had passed. Xianluo had reached the point where he had to resort to the Queen's gift. Although the prison had many aspects that Tao Charing found difficult to accept, she had to admit that it was like a paradise in a chaotic world, perfectly separating her from the infighting within the Radiant cult and the resulting turmoil. This gave her the illusion that there was still hope for the outside world. But almost everyone she encountered, Ziwen, Shenling, Baiyun, told her that it was dangerous outside. Although they didn't forcibly keep her, they all subtly and overtly hoped she wouldn't leave. Xuanluo's records proved many things. Judging from the data, Xianluo should have successfully produced the drug. Compared to Tao Charin's predictions, the 1.0 version of the reagent was much less effective, and the samples used in the experiments were even stranger. Many of their physical values differed from what Tao Charin knew of citizens. The expansion rate of the drug was much faster than she had imagined. She had to speed things up. The drug in the test tube rippled with soft waves. Perhaps it was already deep night outside, but inside the prison, there was no day or night. Under the operating lights, Tao Charin's figure appeared solitary, yet her movements were far more practiced than when she worked with Shenling. While Tao Charin was diligent when collaborating with others, she always struggled to concentrate. Only when she was alone could she focus fully on what she wanted to do. At 1 a.m, a familiar knock sounded at the door. Tao Charin paused, her tired face furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness. "Baby, aren't you asleep yet?" Ziwen's voice was cautious, its soft, affected tone even sounding somewhat nauseating. Yes, since Tao Charin's last confrontation, Ziwen, this impolite neighbor, had finally behaved herself and stopped causing trouble late at night. However, since he inadvertently discovered the Queen working late every night, often all night, he had been disturbing her at fixed times for the past few days, not forcing her to rest, but simply keeping her company silently until she finally stopped to rest. Tao Charin was actually a little annoyed, but to meet the deadline, she could only hypnotize herself into believing that Ziwen didn't exist. Fortunately, he really did have a very low profile, didn't interfere with her work, and occasionally even brought her necessary equipment and supplies, so Tao Charin pretended not to see him. After that day of open and honest conversation, Ziwen knew that the secret he was entrusted with could no longer be hidden, and his personality became increasingly reckless. Inertia prevented him from stopping the Queen's choices, but after becoming familiar with her, the Queen he imagined in his mind was replaced by the real, flesh and blood Tao Charin. Even the inanimate plant felt the boiling blood within its body. Ziwen's emotions fluctuated with the girl's actions. The long, dark days of the past were illuminated by a cool glow. For the first time, he understood what it meant to be human. He hadn't touched his doll in a long time. Chapter 107. Z1 was a completely different person from a few days ago. He had shed the loose, unremarkable black robe he wore, the same style as the Queen's, and replaced it with a low-key yet luxurious dark purple gown. Gold thread outlined large, blooming aster flowers on the cuffs and hem. A dark black belt cinched his slender waist, making him appear thin yet spirited. His previously melancholic face flushed slightly with adoration, and the delicate purple flowers blooming in his hair seemed to come alive with his mood. The tender tears in his eyes were becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. However, Tao Charin ignored him completely, but her work, distracted, slowed down a bit. Z1 felt inexplicably nervous. His grip tightened slightly, and without realizing it, he left faint fingerprints on the box he was holding. He stood in the corner furthest from Tao Charin, afraid to move until his mistress spoke. The room wasn't very big to begin with, and despite his attempts to minimize his presence, Tao Charin could still feel the intrusion of another living being. She turned around, pointed to the chair beside the bed, and told him to wait for her there. Z1's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sparkling. All traces of his previous rage and madness were gone. He quietly sat down in the chair. The Queen's bed was right next to him, and his keen sense of smell seemed to detect its sweet fragrance. Beside the Queen, Z1 truly felt a sense of peace and security he had never experienced before. This feeling was addictive, like a poison. He knew the Queen didn't like being stared at, and although he wanted to keep looking at her, he always restrained his impulse. Fortunately, as a priest of the gods, his patience was always exceptional. "Baby, would you like something to eat?" Z1 whispered, her voice as soft as if she were soothing a child to sleep. He sat upright, holding the lacquered box. The four sides, adorned with purple and gold, were engraved with the same Z1 as on his sleeve, only smaller, yet exquisitely cute. Because the colors were rather dark, the handprints weren't very noticeable. Tao Charan was only focused on observing the solution in her hand. Transparent, correct. Blue, correct. Mixed together, the blue precipitate settled, and then the white floated to the surface. Her slender, short hand shook the reagent bottle with practiced skill, a masterful technique, like performing a magic trick. Z1 couldn't help but look at her. Unable to look at her face, she looked at her hands. Her hands were trembling, so she looked at the glassware in her hands. For a moment, Z1 even wanted to become a tool in her hands. She had never looked at him with such focused expression before. As the white light settled, his heart calmed down as well. The girl placed the narrow-neck reagent bottle back on the table, seemingly hesitant, and touched her stomach. Like a pebble thrown into a calm liquid, Z1 panicked. No, I didn't mean to look at the doll. I went to the cafeteria today, and they said they didn't see the doll. I haven't eaten all day, I was worried about you. But I couldn't say that. She would be unhappy. She would be scared. She would stay far away from him, wishing she could shrink and hide in some corner. Her voice gradually weakened. He couldn't refute her. Tao Charan, on the other hand, hadn't thought that far ahead. She simply felt hungry. At least the research portion of her work at the prison was finished. Bai Yu's problem was left to Shenling to solve. Just now, she had also received the 2.0 version of the Berserk antidote. Several days and nights of work had made her highly efficient, but also exhausted. She glanced at Z1, tapped the table, and gestured for him to bring the things over. The doll? The exquisitely decorated lacquered box opened, and the steaming aroma of food wafted out. Tenderly roasted meat was neatly arranged on top of fragrant rice, and in another compartment, vegetables were arranged in the shapes of rocks and trees, interspersed with a few small purple flowers, indescribably elegant and charming. Such ingredients were hard to find in the prison. The presentation was clearly carefully considered. But in Tao Churan's eyes, food was just food. She put almost nothing into her mouth, eating whatever she could get her hands on. Z1 observed for a while, not seeing any particular food preference, then picked up a kettle and made her some tea. The white porcelain fingers traced elegant arcs between his slender fingers, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He was flawlessly beautiful from every angle. Nervousness, caution, panic, happiness. In just a few minutes, his emotions shifted so rapidly, completely manipulated by the other person in the room. Tao Charan shrank back in her chair, and he automatically moved away. She was like a precious and unique porcelain doll. He didn't know how to treat her properly. But this was also a sweet dilemma. Z1 twirled her fingers. She had just touched the teacup he had touched, practically holding hands. Ah, if this doll could really hold his hand, he would surely faint with happiness. Even fantasies were blasphemous. Z1 was extremely cautious, using every ounce of self-control to prevent herself from losing control further. As a habit, Tao Charan ate very quickly. Her mouth moved mechanically, like a little hamster focused solely on completing a task. Z1 kept a close eye on her, and seeing her put down her utensils, she immediately went to clean up the mess. Unexpectedly, today Wawa didn't avoid him. Usually, when he arrived, Tao Charan had already left. Realizing this, Z1's hands stiffened. He bent down, trying to be shorter than Wawa, and clumsily closed the lunchbox. Z1. She still didn't look at him. Her gaze was lowered, as if the pale table was something to be studied. Wawa, what's wrong? His voice unconsciously softened, afraid of startling the little sparrow that had landed in front of him. I'm leaving. It wasn't I want to leave. It wasn't a request for anyone's opinion, but a notification, an order, the inviolable will of the king. The person before him was neither a hamster nor a sparrow, nor a puppet he could manipulate, but a king who held the power of life and death, who controlled his joys and sorrows. Z1 felt a faint joy. At least the king was willing to explain to him. Being ordered around, being controlled, made him feel exceptionally at ease. Besides that, he wasn't too surprised. Back in the confinement room, she had expressed a similar sentiment. He was about to say he supported her decision, but, I'm going to Blue Ocean Star. That was the only place he didn't want her to go. Blue Ocean Star was now Shen Feng's territory, a place full of madmen. Who told her that? The murderous intent that had just risen was suppressed. No. He desperately wanted to say that. But the principles of the divine faith pulled him in another direction, and his thoughts once again contradicted his faith. Tao Charan received no answer for a long time, so she confirmed her thoughts. The last time she heard about Blue Ocean Star was when Xian Luo tracked her down through the light network. But in the past few days, after checking the data in the prison system, combining it with the location tracking she had placed on Xian Luo, and observing Dong Jin, Haiyu, and other members of the Divine Faith, she basically concluded that Blue Ocean Star was the core location of the Radiant Light Cult Rebellion. Ziwan's reaction confirmed this. Feeling that the other person had become like a puppet, their brain shut down and unable to start again, Tao Charan sighed inwardly. Ziwan had been somewhat normal these days, not always acting crazy, and had helped her a lot, so Tao Charan didn't want to make things difficult for him. So she composed herself and tentatively reached out, her slender index finger landing on his hand, which was resting on the lacquer box. The Queen's initiative was poison, no citizen could remain unmoved. Ziwan stared blankly at the finger that looked so fragile it would break at the slightest touch, a warmth spreading from the touched skin, rushing through her veins to her heart. Thump thump! His heart pounded heavily. Is this what it means to be human? Is this what it feels like to be alive? But he didn't feel entirely joyful. Whether it was out of fear of his descent into madness, or a desire to persuade him and gain his support, this action wasn't from the Queen's own heart, but a choice made out of desperation. How strange. He clearly wanted more touch. Clearly, she had given him what he wanted, but... Doll! Strange, he couldn't see clearly anymore. Before he realized it, Tao Charan felt a dampness on her index finger. An extremely slight weight struck her nail, scattering water droplets onto the back of her hand. He was crying? Tao Charan was bewildered. She hadn't bullied him, had she? Who should be crying? Neither Shiling nor Ziwan seemed fragile, their spirits were beautiful. But experience told Tao Charan that the more incomprehensible the situation, the more vigilant she had to be. So her index finger didn't move, but instead pressed even more firmly. I don't need to touch me. Ziwan seemed unaware of his abnormality. His usually gentle voice was slightly hoarse, startling even himself. His azure eyes, washed by tears, shone like pure amethyst, revealing a stubborn innocence. I support all your decisions. He could never refuse. But although he said he didn't need to touch her, and rationally knew he should move his hand back so as not to embarrass the doll, his body just wouldn't move. He was too greedy. Would he ever experience this warmth again? You can go wherever you want, however you want you. He paused before finishing the sentence, you can go alone. We can take you. Instinct and faith clashed, emotion and reason fought, the extreme pain was a familiar kind of despair. What to do? What would be the consequences of this decision? Would she be hurt? Would she be eaten? Would she disappear from this world and never be seen again? Then what was the point of his existence? His fate was already sealed. 1 drop, 2 drops. After the tears fell, his gaze finally focused on the back of her pale hand. Ziwan then belatedly realized she had dirted the doll, and frantically tore off a piece of her sleeve to wipe it clean. At this point, she made sure not to touch her. Tao Charan was completely bewildered by what had happened. She interpreted this emotional roller coaster as part of a rage. She continued to stare at the sharp edges of the table, waiting for the other to calm down on her own. In truth, she had only said this to test Shenfeng's stance, and had no intention of asking Ziwan for help. Chapter 108. The vast prison was brightly lit day and night, its tight defense system reportedly ensuring no prisoner had ever escaped. The operation of such rules naturally required immense energy to maintain, something Tao Charan had long suspected. Following this direction, gathering the energy for Xiao Pu's next leap wasn't out of the question. She already had some leads. But Ziwan's words gave Tao Charan a new perspective. If she were going to her chosen next destination, she would undoubtedly have to avoid everyone to ensure her future life wouldn't be disturbed. But this trip to Blue Ocean Star was to resolve the issue of the Radiant Cult, in short, work. Why not take advantage of the free ride? Moreover, if a deity were to assist her, her new identity might be more convincing. Thinking this, Tao Charan couldn't help but steal a glance at Ziwan. The few scattered tears were quickly wiped away, the dark lacquer box making her 2 clasped hands appear even wider. Ziyuan's hand, which was being held down, was obediently controlled by a delicate index finger, concealing the crack she had made on the food box from her earlier nervousness. The movement of her other hand slowed, the golden lace brushing against the back of her hand, bringing a soft, almost imperceptible touch. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Ziyuan stared blankly at their overlapping hands, not looking at her. Thus, Tao Charan didn't see the fascination and restraint in Ziyuan's eyes. Then you're taking me? Without the unpleasant eye contact, Tao Charan grew a little bolder and tentatively asked. But she didn't dare pull her hand away, and Ziyuan still didn't let go. When do you plan to leave? Z1 stopped moving. He was already kneeling and bending over, but now he lowered himself even further, and Tao Charan caught a faint floral scent from him. About 3 days later. Shenling would have the results tomorrow. She had spent enough time in the prison, but there were still some things she hadn't finished. Okay. Z1 didn't ask why she chose this time, nor did he explain how difficult the task would be. He simply said, I will not fail your expectations. She hadn't sought help from Bai Yu or Xianluo, but had chosen him. That alone was enough to make him happy. Tao Charan briefly explained her request, and Z1 listened attentively, kneeling below. She would grant any request, whether they could do it or not. Fulfilling the king's wish was their lifelong goal. What did it matter if they gave up all their divine lives for it? Things were going too smoothly, and Tao Charan felt somewhat uneasy. Perhaps because Ziwen had been so compliant these past few days, unlike some of the citizens who had forced her into this frenzy, Tao Charan unconsciously lowered her guard a little. She moved her stiff fingers, cautiously probing forward. The barely perceptible warmth suddenly expanded, and Ziwen closed his eyes, barely managing to suppress the urge to envelop her. After I leave, you keep an eye on this place for me. The prison can't be in chaos, and don't let Bai Yu get out. This was a much more difficult request. Ziwen wasn't a prison staff member, he was merely a prisoner. Leaving aside establishing order among a group of madmen, just controlling Bai Yu, a superclass prisoner, was difficult enough. But if the queen believes he can do it, he certainly can. Can you do it? It was less a question and more a request for a promise. In that case, he couldn't sacrifice himself anymore. He could no longer throw life and death aside as before. After all, even a sinner like him had something he had to accomplish. Z1 admired the king's insight and wisdom, yet felt pity and heartache for the efforts she had made for this universe and its citizens. He couldn't even bear to think that the king had specifically set this task for him. His heart softened, and the anxiety and reluctance of their impending separation overwhelmed him, leading him to do something slightly out of line. A gentle kiss seemed to land on his fingertips, but it didn't actually touch his skin. A hoarse voice squeezed out from his throat. Yes. I promise. Having received the promise, Tao Charan felt somewhat at ease. She truly believed that Z1 had the ability. He was not only the highest leader worshipped by the gods, but also had a mysterious connection with the administrators of the prison. Tao Charan guessed that the power of the deities in the prison was probably greater than she had imagined. But Ziwen's actions made her heart sink again. The moment Tao Charan showed a resistant expression, Ziwen immediately and sensibly let go of her and took her leave. A citizen with strong self-control and a sense of propriety was barely acceptable, and Tao Charan didn't regret giving her precious little trust. As soon as Ziwen left, Tao Charan suddenly relaxed, only then feeling a deep weariness. She yawned, but still first gave the completed reagents on the table to Xiaopu for backup. After receiving the preliminary report and confirming that the efficacy was within the expected range, she went to bed for a while. Perhaps due to exhaustion, and having just been nearly startled by Ziwen, she fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. The dream was pitch black. The dense darkness seemed boundless, and she was the only one walking alone. The path never appeared. But rustling, murmuring sounds arose. Countless voices intertwined, indistinct yet impossible to shake off, like the gossip that had haunted her for years, or perhaps they were plotting some unspeakable conspiracy. A hand reached out from the darkness behind her, casually resting on her shoulder. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards her shoulder. The hand wasn't wearing a watch. A masculine, powerful hand, full of control. A single gesture easily made her unable to take another step. Tao Charan then realized she was wearing a black dress. A black veil had somehow been drawn over her. She belatedly realized this might be the source of the darkness, and reached out to remove the hat that was too big for her. The hand on her shoulder seemed to know what she was thinking, and yanked the hat off first. The world turned white again. In the blinding, suffocating white, she was the only one in black. She lowered her head, the lone white flower on her chest looking pitiful. Don't worry, I protect you, Ran. A man's voice pierced through the whispers, deliberately mimicking someone familiar, whispering close to her ear. But wasn't it a little too close? She thought aimlessly, feeling a hot, damp breath on her earlobe. It felt so familiar. She seemed to have experienced this countless times. Thinking this, the hands that had once again embraced her turned black, merging with her clothes and her body. No, not just a pair of hands, but many black, thin tentacles wrapped around her, enveloping her completely. Although the 12-year-old girl's figure had grown somewhat, she was still swallowed up by the blackness before she could even cry for help. She melted into a puddle of mud, a water stain, or some other inanimate object. Tao Charan woke up, panting. She had slept very soundly. She sat up, rubbing her aching head, and called Xiao Pu to check the time. It was already afternoon, 2 days before the departure time she had agreed upon with Ziwen. Shouldn't Shiling have finished his research today? She had missed a day, but no one had come to wake her. After quickly tidying up, Tao Charan decided to go see Shiling first. She opened the door, her mind still foggy from just waking up, when Xiao Pu had already sounded the alarm. A heavy stench of blood assaulted her nostrils. Following Xiao Pu's advice, Tao Charan took a few steps back. Rotten flesh poured down from outside, splattering onto her blackened shoes. There was far more than what had piled up outside the door yesterday. Who was responsible? A heap of flesh and bones lay haphazardly together, mixed with tattered, unprocessed clothing, as if the place had been turned into a garbage dump. Blood seeped in from outside, flowing everywhere. Some pieces of meat in the garbage heap were still steaming, seemingly freshly slaughtered lambs, ruthlessly dumped here after satisfying the butcher's pleasure. Tao Charan couldn't comprehend this behavior. Her good research habits led her to have Xiao Pu collect and test some samples, just like yesterday. The conclusions were largely the same as yesterday's. It seems it was the same person who committed the crime. This time, the proportion of Class B flesh and blood exceeded 70%. It could be a threat, but in terms of strength, the perpetrator is more likely to be Class A. Which Class A individuals had she offended? Tian Shu and Dong Jin had clashed with her before, and Jin Huan and Yin Huan's attitude towards her wasn't exactly friendly either. Could it be them? However, based on her understanding of the citizens, besides Ziwan, Shenling, Luo Ying, and Yu Yuan, who knew her identity, even Song Ming, who hadn't appeared before, was highly suspicious. Add to that Hai Yu, who came and went freely, and Zhanwen, whom she hadn't met but had heard of infamous. There were too many perverts. Tao Charan felt that this wouldn't be surprising if it happened to anyone. No matter who it was, Tao Charan chose to forgive. Last time, knocking on Ziwan's door to deal with nighttime noise was already Tao Charan's limit. With the ostrich mentality of wanting to avoid trouble, as she was about to leave prison, she patiently called in the housekeeping robot, pretending nothing had happened. Because there was so much trash, the robot, which had just come yesterday, took a long time to clean. Occasionally, someone would pass by outside. Tao Charan, hiding in a corner of the room, checked Xiao Pu's progress in conquering the prison system, and also looked at the nearby video recordings. Xiao Pu's progress was encouraging, but the equipment near her room had been dismantled by someone, and no one seemed to care about the system errors. The robot laboriously finished cleaning, sprayed some air freshener, and then, dragging its now heavier body, gurgled away. The world was clean again, and Tao Charan decided to go to work. But before she could even close the door, she heard a voice, at least twice as slow as a normal person's, coming from the wall near the door. Picky eater, not good. His pale face made him look even weaker than Tao Charan, who had been working all night. His words sounded completely unconvincing. Chapter 109. The prisoner appeared. As soon as Tao Charan realized this, she immediately lowered her head even further, her usual droopy posture receding slightly. Her normally brisk walking pace quickened. She tried to ignore the prisoner who had been lying in wait at the door, hoping to slip through unnoticed. This self-deception clearly displeased the prisoner. The slow-moving man reached out and grabbed her like a chick, quickly pinching her arm, before withdrawing his hand before she could even process her social anxiety. This series of rapid actions, coupled with his unchanging expression and legs that seemed rooted to the ground, seemed completely out of place. Then, eat more, he continued slowly. Then he pulled a pile of foul-smelling organs from his large pocket, his hands, already stained with years of blood, unconcerned about their sticky texture, and tried to place them in Tao Charan's hands. Delicious, eat more. The lazy, slow tone sounded like coaxing a child who didn't want to eat. Thank you, but I politely decline. Tao Charan thought to herself, not daring to back away, much less take those obviously ominous lumps of flesh. She could only warily wave her hand, indicating she didn't want them. Huh? A tall, thin man, nearly 2 meters tall, stood there dumbfounded, holding the dripping flesh. His light-colored brows slowly furrowed, looking completely lost, even pitifully helpless. But Tao Charan was clearly more helpless. The fear of being bitten a few days ago swept through her body. Every nerve screamed for her to run, her body stretched to its limit like a taut string. But she knew it was unrealistic to compete with citizens in speed and stamina, even if the person in front of her seemed slow and not very bright. Sensing her master's tension, Xiao Pu braced herself. Recently, in her spare time, she had been researching some new gadgets. However, After spending so much time in prison, more and more people were watching her, and Tao Charan desperately wanted to avoid attracting attention. Crunch, crunch, glug. Facing each other, perhaps remembering the girl's fragility from the last time she fainted at the slightest touch, the man looked at her, and then at the carefully prepared food in his hand. He didn't force her, but instead, like teaching a newborn cub to eat, casually pinched off a piece of fresh flesh and threw it into his mouth. His dark purple lips were stained with blood, and he chewed earnestly. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed it down in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. After finishing, he pushed his hand forward, gesturing for Tao Charan to take it. I can eat. 2 pieces of meat had been removed, but the nausea seemed unchanged. Such persistence. Tao Charan took 2 steps back, leaning against the closed door. This was undoubtedly another form of refusal. Why won't you eat? Now it was Dong Jin's turn to be confused. He had considered every reason he could think of. He had tried to persuade her. He had even demonstrated it himself. So why was she still refusing? A hint of barely perceptible disappointment appeared in his dark eyes. Eating makes you stronger. Tao Charan dared not move, but she understood in her heart. Even someone with a less than ideal mind, like Shen Feng, knew the rule that consuming other citizens would level up. This can't go on. We can't let any more citizens know. The next plan is urgent. The most pressing thing is to go to Blue Ocean Star to check the situation and prevent Shen Feng's influence from expanding further. She drifted off, her gaze wandering a little, vaguely landing on the man's dark red patterned hem. Dong Jin, who had been watching her, noticed this and exclaimed, "Ah!" as if he understood. You want to eat me? He suddenly realized, a look of approval on his face. Sure. Putting his favorite snack back in his pocket, before Tao Charan could stop him, he suddenly extended his nails and slashed his chest. Ugh! He seemed to feel some pain, letting out a soft cry, but a faint smile curved his bloodied lips. The heart is the best. Completely ignoring the open wound on his chest, he carefully scraped off the bits of flesh and bent down to bring them to Tao Charan's lips. Eat, it smells good. A strong, metallic stench assaulted her nose senses, and Tao Charan couldn't empathize with him at all. With nowhere to retreat behind her, and Anani chasing after a child to feed him, Tao Charan was forced to raise her head slightly, and in a daze, she saw the man's face approaching. His pale face was covered with haphazard, bloody welts. Perhaps he had just eaten, as he was unaccustomed to the stickiness around his lips, and his soft tongue licked up the surrounding blood, making him look even more filthy. Glancing to the side, her gaze fell upon his disheveled hair. His medium-length hair was matted together, stuck together with blood clots, piled haphazardly on his head. Tao Charan belatedly realized that he looked much worse than the last time she had seen him. The stench wasn't just from the flesh and blood in his hands, it seemed to emanate from his long-healed wounds as well. Last time, Dong Jin had been to solitary confinement for a week. She had been to solitary confinement before. Did they really torture prisoners there? Tao Charan wasn't sure. But seeing Dong Jin like this, it was clear he didn't care about the week of confinement or his injuries. The flesh in his hands, freshly cut, was still trembling, about to touch Tao Charan's clean lips. Good girl, he give you some more. His clown-like red lips curved into a wider smile, like a parent relieved that their child had finally obeyed. What are you doing? His lips drooped. A terrifying murderous intent filled his expectant eyes. Tao Charan loosened her clenched fist and called Xiaopu back. I already reported you to the enforcement team. If you don't leave, you be in solitary confinement. His inorganic, glassy eyes looked at Dong Jin as if she were a pile of garbage. In the blink of an eye, he was a few steps away from them, a position convenient for intervention. Clearly, if Dong Jin did anything else, he would intervene. The trembling, steaming piece of flesh was still at her lips, but her pitifully small mouth remained tightly closed. The third refusal. Was it because of this troublesome mermaid this time? Dong Jin slowly withdrew his hand, suppressing the urge to lick her lips and force her to open her mouth. Desire fueled his killing intent, and the deliberately restrained murderous aura spread outwards. Because of the many killings he had committed, the accumulated oppressive feeling was like a tangible force surging towards Yuyuan. Huh? Tao Charan felt breathless. But Yuyuan remained unmoved, even sporting a mocking, hate-inducing smile. Only then did she recall her earlier speculation. Yuyuan had also reached rank A by devouring others. He had eaten countless. The food chain battle between senior and junior was about to erupt, leaving Tao Charan no room to intervene. Just then, another voice rang out. Isn't this working time? What are you doing here instead of working? The voice was clearly familiar to everyone. Although the gray brown eyes had the color of the earth, the newcomer clearly lacked any tolerance for others. The impatience in the voice was obvious to everyone present, and the statement was directed at everyone equally. Tao Charan felt her boss had come to find her, and shifted uncomfortably, trying to escape the encirclement of Dong Jin and Yu Yuan. However, neither Dong Jin nor Yu Yuan moved. The former colleague friendship had clearly crumbled. Yu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. Mind your own business. That's what I should be saying to you, Shinling sneered. Remember your role as a test subject. If you hadn't come out, Wang Ku would still be with me. A fire suddenly ignited in Yu Yuan's icy eyes. Your methods are completely useless. If you had the ability to heal Wang, how could Wang have left? The two, familiar with each other, clearly knew where the other's bottom line was, pressing their volatile tempers. Dong Jin withdrew his gaze, ignoring the back and forth between the two, secretly smearing his blood on Tao Charan's lips. Sweet. I'm not lying. Try it. Take your filthy hands off him. Yu Yuan, who was closer, immediately shifted his focus, a fishbone flying out and hitting Dong Jin's hand, causing his wrist to immediately go limp. Back to work. Canling moved closer, reaching out to pull Tao Charan closer. Dong Jin blocked Canling's hand with his body, returning Yu Yuan's touch with two hard, sharp tortoise shells. He seemed a little annoyed by the other two. Without hesitation, he turned and hugged Tao Charan tightly, kneading her back. Too thin, she hadn't been properly cared for. Don't work, I take care of you. His voice was a little faster, almost whispering in Tao Charan's earlobe. Too close. The smell of corpses and blood almost suffocated Tao Charan, but thankfully Yu Yuan was right. He had indeed notified the enforcement team. Many people were rushing over from afar, and Tao Charan could already hear the sounds. Any more, and they wouldn't be able to fight them. Dong Jin blinked slowly. He couldn't bear to part with his precious daughter whom he had finally seen. Having learned his lesson once, he was wiser. He took 2 deep breaths of Tao Charan's scent, then licked away the blood he accidentally spilled on her. Wait for me. Next time, it tastes even better. Tao Charan didn't believe his tasty was the same thing as her own understanding of tasty. But soon, a sudden shock made her legs go weak, and she was barely held up by Dong Jin to avoid falling. During this time, Yu Yuan and Shinling had already launched their attack. His back was torn and bleeding, with hardly a patch of undamaged flesh. The creaking sound of dislocated bones made her eardrums tremble, yet Dong Jin didn't give them a second's attention. Just a second before the enforcement team was about to turn the corner and surround them, Dong Jin released Tao Charan. Tao Charan didn't see how he left, only the lingering scent of blood proved that what had just happened wasn't her imagination. Her body slid down the door, but she was quickly caught by 2 men on either side. Watch out. 2 voices rang out at the same time, and she felt it would be better to just let her fall down. Chapter 110. Surrounded by men, Tao Charan felt even more dizzy. Fortunately, Canling and Yu Yuan were both semi-professionals with extensive experience dealing with social anxiety. One placed Tao Charan's hand on the door for identification, while the other supported her seemingly fragile waist, greeting Jin Huan who had rushed over with the enforcement team. You're so slow. How is she? Surrounded by a group of people, Tao Charan was carried by 3 men, one hand on each, to her bed in her room. The large enforcement team quickly filled the small room, a dazzling array of animal-like features. Someone accidentally scratched the table with their tail, and several transparent reagent bottles shattered on the floor with a crash. Canling frowned as he looked at the messy table and the noisy crowd. He spread out as wide as possible, shielding Tao Charan like a protective chick. But as the center of everyone's attention, the girl's breathing was labored, her body trembling violently. The sticky feeling from Dong Jin's body lingered, and she hadn't yet recovered from the shock, let alone being surrounded by so many people. She had no time to care for her usually precious medicine. She looked truly terrified. Perhaps because her appearance was so similar to the person in his memory, Yu Yuan reached out to help her smooth her sweat-dampened hair, but withdrew his hand before touching her. Take your people and leave. As a doctor who had direct contact with the queen, Canling was intimately familiar with Tao Charan's current condition. He looked at Jin Huan with a suppressed rage. If you all stay here, she never get better. Keep your voice down, Yu Yuan whispered. His vision was fixed on the girl clutching her chest, and he himself didn't realize how focused the light in her glassy eyes was. Jin Huan, unusually, didn't clash with Shinling or Yu Yuan, silently directing the now useless enforcement team to their next task. Before leaving, a small conflict erupted. 2 team members who frequently encountered the girl struggled to stay, but Jin Huan knocked them unconscious with a single punch and dragged them away, ensuring they didn't disturb Tao Charen's abnormal state. After they left, the space felt much more open. The three people in the room simultaneously shifted their gaze, standing at a distance, giving Tao Charen room to catch her breath. The newly improved sedative was injected into her skin, quickly flowing through her veins to every cell. Xiaopu finally came in handy. Tao Charen closed her eyes, feeling her reason gradually returning. She struggled to sit up. Her body, still slightly stiff from the injection, caused her to stumble slightly. Canling's foot involuntarily moved forward half a step. Yu Yuan's hand twitched, and Jin Huan seemed about to say something but then shut her mouth. What's going on? Can't even catch a mere classic criminal? What a disgrace to the king. Canling hardened his heart, knowing that giving her attention now would only make her feel worse, so he shifted his focus. His anger had nowhere to go, so he turned it on his superior, the highest-ranking official in charge of the prison. Letting a criminal like you in charge of the prison was a mistake. I don't care, so who are you to take charge? Jin Huan didn't even lift her eyelids. An idiot who couldn't even seize an opportunity when he saw the king. What can we expect from you? At least I've seen the queen, unlike some people who never even seen her and only know how to fantasize. You've seen her twice, but what good is that? The two argued back and forth on the eternal topic of the queen, creating quite a stir. But this wasn't normal. In the universe, when citizens truly clash, they immediately resort to violence. The reason they were arguing was ultimately because they didn't want to show their bloody and pathetic side in front of her. Tao Charen understood this principle. She had no intention of escalating the conflict between the two, and she didn't want her dark past to become fodder for gossip, so after feeling a little better, she immediately opened her personal terminal and wrote, I didn't go to work today, I'm sorry. Don't do it again. Jin Huan said coldly. I finished all the work, I deliberately didn't call you. Canling followed, his expression unfriendly towards Jin Huan, but beaming towards Tao Charen, a perfect example of double standards. You worked hard these past few days, making a great contribution to the prison. I already applied for your leave, you don't need to work until the day after tomorrow. Compared to Jin Huan and Canling, Yu Yuan was remarkably silent. From the beginning, he had been thoughtfully watching the shards of broken glass on the ground, completely unwilling to intervene in their dispute. This morning, our research was successful. Canling didn't care about others' reactions, only looking at her gently. Take a look, is this what you wanted? He took a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Tao Charen. The transparent pomegranate red refracted light. Tao Charen took it, sniffed it, secretly took a small sample for Xiaopu to do a simple test, and only after confirming it was okay did she hand it back to him, nodding. With this, Bai should be able to return to normal. Everything went smoothly. Stabilize things here, deal with the most unstable factor right now, the radiant cult, and then we can escape without worry. Tao Charen told herself this. Both research projects had yielded results, and the gloom of being unable to be alone for days, constantly being frightened, had dissipated somewhat. Now that we succeeded, let's rest easy. Because of delivering the item, Shenling was able to get closer. He looked at the whirl of hair on the girl's head, always wanting to touch it. Effort should have its limits, don't overwork yourself. Looking at her, his heart softened and calmed. He hoped she was healthy, hoped she was happy. Like? Your Majesty. Yes, like seeing. Wait, who's speaking? The frail girl seemed frightened and shrank back. Jin Huan and Shenling both looked at Yu Yuan. I just remembered, the queen seems to really like these things too. Yu Yuan glanced at Tao Charen before looking away. She likes them a lot, and seems quite good at them too. Don't compare the queen to her, Jin Huan said. I didn't say anything. Yu Yuan looked at Jin Huan, or do you two know something? Suffocating. An unbearable suffocation. Tao Charen wasn't good at lying. Some things, once torn apart, can never be mended. Heh. Canling suddenly laughed. You two are really interesting. You're obsessed with the queen, aren't you? What kind of pipe dream are you having? Even if the queen really appeared before you, would she give you a kind look? Even if she were the queen, would you dare to expose her to her face? Would you dare? Jin Huan's face turned ashen. Or is it that now that you know she's the queen, you want to devour her like Dong Jin did? Yu Yuan remained silent. This was practically a blatant declaration of everyone's identity. She had just told Z when she was leaving, and so many people came looking for her today. Dong Jin had piled up trash at the door just the day before. There was a possibility she didn't know. Shenling's reason for not being on time today was barely acceptable. But what about Jin Huan and Yu Yuan? One was the high and mighty warden, the other the instructor who had been in charge of her for a week. They rarely interacted with her, so why would they need to come to see her personally? Not daring to expose her directly meant they wouldn't go against her wishes. They were undoubtedly offering themselves. Like Dong Jin naturally meant offering themselves. Who is this Canling who says such things? I'm different from them, Canling said calmly, looking at her with a smile that revealed no trace of madness. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter who you want to be. I just can't stand seeing you like this. I couldn't cure the king, but surely I can cure you. Past failures had become an obsession. He was willing to pay any price to make her healthy again, to stop her from being so timid and emaciated. Until then, no one could disrupt his treatment plan. What a madman, Jean Huan whispered. Are you sure you still have a chance? Just better than you. Canling smiled faintly. If you have time, why don't you go catch Dong Jin? He disappeared as soon as he came out of the confinement room. At your speed, which is even slower than mine, you might not be able to catch him next time. So you want to go with Dong Jin? Canling turned to Yu Yuan. That brainless turtle looks slow, but isn't fast at all. It must be exhausting to keep an eye on him, right? It's none of your business. Yu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but a chilling coldness, like shattering glaciers, had crept into her crystalline eyes. I do want to eat someone. She deceived me, causing me to fall into the cosmic rift. But not now. I'm not like Dong Jin. Before I fulfill my wish, I won't let anyone eat her. However, I never shown any inclination to eat, nor have I ever eaten any other prisoners. How could you notice me? You know me so well, is it really because we knew each other before? Willing to expose himself to leave a thorn in that person's heart, jealousy blossoms and hurts both the giver and receiver. But what right did he have to be envied? Didn't he see that even when he did everything he could to protect her, she wouldn't even spare a glance? Canling smiled bitterly to herself, but didn't refute. The three knew they wouldn't have a chance to be alone with that person today. This brief meeting ended unhappily. Before leaving, each of the three left a message for Tao Charan. Shenling, don't overthink it, get some rest. Yu Yuan, I won't be fooled twice. Jean Huan, it's safe here. Tao Charan, What else could she say? She could only pray that her path out of prison would be as smooth as her research. The door opened and closed again. Tao Charan had no heart to work anymore, and planned to wait until they were far away before continuing. Then, a short while later, there was another knock on the door. Tao Tao, is Tao Tao there? The boy's voice was a little hoarse, his voice so loud it seemed he would shout until the end of time. This kind of passive social death was something Tao Charan didn't want to experience. She had Xiaopu open the door, and saw a head peeking out with 3 radish leaves sticking out. I heard you ran into Dong Jin? He didn't do anything to you, did he? The boy frowned slightly, looking her up and down, but because she was wrapped up so tightly, he couldn't see anything. Have Shenling and the others given you any trouble? Luoying entered the room with an air of familiarity, sat down on the edge of her bed, and carried a basket of colorful radishes, clearly expecting to be a visitor. Is there anything I can help you with? Very well, the 4th visitor of the day has arrived. Chapter 111. The news of her departure shocked many. From the moment Tao Charan explained her destination to Ziwen, and agreed to accept Shenfeng's help, she had already anticipated this situation. Blasphemy was Baiyun's criminal record in the prison management system, and only the radiant cult worshipped the queen as a deity. Baiyun hadn't actually done anything too outrageous. What could be called blasphemy was that he went against the queen's desire to venture into the universe alone. Wanting to keep the queen was a perfectly normal concept for both body and spirit offerings. Only Shifeng would consider the wishes of another entity. Therefore, Tao Charan was certain that the prison was managed by Shifeng. Looking at Tianshu and Dongjin's situation of being monitored and confined, one could understand Shenfeng's attitude towards body offerings. It was clearly impossible for Ziwen to leave the prison alone. Both the administrators and the prisoners would act in response to her decision. Whether it's helping or stopping, those who come before her at this moment are undoubtedly related to external conflicts. Their reactions clearly reveal their stances. The contradictions that were deliberately concealed are laid bare under Tao Charan's deliberate design. I'm fine. The girl maintained her usual indifferent expression, characters slowly appearing on her personal turmoil. Did you see Dong Jin and Shenling come looking for me? I didn't see them, but even Jin Huan came. It was quite a commotion, everyone's talking about it. Luo Ying put down her shopping basket, her eyes fixed on the screen in front of the two of them, and pursed her lips. You remember their names? No, weren't those the 2 people you mentioned earlier? You never called me by my name. How did you connect that? Do you remember my name? If she can't say, then make her write it down. Luo Ying looked expectantly at the blinking cursor on the screen, its flickering light mirroring Tao Charen's indescribable emotions. Although it was intentional, isn't everyone paying a bit too much attention to her today? Tao Charen had a headache. Luo Ying wasn't like the three from before, full of hostility and confrontation, nor was he hysterical or unreasonable. This somewhat naive yearning always softened people's hearts. But the premise was that he wasn't a citizen. No citizen in the universe is immune to madness. What are they talking about? Tao Charen ignored Luo Ying's sudden unreasonable demands and changed the subject. I heard the warden intends to pardon your sins, but everyone disagrees. Luo Ying's attention was easily diverted. Is that true? Did Jin Huan really say that? Of course not. Not to mention that Jin Huan had just subtly tried to persuade her to stay, even if she really wanted to leave. Given Shen Feng's understanding of her personality, she wouldn't make such a big fuss. What answer did he want from her? Tao Charen shook her head, indicating she didn't know. That's good, that's good. Luo Ying smiled, her light green pupils blooming like new buds in early spring. Only the king can pardon sins. What right does Jin Huan have? You agree, right? Sometimes I really think I'm going crazy. I always feel like the king is watching me. Luo Ying pulled out a small knife from somewhere and began peeling a radish for Tao Charen. Do you have this feeling? I had it before, so I always feel like I have it again. The colorful radish peels fell away, and he picked up a clean piece, putting it in his mouth. Tell me, for whom will Wang stay? Will she ever want to stay? The crisp radish juice overflowed. This top-quality specialty was carefully cut into pieces, neatly arranged in a bowl. Want some? The boy smiled brightly, holding the bowl to her lips. Clearly, he had also noticed Tao Charen's aversion to contact with others and remembered it. Do you want some? Tao Charen thought for a moment, then pushed the bowl towards him, asking in return. Not everyone wants to eat. Luo Ying withdrew his hand. Those who want to eat can never have enough. Those who don't want to eat, for the possible rewards later, will eat even if they don't like it. Luo Ying wasn't one for riddles, and his analogy wasn't particularly clever, but Tao Charen understood. Even among believers, those who followed, and those who subscribed to the Radiant Light cult didn't share the same level of faith. Luo Ying was probably the one who didn't want to eat, but for some reason, perhaps to reunite with the queen, he had to join the service. He had once brought food to Tao Charen, who was in solitary confinement, and at that time, he had casually inquired about her affairs. He was a Class A prisoner, who could force him to choose something he didn't want to do. Tao Charen looked at the various radishes. In a resource-poor prison, getting such fresh vegetables was no easy feat. The reason Luo Ying could produce so many was because the radish production line was the only area in the entire prison that Tao Charen could barely acknowledge as having any labor. Although there were minor disturbances and accidents every 3 days, and the soil and seeds weren't exactly proper, the sowing, cultivation, and harvesting were all done quite well, and the output wasn't small. Maintaining the work habits of the Pine Ways Hall even in the prison, Luo Ying was quite conscientious. His superior, who was it again? Bai Yu had said that Song He and Shen Feng were connected. The Pine Ways Hall was the most important part of providing citizens with necessities. Its members spread throughout the universe. The Radiant Light Cult Rebellion had such a huge impact, yet Shen Feng entered the prison as if it were empty. Could the Pine Ways Hall be behind this? Shen Feng, Shenling, and now another Pine Ways Hall. Tao Charen already had some ominous expectations about the chaos on Blue Ocean Star. If you don't like it, then don't eat it. Luo Ying was still waiting for a response. He murmured as he read the handwriting on the light screen, letting out a soft chuckle. You're right, if you don't like it, then don't eat it. Besides, I already received my reward. Luo Ying's demeanor was inexplicably calm today. He seemed to have made up his mind. You better hurry. Shenling is the core of the prison. Without him, this place will be very dangerous. The prison is actually Luo Ying, insufficient work hours, according to the prison management regulations, 1 week of confinement and deduction of supplies. A cold voice rang out, and the enforcement team quickly entered and took Luo Ying away. Silver Ring appeared in the doorway, its face, identical to Golden Ring's, expressionless, its usual wicked smile gone. As far as I know, only one person can order Z1 to do things. Tao Charen sat quietly, listening to his next words. His lips moved slightly, his eyes, which usually held a malicious and mocking gaze, darted around, but ultimately didn't land on Tao Charen. You're not planning to continue playing with us, are you? He drew closer. Ask me anything, I tell you everything. A crisp military uniform stood before him, just as it had when he had suddenly appeared on Chuelu Star. Whether it's Jin Huan, me, Shenling, or anyone else, as long as you want to know. His hands clenched and unclenched, as if restraining something. By the 5th Army of Bayulu, Silver Ring, not a member of the Radiant Light cult. If you made up your mind, please give me your orders. He knelt on one knee before Tao Charan, placed his hand on his chest, and bowed his head. The arrogant judge adopted a submissive posture, wanting to hand over the ropes of control to the prisoner he had personally apprehended. His silver eyes were calm and unwavering, perhaps having anticipated this, revealing a serious and resolute air befitting a public official. The two highest-ranking officials in the prison were, in fact, the head of the department, Shen Feng, while the deputy was the one truly subordinate to Chulu. This was unusual. The prison was under Chi Yulo's jurisdiction. With her absent, the warden should have been personally appointed by Yu, naturally leading to the selection of someone from her own faction. However, considering Yu's current situation, it wasn't hard to understand. This was actually within Tao Charan's expectations. It was precisely because she had a basic understanding of the prison's personnel structure that she dared to contact Z1 and seek their help. Experience had allowed her to weigh the pros and cons repeatedly before making a choice, only daring to take the plunge when she was certain she could accept every possible outcome. "You're the superior," Tao Charan reminded her. "Do what you're supposed to do." This meant she didn't intend to reveal her identity. In Huanan stood up. He was clearly at a loss, and as he spent more time with her, he naturally became aware of his own strange behavior. Some things are better left unthought. Once you realize them, your restless thoughts become uncontrollable. Just like now, with the roles of guard and prisoner reversed, he felt like the prisoner who had confessed his wrongdoing. One moment, he was thinking about her purpose in causing the commotion, the next he was trying to figure out how to conceal her identity and make the prison seem normal. When his mind was in turmoil, he heard a voice he had never heard before, a voice that sounded somewhat dull due to her lack of speaking skills. "Where's Yu?" This time, Tao Charan put away her personal terminal and spoke directly to him. The prison was crowded and intrusive. Her distinctive features would be too obvious. If she continued to pretend to be mute on Blue Ocean Star, it would be like protesting too much. Therefore, Tao Charan decided to step out of her comfort zone. She had been practicing diligently these past few days while spending time with Z1, and now she could barely manage to speak in a one-on-one situation. The premise is that the other person isn't mentally ill and won't suddenly go insane. As a deity, Zewin generally wouldn't force her to do things she didn't want to do. And Inhuan, knowing her identity, was still willing to treat her as before, which could be considered passing the test. As soon as she uttered those 3 words, Tao Charan felt a gaze briefly fall on her before quickly leaving. She was a little nervous. Based on experience, her words would have an effect. She couldn't truly believe that Inhuan could control herself. Even Zewin, although not yet to an abnormal degree, had been increasingly trying to steer her conversation these past few days. But Inhuan ultimately didn't betray Tao Charan's trust. "Gone. Remember the last time I bothered you, asking if you seen a cat? It disappeared after that." Chapter 112. Gone. That means Yu disappeared after he came to see her last time. Citizens going missing is a normal phenomenon in the universe, especially during such turbulent times. Judging from Yu's condition, he probably didn't care much about the prison before. It functioned fine without him. And Jin Huan and In Huan probably couldn't search for him extensively, so they just kept dragging it on until now. This is troublesome. Judging from what happened with Yu last time, Shenling is the prison doctor for the entire prison, and Yu was previously cared for by him. Therefore, once the special medicine is available, he will definitely cure Yu. If Yu can work again, and with the suppression of force, the prison won't be as riddled with infiltration by various forces as it is now. Even if it can operate according to her original plan, it will at least be somewhat normal. But Yu is missing, and Shenling might not be able to find him either. Tao Charan, realizing she had placed the pressure on Shenling, suddenly felt naive. Without Yu, relying solely on divine offerings was clearly insufficient to win over the masses, as evidenced by the current situation. She needed to find Yu before leaving. Since the king left the Star Moon Palace, Inhuan's gaze shifted slightly. When she mentioned king, bears have been frequent in the universe. Although videos were later produced as a form of reassurance, some people still don't believe the content of the videos. Inhuan clearly knew what Tao Charan wanted to hear. This was almost intentionally revealing information. The Radiant Light cult is the most affected because their leader, Red Rose, has become so severely berserk that she has lost control over her followers. They found some people who had seen the king and some fragmented video footage from that time. Because they couldn't ascertain the king's thoughts, the various factions offered conflicting accounts, gradually leading to the current situation where those who practice physical worship, divine worship, and spiritual worship fight independently. As the master of Chiyu Tower, Baiyu naturally couldn't ignore it. That's how he got his injuries. Similar to Hayua's incident, we encountered many similar cases since the prison began operating. When the master was around, he was basically the one who handled them, which only compounded his injuries, and then, that's how he ended up like this. The master has also frequently disappeared before. As long as he's alive, he definitely returned to the prison. He paused, seemingly hesitant, then glanced at Tao Charan. Seeing the girl lost in thought, he added after a moment's hesitation, "Don't worry about him. Who wouldn't care? Their subordinate just disappears like that, leaving such a huge mess behind. The world is about to end, the universe is about to explode, and they're still not worried." Tao Charan was speechless, but having seen too many people like this, she wasn't surprised by Yin Huan's passive resistance. However, what's wrong with Hong Chong? Yin Huan glanced at Tao Charan again. Although he hadn't been able to control his attention before, now that he was so close, his body seemed to be losing control as well. Wasn't it said that the queen didn't like the Radiant Five? Suppressing the bitterness that inexplicably welled up inside her, Yin Huan concealed his silver snake eyes and honestly confessed. "I don't know. It said he's on Blue Ocean Star. That's a dangerous place. It's difficult for our people to get accurate information." Compared to the fierceness he showed when interrogating Tao Charan before, he was quite cooperative during the interrogation, showing no impatience whatsoever. However, if he really is conscious, it's unlikely he hasn't appeared by now. Tao Charan thought so too. Compared to the rumors about Yin Huan, she had spent 3 whole years with Hong Chong. No one understood Hong Chong's obsession with the queen better than her. Even after leaving the Star Moon Palace, she hadn't encountered a citizen more troublesome than Hong Chong. But that meant Baiyu's opponent shouldn't be Hong Chong. Tao Charan didn't believe that just any ordinary Class A cultivator could injure Baiyu like that. Not Lan Huan left on Chuelu Star, excluding Xian Luo, who directly clashed with Shen Feng, and now Hong Chong was ruled out. The remaining person was the final answer. Song He, how is he now? The name, previously ignored, now sounded utterly unfamiliar. Xian Luo and Luoying had both hinted and suggested that Song He was involved in the Radiant Sect's betrayal. But why? Tao Charan now knew more about the Radiant Sect than about Song He. Thinking back, she rarely saw Song He in the Star Moon Palace. Some people were allowed into the Radiant Chamber, even to spend the night in her room, but that certainly didn't include Song He. He wasn't as adept at judging situations and understanding people's hearts as Lan Huan, nor as clingy and uncontrollable as Hong Chong, and unlike Xian Luo and Baiyu, one hid herself away quietly, the other rarely returned, but when she did, she would fawn over her and try to get her attention. She was fairly comfortable using Lan Huan and Xian Luo, but Hong Chong and Baiyu gave her a headache. Song He was like the middle child in a class, unassuming, just burying himself in his own work, neither seeking credit nor causing trouble, making him easily overlooked. Yet, he was clearly the biggest and most noticeable one among them. Tao Charan still remembers the first time she noticed him. The tall man standing beside her was like a mountain, capable of toppling her to dust in an instant. She dared not meet his gaze, her rapid heartbeat deafening. But thankfully, he left soon after. Never again did they stand so close, so terrifyingly close. Though difficult to understand, Tao Charan somewhat comprehended the public's yearning for her. Over the years, she had treated Song He like everyone else, providing her blood in a purely professional manner, and Song He had never raised any objections to his treatment. Although Tao Charan herself was aware of her growing distance from Song He. This included, but was not limited to, her complete disregard for Song He's actions, her insistence on having Lan Huan and others deliver the official decrees instead of handing them to him personally, and her never expressing satisfaction despite his excellent work. Only after witnessing the scenery along the way, seeing the actual operation of the Songtao Palace, and now, talking to Yin Huan about him, did Tao Charan reluctantly recall all of this. It wasn't his fault. Nor was it her fault either. Even knowing this, Tao Charan couldn't help but wonder what Song He was thinking during those 3 years, watching the other attendants interact with her. Could this be the reason he and Shen Feng chose to betray her? He disappeared too. Yin Huan initially tried to downplay the issue, but as she questioned each of these former attendants, she clearly guessed something. So she added the second half of the sentence, after fighting with the Lord. Initially, Xian Luo and Song He clashed. Xian Luo was almost killed. After the Lord joined in, the situation turned around, and in the end, both were severely injured. Song He also disappeared without a trace. Everything made sense. Why did she see Xianluo and Baiyu simultaneously in the confinement room? She remembered that when Xianluo emerged from the treatment pod, Baiyu couldn't even maintain his human form. However, there were still some questions. As far as she knew, each of these 5 Super A-level fighters had their own area of expertise. Even though Xianluo wasn't particularly skilled in combat, he was far superior to Songhe in terms of escape. There was no reason for him to be so overwhelmed, even to the point of being in mortal danger. Unless it was an injured Xianluo and Songhe at his peak. Adding to that, even the offensively skilled Baiyu could only barely hold his own against Songhe. Baiyu's condition at the time must have been off. Or perhaps Songhe used some special method to enhance his combat power. In a short moment, many clues connected, and Tao Charin finally felt a little more at ease. She tried to ask more questions about what happened before the 3 Super A-level fighters brawl, but Yin Huan didn't seem to know either. The owner has been experiencing hallucinations since returning. We deduce this from his behavior. For specific details, we need to ask the owner himself. Good, another reason to look for the cat. Tao Charin casually inquired about Baiyu's usual haunts and discovered that the owner, as the head of the organization, was usually unpredictable and elusive. He didn't even have an office in the prison. He would only contact his subordinates, when necessary, and absolutely forbade them from bothering him otherwise. However, if it's you, you can wait, he eventually come looking for you. Of course, this wasn't just about Baiyu. Yin Huan felt he had done his best. He never delved too deeply into the abnormalities the girl displayed, nor did he show any particular attitude towards her. Even so, she was still noticed by many people, causing numerous incidents. During this time, everyone in the prison who saw her lost their will to work. Memories that weren't his own surfaced in his dreams, the wicked genes buried deep within his soul clamoring for more. The queen was like the moonlight in the dead of night, so bright, no one could miss her. But her appearance was undoubtedly a form of salvation. Even he felt that perhaps the prison could truly function as described in old-fashioned documents, reforming prisoners and deterring crime. If she were willing to forgive, all prisoners could become good people. Seeing that Tao Charin was alright, Yin Huan slowly said, "If you want to leave, the collar will automatically inject poison. Let me unlock it." The metal ring coiled around the girl's slender neck, hidden beneath a thick hood, revealed only a short section, emitting a dim glow. This was the prison's control over its prisoners. Having worn it since her first day, Tao Charin sometimes even forgot it was there. She had considered the collar issue when planning her solo escape. Back then, Tao Charin analyzed the collar's structure and cautiously speculated that there was at least a 50% chance that, once Xiaopu successfully seized control of the entire prison system, she would be able to automatically control the collar to detach. Now that Yin Huan had brought it up, Tao Charin didn't intend to refuse. She lowered her head even further. Long straight black hair slipped from her ears, climbing up her front to her chest and abdomen. Her fair skin, always hidden beneath her clothing, was exposed, bound by shackles that shouldn't exist, laid bare before the man's eyes. For a moment, Yin Huan didn't dare to make a move. The lights were dazzling, but she didn't look up. But this tacit consent was enough to drive anyone in the world mad. Pitiful, adorable. At this moment, Yin Huan's heart was utterly calm. Whether it was the anxiety and madness caused by her past berserk state, the bloodlust of battle, or the despairing memories in her dreams that felt like a past life, everything vanished when she looked at her. For her, to be able to see her, it was all worth it. He heard the pounding of his own heart in his chest. The snake's tongue swirled in his mouth a few times, suppressing the restless urge to strike. A hunter must be extremely patient before capturing his prey. He tried to convince himself, but then he wondered, had Baiyu ever been given such tacit approval? What about Hong Chong, Songhe, and the others? Chapter 113. Tao Charin shifted uncomfortably. Her instincts as a victim of weakness alerted her. She belatedly realized that her choice seemed to have given those who coveted her an opportunity. The technological advancements she gained from Lan Huan were incredibly useful, and the unsuspecting criminals didn't seem to treat her any differently. These past few days, Tao Charin had been engrossed in her work, somewhat letting her guard down. But when she looked up from the lab, the moment she paid attention to her surroundings, she discovered that they had once again surrounded her, waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Almost instantly, the moment Tao Charin's thoughts raced, Yin Huan knew he had to act. Those hands, stained with blood from years of torture and execution, were surprisingly harmless after being washed clean. His slender, white fingers gripped the collar's connection point. After passing the administrator's identification, the sturdy metal, capable of easily controlling a Class A prisoner, snapped in two with a crack. In less than 2 seconds, before Tao Charin could even react, the prisoner's insignia was erased. As for the lingering delicate touch on those hands, the fleeting, unrestrained thrill. Inhuan twirled her fingers, carefully concealing them. The red marks on her slender neck from wearing the collar for so long made her fair skin appear even more pitiful. Inhuan broke off her own fingers, forcibly suppressing certain inappropriate desires. Come to think of it, on the day she arrived at the prison, it was he who insisted on putting the collar on her. Before that, he had even choked her once. Thinking back, even though he knew nothing then, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Inhuan had assumed that after handling so many criminals and strangling countless citizens, he wouldn't remember. But now, recalling it, the intense throbbing of the arteries beneath her skin, the sound of her painful swallowing, it all seemed still vivid in his mind. So that's how it is. Countless guesses, countless denials, only now, in real contact, did it finally feel real. Every word she spoke was crystal clear. No wonder she didn't speak. This absolute, unwavering command was like a spell. A single sentence could drive him to endless contemplation and desperate calculation, to the brink of madness. Madness. Everyone had long since gone mad. The fact that he could still listen to her speak, impeccably dressed, like a normal person, was also due to the power of the spell. Inhuan thought casually, rationally knowing he should politely excuse himself, but in reality, like a lecherous man, he lingered in her room, his mind racing, trying to find another excuse to approach her. The silver snake's eyes narrowed, knowing the queen lacked the courage to look him in the eye. Silver Ring even brought its forked tongue to its lips, wanting to taste her scent in the air. The queen, adept at escapism, was unaware that since arriving at the prison, both Gold Ring and Silver Ring had developed a voyeuristic habit. Is there something else? She asked impatiently. Being alone in a room with a barely acquainted stranger, especially one who seemed to see her as prey, that thorn-like feeling, once it surfaced, was amplified 1,000-fold by past experiences. Nothing. But, I think you might want to see someone. The empty corridor was deserted. Tao Charan followed closely behind Inhuan, maintaining a meter's distance between them. The clatter of military boots echoed through the long corridor, but Tao Charan's footsteps were barely audible. Inhuan controlled his pace perfectly, neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining a distance Tao Charan could just keep up with. Since arriving at the prison, Tao Charan and Inhuan hadn't had much time alone together. It was only now that she realized Inhuan seemed to know her better than she had imagined. A rather secluded, inconspicuous room, its door number clearly marked 6. On the 18th floor of the prison, one of the only 2 prisoners Tao Charan hadn't seen before was inside. Song Ming. Tao Charan uttered the name in her heart. 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood before the dusty door. Both the cell number and the door were covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly indicating that no one had been there for a long time. Song Ming is inside. His berserk state is too high, he's already somewhat mentally unstable. To prevent him from disrupting the prison, we can only let him sleep. The tall shadow tilted his head, and the 2 shadows' heads overlapped. It looked like a kiss, or a long enduring embrace. Inhuan's mood subtly improved. Even the violence she felt from seeing other men was slightly alleviated. Just a little bit. In the dim light, Inhuan, with her head slightly lowered, could clearly see the red marks peeking out from under Tao Churan's collar. Even for an ordinary Class C citizen, such shallow injuries should have healed long ago. Only she, when she's sick or injured, never seems to heal. Last time she injured her foot, it was like this, causing her immense worry. The more Inhuan looked at her, the more tender she felt. She unconsciously asked, "Does it hurt?" Dazed and confused, she didn't seem to care about her injury at all. Inhuan smiled, raising her hand slightly before lowering it again. She couldn't accept being touched. This was easy to know. Touching her would make her afraid, sad, and hurt her even more. How could this prisoner have survived for so long in his hands? At this moment, Inhuan selectively forgot the malicious blessing he had given her before she went to prison. Live a long life. Neck. Inhuan touched the side of her neck, but didn't actually touch her, and asked again, "Does it hurt?" To be honest, Tao Charan had no idea how the topic had shifted to this. At this moment, her mind was completely focused on Song Ming. She had seen Song Ming in his berserk state, and she was both worried that she couldn't communicate with him in her current state, and anxious about how to communicate if she could. He could talk properly with Zhuan and Inhuan, so with Song Ming, he could too, right? The initial decision was fine, but knowing he had to speak soon made him nervous. So nervous, he couldn't think of anything else. He managed to spare a sliver of attention for Inhuan, his voice trembling. It's all right. Why was he scared again? Inhuan sighed softly, his snake tongue hissing anxiously, as if he crossed a line, touching a taboo subject for the girl. "It's our fault. We brought you back without investigating properly. Removing it today was to make up for our mistake. I'm sorry." He tried to be as businesslike as possible. This was the first time he apologized to anyone since he became conscious. Inhuan thought he would feel awkward, but actually, the words flowed smoothly from his lips, as if he had said them 1,000 times in his heart, and they just came out automatically from his throat. "No, it's alright." But it didn't seem to mean it's alright. If he touched her now, would she jump back in fright? Imagining that scene, Inhuan's vertical pupils narrowed with a hint of pleasure. He was troubled. A military officer who only knew how to kill wasn't good at coaxing girls. Even though he had pestered Kinling to brush up on his knowledge these past few days, seeing how indifferent Kinling was to him, he knew that Kinling was just a theorist. Inhuan thought for a moment, then pulled out a delicate little object from somewhere. "You probably don't want me to apologize on the spot, so to express my apology, I give you this." He also noticed that Tao Chu Ran didn't want to reveal that she was a queen. The use of you and you in her sentence clearly represented two different identities. Tao Chu Ran's gaze was unconsciously drawn to the little animal in Inhuan's palm. It was a shimmering little snake. It was only about the length of a hand, its body adorned with alternating rings of gold and black, forming a beautiful, mottled pattern. Each scale was inlaid with a thin layer of gemstones. As the silver-ringed hand tilted slightly, the snake's body shimmered like rippling water as the angle changed. Most astonishingly, this magnificent piece of jewelry, which should have been a girl's brooch or pendant, actually moved. The silver-ringed hand tapped the snake's head, and the little golden snake swayed its tail, coiling itself around the silver-ringed hand's middle finger, forming a multi-ring shape. Its triangular head faced its owner, flicking its tongue in displeasure. Who made this? Tao Charan instantly fell in love with the little snake. At a glance, she could tell that although the snake looked simple, its structure was actually ingenious. Such a small body had no embedded power source. It could perform complex movements solely through the power of the machine itself. The person who created this could be considered a professional mechanical master in this universe. Although Tao Charan's major wasn't related to mechanics, and compared to other fields, she hadn't achieved much in this area, she was still proficient. Of course, she could replicate similar machines, but cleverly conceived and intricately structured creations always caught the eye and brought joy. A brief excitement allowed her to temporarily overcome her fear of people, and she reached out her hand. Inhuan lowered her arm, both hands level, the larger one strong and bony, the smaller one soft and boneless, creating a stark and somewhat mismatched contrast. But the little snake, almost without hesitation, abandoned the larger territory and slithered towards Tao Charan's hand. The golden-faced snake wriggled and rolled over, rubbing against Tao Charan's palm, and even licking her fingertip with its metallic tongue. Because it was just a mechanical snake, the area where its body and tongue touched felt cool, completely lacking the sticky feeling of a living creature coiling around her. Tao Charan accepted it well. The snake also tried to coil around her middle finger, but Tao Charan's middle finger was too short, leaving a long tail sticking out of her palm. The little golden snake snuggled against the girl's soft fingertip, wrapping it up like a sausage roll. Tao Charan's other hand, mimicking Inhuan's gesture, touched the snake's head. The snake's unfriendly expression towards Inhuan changed. It used the momentum to swim up to her other hand. After circling her palm, it settled down against the girl's skin, its head holding its tail, firmly encircling its owner's wrist. Once the snake found its place and remained still, it truly resembled an expensive piece of jewelry. The Ouroboros was adorned with jewels, each one seemingly custom-made, making the girl's skin appear even whiter and her wrists even more slender. Seeing the girl's attention diverted, even showing some fondness for the gift he had given her, Silver Ring was initially overjoyed, his snake-like heart fluttering like it was floating in honey water, even forgetting his usual penchant for torture. However, watching the snake, which didn't belong to him, roam freely in the girl's hand, occupying a place he could never have, his smile gradually faded, his silver eyes turning cold, casting a warning glance at the little snake. He regretted it. Chapter 114. The little golden snake, being an inanimate object, couldn't sense the oppressive force emanating from the Class A officer. It circled Tao Charan's wrist with a showy air, its light flashing, making the beautiful, iridescent bracelet gleam. "Do you like it?" "I have many more." Silver Ring dodged the question. She had initially thought these low-grade creations might have some use, but now it seemed as useless as their original owner. Tao Charan shook her head. She had no use for so many mechanical animals. This little snake already demonstrated the maker's skill quite well. Unless the author made a significant breakthrough, she would quickly lose interest. Silver Ring curled her lips into a smile. This distraction did indeed relax Tao Charon somewhat. Although she was still nervous, her heart wasn't beating as violently. Taking advantage of this moment, Silver Ring activated its administrative privileges. The door, 3 times thicker than Tao Charon's room, slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black space where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Yin Huan went in first. Tao Charon nervously steadied herself against the wall by the door. The rough texture brushed against her fingers, and the small snake on her wrist hissed, flicked its tongue, bit down, chewed twice, and then spat it out in disgust. As darkness swallowed her, Tao Charon was completely enveloped in darkness. Something floated down from the ceiling, brushed her cheek, and landed on her hand. Light and soft, with a slightly sharp tail. Under her feet, she felt the same sensation of not touching solid ground. Rustle, rustle, like walking on snow. A sliver of light pierced through the sky and quickly vanished. It was by this sliver of light that Tao Charon could see clearly. Feathers. Black feathers blanketed the room, filling it completely and impenetrably, protecting the bird on the wall. She lowered her head, a feather resting in her palm. Quiet and obedient, the first bird to enter, Silver Ring, was already surrounded by black feathers. The feather's root hardened 1,000-fold, transforming into a sharp arrow without a bow, aimed at Silver Ring, only to be deflected by the boy's snake tail. Both the feather and Silver Ring deliberately avoided Tao Charon. She stood there for a while, unharmed. Seeing the two sides locked in a fierce struggle, as if some deep-seated hatred was at play, and knowing it wouldn't end anytime soon, Tao Charon simply recalled her surroundings and headed towards the bird-shaped figure she had just seen. Because it was so dark, she walked slowly. The feather in her hand shimmered with light, guiding her. A sharp, piercing cry echoed through the space, and in the darkness, a pair of ruby-red eyes faced her eerily. Tao Charon stopped. Scattered black feathers fell, the daylight bright, and the incandescent bulbs blinding. She blinked, her eyes now less than a finger's width from the dark beak of the bird. Eyes met. Bloodshot red eyes stared at her. Tao Charon abruptly stepped back, lowering her head. Blood-stained feathers clung stickily to his body. He flapped his wings, trying to catch up, but the chains on his claws held him back. After a brief silence, the cries grew louder and louder, as if he couldn't bear it any longer. He slammed his head against the wall behind him until he was covered in blood, his shed feathers forming a thick carpet on the ground. His body seemed smaller now. He fell from the perch into the middle of the feather pile, whimpered twice, and then lay still. Silver Ring, hovering on its feathers, approached. He actually managed to regain consciousness. Severely injured, mentally controlled, his consciousness invaded, to still be alive now, and barely qualify as his colleague. What happened to him? Tao Charon observed Song Ming. Ever since she met Song Ming on Chuelu Star, his condition had been poor. Whether it was his regression to a state of losing his human form, or his uncontrollable madness in front of her, nothing looked as pitiful as this. It was as if he had regressed to the state of a fledgling, desperately fighting against a predetermined fate, yet ultimately utterly vulnerable, not only a prisoner but also being tortured horribly. Looking at him, Tao Charon could hardly imagine what the previously serious and alert officer was like. He was a deserter, captured and imprisoned, then escaped, and even assassinated the Lord of the Tower. Silver Ring didn't want to leave the girl with the impression of someone who disregarded human life, so she briefly explained Song Ming's crimes, indicating that their punishment was justified. Desertion, prison break, assassination. These 3 acts were increasingly heinous, completely unexpected by Tao Charon. How could this be? Although Tao Charon had only met Song Ming a few times, the fact that he could maintain his self-awareness for so long even in his berserk state told her that he was a relatively self-disciplined and responsible officer. Being a deserter here was tantamount to betraying the queen, and assassinating a super rank A was hardly a rational act. Leaving aside the prison break, these 2 incidents were suspicious enough. She probably wouldn't get any good answers from Yin Huan, so Tao Charon crouched down and tentatively tried to pull a bird out of the pile of feathers. A round, agile eagle's head, topped with a patch of black and white feathers, emerged. Tao Charon was about to touch it to check its condition when she saw that the large bird, half-feathered and injured, stumbled back down. Tao Charon, is this really okay? If Song Ming could be considered a warlike eagle before, now he's at most a bird that sticks its head out. The raptor has become a cute bird, and the sense of threat has diminished considerably. This made Tao Charon's anxious mood relax a bit. She had just been startled by the red eagle's eyes, and had a feeling she was about to face some kind of murderous scene. Could you step outside for a moment? Tao Charon said to Yin Huan. The strong snake tail cleared a space for her, and the girl crouched in a pile of feathers, making her appear even smaller. Inhuan thought Z1 was right. He also wanted to have a doll. But she had a rather unpleasant smell on her. Inhuan hesitated for a moment, his reason and instinct starting to tug at each other again. He knew he should agree to the queen's request and leave gracefully, but in reality, even just leaving the girl's side for a moment was difficult. He restrainedly touched the top of Tao Charin's hooded head. With a gentle touch, Inhuan felt the body beneath his palm tremble slightly. A fine tuft of downy fur clung to his fingers, vanishing before Tao Charin's eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief, and Inhuan casually tossed away the elusive, close-approaching fur. "Okay, I wait for you outside," Inhuan promised, even thoughtfully considering her quiet nature. "Contact me via the personal terminal if anything happens." Afraid he might change his mind at any moment and reveal something unsavory, Inhuan hurried away, as if someone were chasing him. He left, and the door closed. Tao Charin exhaled, her tension and anxiety dissipating into the air. "Xiao Pu, remove all my disguises." The carefully crafted illusion was peeled away layer by layer, revealing the real queen, like a pearl stripped of its dust. The figure and face forever hidden in the shadows gradually became clear, a sweet, alluring aura spreading out from her, confined to this small space by the wall. Song Ming was the first to be affected. He struggled to crawl towards Tao Charin, limping on his broken leg, only to be bound once more by the chains behind him. Tao Charin then realized that the restraints weren't just on his leg, his wings, neck, and even his beak were bound by transparent ropes, preventing him from straying too far from the wall behind him. Tao Charin, of course, dared not approach him directly. She instructed Xiao Pu to give him a physical examination first. The usually silent and obedient mechanical bird took flight, but instead of emitting light to envelop the large bird as Tao Charin had expected. "Xiao Pu." The mechanical parts in Xiao Pu's eyes spun. It hovered between Tao Charin and Song Ming, its head turning left and right. "Master, do you prefer birds? Or snakes?" Its eyes blinked, like a puzzled little animal blinking. The mechanical snake on its wrist tightened its grip. Tao Charin didn't know why Xiao Pu would ask such a question. She didn't care what her creation thought, and simply repeated. "Xiao Pu, physical examination." "Understood, master." Seemingly aware that its master didn't like such probing, the mechanical bird's unusual behavior vanished quickly, and it silently followed Tao Charin's instructions. Song Ming's injury report was several pages long, and his berserk index was extremely high. Tao Charin could imagine everything this body had endured: berserk battles, torture, mental attacks, mind control, all sorts of cruel punishments had been inflicted upon him. Now, even shaking his head would cause excruciating pain, yet he could still struggle so violently. He was practically a complete madman. His physical wounds were slow to heal due to berserk status and drug abuse. But that wasn't a problem for Tao Charin. The difficulty lay in his shattered spirit. He had experienced at least 3 mental shocks, and probably had completely forgotten who he was and what he wanted to do. Moreover, the method of this mental attack seemed very familiar. Tao Charin quickly finished reading the report, first having Xiao Pu treat Song Ming's external injuries, then taking out her newly made Berserk Target Agent 2.0 and injecting him, finally making her decision. Xiao Pu, Mental Link. A mental link allows others to enter a citizen's consciousness, see the original's memories, and even influence the original's thoughts. This technology is also listed in the catalog of prohibited research by the Silk Entangling Workshop and is strictly controlled. Its application in the universe is not widespread. However, of the 3 mental shocks Song Ming experienced, aside from the berserk state, 2 were confirmed to be after effects of the forced mental link. Mental links place high demands on both parties. If the original entity is willing to accept it, and the intruder is harmless, it's fine. But when 2 mental forces are of different strengths and clash, one will inevitably be harmed. Before seeing the report, Tao Charin did not want to use such a dangerous method to solve Song Ming's problem. However, she herself was the first in the universe to discover and use mental links. And this invention was based on her observation and research of Hong Chong's abilities. Chapter 115. Song Ming's room 6 was sparsely furnished, lacking even a place to sit. Tao Charin found a spot not too far away, quickly cleaned up the feathers on the floor, and sat down against the wall. The last time she entered someone else's mental world was over 2 years ago. She felt everything around her spreading out like an oil painting, and gradually closed her eyes. Across from her, the large bird that had been flapping its wings seemed to have lost its strength and stopped moving. Red tears streamed from its eyes. Its wings covered its thin body, instinctively trying to resist the consciousness that wasn't its own, but after sensing the presence, it opened its world without reservation. When Tao Charon regained consciousness, she found herself in the cockpit of a spaceship. Before her eyes were large patches of pixelation, like a low-quality television with an intermittent signal. Banging on it didn't help, and being able to barely see an image was a feat. Her attire had changed. A black feather-woven dress was draped with a man's military uniform, rigidly and crisply wrapping around her slender body. The hem of the uniform reached her thighs, so oversized it looked like a child wearing adult clothes. Hands and feet were intact. Tao Charon touched her face, unsurprisingly only touching air. What the spiritual world looks like depends mainly on the individual's perception of the world. Songming had never seen her true face, so naturally he couldn't imagine it. She looked around, at the only vibrant color here, the master of this spiritual world. Songming's gaze didn't fall on her. A tall, mature man wore a black shirt, sleeves rolled up to his arms, tapping away at a mosaic of pixels, his expression serious. Tao Charon observed for a moment, and easily guessed that he was piloting a spaceship. She deduced the spaceship model from the surrounding decor, and, based on the button locations, knew he was currently in combat. Who was the enemy? Tao Charon recalled that the last time she saw Songming was on Chuelu Star. Back then, she gave Songming her blood to stabilize his berserk state. To avoid trouble, she also gave him a memory-blurring drug before leaving. Later, she was trapped by Lan Huan, who, to cover her tracks, used his power to cause amnesia in everyone who saw her. With double amnesia insurance, Songming shouldn't remember her. She was a stranger to him now. But Tao Charon looked at her clothes. Would Songming give his coat to a stranger? For citizens, clothing was also part of their body, carrying their energy, and wouldn't be given away lightly. She couldn't guess what Songming interpreted her as. The battle seemed intense. Sweat streamed down his resolute face, and a red glint flashed in his hawk-like eyes. He appeared to be making a crucial decision. His trembling hands hovered over a button. Tao Charon glanced at it, and immediately recognized it as the button to activate the self-destruct sequence. What a powerful enemy! To force even a battle-hardened class at general to this point, Tao Charon turned around, and noticed green mosaic tiles crawling in from the ground. It was moving very fast. And what were those red things on it? Flowers. She couldn't see clearly, but the branches gradually spun around her little leather shoes. Tao Charon shivered, lightly stamped her foot, and tried to throw the uninvited flower branches away. No. Like a persistent person, it didn't back down from the difficulty. After being swayed back a bit, it fiercely coiled around her again, using her slender legs as a climbing trellis, tightening its grip little by little. The exposed skin was scratched by the branches and leaves. The rough texture sent chills down her spine. Almost under her skirt. Tao Charon couldn't move. Whether it was the mental pressure, or the control over the dream's owner's memories. Or, should she ask Xiaopu to disconnect the link? Between the possibility of mental injury after disconnecting the link, Tao Charon was about to call out Xiaopu when the man beside her made his decision. The button was finally pressed. In an instant, the mosaic turned white. A pair of strong hands embraced her, brushing away the broken branches and leaves from her legs and ankles. Because of this movement, his arm casually wrapped around her even thinner legs, practically carrying Tao Charon out of the spaceship. Without transportation, the eternal night of space began to descend. Tao Charon was completely unaware of her surroundings. Her arms were straightened and stiffly rested on the man's shoulders. Her black, tousled hair almost blended into the surrounding mosaic. In the distance, a green shooting star flashed by. To distance herself from Songming, Tao Charon leaned back as much as possible, widening her gaze to see that planet. Perfectly round, like a water-blue gem embedded in the night, so striking. Blue ocean star. Tao Charon understood. She had arrived before Songming's so-called desertion. Combined with the information she had obtained online from Lan Huan after their separation, Qi Lu should already be at war with the Radiant Light cult by now. As the commander of the Second Army, Songming's presence on the battlefield was to be expected. And then? His spaceship was gone, and he seemed to be seriously injured. Was he leaving? Where was he going? Can you? Let me see you. See? Hadn't he already seen her? Tao Charon didn't understand, but the man tilted his head back, his clear black and white pupils reflecting her faceless silhouette. Even in my dreams, why can't I see you? Even though Tao Charon desperately wanted to leave him, below was an abyss. The man held her legs firmly, and she had nowhere to escape. That dreamlike madness, Tao Charon had seen it too many times. Where have I seen you before, where? He murmured to himself, his head throbbing with pain. Danger! Flower and bird garden. Sector D. Forest owl. His words grew increasingly fragmented, his massive head pressing against Tao Charen's lower abdomen, as if trying to meld himself into the girl's body to ease the pain. Clearly powerful, yet seeking solace from the weak, it was almost comical. The manifestation of the spiritual world is inextricably linked to the state of the individual. This blurred world indicated that Song Ming himself was not fully awake. Outside, he was powerless to maintain human form, but in his consciousness, he still believed himself to be human, thus there was still a possibility of salvation. Tao Charen told herself. Since she had come, she couldn't go back empty-handed, she had to see what had happened. Don't treat him like a human. He was just a bird, albeit a rather large one, but he was just a bird. Patting his head, she said, You understand them, you can do it. Though she said this, she moved her hand, but ultimately couldn't lift it. She only weakly touched his back, following the direction of the bones. Like a pebble dropped into water, awakening a dragon lurking beneath the surface. Song Ming's murmur ceased. The mosaic covering his hair receded, revealing his human form once more. I remember. I need to go back. He said, I have to go back. She's still there. He raced in one direction, Tao Charen still unable to discern his destination, the only certainty being that it was the opposite direction from Blue Ocean Star. She still didn't know what role she played, but in any case, the frantically running Song Ming not only didn't put her down, but instead held her even tighter. Her legs were already throbbing. If they were outside, they would surely leave indelible marks. Tao Charen frowned, the darkness gradually dissipating, revealing 3 floating islands. Layered like a cake, a garden, a revolving flower hall, a mansion, arranged from bottom to top. The setting sun was blood red, thick clouds hung below, and distant mountains floated in the distance. It seemed only the 2 of them existed in the world. The world was much clearer this time. Tao Charen remembered this place. Number 1, Block D, Flower and Bird Garden, Lin Chi's home. She had briefly stayed here. Song Ming clearly remembered it too. He expertly rushed into the central flower hall, overturning cabinets and tables, making a complete mess. The reagents and medicines Lin Chi had stockpiled were mercilessly smashed, red, green, and blue liquids mixing together and evaporating completely into the air. No, nothing. Where did she go? With one hand protecting Tao Charen from falling, Song Ming rushed to the next floor. Every nook and cranny of the house was searched thoroughly. The place he rummaged through looked like a typhoon had passed through. A complete mess everywhere. Then came the garden downstairs, where nothing could be hidden, and even the scattered small floating islands nearby. Song Ming meticulously searched every inch of the area. He jumped around, and as the search area expanded, the panic on his face became increasingly evident. Nothing, nothing. His expression was one of despair, almost on the verge of tears. To be honest, his behavior in the mental world was hard to reconcile with his behavior in reality. Tao Charen remembered when she first met him. A soldier's patience was on full display. Every decision he made was based on reason, not emotion, and even in the final moments of his berserk state, he maintained his dignity. But now, after all this commotion, Song Ming's shirt was torn in various places, old wounds crisscrossed his bronze skin, and the feathers on his neck hung haphazardly, making him look as if he had been ravaged. In contrast, Tao Charen, having been deliberately protected in Lin Chi's arms during the demolition of his house, and aided by some subconscious protection from the owner of the place, was perfectly intact. Not a single feather on her black dress had fallen off. Only a corner of Song Ming's ridiculously large military uniform slipped down as he swayed, revealing half of the girl's rounded shoulder. Amidst the blooming flowers, the man, having found nothing, finally realized his search was futile. Heh. He breathed heavily, like a camel broken by the last straw, losing all hope of continuing. He couldn't continue searching. He couldn't find it. He was going to die. He endured this long, so tired. An animal without faith loses the possibility of being human. Feathers slowly covered Song Ming's body, but only a thin layer, sparsely clinging to his skin, even the cheapest quills struggling to grow. She couldn't let him continue like this. Tao Charen made a decision. What are you looking for? In a daze, he heard a captivating voice. He unconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. A beautiful young woman with rosy lips and white teeth was pulling her clothes back up, the material seeming a bit stiff, the fabric digging into her fair shoulders, making them red. She huddled inside the oversized clothes, like an adorable fledgling bird. And those clothes were his. What was he looking for? He was so stupid. Looking for you. The long-serving, High-ranking officer revealed a foolish smile. Song Ming heard himself say this. Chapter 116. You? Song Ming had only just noticed. The person he'd been searching for so long was actually in his arms. Seeing her figure brought him peace, and once he touched her skin, he didn't want to let go. This feeling was so reassuring. He gazed at Tao Charan almost greedily. You look so beautiful. Yes, the girl possessed the most captivating beauty in the world. She inherited the best genes from her parents. Her long, black hair cascaded down his hand like a waterfall, and her bright eyes held a hint of timidity, like the moon reflected in a clear spring. She seemed to embody all the beauty in the world. The way she gently bit her lip was heartbreaking. Her delicate, petal-like cheeks were pale with nervousness, but the rough thumb gently soothed them, leaving a captivating blush. This was her original appearance. Song Ming only glanced at her, but he was certain he would never forget this scene. He dared not move. He could only watch, nothing more. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, and his gaze towards Tao Charan was soft and lingering. The floating island in the background slowly disintegrated and vanished in the rain, like an eraser wiping away paint from a painting. The surroundings were chaotic again, countless shadows of life moving back and forth, ambushing, lurking, killing. They fought relentlessly, devouring, consuming each other, until finally, all was silent. At the center of the world, Song Ming could not look away. Ah. He wanted to express his feelings, but could only utter meaningless syllables. Because he was too happy, he was completely oblivious to what was happening outside. His body and heart trembled together, and the hem of his black feathered skirt was crumpled in his grip. Until a clear voice rang out, "The universe is in such chaos, the queen cannot return. She values order above all else. You, in the Jade Pavilion, should be the queen's blade. Why not kill Zhongwen?" Song Ming snapped out of his reverie. The voice continued its incessant chatter. "Lin Qi, Qi Hong, even Shui Shao remember, but they all kept it from you. Why? Because the queen doesn't want you to remember. Why does the queen treat you this way? She hates you, doesn't she?" Hates. Yes, how could she not hate him? What had he been doing during their encounters? He hadn't fulfilled his duties, Chuilu's star was in ruins, and he had almost killed her. Do you think the queen will be disappointed in this world? It's all your fault. My fault? My fault? Now, it's time for you to atone. A pale purple light, carrying a destructive malice, looked at him mockingly. Go kill Zhongwen. He betrayed the king, he deserves to die. And you? Song Ming looked at the girl's blank expression and suddenly panicked. No, don't listen. He quickly switched hands. Tao Charan felt herself slide down a little, and the man hugged her tightly again. When she realized what was happening, one of her cheeks was pressed against his taut chest muscles, and her other ear was covered. Both sides were pressed tightly against her, and his tension was transmitted to her through his trembling body. Don't listen, don't look, please, he murmured, holding his beloved girl like a lifeline. The voice paused, seemingly with a subtle change. Kill him, the king will be happy, he will reward you, he will like you, he will become one with you. You can do anything for her, because she never leave you again, you be together forever. Aren't you tempted? Don't you want to be with her? He was holding her, but he felt no warmth in his arms. Song Ming stopped pleading. He looked at Tao Charan with a touch of sadness. This must be a dream. After all, how could the radiant light that illuminates everyone fall into his arms? If he did nothing, he wouldn't have the right to hold her. If he wasn't tempted, he'd never have another chance. But, if only he wasn't tempted. If only he hadn't done anything. Song Ming floated in the void, holding the girl, his large clothes obscuring her vision. Across from them stood soldiers in uniform, their expressions resolute. The second army commander, who had sworn to serve the queen for life, had ultimately succumbed to the devil. Tempted by the allure, he raised his gun against the traitor. Bang! The battle raged for days and nights until he could no longer stand. His opponent seemed far stronger than him, handling even being surrounded by several Class A fighters with ease. For a fleeting moment, he doubted. Zhongwen was also Class A. How could he be so strong? Was the one he was fighting truly Class A? Was it really Zhongwen? But the demon within was more terrifying than any trap in reality. He couldn't discern which words had moved him. The madman, driven by desire, only knew how to chase after lust, and his bloodlust fueled the fire. In short, when he was exhausted, on the verge of death, having lost all the violence he once prided himself on, and finally regained a moment of clarity, he saw the familiar white cat lying on the ground, his former superior's fate unknown due to his efforts. He was somewhat dazed. Bai Yu was a close attendant acknowledged by the queen, and had diligently performed his duties even while the queen was away from the palace. Now, he had openly declared war on the Radiant cult, and there was nothing wrong with him. He had no reason to harm him. Another reason to be disliked. What happened afterward was hazy and unclear to him. Okay, he left the battlefield halfway back to Chuelustar, got captured, and then escaped to assassinate the Lord. That's impressive. I thought he could hold out for long. There's something fishy about this. Surprise? I think the fishiest thing is how he got out of the prison. You don't know what Ziwin said to him? Just dereliction of duty. Ziwin only wanted to punish him, not kill him. So you just went along with it and let him escape. Jinhuan, the prison belongs to the queen, not the gods. But the gods belong to the queen. It's now clear that Zhang Wen violated several regulations, including the Citizens' Basic Rights Protection Regulations and the Chansifeng Prohibited Research Catalog. Inhuan, you are the judge, you cannot judge Zhang Wen? I already judged him. Do you think you can capture him? Even Song Ming failed. Besides, whether Shenling can handle him is another question. Do you think his berserk state will be low? Forget it, let's ask him why he changed his target from Zhang Wen to Baiyu. Ask what? He's unconscious. I applied to Chan Si Fong for the use of a mental link. At this juncture, Xian Luo will agree. What's going on in his head? It's all about this person. Looks like his true form is a peach tree. Let me check. His name is Tao Tao, from Chan Si Fong. He owns 3 properties, all consecutively numbered. He's said to have bewitching abilities. TSK, he seems suspicious. He's probably a spy. The allure might have made Song Ming mistake someone else. His mental state is unstable. Even a level B cultivator could affect him. Alright, I go arrest him. Inhuan shrugged. But spies are cunning. Let's just go straight to his house. And try. The commander, who had once made great contributions to establishing cosmic order, was now useless. His mind was in chaos, and no one cared for him. He was casually tied to the wall by the prison officer. From then on, he was left to scatter his feathers, weaving dark nightmares for himself, suffering torment in his fantasies, only finding a trace of death-tinged comfort in them. It had been too long. Tao Charan was completely enveloped in his arms. In her mental world, she couldn't feel the touch of his muscles, which made her feel slightly better. But the dark world was beyond her control, and she couldn't know what he wanted to do. This unease grew stronger with time, and she finally couldn't help but reach out her fingertip and gently poked Song Ming's waist. It's all right. A more vulnerable expression appeared on his usually rational and cold face, and Song Ming immediately loosened his grip on Tao Charan slightly, but still held her waist firmly. Did I hurt you? He awkwardly adjusted Tao Charan's skirt. I'm sorry. Endless darkness still surrounded them, just as it had been when she first entered the room. Dark, overwhelming clouds danced, carefully concealing those clumsy memories that shouldn't be seen. But can what has happened truly be hidden? Currently, the prevailing mental links in the universe only allow one person to enter at a time, but Tao Charan, as the creator of this technology, often brings a small assistant. Above the world, Xiao Pu's phantom hovered in the air, faithfully recording everything that happened here. Therefore, Tao Charan didn't care about having her sight and hearing blocked. She could watch the recording after going out in a while. After hesitating for a moment, Tao Charan still didn't choose to disconnect directly. Judging from Song Ming's current state, if she didn't leave him, he would only face death. The bodies of citizens are resilient, as long as they live. Even the most severe injuries can heal. However, their spirits are incredibly fragile. Those rejected by the queen will also despise themselves, losing all hope, and their final fate is only one. In her career as queen, such cases were countless. With the principle that saving someone once is saving someone else, and not letting the last rescue be in vain, Tao Charan took a deep breath. I'm not in pain. Perhaps because of the increased training and the fact that she was in a virtual world, although still nervous, her words flowed surprisingly smoothly. This is your world. If you don't want me to hurt, I won't hurt. She placed her hand on his hand around her waist, only lightly touching it, seemingly perfunctory. Here, I can only change my appearance. Do you understand? I don't want you to die. She could only control her own body, and she knew that her appearance, voice, and physical contact could influence citizens. So she let Song Ming see her appearance and hear her voice, gradually increasing the intensity until he developed self-awareness. But I don't like it here. Come see me outside, there are some things I need you to do. The frail girl was expressionless, her tightly pursed lips revealing a hint of resistance. The tension and coldness in her words even seemed harsh, but Song Ming concealed his abnormal expression. He looked deeply at Tao Charan, his tone filled with suppressed exhaustion, but his expression slowly softened. Okay. The link was broken, his lifeline had vanished. The cold night seemed endless, but thankfully, he still had his promise. Chapter 117. Tao Charen's consciousness returned to her body. When she opened her eyes, she found that Song Ming had broken free of his restraints and returned to human form. Xiao Pu diligently collected his body data. The new drug seemed to be working remarkably well. She was held in Song Ming's arms, the naked man beneath her, his abs covered in whip marks, his face stained with blood. The only clean piece of clothing was indeed her military uniform, shielding her from the filthy bloodstains. She tried to break free. Even without consciousness, the rank A was still rank A. Those arms, thicker than her calves, were far too strong for her to twist. Tao Charen looked up at Xiao Pu, which was currently generating analysis reports and organizing the virtual images it had just collected. It had several tasks running in the background. Tao Charen thought for a moment, and then used her personal terminal to summon Yin Huan. The boy, who had been smiling, immediately turned serious upon seeing the situation in the room, and a rude remark escaped his lips. Damn it. Realizing what he said, Yin Huan clenched his fist, coughed, and pretended nothing had happened. Ahem, need my help? Yes. Tao Charen replied expressionlessly. Yin Huan easily pulled Tao Charen from Song Ming's arms. He broke Song Ming's arm with a forced smile, casually fracturing his knee. This skilled man seemed rather helpless in front of Tao Charen, unsure how to help her up. He even carried her in a princess carry when they first arrived at the prison. But Tao Charen didn't intend to make contact with Yin Huan. Before he could act, the strong-willed girl used the ground beside her to get to her feet. Just keep giving him the 4 fluids on time these next few days, nothing else. She'd done all she could. If it still didn't work, she'd give up. The citizen turnover rate in this universe was ridiculously high. Back when she was in the Star Moon Palace, the entire capital planet's inhabitants had changed countless times. She even gotten used to it. At first, she asked Lan Huan and the others to help resolve conflicts between citizens, but later she realized that resolving conflicts was equivalent to dealing with the citizens who caused them. Tao Charen firmly believed that if she let Yin Huan take care of Song Ming would die much faster than she imagined. After making an excuse to shake off Yin Huan, who wanted to follow her everywhere, Tao Charen returned to her room. Once she was sure no one would disturb her, she had Xiao Pu turn on the screen and begin viewing Song Ming's memories from a third-person perspective. The world outside the main body was still blurry, but this perspective revealed much more. Just as Jin Huan and Yin Huan had said, this whole affair was suspicious from the inside out. Excluding her own interference, Tao Charen observed the events unfolding roughly as follows. After the war between Chiyu Tower and the Radiant Sect, Song Ming led the Second Army to the battlefield. On the battlefield, they were at a disadvantage. After a setback, Song Ming thought of her and thus disobeyed orders to return to Chuelu Star. Not only did he fail to find her, but he was also imprisoned. In prison, he encountered Z1. Z1 tempted him to assassinate the High Priest Zhongwen. He successfully escaped and carried out the assassination, but for some reason, he felt he had killed Zhongwen, when in reality it was Bai Yu. Later, he was recaptured and returned to prison. This time, he was forcibly linked by the Golden Ring and Silver Ring, suffering mental damage, which resulted in his current state. Several things puzzled Tao Charen. First, in the footage of the Second Army's battle against the Radiant Cult, she couldn't find any familiar faces from Chuelu Star. If Lin Qi and Qi Hong were unofficial members, what about Xue Xiao and Han Xiu, who were closer to Song Ming? Song Ming was struggling alone. Tao Charen felt the Second Army's disadvantage must have other reasons. Second, where did Song Ming's cognitive error come from? While Berserk mode does lead to indiscriminate slaughter, one can generally still recognize who the opponent is. Knowing someone, but feeling it's okay to kill them is a value deviation, not a cognitive error. From Song Ming's perspective, he clearly saw Zhongwen. Except for that last glance, there was no difference before. The speculation about the Golden Ring and Silver Ring wasn't unfounded. Tao Charen herself felt it resembled some kind of mental attack or control. Of course, a mental link could also achieve this. Finally, Bai Yu's condition was also problematic. He had been able to withstand the combined attacks of several Class A fighters with ease, never falling into a disadvantageous position for several days, yet he was suddenly severely injured. This part of his memory was very vague. It seemed that Song Ming himself didn't know what had happened. Who could have injured a super Class A fighter? As for the other logical gaps in Song Ming's memory, Tao Charen had some guesses. That day, she hadn't given Song Ming much medicine. She was only trying to buy time. As time passed and the medicine's effects weakened, he would naturally remember. Later, Lan Huan found her, and even cast an illusion spell on the entire Chuelu star, preventing anyone from remembering her. However, as Lan Huan regressed to her original form, the restraint on them gradually disappeared, and Qi Hong was even able to come to her. Everyone else remembered, except for Song Ming, who remained completely oblivious. Given Tao Charen's understanding of citizens, it was impossible for anyone to have alerted Song Ming. Even Shui Xiao, who seemed like a close friend, wouldn't show any mercy in the struggle for the queen's position. Ziwan's motives were also easy to understand. She had spent a lot of time with Ziwan these past few days, and had gained a deep understanding of what the principles of the gods meant. When she was around, everything revolved around her will. When she wasn't, the various regulations and rules previously issued by the Star Moon Palace, acting as the queen's representatives, were all objects of their protection. In Ziwan and Jin Huan's view, sinners should be punished, which was one of their initial reasons for coming to the prison. After reviewing the entire incident, Tao Charen felt that something had been overlooked. Song Ming's mental state was already precarious, and his mental world was bizarre, and often defied logical reasoning. She reread the materials collected by Xiao Pu from various perspectives many times before she finally discovered a clue. When the second army collapsed and Baiyu fell to the ground, blurry, vine-like green foliage appeared at the scene, with what seemed to be tiny specks of red and white, resembling plant flowers. Because it was all pixelated, didn't take up much space, and was sandwiched among other strangely shaped plants and animals, Tao Charen might have easily overlooked it if she hadn't been paying close attention. In her mental world, only her original self and the intruder were real. Everything else was a memory constructed from her original self's perspective. She remembered feeling branches and leaves crawling up her legs while on Song Ming's spaceship. At the time, she simply thought it was one of the enemy's attack methods. But the presence of the same enemy in both scenes was unusual. She froze the image at the moment Baiyu fell, zooming in again and again. A slender green streak appeared not far from the white cat, slightly lighter than the ground. When Tao Charen was in the scene, she initially thought the ground and surrounding space were blended into one, all black. Only after zooming in did she realize it was more like layers upon layers of deep red. Scattered around the white cat were numerous animal and plant organs and remains, and some shadowy figures could be seen hidden in the darkness. The green streak blended seamlessly into the chaotic environment. But upon closer inspection, Tao Charen couldn't identify what it was. In her previous life, she was a renowned biologist, and in this life, she had also put in considerable effort to identify species. Even with the pixelated images, she could distinguish the limbs and organs as belonging to Suro, Gentians, Clematis. But what exactly was that green streak? It possessed characteristics of many different creatures. The green vines resembled ivy, wisteria, grapevines, or climbing roses, and countless other plants could produce red and white flowers. Moreover, its movement didn't seem like that of ordinary plants. It was more like an earthworm, a caterpillar, or a snake. This was too strange. If it were a plant, it should at least have roots, or at least be connected to the citizen at one end. If it were an animal, those red and white flowers wouldn't grow larger and fall off. Grow larger and fall off? Tao Charen watched the image again, zoomed in, this time focusing only on the green vine. She noticed that the scattered red and white dots had indeed grown larger, but compared to the giant cat beside her, they were still inconspicuous. Then, the flowers bloomed and withered, petals scattered, and several red and white blossoms vanished from their original spot, landing on a nearby cat and quickly merging with it, disappearing completely. Tao Charen's pupils contracted slightly. She had seen this kind of attack before. But in her memory, those flowers were far more beautiful. When she was harassed by some clueless citizens, when she feared the approach of fanatics, or when she was trapped between the bodies of others, they would occasionally appear, blooming from another person's hand, tossed up, and then falling as if blown away by the wind, merging into their bodies and disappearing forever. Then came the faint, pervasive fragrance, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere that had gripped Tao Charen. The rude man's actions were brought under control. With resentful expressions, he left her like a zombie. She suddenly remembered the first time she saw the vanished flowers. The petals had completely melted into his body. The faceless citizen scratched himself, tearing off the skin that had touched the queen. The screams lingered, and she hid them away along with the pervasive confusion and fear of that time. It was merely similar. After all, he had never produced a white flower. But that time, the uncertain spiritual link, the mutual devouring that created a monster like Highway. All these precedents told her that what she guessed was very likely the final truth. Tao Charen rubbed her aching head, feeling that the future of her trip to Blue Sea Star was uncertain. If it was really as she thought, then handing Bai Yu over to Shenling might not solve the problem. The most urgent thing was to find Bai Yu. As another important figure in Song Ming's memories, if she could ask him what happened back then, it would clarify things considerably. As Tao Charan thought this, she heard Xiao Pu's voice ring out. Beep. Background task completed. The prison system has been cracked. All information can be viewed. Chapter 118. From the moment Tao Charan entered the prison, she had Xiao Pu hack into the management system to gain access. Initially, Xiao Pu made rapid progress, but Xianluo quickly upgraded the system, adding several more firewalls to the already heavily guarded core database, which is why it took so long. Only 1 day remained until her agreed-upon departure date with Ziwen. Just as she started working, Jin Huan, Yin Huan, and Ziwen each contacted her via their personal computers, saying they would bring her food. However, she didn't reply. Jin Huan thought she was frightened by Dong Jin, Yin Huan thought she was angry with Song Ming, and only Ziwen, with whom she had a decent relationship, was reliable enough to guess she was busy and forgot. In any case, the three of them chose not to disturb her, and had the robot leave the food at the door. Tao Charan opened the door, and saw a square food delivery robot standing there, with 3 different boxes stacked on top of it. The leftmost box was a bowl with gold trim, containing neatly arranged vegetables and slices of meat, the broth emitting an extremely delicious aroma. In the center was a silver plate, the medium-rare beef looking incredibly juicy, paired with sweet corn and mashed potatoes. On the far right was a familiar lacquer box, but the color and pattern had changed. A dark green background with light red lines gave it a somewhat abstract look. 3 dishes, 3 different styles. It was easy to tell whose creation it was at a glance. Having just witnessed so much bloodshed in the Songming world, the sight of the meat slices and slightly undercooked beef made Tao Charan lose her appetite. She asked Xiao Pu to put the other 2 dishes away, and chose the more familiar lacquer box. The box was heavy. Back in her room, Tao Charan casually placed it on the table. After settling down and lifting the lid, Tao Charan, who was about to eat, froze. There was no food. Inside was a box crammed full of meat. Raw meat. After being minced, Tao Charan couldn't even tell what kind of meat it was. Xiao Pu, as usual, collected a sample for analysis, and the results seemed familiar to Tao Charan. In fact, the meat looked familiar too. After all, Tao Charan had already experienced opening the door to find a pile of garbage twice. This time, the garbage was just in a bag. Garbage in a bag is still garbage. Tao Charan couldn't understand why Dong Jin was targeting her. It seemed completely unfounded. Among the people she had met, Tian Shu and Hai Yu hadn't forced her, indicating that this wasn't a tradition within the organization, but rather his own presumptuous idea. Moreover, how did Dong Jin, who was wanted and being pursued, manage to mix raw meat in there? Tao Charan closed the lid, intending to pretend nothing had happened and go out to throw away the garbage, but she bumped into Z1 right after opening the door. Baby, are you hungry? I'm late. He seemed to have rushed over from somewhere. His long hair was slightly disheveled, and the purple flower tied at the end trembled precariously. Despite this, unlike the other prisoners here who were constantly stained with blood, his shiny, belted long robe was neat and elegant, clearly carefully chosen. In his hands he held a purple and gold-flecked food box, the very one Tao Charan had seen before. Ziwen lowered her head, and, seeing what Tao Charan was holding, her expression changed drastically. Who sent this? Her tone unconsciously carried a hint of hostility. He seemed to know nothing. Tao Charan was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. They had just spoken online. She pulled up her chat history with Ziwen and showed it to him. Ziwen's previously warm smile instantly turned murderous. He also took out his personal terminal and compared the 2 messages, discovering that the last sentence on his page was missing. I left the food at the door, eat more. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed strange. The gods never asked the queen to do anything, let alone a seasoned priestess. Eat more clearly went against the gods' principles. Tao Chu then belatedly realized that someone had hacked Ziwen's account and impersonated her to send those messages. Was it Dong Jin who did this? Ziwen was clearly furious about this. He clenched his fingers so tightly that he almost crushed the food box he had just been holding like a precious treasure. Raw meat was inedible, and he was too ashamed to let the doll eat the food he had prepared. After apologizing repeatedly, he begged Tao Charan to let him dispose of the strange lunchbox, promising to bring her a clean and delicious meal. Tao Charan gave him the trash she was going to throw away anyway, then politely declined Ziwen's request to bring her more food. She wisely didn't mention that Jin Huan and Yin Huan had already brought food, only asking Ziwin how the preparations for tomorrow were going. Everything is ready. I arranged for several prisoners who can create illusions to stage a murder in the cafeteria tomorrow, so we can remove the doll from the prison system. Prisoners who still have limbs are usually thrown into the snake pit outside, which is the entrance to the prison. Other people who like the doll will meet them there. The situation on Blue Ocean Star isn't optimistic. Someone else will explain it to you. Z1 said, opening his personal terminal and sending her a document. This is the list the gods have placed there. Everyone on it is at your command. If you don't want to reveal your identity, you can also take my token to them. He nervously plucked a small flower from his hair, holding it in both hands and offering it to Tao Charan. This series of actions seemed to have been rehearsed 1,000 times in his mind. His eyes sparkled as he pulled at the darkest, shiniest strand of hair, his fingers brushing the flower's stamen, selecting the most beautiful bloom. The carefully planned gesture showcased the most beautiful angle, and a blush appeared on his usually melancholic face due to excitement. Shy and timid, he resembled a middle school student confessing his love to a girl in a past life. But Tao Charan always avoided eye contact, and later, she even avoided looking at other people's faces. Z1 knew his thoughts were destined to remain unseen, yet his flower was indeed placed before Tao Charan. A delicate purple petal, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance, lay quietly in her palm. Its size was just right, covering half of Tao Charan's hand, making it easy for her to hold. During the exchange, their fingers inevitably brushed against each other. The cool fingertips created ripples on the surface of her heart, revealing a turbulent undercurrent beneath the unseen surface. Z1 withdrew her hand, clenching her fist tightly, as if trying to hold onto that last bit of warmth. Will you come back? That was what he wanted to say. But prison was not a good place. He hoped the queen could quell the rebellion and reclaim her throne. The Star Moon Palace, where all the resources of the universe converged, was where she should reside. Unlike now, where the room is cramped and finding suitable food is difficult. There's no one to take care of her, and she ends up having to work to earn a living. She's also frequently frightened and robbed. The radiance that illuminates all things should return to the heavens. You have a safe journey, he said finally. Perhaps because Tao Charan's attitude towards him had been relatively good these past few days, and she occasionally spoke to him and responded to him, Ziwin was clearly becoming more normal. At least his queen figurine hadn't appeared again, he wasn't getting into fights anymore, and he could even keep working for a while. Tao Charan nodded, then thought for a moment, still worried, remember what you promised me. I won't forget. A dreamy, sorrowful smile appeared on Ziwin's lips. The prison must not be in chaos, and by you must not be allowed to leave. Z1 repeated, word for word, even her tone exactly the same as Tao Churan's back then, I won't forget, I will do it. After Z1 left, Tao Churan sat down at her workbench, and had Xiao Pu take some instant food from her previously stockpiled supplies. The mechanical bird landed on the table, tilting its head to look at her. Hint, this food's nutritional balance is relatively low in the food database. The following foods are now recommended. A light screen unfolded before her eyes, and the first and second items were the 2 portions that Jin Huan and Yin Huan had just delivered. Tao Churan shook her head. Master, take care of your health. A white light flashed in Xiao Pu's mechanical eyes. You have been living an irregular life for more than a month. Yes, things were a little better with Lan Huan watching over her, but since arriving at the prison, Tao Churan hadn't had a normal life for more than a few days. Moreover, the lights here are on day and night, and sometimes she blurs the boundaries of time, becoming engrossed in her own activities, just like in her past life. But reminding her to take care of her health wasn't Xiao Pu's responsibility. Tao Charan couldn't help but thoroughly scan Xiao Pu's system again, but still found nothing. The little bird silently watched her disassemble and reassemble her system, its mechanical voice even carrying a hint of barely perceptible helplessness. Master, I'm not damaged. Then why is this happening? Before Tao Charan could delve deeper into the question, Xiao Pu interrupted her. Master, do you like your current life? Like? What does like mean? It hasn't reached the level of love yet, like her feelings towards all life around her, always wanting to explore their secrets, or like when she was a child. Even now, she still dreams of the time the 3 of them spent together, a feeling of peace she doesn't want to wake up from. Although it always ends up as a nightmare that wakes her up. Or perhaps, after her parents' death, she had an uncle who shared her interests, and a wicked but occasionally caring older brother. Those were rare times when she felt she could barely get by. Did she like that period? If in her past life no one cared what she liked, in this life, it was the complete opposite. She felt like the whole world wanted to know what she liked. Lan Huan asked, Hong Chong asked, her attendants, and even every citizen she met after leaving the palace had inquired to some extent. What clothes she liked, what food she liked, what kind of room she liked, even what kind of people she preferred. They talked with great interest about everything related to her likes, even though she never expressed any opinion. Now, Xiaopu was asking the same question. Frankly, since escaping from the Star Moon Palace, she did feel much better than before. Although she had encountered many difficulties along the way, and was now imprisoned due to a misunderstanding, she could do much more. She could freely explore this world, and freely research what she wanted to research. Even though she's still far from her ideal life, at least she's taken the first step. She doesn't know if she likes her current life, but she knows clearly what kind of life she doesn't want to live. Chapter 119. Liking is ultimately just a subjective emotion, offering no real-world benefit. A rational robot shouldn't discuss liking. Although Tao Charan hadn't detected any problems, she felt that Xiaopu was no longer the reliable Xiaopu who faithfully followed orders and could be entrusted with anything. Tao Charan decided to give Xiaopu a complete overhaul after resolving the berserk issue. However, she needed to deal with the prison matter first. Xiaopu ultimately couldn't resist its master. Tao Charan tore open a bag of dry bread, eating it while opening the chat window with Z1. The system that could fool Xiaopu showed it had some skill. However, since Tao Charan had her eye on it, the vulnerabilities in its program were now exposed. She quickly realized that the signal and the intrusion method were familiar to her. The last time she saw it was when Xian Luo was searching for Haiyu's location. It was Dong Jin. That was the same method he used to lure Xian Luo into Haiyu's ambush. Tao Charan initially thought it was some kind of trick by Haiyue, but now, thinking back, Shen Feng from the Chauncey Workshop was arguably the best candidate to do it. The Chauncey Workshop mainly manages intelligence and technology-related affairs. The optical network falls under their jurisdiction, and many of its members are skilled in network technology. Dongjin's technology isn't top-notch, but it's still comparable to the madmen of Chulu, who are only good at combat. Speaking of which, Tianshu is also Shen Feng. Which unit does he belong to? Just then, Xiaopu cracked the prison management system, and Tao Charan opened the database, retrieving information on the prisoners on the 18th floor. There are 9 prisoners on level 18, including Tao Charan. Princess number 2, Shiling, number 4, Luo Ying, and number 7, Yi Yuan, are from Songtao Palace. Number 3, Tianshu, number 5, Dong Jin, number 6, Song Ming, and number 8, Ziwan, are from Qiangwei Pavilion, Chauncey Workshop, Qiyu Tower, and Xingyue Palace, respectively. It can be said that all 5 poisons are represented, and none of the 5 radiant sects are missing. Moreover, the ratio of SSS prisoners is basically equal to the population ratio of each department in this universe. Songtao Palace, as the production department, has the largest population, followed by Qiyu Tower, which consumes a lot and replenishes a lot of people. Qiangwei Pavilion, Chauncey Workshop, and Xingyue Palace have relatively fewer people. That's right, there are actually 2 people from Qiyu Tower. Tao Charan focused her attention on the record of prisoner number 1. Name, Baiyu. Rank, SSSS level criminal. Code, 01. Affiliation, Qiyu Lu. Criminal record, neglect of duty. Disobeying royal orders. This is probably the only 4S level criminal in the prison. The sheer terror of a super level criminal is surprising. She hadn't expected Baiyu to be a criminal. However, upon closer examination of the prison structure, there are some clues. Although the prison is an institution under Qiyu Lu, the highest ranking officer is the warden, not the tower master. The warden is Jin Huan, and she hadn't heard of Baiyu holding any position here. Everyone still calls him tower master. Moreover, every criminal has a crime. Looking at Baiyu's criminal record, she understood neglect of duty. After all, Qiyu Lu existed primarily for military deterrence and maintaining order. With the universe in such chaos, Baiyu should naturally bear responsibility. But where does the disobeying the king's orders come from? In my memory, she didn't give many orders. As long as she wrote them down on a small note, everyone did very well, basically completing them ahead of schedule and exceeding the target. Their execution was astonishingly strong. What strange orders had she given, and why had Baiyu failed to carry them out? Or was it that professional ethics was actually part of the royal command, and that by appointing Baiyu, she had essentially entrusted him with a task, and his failure to perform it constituted disobedience? Tao Charan pondered this, glancing at the other people's criminal records, and quickly noticing the differences. Like Bai Yun's record, the old acquaintances on Choice and Star all had blasphemy listed. The difference was that Song Ling had an additional prison break, while Song Ming had both prison break and dereliction of duty. This also showed that dereliction of duty indeed meant failing to fulfill one's responsibilities. For example, Song Ming deserted, returning to Chui Lu's star without orders, which was arguably deserved. Luo Ying and Yi Yuan's only charges were blasphemy. Even in prison, both of them worked diligently. Luo Ying even led a production line, making them true model workers. However, in the eyes of the divine guardians, both had disobeyed the queen's wishes, so they were both punished to the fullest extent of the law. Among the others, Tian Shu and Dong Jin had identical criminal records, violation of the Citizens' Basic Rights Protection Ordinance. As divine guardians, they had taken advantage of many citizens, and Tao Charan believed their punishment was commensurate with their crimes. Finally, only Ziwan remained. Ziwan's crime was abuse of power. Tao Charan had heard Ziwan recount his sins in person. It was merely failing to manage the radiant cult properly. However, since the divine guardians were not appointed by her, and held a non-official position, it didn't constitute dereliction of duty. But he had privately tortured himself without the queen's consent, hence this crime. Each person's criminal record pertains to different behaviors, demonstrating that negligence and disobeying royal orders are not the same thing. While Ziwan's actions, in principle, violated her wishes, they weren't described as disobeying royal orders, suggesting that the royal orders must have a specific target. Tao Charan couldn't recall what order she had given, so she had to put the matter aside for the time being. However, seeing that Bai Yu was also considered a prisoner, she had a guess. Contacting Jin Huan via her personal terminal, Tao Charan received a reply that Bai Yu hadn't been found yet. Do you think Bai Yu committed a crime? The Lord of the Tower is appointed by the Queen, and only the Queen can convict. Jin Huan is from Shinfeng, and Yin Huan is from Qiyu Lu. The prison is now basically managed by these two factions. The records in the system weren't written by Shinfeng, so it could only be from Qiyu Lu. In other words, Bai Yu herself feels guilty. Tao Charan became increasingly certain of her guess. After tidying up the room and taking all her previous research findings, Tao Charan arrived at room 1 on the 18th floor. It was right next to Xinling's room, but the entrance was small, tucked away in a corner, very inconspicuous. Tao Charan took a deep breath, and before she could decide whether to knock, the door creaked open. It wasn't the electronic door commonly used in this universe, but rather the kind of security door used in her laboratory in her previous life. Just like confidential documents need to be kept in paper form, an electronic door would be extremely dangerous if breached. The methods used to defend against external enemies could potentially be used against her own researchers. The most ordinary door, on the other hand, is the safest. In the interstellar age, electronic doors are certainly more convenient. The reason many places still retain these primitive doors is because the doors of the Star Moon Palace are like this. Everything she chooses becomes fashionable. Therefore, Luo Ying and Bai Yun's home, Lan Huan's house on Chuilu's star, and even the replica of the Radiant Chamber on the lower level of the prison, all use such doors. Tao Charan carefully pushed open the door and went inside. As she expected, this was another Radiant Chamber. Pure white walls and floors, pure white tables and chairs, and a pure white cat lying on a small bed covered with black sheets. The decor here is no different from any other prison cell. However, anyone who has been to the real Radiant Chamber will immediately have associations upon entering this place. If the lower level is the territory of Lord Bai Yu, this is the place exclusively for prisoner Bai Yu. Now, the cat, who considers itself a prisoner, lies quietly on the bed. After receiving care from the queen, his injuries had noticeably improved. The usually boisterous cat was unusually quiet, as if lost in a dream it didn't want to wake from. But Lord had to appear. Ziwan alone couldn't control so many crazed criminals. Tao Charan cautiously approached, extending her hand to the cat. When she was less than half a meter away, the cat suddenly opened its eyes, its amber pupils not quite clear, but its nature revealed a ferocious hunting side. So, her already reluctant hand immediately withdrew. But the cat had already smelled that sweet, alluring, deeply penetrating fragrance. It quickly withdrew its aggression, softly meowed twice, propped itself up, and pounced enthusiastically towards the source of the scent. The girl was pounced on by the cat. His fluffy fur was now spotless. He was no longer a dirty little cat covered in blood. Perhaps because she had owned cats before, Tao Charan always had a certain leniency towards kittens that lack human consciousness. She patted Bai Yu's soft but heavy body, which kept sliding down, gently signaling him not to go too far, and then put him back on the bed. Meow meow. Why won't you pet me? The cat meowed pitifully. Tao Charan expressionlessly called for Xiao Pu to examine him. The mechanical bird immediately pecked Bai Yu's head twice, scattering a few cat hairs. The cat fiercely pounced on the bird, but Xiaopu, having anticipated this, turned the gears on his wings and dodged in a different direction. Heart missing. Regenerated heart 47. Too slow. Looking at the cat's vibrant appearance, but in reality, his hidden injuries were less than half healed. The problem of mixing F173 and T068 hasn't been resolved, and the berserk state is progressing slowly. If this continues, Baiyu will regress to his original form like Lan Huan. Baiyu hasn't even come to see her these past few days. Does he still remember her? His human form time is getting shorter, and his cat-like chaotic period is getting longer. This isn't a good sign. But fortunately, Tao Charan had made preparations in advance. When Shenling showed her his research results, Tao Charan had Xiaopu make a copy. Since she found Baiyu first, she could just use it directly. Xiaopu was ready to inject, but the uncooperative cat leaped onto the table. The cat and bird fought around Tao Charan, having a great time, until Tao Charan reached out to Baiyu. The increasingly agitated cat instantly settled down in Tao Charan's arms. Meow meow. Am I being good? The mechanical bird's eyes dimmed slightly, but it still dutifully completed the injection. A short while later, the kitten, who had been snuggling in Tao Charan's arms, stopped talking, a complex emotion flashing in its innocent and clear eyes. Chapter 120. After emerging from Song Ming's spiritual world, Tao Charan put her disguise back on. Slightly more lucid, Baiyu nestled in her arms, completely bewildered as to why he had been so fussy earlier. But getting him out of her embrace was impossible. Baiyu felt as if his 4 paws were glued to the ground, unable to move no matter what he did. He patted his paws in frustration, but didn't even dare to expose his sharp claws. The pats were so gentle that even Tao Charan, a fragile human, felt no aggression. Before Baiyu could understand, Tao Charan gave him no time to react. Xiaopu measured the cat's physical data again. The residual drug reaction had been suppressed, indicating that her and Shenling's research was on the right track and they could proceed to the next step. The second injection was a new version of the Berserker inhibitor. After Xiaopu's injection, Tao Charan waited a while, but found that Baiyu still showed no signs of returning to human form. This was also within Tao Charan's expectations. After all, a truly perfect version hadn't been created yet. This medication only slowed down or halted the berserk process, not solved the problem once and for all. Tao Charan had Xiaopu record Baiyu's reactions and related data. After completing its task, the mechanical bird landed on her shoulder, looking down at the rogue white cat. Xiaopu? Xiaopu? Xiaopu didn't move. Tao Charan turned her head and glanced at it out of the corner of her eye. Strangely, she had a feeling that even machines could be momentarily stunned. Xiaopu. She emphasized her voice. Yes, master. It was a perfectly normal response, but Tao Charan felt it had changed compared to when she first came out of the Star Moon Palace. Draw blood, she prompted. This was something Xiaopu should have done the moment she called him. Why was there no understanding now? Master, can't I skip the blood draw? Xiaopu hesitated before answering, and Tao Charan's heart sank. This was the first time Xiaopu had explicitly refused her command. Although there had been warning signs before, such as refusing her fast food or occasionally reminding her when she was working tirelessly, Xiaopu would always give in if she insisted, ultimately doing as she wished. But what was happening now? Tao Charan wanted to check Xiaopu again, but the cat in her arms was unhappy that the two had been talking for so long and began to stir. He propped himself up, meowing fiercely at the mechanical bird, revealing short, sharp teeth and displaying his claws with sharp nails in a defiant manner. A soft, boneless hand patted his head, as if to soothe him or punish him. The snarling cat immediately became docile, giving the bird, which hadn't received such treatment, a smug look before obediently lying back down. This minor exchange went unnoticed by the cat and bird's owners, but Tao Charan felt a sudden sense of urgency. There was no time to hesitate. She took out a syringe, intending to do it herself. Xiaopu flapped its wings, seemingly wanting to say something to stop her, but Tao Charan almost instantly and swiftly plunged the needle into its skin. Red liquid gushed out, flowing down the syringe into a transparent bottle. Xiaopu forgot to retract its outstretched wings, and the visual module in its mechanical eyeball began to malfunction, flashing red and white light alternately. The cat in her arms suddenly smelled a rich fragrance close at hand, arching its back warily. Its remaining half of its heart clenched, seemingly more painful than when it had its heart ripped out. When Tao Charan removed the syringe, the temperature in the room seemed to drop, the atmosphere tense to the point of breaking down. But having experienced similar scenes many times before, The weathered Tao Charan didn't take the bird and cat's reaction seriously. She casually reinserted the syringe into the cat's body, watching the still warm blood flow into another creature. Her blood was medicine, but no citizen would willingly ingest it. The cat was clearly no exception. The first two liquids were icy cold. He considered them the price for being petted and warm, and had no intention of resisting. He even thought that if he could stay in her arms a little longer, he wouldn't mind having a few more. As for what was injected, as long as he didn't die, that was fine. Actually, death didn't matter, as long as he got what he wanted. He had thought this casually before. But after the warm liquid flowed into his body, it was like a flame igniting his entire being. This familiar feeling awakened some deeply etched memories. He struggled to lift his head, his amber eyes reflecting the girl's true face. The face from his memories. He didn't know if this was an illusion. Ever since his berserk state began, those dreams had been his constant companions, devouring him every single day. He gradually blurred the lines between imagination and reality, knowing full well it was impossible, yet still being tempted countless times. "Your Majesty," the cat called weakly. Tao Charan released him, and his body fell to the ground. It was the king. Only the king would treat him so cruelly. This dream was more real than any of his previous dreams. Bayu's body stretched and shrank, alternating between the two forms, then becoming a humanoid figure with cat ears and a tail, a human head connected to a cat's body. It was too ugly. It's too ugly. Bayu covered his face in utter shame, the pain in his heart 100 times greater than the physical agony. His heart pounded wildly in front of his lover, its rhythm exceeding his capacity to bear it. "My king," he murmured, like a believer begging for divine mercy. But alas, gods and Buddhas are aloof and indifferent to human suffering. The light in Xiaopu's eyes flickered as the system automatically activated, repairing the malfunctioning module. "Master." It couldn't help but say, "Actually, any bodily fluids of yours will do. Why must it be blood?" Bayu had asked this question before. Her attendants had all asked it. If she hadn't experienced those intrusive touches, hadn't felt the fear and disgust of Tung's meeting, she might have believed those who claimed it was for her own comfort. Xiaopu was becoming more and more like them. Tao Charan felt a vague sense of disappointment and grievance. She had once placed high hopes on Xiaopu. In this world, she couldn't adapt to. Only her own creation was someone she could rely on. Perhaps sensing her low spirits, Xiaopu said nothing more. After an unknown amount of time, Bayu, who had been writhing in pain on the ground, steadied himself. He lay at Tao Charan's feet, clutching his heart and panting. The boy's military uniform was disheveled from the writhing, 2 buttons undone, revealing his scarred abdominal muscles. His neck stiffly turned towards Tao Charan, his round, cat-like eyes, brimming with pain, welled up with a blurry, moist look, like repeatedly washed glass beads. "Wang." The voice was hoarse. He was dazed, his vision blurred, and his mind unclear. Bayu struggled to sit up, crawling towards the fragrant scent. Tao Charan hadn't drawn blood herself in a long time. Perhaps her movements had been too rough. When she pulled out the needle, blood splattered, leaving marks on his fair skin. She herself might not have noticed, but for Bayu, who had just regained consciousness, it was an immense temptation. He thought he was that kitten being held in someone's arms. The dazed white mist in his eyes hadn't yet dissipated when he crawled to the ground, grabbed his master's wrist, and brought it to his mouth, licking it repeatedly with his tongue, trying to lick away that intoxicating yet heartbreaking taste. The wet tongue traced across his skin, and even though Tao Charan knew Bayu's saliva had anti-inflammatory and healing properties, she immediately pulled her hand back with great force. This force was nothing to Bayu. He easily overcame it. But instinct and habit kicked in, and he immediately released his grip. Startled, his stiff fingers had slammed into his chin. He didn't feel anything, but his fingers instantly turned red. "Your Majesty," he murmured softly, head bowed, too afraid to lift it, shrinking back to avoid touching Tao Charan. Since he could speak, he seemed unable to utter anything beyond the title Your Majesty. Somewhat like the pitiful whimper of his cat-like state, he hung his head dejectedly. His master had never shown him any kindness. He wanted to be affectionate but dared not, only awaiting his master's judgment. Tao Charan remained silent. An awkward silence hung in the air. Seeing an old acquaintance triggered her social anxiety again. "Your Majesty." Not touching her, Bayu's hands clenched, struggling to suppress the urge to embrace her, but he couldn't resist crawling closer on his knees. "I missed you so much," he whispered, careful not to let his beloved king hear. As one of the few close attendants, who spent every day with the king, Bayu knew his personality and preferences well. The current distance was already the limit, any further, and she would flee in fear. They had a very precise grasp of the king's tolerance limits. Tao Charan placed her withdrawn hand on her abdomen, her two hands tightly intertwined. It was a defensive posture. Having regained some of her composure, Bai Yu could naturally sense the king's discomfort. His newly formed heart pounded, but it was much better than before. He remained half sitting on the ground, his eyes fixed on the dusty little leather shoes in his line of sight. "Your Majesty, how have you been these past few days?" Like Lan Huan, Bai Yu didn't complain about the suffering they had endured. He even felt guilty for making the king uncomfortable with his untimely appearance. Even though she was the one who abandoned them first, no one questioned her. Everyone just felt they were the ones who had done wrong. Tao Charan opened her mouth, already anticipating Bai Yu's reaction. But she couldn't remain silent forever. Especially after going to Blue Ocean Star, there would be more opportunities for her to speak. Besides, she had practiced many times before. Having made up her mind, taking action didn't seem too difficult. "Bai Yu," she said softly, more fluently than she had expected. "Yes." Bai Yu was secretly glancing at her, slightly raising his head. To get a response from the queen, it was best to ask a yes or no question. A shake of the head or a nod from her would be enough to linger in his mind for a whole day. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name, and Bai Yu responded instinctively. "Huh? Did the queen just speak?" Bai Yu's furtive movements abruptly stopped. Chapter 121. What did you say?" Bai Yu looked up in disbelief, then quickly lowered his head again, remembering that the queen didn't like being stared at. "Say it again, please?" he repeated, somewhat excitedly and happily. "Did you call my name? Can you say it again?" He regretted not recording his voice on his personal terminal earlier, and now, realizing this, he secretly pressed the record button with trembling hands. Tao Charan, however, refused to speak anymore. She knew it. She knew it would be like this. It was as if her ability to speak was some extraordinary thing. Her hands were pressed against her lower abdomen, making her stomach ache slightly. She was never used to receiving enthusiastic gazes from others. Bai Yu's entire being exuded anticipation and excitement, and even without his gaze, it made her feel uncomfortable. The queen showed no sign of speaking again. Bai Yu waited a while, then belatedly realized he had gone too far. He lowered his head, feeling somewhat remorseful for his earlier lapse in composure. "It's all right, you don't have to say if you don't want to," he muttered to himself, as if comforting himself. "I'm already very happy to see you. Was the journey smooth? Were you injured? Did you have any food you liked? Was your lodging comfortable?" He asked a series of questions while gently sniffing Tao Charan's scent, only feeling at ease after confirming she had no other injuries. He knew Tao Charan wouldn't reply, because it had been the same at the Star Moon Palace. But the fact that the queen could quietly listen to his ramblings was already the greatest happiness. Bai Yu dared not ask for anything more, especially since he had heard the king's voice today. His entire focus was on the queen, completely forgetting how he had gotten to this point, and even putting his work aside. Tao Charan had originally intended to discuss the prison issue with him, but his interruptions nearly ruined the conversation. At crucial moments, she still had to rely on Xiao Pu. Tao Charan glanced at Xiao Pu, who had become unusually docile after upsetting her, and gestured for it to come forward and socialize. Then the light screen opened, technology saving the socially awkward. "Do you know where you are right now?" The light screen followed Bai Yu's gaze, abruptly interrupting his thoughts, which were preoccupied with the queen. Bai Yu then remembered to observe his surroundings, and immediately frowned. "Prison, my room. Good, at least he could think rationally. Tell me, what happened after I left the Star Moon Palace?" "This," Bai Yu stammered. He couldn't determine how much the queen knew. In any case, the queen wasn't in the palace, and everything that happened was something she didn't want to hear. Only then did Bai Yu realize his duty as a subject. But considering that she had come to the prison and found this place, it meant that she already knew some things she didn't want her to know. All five of them understood that the king was very intelligent. But as Bai Yu pondered, his thoughts drifted to another topic. What would the king think if he saw his room? Would she find him disgusting? After all, it was clearly a copy of the Radiant Chamber. Dreaming of possessing her exclusively in a place she couldn't see, this unbearable scene explained her resistance. But then he thought of her being in the prison. It wasn't a pleasant place. Had those madmen seen her? How would she be treated? Or? His thoughts raced, but his gaze remained fixed on the queen's shoes, his mind reeling from the rapid activity. "Right now, it's a bit chaotic outside. But you don't need to worry, I will." At this point, the irresistible dizziness returned. His vision blurred. Everything seemed to be separated by flowing water. Some enormous object stood in the deep sea, gathering the malice of countless creatures, watching him mockingly. What right do you have to serve her? It seemed someone had said something like that. Yes. He always frightened her, and he couldn't even complete the task she assigned him. He really should. Because they were so close, when the other person's body crashed down, Tao Charan almost instinctively caught him. The boy's forehead was burning hot, and it felt strangely warm against her cold hand. Even though he had fainted, he still supported himself with his hands on the ground, remembering the vow he had made, struggling futilely to keep his distance from Tao Charan. What was going on? Tao Charan had Xiao Pu examine him again, and this time they discovered some unsettling changes in his body. Some indicators fluctuated wildly, as if struggling against something. After meticulous analysis, the data uncovered belonging to the intruder was quite familiar. After all, she had stored all the basic physical data of all Super A-level beings while in the Star Moon Palace. Her guess was correct, at least the petals that appeared in Song Ming's memories, namely Red Rose's ability. Parasitism had been used on by you. According to her observation, parasitism could temporarily turn a person into a puppet, controlling their body through mental manipulation. But this only worked on lower-level citizens. Bai Yu, as a Super A-level being, was inherently difficult to invade in his mental world, unless it was during a berserk state or a period of significant mental fluctuation. The parasitism hadn't activated before, so why now of all times? Tao Charan didn't understand. But why would Hong Chong target his own colleague? How much trouble had his actions caused her? She had to settle this score. Great, another reason to go to Blue Ocean Star. As a researcher who had witnessed parasitism, Tao Charan naturally hadn't overlooked studying the mechanism of this ability. With Hong Chong's cooperation, she had found at least 5 methods to counter parasitism, and now it was simply a matter of putting the old theory into practice. She immediately prepared the medication, and had Xiao Pu inject it into Bai Yu. After repeated attempts, the energetic young man had to succumb to his body's constraints, and seemed unlikely to regain consciousness anytime soon. Tao Charan had Xiao Pu drag him to bed, then took out paper and pen and wrote him a note, reminding him to work hard after he woke up. With the one-sided mental pathway severed, the young man's complexion gradually stabilized. His breathing was long and even, withered petals falling layer upon layer onto the chest of his white military uniform, their subtle fragrance rising and falling with each breath, revealing just how beautiful it had been in its prime. Tao Charan reached out and gently touched the rose. The crumpled flower crumbled into dust. The dust, a pale gray, brushed against her fingers, as if it had exhausted all its strength to find her. Its mission was complete, and it could die without regrets. She was leaving tomorrow, but you probably wouldn't make it in time to say goodbye. If all went well, after the berserk state was resolved, she would leave the Star Moon Palace forever. Whether they would meet again was unknown. Bai Yu would probably be very disappointed. But they wouldn't go berserk anymore. They should be able to have a new life now. Although she didn't regret what she had done, just in case, Tao Charan left Bai Yu with Berserk Inhibitor Upgraded version 02 and a few small vials of her own blood, hoping he could hold on until she resolved all her problems, and that the prison wouldn't cause her any more trouble in the meantime. After doing this, Tao Charan set a timed message for Jin Huan. After she left, the message would be sent to Jin Huan, asking him to keep an eye on Bai Yu and prevent any unscrupulous prisoners from taking advantage of the situation. Feeling she had nothing else to tell him, Tao Charan returned to her room, packed her things, and planned to get a good night's sleep. However, she usually worked until late at night, and her established biological clock kicked in. Lying in bed, Tao Charan stared blankly at the ceiling, completely unable to sleep. She felt uneasy. After tossing and turning 100 times, mentally reviewing the unfinished research, Tao Charan finally scrambled to her feet, sighing as she opened her workbench. The development of the Berserker potion was promising, but large-scale injection was a problem. If a mass berserk situation arose, she feared she wouldn't have enough time to handle each case individually. Especially since she was alone. Tao Charan had a premonition that this situation would occur, especially after observing the prisoners in the prison for so many days. She felt the prisoners' mental state was precarious, and a riot was only a matter of time. Although Zhuan had been relatively reliable in her work these past few days, Tao Charan couldn't help but feel uneasy. If you can't sleep, get up and work. She looked at the equipment collected in Xiao Pu's armory, carefully compared them, and then unexpectedly saw the sidearm Xue Xiao had given her in the corner. Tao Charan had completely forgotten that she had ever received such a gift. Because her body was too fragile, although they tacitly allowed the queen to look at some blueprints and follow some research progress while in the Star Moon Palace, they never allowed her to handle weapons to avoid accidentally injuring herself. But in her previous life, she was very familiar with firearms, so she added many similar functions when developing Xiaopu. However, the only independent gun she could hold in her own hand was this one given to her by Shuexiao. She took out the gun. The dark barrel was cold, and its size didn't match her hand. Because she hadn't touched it in a long time, even the feel of it was unfamiliar. Tao Charan tried to pull the trigger towards the distant wall, but only the trigger made a click-click sound. The gun, unloaded, was unusable. Just as she was about to put it away, a white-tailed feather shot out, striking the metal wall with a clatter. She knew, of course, that this device incorporated spatial technology, allowing it to directly access items from another dimension as ammunition. But it was too slow. The gun itself was fine, unless the bullet malfunctioned. Tao Charan picked up the feather. These were the strongest flight feathers on a bird, which should have been glossy and smooth, but now they were dull, sparse, with only the quills barely sharp. It was clear that the bird that provided the feather was malnourished and in poor condition. However, the way the feather flew gave Tao Charan an idea. She stared thoughtfully at the muzzle, wondering if she could use a gun to ignite fireworks. That night, Tao Charan worked overtime again. By dawn, she finally had her work done. Yawning, Tao Charan got into bed and fell asleep contentedly. The next day, she was woken up by a message notification on her personal terminal. Chapter 122. It was Ziwen who sent her the message. Everything went smoothly, the doll can open the door now. Dong Jin's matter seemed to have made Ziwen very wary. Her messages afterward were all very clear in tone, constantly calling doll doll, giving Dong Jin absolutely no chance. Tao Charan, however, didn't care. Because she had already made a record in Xiaopu's system, any similar signals would be directly blocked. So she opened the door with peace of mind. At the door was a very tall gurney, with only one opening on one side, the other 5 sides entirely made of metal plates. There was a row of wheels underneath for easy movement. On one side of the gurney, Yin Huan was standing with a stern face, his hands gripping the handles at the back. Tao Charan was somewhat surprised. She had entrusted this matter to Ziwen. Yin Huan wasn't a member of the divine faith, and she didn't think Ziwen could control him. Yin Huan didn't speak to her either. He looked deeply at Tao Charan, closed his eyes briefly, and then came in and picked her up in one swift motion. He was clearly in a bad mood today, radiating an icy aura. Tao Charan lay stiffly in his arms, as if coiled tightly by a snake, a ferocious, cold-blooded animal looking down at her, unwilling to relinquish its prey so close at hand. It was a strange coincidence. Tao Charan had been carried into the prison by Yin Huan, and now he was carrying her out. The seemingly frail boy's arms were surprisingly strong, holding Tao Charan as easily as holding a piece of light cotton. His vertical silver snake-like eyes drew closer, his forked tongue flicking out, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally licking her crimson lips. "There are too many people outside, don't make a sound, don't move, close your eyes, someone will come to get you in a moment," he whispered in Tao Charan's ear. A hissing sound brushed past her ear, making Tao Charan want to pull away. "Don't move." Yin Huan easily pressed her down, seemingly a little annoyed. "I just said that." She was too close to his chest. This might be the last time he was so close to her. Thinking of this, Yin Huan hugged her tighter, remaining still for a long time before slowly placing Tao Charan on the stroller. He gently straightened her body, placed his hand on her abdomen, and straightened her clothes. The prisoner's unusual obedience softened Yin Huan's gloomy mood. Taking advantage of her fluttering eyelashes and inability to see him, he took her hand and kissed it lightly, his forked tongue darting quickly between her fingers before retracting before its owner noticed anything amiss. Even though he had done things far worse, Yin Huan felt his heart pounding wildly. A secret joy ultimately overshadowed the sorrow of parting. He acted as if nothing had happened, lowering the other partition to completely conceal the girl's figure. The wheels slowly began to turn, and Tao Charan felt her body moving. Only after being placed here did she realize that what she was beneath was soft. She squeezed it with her hand. It was quite silky satin, and there seemed to be several layers of soft cotton underneath, somewhat similar to the feel of the seat she had sat on in the solitary confinement cell. The metal panels covering her body didn't seem to insulate against sound. Along the way, she heard Yin Huan greeting other acquaintances. Disposing of corpses was probably Yin Huan's job, but the people on the road still showed considerable surprise. "What is that?" The car suddenly stopped. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. "None of your business, Tian Shu. Don't wander around during work hours." It was Yin Huan, his voice 100 times colder than before. "My work is eating what you consider garbage." "What? What can't we eat, that you have to personally transport it out?" Huan didn't speak. But the cart didn't move. Since the prison was established, no prisoner has been allowed to leave. The living are all brought back, the dead are our food. Tianshu's tone was seemingly a simple question. What is in this cart? It looked rather difficult to deal with. Just as Huan was about to say something, the prison's lights, which had been burning all night, suddenly turned red, the alarm blared, and the entire prison seemed to shake. He frowned and immediately steadied the cart, using some force to minimize the jolts Tao Charon felt. Alarm! Alarm! The prisoners on level -18 have rioted. Enforcement team, please proceed to level -18 immediately to maintain order. Alarm! Alarm! The prisoners on level -18 have rioted. Damn it! Suddenly, the crowd thickened, and a foul stench began to spread through the air. The sounds of fighting, brawling, and clashing weapons rose and fell, chaos seemingly erupting in an instant. What's going on? Silver Ring seemed to have found someone to ask. I don't know. It seems to have started in the cafeteria. Tao Charon recognized the voice as Gold Rings. Never mind, let's go first. The car started moving again. Judging from the judge's tone, he doesn't seem surprised. This riot isn't related to you, is it? Gold Ring. The car didn't stop moving. The sounds of flesh and blood seemed to be right next to their ears. It was clear that Huan had temporarily stopped Tianshu, who was looking for trouble. At this moment, the two identical brothers finally united, standing together for the same goal. However, the escape route didn't seem smooth. After that, Tao Charon felt the cart was very unstable. Although she could feel Huan's efforts, it would sometimes bump into something, or suddenly stall, and the speed would fluctuate. Various sounds filled the air. The sound of sharp objects piercing flesh, muffled groans of being injured, cursing each other, weapons whistling through the air. For a moment, she thought she had returned to the day she had just transmigrated to this world. This way. She heard Ziwan's voice coming from afar. The cart stopped briefly, and then turned around. Tao Charon opened the route Xiaopu had just recorded using GPS, compared it with the map, and found that ahead was a secret passage leading to an elevator. But the rapidly moving cart quickly stopped. Someone asked slowly, "She dead, huh?" The shadowy figure on the ground instantly sprang up, pouncing like a beast baring its fangs. The dark shadow was grabbed by the pale man and stuffed into his mouth. Just a moment later, something else caught up. Too many. Silver Ring murmured, a flicker of frustration in her eyes. Once this emotion took hold, it seemed unstoppable. The prisoners, jostling and tearing at each other, passed on their bloodthirsty frenzy. Dead, dead. Gone, gone. Pain, horrible, endless. Eventually, Tao Charon could no longer hear what they were saying. The familiar voices faded into the increasingly noisy environment. The metal partition around her was repeatedly struck, shattered and torn in places. The stench of someone's blood seeped in, soaking the soft cushions carefully prepared for her. Is this place safe? Why has it become like this? Tao Charon couldn't help but ask the same question she had years ago. The increasingly cramped, dark space gave her a subtle sense of security. It seemed that if she didn't speak or move, nothing would happen outside. But that was impossible. After being struck again in her spot, Tao Charon felt herself hit a wall this time. The resistance brought the slippery car to a stop, and the noise around her lessened slightly. She asked Xiaopu to help her lift the partition above her head. A blinding red light flashed, but even more repulsive than the red light was the pervasive stench. For a moment, Tao Charon felt that it wasn't a warning from the system, but a projection of a blood-soaked hell on Earth in the universe. The slaughter was endless. No one understood what would happen next better than Tao Charon. Because she had seen it countless times, it wouldn't stop until the last person was killed. Unless, she raised her hand and touched the gun she had just modified yesterday. Before she could decide what to do, something grabbed her leg. At this moment, Tao Charon had decided to come out of her little shell. So she crawled out of the dark space, but the ground was too high. She simply sat on the edge of the cart, her legs dangling down, intending to jump. Below lay a pool of blood, soaked through countless layers. The prisoner's face was blurred. One eye had detached from its socket and fallen below, and both legs were neatly severed. Only his arms remained intact, now clinging to her legs. Blood smeared his pale, frail calves. Great! Great! You're not dead. His expression was almost manic. The rush of blood choked him, causing him to cough incessantly, splattering blood from the corners of his mouth, yet he still laughed maniacally. I knew it. No one would be willing, I wouldn't allow it. Seemingly having fulfilled his final wish, the man, struggling desperately at the end of his life, gave up. His fingers slid off her legs, and he smiled as his other eye fell out. His body collapsed with a thud. Tao Charan didn't recognize this man. But she realized that this riot might be related to her again. The commotion had attracted considerable attention, and Tao Charan felt many different gazes. But before they reached her, someone had blocked them. The man was tall, easily obscuring her ample bosom. His earth-toned eyes, bathed in red light, possessed a strikingly calm and gentle quality. The pale red cherries on his earlobes swayed gently. He looked at her as she opened her arms, which were still bound by chains. "Don't be afraid." His hands trembled. Was he afraid when he said "don't be afraid"? Tao Charan thought inappropriately. She didn't make a move, like a bird afraid of falling into human hands, circling in the sky, assessing the danger posed by him. But his restraint should mean he was still normal, right? Besides, Tao Charan looked around. The silver ring that brought her, the gold ring that heard the sound, and Ziwen were all out of sight. Amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the only familiar person she knew was Shenling. He seemed to be the only one with reason, someone she could talk to. There was no other way. Tao Charan hesitated for a moment, then leaped. She was easily caught. Those hands merely supported her, offering no opportunity for intimacy. After finding a relatively clean spot to place her down, and confirming she could stand, Shenling released her grip. "It's all right. Don't be misled by their actions. It's not because of you." He lowered his eyes, seemingly knowing what Tao Charan was thinking, but he didn't look at her expression, instead shifting his gaze slightly to the bloodstains on the ground. Not far from them, a bear was skinning and tearing off a fox's pelt, ripping out its heart and lungs, enjoying its victor's feast amid screams of agony. Is this what they call it's all right? And why, in such a large-scale frenzy, could Shenling still maintain his rationality? Chapter 123. Shenling carefully observed the girl's expression and state. Their queen was always detached, except when touched, in which she would fiercely resist and her emotions would be clearly felt, otherwise, she was practically a wooden statue. Even when she was right next to him, no matter how fast he chased, the distance between them wouldn't change. No wonder many people were willing to risk being disliked and banished from the royal capital to try and touch the taboo. It was simply because the queen's reactions, shown only for herself, were so captivating. He had once been one of them. As one of the few citizens fortunate enough to have prolonged contact with the queen, Shenling felt he had developed some ability to read people's expressions. Even in such a terrible environment, the queen remained unchanged, standing there quietly, seemingly unaffected, but her hands were subtly clenched. This was a defensive signal. No citizen in the universe was unaware that the queen hated killing and fighting. But in the citizens' eyes, berserk behavior was merely a manifestation of their nature, not necessarily a bad thing. But if the king disliked it, it meant they disliked it too. Citizens were ashamed of going berserk. Citizens who couldn't control their berserk tendencies were sinners. It was utterly disrespectful for the king to see such a disgusting sight. Shenling put himself in the king's shoes, and the more he thought about it, the more pitiful he felt. He desperately wanted to hold the girl's delicate fingers, let her open her palms, and blow on the crescent-shaped folds that might have been pressed out by her fingernails. Furthermore, he wanted to hold her on his lap, cover her eyes, kiss her pale and beautiful cheeks, and gently pat her to soothe her, so that she would no longer care about anything else. Or perhaps, he could take her back, serve her favorite coffee, lick it off her lips when it stains, and taste it to see if it tastes different to her. It's so bitter, yet she likes it so much, maybe it tastes sweet to her. Canling's mind was filled with fantasies. Sometimes he even blurred the lines between imagination and reality. But if reality weren't so cruel, why would he need to seek solace in fantasy? Look at these fools killing each other. They all lost the right to even fantasize because they see reality too clearly. He had long since become accustomed to using fantasy to suppress his desires. The pleasure of his fantasies spilled into reality, allowing him to control himself and do what he had to do, obediently refraining from demanding more from the girl, keeping his distance, and not taking any further steps, even out of heartache. He simply shielded her from the cruel world behind her, the world she disliked. "Are you all right?" After she let go of his hand, seemingly having calmed down, he offered a timely greeting. Tao Charan nodded. "That's good." He acted like a caring older brother next door, helping her naturally without asking for anything in return. "Have you thought it through? Are you really going out? This is the kind of thing that happens outside, you know?" Right next to them was a battlefield of carnage. In just a short while, 3 waves of excited predators had arrived, and the fox had been devoured, leaving not even its fur. Being in such a hellish situation yet remaining unperturbed, and trying so hard to appear friendly and considerate only made Shiling seem increasingly abnormal. Tao Charan wasn't moved by Shiling's behavior at all. She continued to nod calmly. Alright then. This time, Qianling extended his hand to her. I take you out. He certainly didn't think Tao Charan would give him her hand. But he couldn't control himself. It was like everyone here, even those who had never noticed her before, were captivated the moment they saw her. Jealousy, vying for favor, fighting, war. Behind her back, the administrators had gone to great lengths to keep her from noticing these anomalies. Even with only a 1% chance, everyone would try. Including him, of course. Qianling unconsciously drifted into fantasies again. He fantasized about the moment their hands would clasp together, about walking hand in hand in this dark and gloomy inferno, about her completely relying on him, even if it was just a faint voice, confiding in him, seeking his protection. But as reason foresaw, Tao Charan not only didn't give him her hand, but even cautiously took 2 steps back. Where did things go wrong? He'd been acting perfectly harmless the whole time, hadn't he? He unconsciously took 2 steps back, then saw the other person pull out a gun from somewhere. The dark muzzle was pointed at him. The girl's grip on the gun was perfect, as if she received professional training, but she seemed a little clumsy due to unfamiliarity with handling it. Her fingers trembled slightly under his gaze. She couldn't possibly hit him like that. Qianling sighed, even wanting to step forward, press his chest against the muzzle, and hold her hand to teach her how to torture herself. He was a bit too easily provoked. Now that he thought about it, with the queen right in front of him, so close, it truly felt like a dream. Ever since he was captured and imprisoned, and learned of his mission, he had this dream many times. Don't you want me to take you out? Fine, you can do whatever you want, but put the gun down first, okay? I'm afraid you hurt yourself. But before he could finish speaking, she pulled the trigger. Her aiming posture was professional, and her firing was decisive. Like a weak animal forced to fight back by a huge threat, a desperate and resolute struggle. Her beauty was breathtaking, piercing through all defenses. His previous mental preparation was utterly shattered. But did the bullet go astray? When the bullet grazed Shinling's shoulder and pierced its target, he realized it was a syringe with a needle. At the same time, a ferocious, enormous figure collapsed toward Shinling. The mountain-like bear's body pressed down on the man's tall but slender frame, belatedly letting out a roar of resentment. The bear that killed the fox had returned sometime earlier. This place had become its hunting ground. The irrational prisoner, only concerned with filling his stomach, looked at Shinling like a dog eyeing meat. Wang was saving him. Shinling was pinned to the ground. Even though he saw Wang's resistance as futile, like an egg hitting a rock, he was still uncontrollably overjoyed. He grinned silently, a smile unseen by Tao Charan. Blood stained his exposed teeth. Because the other was so heavy, his internal organs were deformed under the pressure. His already weakened body couldn't withstand the weight, and was on the verge of disintegration. This was the outcome he had long ago chosen for himself. But Wang was before him. Shinling was certain that he was the only sane, mobile citizen left on the 18th floor. He was already nearing his end. Go. I won't see you off. Get out on your own. Blood seeped from his clothes. The surrounding prisoners looked up in confusion. It was a familiar scent, seemingly deeply rooted in their memories, unforgettable. But there was something subtly different, but the prisoners, driven mad, couldn't think straight and couldn't discern it. Step by step, their ignited desires were fueled once more, and only the flesh and blood of their own kind could quell the fire. They were gathering. Tao Charan felt fewer and fewer gazes emanating from her. Instead, crimson eyes gradually focused on Shinling. Their greed, a desire to devour her flesh raw, was chilling. The path leading to the elevator was now deserted. The stench of blood lingered. Tao Charan frowned, sensing something was spiraling out of control. Since arriving at the prison, she had discussed leaving with many people. Aside from Shinfeng, who insisted on everything being done according to her wishes, everyone else, from administrators to prisoners, expressed their desire for her to remain in the prison. Shinling was the first to express support for her leaving. Tao Charan couldn't fathom their motivations for making that decision. But she sometimes felt a dark unease. Those people used the excuse of danger outside to try and keep her. Didn't they also have their own selfish motives? She had initially assumed Shinling felt the same way. Saying send her away was just an excuse. Countless lies awaited her. Because of Shinling's criminal record, Tao Charan didn't believe a word he said. However, the scene before her, Shinling using himself to draw away danger, clearing a path for her to escape the prison and away from her, was actually real. This was bizarre enough. But even more bizarre was how Shinling managed to do all this. At least, her berserk target agent 2.0 was completely ineffective. It wasn't entirely ineffective. With Tao Charen's insistence, she finally saw a change in the bear-like figure on Shenling's body. He raised his head, revealing a pair of contradictory black bean eyes filled with sorrow and surprise, and then spoke in human language. "Yes, it's you. You're still alive. Do you remember me? I saw you in 18-05. You were so cute, and later I couldn't help but sneak over to see you. Today, someone caused trouble in the cafeteria on the 18th floor. Everyone saw it. Someone killed you. I don't know what happened. I suddenly broke down. I only remember feeling so sad and so miserable. It's so good that you're alive. But I can't. To see you again." Shenling's hand slowly pierced his chest, preventing him from finishing his remaining regrets. His body gradually became immobile, but even so, Shenling wouldn't tolerate anyone stealing the king's attention from him. They're all lunatics. Ignore them. The first wave of lunatics, drawn in, had already found Shenling. Snap, snap. His limbs were twisted off. Gurgle, gurgle. Finger bones fell to the ground. Hiccup, hiccup. Even the recently dead bear wasn't spared. In this hell of the survival of the fittest, only the victor has the right to satisfy their desires. In just a few seconds, Shenling was being dismantled. To facilitate eating, the chains binding him were the first to be removed. Then metal chains, one end attached to his wrist, the other leading to an unknown destination. But breaking them was so easy. The chains broke without a sound, but Shenling, who had accepted his fate without resistance, suddenly struggled. "No, no. Don't touch it, you can't." He said it too late. The entire prison fell silent for a moment. The chains snapped. Then, starting from the 18th floor, alarm sounded floor by floor, all the way to the ground. The sounds of fighting and killing rose and fell, and the prison truly became a living hell. Regardless of whether they were administrators or prisoners, or what their crime level was, a massive melee began. Chapter 124. If a caged bird has its cage opened, will it simply fly away? Shenling felt as if countless pieces had been torn from his body. It hurt terribly, but as long as he had sight, he would chase after the silhouette of his beloved bird. His gaze, somewhat blurred by pain, stared blankly through the gaps in the crowd, landing on Tao Charen still standing in the corner. Shenling completely forgot himself. His remaining mind was filled with thoughts of his queen. Why didn't she leave? Did she still have a chance to leave? Devote himself to planning for her, fulfilling her wishes. This was the last thing he could do. At this moment, Shenling suddenly understood Shenfeng somewhat. Although after arriving at the prison and encountering them, Shenling had always scoffed at their beliefs, he had ultimately chosen the same path as them. 3 years ago, after the king's birth, he had devoted all his time to learning and researching how to heal the king. From the initial desensitization training to later attempts at understanding the mechanisms of social anxiety, psychoanalysis, and humanistic therapy, he had given it his all, but Wang showed no improvement. Failure, failure, and more failure. He was no longer of any value to Wang. Countless doctors in this universe, like him, dedicated themselves to treating Wang. They arrogantly believed that as long as they did enough and learned enough, Wang could be changed. Impossible. At least he couldn't. Let's stop trying to cure her. Just let her be happy. Let her do what she loves. Escape from where she wants to escape, even if it means suffering, as long as she's happy. This was something he only understood on the verge of death. Perhaps she wasn't sick, it was they who were. Shenling gripped the chain tightly in his hand, trying to reconnect the broken ends, but the specially made equipment was beyond his ability to repair. Shenling was somewhat frustrated. Specialization is key. He regretted not learning more about mechanical repair from Jinhuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed at this crucial moment. Wang, hurry! The door was open. Just go to the elevator, return to the ground, and he could leave this place forever. His thoughts grew increasingly slow. And Tao Charen finally moved. She didn't turn and run as Shenling expected, but instead raised her hand again. The barrel of the gun, still slightly warm from use, still gave a slight numbness to her hand despite Tao Charen's modifications to the interstellar weapon. Because things happened so suddenly, it took Tao Charen a moment to understand what had happened. Zuin's plan had gone wrong. She had been too presumptuous. Overconfident in her impeccable disguise, she believed no one would notice her, but in reality, anyone who saw her even once would be unable to forget her. It seemed like a curse etched into her very being, something beyond human will to break. 18-05 was Baiyun's territory, which she had visited last time. Perhaps that visit made some inmates in the labor camp remember her. Through their one-sided efforts, they orchestrated one chance encounter after another, following her and watching her. However, because she had been watched by so many before, They failed to discern the countless little tails following her. She underestimated her influence on the citizens. She thought her disguise was flawless, but the citizens around her were all disguising themselves. She never looked up, making it even harder to detect the burning gazes beneath their cold faces. Ziwin had briefly mentioned finding prisoners capable of illusion to create the illusion of her death. This was to expel her from prison. But upon closer examination, there were problems. Why did death have to be the only way to leave prison? Jinhuan was the warden. Couldn't he simply allow her to leave? It was as if her departure had to be common knowledge. Tao Charan had thought she didn't understand prisons and disliked communicating with others, so she entrusted the matter entirely to Ziwin. She felt Ziwin had his reasons for choosing this method, but never considered the underlying causes. If she were under the public eye, her every word and action would be observed and scrutinized. Her departure would be an unbearable burden, and even with sufficient reasons, those reasons would be unacceptable. This was something she realized when she secretly escaped from the Star Moon Palace. And now? Whether it's the administrators, like Jin Huan and Yin Huan, or prisoners, like Ziwan and Shenling, they should all have noticed. The omnipresent spying and covetousness, the unusual concern everyone in the prison showed her, and their own contradictory changes in attitude. These clues converged, both serving as the trigger for the truth, allowing those in the know to quickly accept her identity, and as the catalyst for subsequent developments, forcing Ziwan to announce her eternal departure with the tragic outcome of death. Only death was something that had to be accepted, something that could sever all futile pursuit and turmoil. Only in this way could she leave peacefully, an ending that truly suited her heart. But just as the turmoil in the universe only intensified after her escape, in the confines of the prison, her death could not quell her obsessive love. Tao Charan couldn't imagine the scene, but she could roughly guess how things had escalated to this point. Having witnessed their beloved die before their eyes, the already violent prisoners would likely first tear apart the very people who had cast the illusions, followed by a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. They wanted to find her killer, or perhaps they simply wanted to destroy everything. To avoid such consequences, Tao Charan had left her blood for her attendants, essentially making a promise. But here, she left nothing. Death is death, with no possibility of reversal. In the instant, she realized she could never see her again, never have her again, hope and despair transformed. This was a grand love suicide, or perhaps a mortal sacrifice, without the knowledge of the person being killed or sacrificed. How absurd. Determined to end this absurdity, Tao Charan raised her hand, this time pointing the gun at the sky. She pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. A red firework exploded in the air, its fragrance mingling with the blood mist. The iridescent flames, illuminated by flashing red warning lights, slid down, landing on each of the berserk prisoners. What was that? Almost the instant the firework bloomed, everyone on the 18th floor stopped what they were doing. A blank stare drifted towards the fireworks, the heavy pounding of his heart gradually quickening, eventually harmonizing with those of his kind beside him. The true treasure had been revealed. The imitations were so crudely made that they were easily distinguishable without comparison. What is this? The fireworks faded. Crimson blood seeped into his skin, and even in the narrow gap between the piled-up heads, Shenling managed to snatch a wisp of the firework. It dripped from the filthy wrist of the previous prisoner onto his lips, but the fragrance only grew stronger. It was as if it could cleanse all the chaos and evil, remaining forever untainted. Such a familiar taste. As if possessed, Shenling used the last of his strength to laboriously extend his tongue, reaching for that wondrous wisp of firework. Warm, sweet, and addictive, a taste that could never be forgotten, like a memory etched into the very marrow, making even the soul tremble. He didn't know if a second, a minute, or an hour had passed. He was still immersed in some kind of illusory happiness, but suddenly he felt a weight lift from his body. The predators, drawn by food, had let him go. They scattered, even cleaning him of his filth, and collecting the uneaten carcasses piled around him before leaving. A path was quickly cleared, because someone was approaching. The girl, completely shrouded in a pale black robe, walked towards him with her head down. Perhaps still somewhat afraid, her steps were slow, but wherever she passed, the path ahead was always cleared clean and unobstructed. Finally, only the immobile ginseng remained in her path. She stopped before the tattered body. The man's face was unrecognizable, completely unlike the gentle and refined person who had stood before her just moments before. Canling's hands were a bloody mess, unrecognizable, yet he hadn't given up on reconnecting the two ends of the restraint chains. Though the excruciating pain was intense, an unwavering determination seemed to compel him to continue. Tao Charan reached out, trying to take one end of the chain from him, but couldn't budge it. She tilted her head, opening her palm in front of her. Just moments ago, Qianling had made the same gesture to her. Then he wanted Tao Charan to place her hand on his, then pull her away. He failed. This time, the roles were reversed. Qianling smiled bitterly as he handed the chain, which he hadn't been able to snatch even amidst the countless attacks, to Tao Charan. The girl's fingertips were stained with blood, her flat fingertips rubbing the joint. Qianling couldn't lift his head. From his angle, he could only see the hem of Tao Charan's clothes. The thin chain stretched across her garment, which she held in her hand, examining it closely. That was the link connecting his body to hers. Qianling watched her quietly, his reason telling him he shouldn't let her discover his secret, yet his body and mind, recently soothed, clamored for satisfaction. Heh, heh heh. His vocal cords were broken, and it seemed they wouldn't be repaired anytime soon. You, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? Fortunately, someone asked the question he wanted to ask. Jin Huan appeared from the other end of the corridor, at some point. He approached Tao Charan in a few steps, his snake-like eyes, similar to Yin Huan's, locking onto the girl's figure the moment he saw her. Behind him followed Yin Huan and Ziwan. Their clothes were disheveled, clearly indicating they had also been in a fight. The three of them looked even paler than the girl. As the fireworks scattered, those closer saw the girl stagger backward after firing her gun. If not for the wall, she might have fallen to the ground. Using your own blood to save these insignificant prisoners, that's too reckless. Yin Huan's tone remained harsh. But there was clearly some lingering fear in his voice. Ziwan's lips trembled uncontrollably. His body was covered in withered branches and fallen leaves, and petals crawled all over his hands, concealing deep, bone-revealing gashes beneath. Tao Churan ignored them. She showed the chains binding Qianling to Jin Huan. The golden light was faint. The connector at one end was extremely thin, but it was hollow. This wasn't a restraint rope restricting movement at all, but rather a pipeline. Chapter 125. What is this? Although not explicitly stated, Tao Charan's meaning was clear. She was demanding an explanation from the highest-ranking officer in the prison. The girl, pale from blood loss, had long, jet-black hair obscuring half her face, revealing only her long, slightly drooping eyelashes. Despite the interrogation, there was no aggression. Instead, it was as if she would shatter if she didn't receive a satisfactory answer. But Jin Huan couldn't fob her off. She had just quelled the chaos. Even if she were slow to react, no one would doubt her identity. Only the queen could do all this. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the queen's question drew the attention of all the prisoners. Their gazes towards him were now hostile. There was anger at his imperfect response, and jealousy that he was the first to receive the queen's favor. Jin Huan opened his mouth, his forked tongue rapidly flickering, trying to discern Tao Charan's emotions. He sensed nothing. He disregarded the malice of his own kind, but he couldn't ignore the queen's thoughts. His snake eyes darted around in a flustered manner, their golden hues refracting and appearing even more eerie against the red light. His gaze was fixed on a single point. Just now, when Tao Charan raised her gun to fire, her movements were unusually exaggerated. The sleeve that had covered half her hand slipped slightly, revealing a section of her fair wrist. Now, she held the chains on Qianling's body, raising her hand higher to make the much taller golden rings more visible, making the decorations on her wrist even more prominent. The small snakes, their heads and tails intertwined, obediently clung to the girl's snow-white skin. Feigning death, they looked strangely familiar. Jin Huan could barely contain his gaze. He turned to look at Yin Huan beside him, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. When the blood droplets scattered, he and Yin Huan had fought most fiercely, almost to the point of risking their lives due to the berserk state. Shameless. But he didn't say anything unnecessary. Yin Huan, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, showing no sign of guilt. Although the two brothers reached a tacit agreement on certain unspoken matters in a few seconds, how should he answer the queen's question? Jin Huan faced the same dilemma as Ziwan. When the queen's wishes conflicted, which should he choose? Should he tell her the whole truth, making her resent the entire prison, including himself? Or should he choose to conceal the truth and gloss over the matter? Dozens of seconds had passed, and she was still persisting. Jin Huan had never felt time pass so slowly. This is a drug delivery device. Finally, he told the truth. The ginseng and ginseng products are useful to prisoners, reducing unnecessary trouble. It allows them to continuously produce drugs, which are then input into the prison through a gas exchange system. Tao Charan had already suspected this when she picked up the ginseng and ginseng chain, and Xiao Pu had also obtained samples from the interface for analysis. She was only asking Jin Huan now to verify this. Jin Huan didn't explain it clearly, But Tao Charan knew it was all because of the berserk state. The ginseng produced by the ginseng and ginseng has a calming effect, even on the queen herself, let alone other citizens. He thus became the queen's doctor, and therefore, here, as a prisoner, he was acting as the prison doctor. Berserk is always accompanied by extreme emotional fluctuations, which is often the source of chaos. If citizens could calm down and think rationally, much conflict and population loss could be avoided. Considering the two drugs commonly used here, T068 and F173, it's clear that the level of berserkness among prisoners in the prison is quite high. Currently, there is no effective way to completely combat berserkness in the universe, so taking multiple measures to reduce its adverse effects is normal. In other words, for a long time, ginseng and poria were the main medicinal ingredients in the entire prison. And the prison is less a prison and more a hospital full of severely mentally ill patients. When Tao Charan understood this, it dawned on her. Why are the prison management regulations so sloppy? Why do prisoners talk about labor yet kill each other? Why are her images played at fixed times every day? Why has no one ever left the prison? The earlier a prisoner arrives, the lower their prison number. Shenling is number 2. It's estimated that from the moment Bai Yu set up the prison, she already knew what to do with Shenling and the true purpose of the prison. To contain citizens whose madness progression was irreversible, thereby reducing the impact on cosmic society. To lure them here using the Queen's name, then imprison them here, waiting for them to naturally perish. The labor mentioned in the prison management regulations is essentially helping the Queen deal with unstable factors in society. Their long-cherished desire for sentencing is nothing more than a beautiful but unattainable lure. Why did her departure cause such a huge uproar? Because the prisoners here had already gone mad. She was barely clinging to life, because of a doctor's prescription, and a continuous supply of medication. For a patient in this condition, her incomplete berserk treatment was naturally ineffective. Xiao Pu's report was out. The chains were filled with a highly concentrated solution, which, after dilution and vaporization, could effectively calm the mind and soothe the nerves. The prisoners on level 18 had her blood as a new drug. But now that the chains on Shilling's body had broken, what would happen to the prisoners on other levels? Tao Charan didn't need to ask the gold and silver rings. She already had the answer. The material of these chains appeared very flexible, able to be stretched and shortened at will, but their thickness wouldn't change, somewhat resembling the mechanical snake she had obtained from the silver ring. As if knowing its master was thinking of it, the little snake coiled around Tao Charan's wrist, the gems inlaid on its scales shimmering, and the subtle golden light at the joints was indeed very similar to that chain. Its physical structure is also unique. Although its sturdiness needs improvement, its internal temperature and humidity are constant, preserving the medicinal effects to the maximum extent. It's clearly specially made for this situation. Tao Charan had never seen such technology in this universe before, but it wasn't too difficult for her. Having seen it, and studied it in her hands, she could reproduce it. Both golden and silver snake eyes were fixed on Tao Charan's reaction. Especially since the golden ring was very close to her, it naturally saw the interaction between the little snake and her, as well as her playing with the chain in her hand. Having just consumed her blood, his mind was still reeling from the shock. Now, witnessing this scene, he simply couldn't bear it. The fact that he could stand there and speak normally was a testament to his strong will. A tingling sensation crept up from the snake's tail, and Jean Huan finally couldn't resist. She wanted to take the chain and, as a warden, repair it. But Tao Charan didn't give her time. She quickly had Xiao Pu find some materials, then, with nimble fingers, she rubbed the ends together, tied a knot, and glued them back on. Her deft fingers flew, faster and better than Jean Huan could fix it herself. A fleeting moment of pride and adoration, coupled with those unspeakable feelings, sent a shiver through Jean Huan's body, almost causing her to groan aloud. Perhaps realizing that further pretense was pointless, Tao Charan deactivated Xiao Pu's barrier after firing the shot. Facing the queen at close range, her fragrance constantly tantalized her senses. Jean Huan subtly took 2 steps back to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Yin Huan seized the opportunity and moved closer to Tao Charan. There are too many prisoners here. Let's go to the management level first. He lowered his body, a posture that was ostensibly humble, yet it was like a snake dangling from its body, arousing suspicion even before it attacked. Yin Huan's suggestion was met with hostility. Once the hidden covetousness was laid bare, it could no longer be concealed. Just a minute ago, they were fighting for their lives, but now everyone's faces were filled with infatuation, unconsciously drawing closer to Tao Charan. The queen's allure surpassed everything. The chaotic noise upstairs had subsided at some point. The prisoners, gradually regaining their senses, spontaneously gathered around without any organization, tidying up their surroundings and cleaning themselves. Management privileges were activated, the red warning lights were turned off, and the alarm stopped blaring. Don't go! Their management level isn't much better than us. They just take their frustrations out on us because they're higher ranking. A voice rang out from the crowd. Their queen was pale and silent, looking timid. For some reason, no one dared to speak loudly. The voice, which had started off normally, grew weaker and weaker over time. Yes! Their berserk state isn't low either, don't go. They're prisoners too, everyone here is the same. One voice after another joined in, echoing her sentiments with all their might. How many of them were truly afraid this was the last time they would see their queen? Unlike the chaos before, this time, they had only one goal. Stay with me. Don't go, please. Don't be afraid, can I hug you? Surrounded, Tao Charan crouched down. Already petite, she curled up into a ball, looking incredibly pitiful and adorable. Then Jin Huan and Yin Huan stopped the crowd, halting the shrinking encirclement. Tao Charan looked at Shenling beside her. Her limbs were twisted into grotesque arcs, her internal organs exposed, dripping with blood. His eyes were bloodshot, making it impossible for him to see anything, yet he faced her precisely. No one paid any attention to this pitiful wounded man. The only prison doctor was severely injured himself. A doctor cannot heal himself. Tao Charan had Xiao Pu treat his wounds first, focusing on saving his life. Then she modified the form of the new berserker antidote, injecting it through the ginseng and sage chains. When she stood up again, she staggered. Careful! At least a dozen hands appeared around her to support her. She had been squatting for too long, her recent irregular lifestyle, coupled with significant blood loss, and the fear of being surrounded by such intense stares, she had endured it all for a long time. Those dazzling hands, different in shape and color, many with animalistic features, and adorned with colorful decorations. But they all shared one characteristic: they were many times stronger than her. It seemed that no matter what she did, she couldn't escape. No matter how hard she tried, it was all in vain. Chapter 126. A pair of eyes, filled with worry and burning passion. They reached out to her, like prisoners in hell grasping at a spider's web, yearning for an impossible salvation. Dizziness washed over her. Tao Charan knew what she should say. If she were brave enough to clearly express her thoughts, or like Lan Huan to skillfully employ various rhetoric and social techniques, handling this situation with ease wouldn't be difficult. The queen's position was transcendent. Her will should have been above all else. The once lofty queen, surrounded by her followers, trembled, utterly pathetic. She had consciously practiced speaking, had tried to break free from the shackles of fear. But at this moment, she forgot everything, remembering only that the burning passion in others' eyes could consume everything. Even the most magnificent fireworks were ultimately nothing but an illusion. What is love? Is this kind of obsession, disregarding her feelings, love? I love you. Who was speaking? The girl covered her ears. The fanatical prisoners were kept outside by the human wall formed by Jin Huan, Yin Huan, and others. What would they do to her if their hands could reach her? Was the berserk state not yet over? The girl hadn't put away the gun she just used. She picked it up, and with a bang, 2 blood-red flames erupted. As more and more blood mist filled the air, her face grew paler. The dizziness from blood loss and fear made her almost unable to stand. But the surrounding prisoners were getting closer and closer. Someone braced her, then released her, and another took her place. Hundreds, even thousands, of prisoners had gathered on this level, and prisoners from other levels were also pouring in. The air, freshly cleansed by the rain, began to stale again. Shinning was trampled upon by countless people. Enough. Stop. Can't you see she's scared? What are you pushing and shoving behind her for? Make way. I can't see her face. Chaos reigned. These people weren't carefully selected law-abiding citizens of the capital planet, but rather criminals who had committed heinous crimes in their lust for the queen. They lacked obedience and only knew how to satisfy their own desires. Many had never seen the queen in their lives. Even an image could fascinate them, let alone a living, breathing young girl. Amid the chaos, a small flower branch wrapped around her wrist, pulling her backward. Tao Charan struggled twice, but couldn't break free, though the branch loosened its grip on her. She tilted her head slightly to look at her wrist. The tiny bud seemed to sense her gaze, bursting open with a pop, as if afraid she would look away, blooming into a small flower at a speed defying biological logic. Aster. Tao Charan recognized it immediately. Single purple petals, delicate and wispy, with a golden stamen in the center. The flower was close to her skin, occasionally brushing against her before gently bobbing away, maintaining a distance Tao Charon could touch. Just like its owner, it had a lot of little thoughts, but was still quite considerate. Tao Charon opened her mouth. No, she still couldn't make a sound. Her vocal cords seemed stretched to their limit by excessive tension, and Tao Charon dejectedly gave up on resolving the current situation herself. Anyway, as Inhuan said, she should leave this place first. Tao Charon moved along with the Aster's pull. When she acted with a purpose, she found it wasn't so difficult. Because the prisoners around her were afraid of hurting her, they just followed along and rarely stopped her. Even the direction she was moving and made way for her to pass. She called out the king's name, pleading for his mercy, but when the king truly made his choice, it seemed no one could change her will. Tao Charon inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. The elevator, which had been very close, appeared beside her. She had Xiaopu control the car to descend. Are you leaving? Don't go. Please look at me again. Stay one more day, just one more day, please. Like the cries of a demon from the abyss, Tao Charon didn't intend to heed them. The gazes were merely gazes. No one wanted her to leave, but no one stopped her. Golden ring and silver ring covered her retreat, and perhaps some others. But in any case, even after she boarded the elevator and the safety doors closed, those gazes remained lingering. But there was no further conflict or any further action against her. Tao Charon breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, she saw purple flowers climbing all over the elevator shaft. The largest flower occupied half the space of the car. It bloomed in Tao Charon's gaze. Aster sat atop the aster flower, looking at her with concern. I'm sorry, baby. Even if he tried to hide it, it was pointless, but Aster still called her that affectionately. This name seemed to represent some kind of special treatment, making each time he chewed it, it was filled with sweetness. He was clearly injured in the chaos just now, forced to revert to his original form to recover his strength. Briefly controlled by the berserk state, the vibrant little flowers and Aster's hair withered, drooping listlessly over his shoulders. I didn't do a good job, I'm sorry. He apologized repeatedly. Tao Charon then took a step back. Z1's barely maintained rosy complexion turned deathly pale. I'm sorry, He pleaded desperately in the confined space. But the elevator doors remained closed after so long. The door cracks were completely blocked by clusters of flower branches, filling the air with the distinctive fragrance of plants. The elevator hovered between the 11th and 12th floors, countless branches and leaves covering the sides, turning the car into an airtight greenhouse. But even the slightest gap would allow the king's presence to be detected. Prisoners on both floors tried to climb into the car, only to be knocked down by the frenzied branches or sliced and devoured by the giant blossoms. He had lingered in his original form for too long. Baby, baby. Z1 cried out in anguish, as if it would make her feel better. Why won't you talk to me? Didn't you talk to me? Why won't you talk to me? Talk to me, baby, he said lonely. If you don't talk to me, I die. If you want me to die, why save me? Z1's cage seemed to maintain a divine restraint, leaving her enough space to breathe, but outside that space, there was only him. You're leaving without me? I know I never see you again, you won't come back. Z1 herself shattered the self-deception, and she cried out in a mournful, incessant accusation, the radiant cult shouldn't exist, and neither should the prison, right? Right. But, if you're willing to comfort me, I believe you. The flower bud nestled close to Tao Charon's hand, like a dog abandoned by its master, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Comfort me, okay? Just give me a little something sweet, and you can have everything I have. Please. He knelt on the ground, utterly devoid of dignity, his sorrowful face overflowing with despair. Ever since Tao Charon had accepted his help, Ziwen had been extremely careful about his appearance. A normal Ziwen would never act like this. But now, who was this person, spewing vulgarities, and using every trick in the book to gain favor? Berserk? It must be Berserk. Tao Charon remembered hearing Ziwen's voice coming from the direction of the elevator when she was being transported out. Was he already in the elevator then? That means he hadn't come into contact with the blood mist at all? Tao Charon skillfully drew her gun, about to shoot him, when she saw Ziwen open his mouth and put the gun in his mouth. His eyes were slightly closed, his hair disheveled, petals fluttering down. His mouth was wide open, but not ferocious. A cold gun barrel pressed against his throat. The angle at which he looked up at Tao Charon was as if precisely measured. His beauty was androgynous, alluring and captivating. Perhaps having already anticipated the outcome, Z1 mumbled I'm sorry, then grasped Tao Charon's hand and pulled the trigger. This was the first and last time he would willingly approach the queen. There was no lingering caress, no deliberate seduction. It was simply to make it easier for Tao Charon to move, to distribute the recoil, so she could easily kill him. He had witnessed everything Tao Charan had done on the 18th floor, and knew this gun could be a lifesaver, but he didn't believe it. He never believed he deserved to be saved. Tao Charan, following his lead, easily fired. Warm liquid flowed down his throat from the gun barrel, its alluring aroma causing him to swallow unconsciously. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his dazed eyes cleared slightly. Blood, it was blood. No, I can't. His reason told him this, but in reality, he swallowed even more urgently. Like a ravenous beast being fed flesh and blood, he was greedily overwhelmed. The flow slowed. The girl's hand had fallen some time earlier, but Ziwin remained in that position, head slightly raised, licking every last drop of blood from the gun barrel. He craved the queen, while simultaneously despising himself. He wanted every corner of his mouth to be imbued with her scent, yet he didn't want to anger her. Finally, Ziwin, slightly panting, removed the gun from his mouth. Because it had been in his mouth for so long, it was still greasy with saliva when he pulled it out, looking dirty and lewd. No, no more. I don't want anything anymore. I be good. Baby, don't be angry. Like a sulking child soothed by a piece of candy, Z1's cheeks flushed again. Embarrassed by his earlier actions, he wiped the gun barrel clean with the soft hem of his clothes, holding it, unsure whether to return it to Tao Charan. The flowers inside the elevator car, having absorbed enough nutrients, contentedly closed up, giving Tao Charan more breathing space. It really worked. It really is berserk mode. As Tao Charan thought this, the stationary elevator car began to move. Click clack clack. Faster and faster, as if pulled by someone, it stopped on the familiar basement level. The elevator doors were violently dismantled, and a boy with 3 radish tips stuck in his hair poked his head out, followed by the little rabbit, who should have been on the 11th floor. Your Majesty, they greeted excitedly. The radish bullets in their hands, however, were thrown at Z1, who exuded the aura of a queen, as if they were free. If they hadn't started fighting right away, Tao Charan might have been grateful for their efforts. But at this moment, Tao Charan only wanted to give each of them a shot. Chapter 127. Through the entwined flowers in front of the elevator doors, Tao Charan peered inside. Perhaps because the solitary confinement cell wasn't crowded to begin with, it looked relatively tidy and unaffected by the chaos. Luo Ying had just been placed in solitary confinement a few days ago. Bai Yun had some connection with him, and since Class B prisoners could freely travel to other levels, it made sense that he could find this place. But not far behind them, a man with a buzz cut was hanging upside down from the ceiling, and a man who had been pacing in the corner was suddenly in front of her. Why were Tian Shu and Dong Jin here too? Taking advantage of the chaos, it seemed many SSS-level criminals, not allowed on other levels, had begun their escape. Besides Tao Charan, who else among the 8 prisoners, Bai Yu and Song Ming, who were still unable to move, had she not seen? Just as she realized she had overlooked someone, the elevator moved again. Closest to the elevator were Luo Ying and Dong Jin. Tao Charan noticed that they were both connected to the car by some kind of silk thread. However, this movement didn't seem to be the work of the two of them. Dong Jin was clearly pulled by the wire, and Luo Ying even cursed aloud. Which blind fool is still pulling upwards? But they couldn't stop the upward force. With the elevator doors unable to close, the familiar scene outside quickly disappeared as the elevator changed floors. Luo Ying and Dong Jin both seemed to want to take the opportunity to climb up, but because Z1 had tightly blocked the elevator shaft with flower branches, neither of them succeeded. Before the car passed through this floor, Tao Churan quickly took out 2 bottles of her own blood and threw them out through the gaps in the branches. Actually, in this situation, it would have been easier to just shoot them twice, but Z1 was still kneeling behind her, licking the gun barrel trying to find her scent. Tao Churan absolutely didn't want to touch that gun again. Supported by sheer physical force, a new level appeared before Tao Charan. This place was even more in line with her understanding of hell on earth, perhaps even more brutal than the 18th level. At least on the lower levels, she was still trying to maintain control. Here, it was a complete slaughterhouse. Scattered pieces of corpses piled up in front of the elevator had submerged half the entrance. Fresh, foul-smelling blood seeped in from the bottom of the elevator car, absorbed by the roots of the aster, without a drop touching Tao Charan's small leather shoes. The sedatives produced by the ginseng and osmanthus had resumed supply, but their effect on this level was minimal. Those usually arrogant managers were fighting amongst themselves, having long forgotten their former camaraderie, only knowing how to vent their baseless anger and resentment, finding value and pleasure in death. The Class A fighters were stronger and more destructive. While most people were in a frenzy, the few scattered individuals struggling to maintain order stood out. Tao Charan recognized them. They had all appeared with Huan, and were the culprits who brought her to the prison. However, amidst the chaos, they managed to maintain their composure. Huan belonged to the Qi Yulu faction. Doctors and berserkers were gathered here, but Baiyu had indeed arranged for some staff members. Perhaps they were the true administrators of the prison. But there were far too few of them. A drop in the ocean. Among the remaining rational administrators, a shadow seemed to flash by. Blood flowed wherever he went, his killing efficiency was extremely high, and even the top-tier prisoners were powerless against him. Tao Churan was certain he had discovered her, because he was heading towards her. A path was cleared through the massive pile of corpses. The newcomer had eliminated the nearby threats and quickly reached her. Wang! Lady Aster? She heard someone call out through the increasingly dense foliage of the aster. The voice was indistinct. In just a few seconds, the plants had formed a dense canopy, completely blocking her view. The aster's growth was too rapid, as if it were building a cage, shutting out her sight and hearing, preventing her from being disturbed by anything other than herself. Tao Charan was thus forced to face the aster. But the aster itself was all right. She had spoken to it many times before. This time would surely work too. Let me out. Her voice was barely audible. The dizziness from staring at the blood for so long surged up again. She felt nauseous, and before she could finish speaking, she bent over in discomfort. She coughed weakly twice, but nothing came out. Ziwin anxiously tried to help her up, straightening her body, but hesitant to approach. Whether it was the queen's gift that had worked, or the divine principles that had seeped into her bones, Ziwin's eyes reddened, but she didn't make things difficult for her. Like branches of desire growing endlessly, Tao Charan reluctantly spread out, leaning against the cold metal wall, staggering away from Ziwin. A hand reached out, tugging at her sleeve, giving Tao Charan something to hold onto. Through her blurred vision, she saw that the hand was wearing a fingerless glove, looking very small, not much bigger than Tao Charan's own hand, but its strength was incomparable. "Oh dear! What happened, Lady Ziwin?" The boy's voice was clear and melodious, carrying a hint of surprise that was hard to tell if it was genuine or not. "Did you anger the king? You look so disheveled." If Tao Charan dared to look up, she would see the undisguised mockery on the boy's face. What the king despises, the gods will despise as well. From the moment Ziwin imprisoned the king and defied her will, she lost her control over the gods. The ambitious servant, of course, wouldn't waste such an opportunity. Taking advantage of Ziwin's rejection, the boy introduced himself tactfully. "Your Majesty, good day. I am Ling Yu, belonging to the First Army of Chiyu Tower, a member of the Special Operations Team, and also a servant of the gods. Lady Ziwin sent me to meet you. I should have waited for you outside, but too much time has passed, and I feared the plan might change, so I came." He knelt neatly on one knee on the dirty ground. "I acted without permission. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Because his body suddenly lowered, Tao Charan was able to look down at the boy's entire face. His posture was very respectful. He must have known Tao Charan's habits, so he avoided eye contact, not looking up, allowing Tao Charan to scrutinize him. His jet-black hair was slightly curly, fluffy, and covering his head. The boy's figure was indeed as small as his hands. Dressed in a casual jacket, he squatted there like a child, and even standing upright, he looked no more than the same height as Tao Charan. He seemed harmless. But that was only an appearance. Tao Charan hadn't forgotten how he had unilaterally slaughtered those managers earlier, decisive, composed, handling such matters with practiced ease. His special operations team was also quite renowned, the strongest combat team in Chiyu Tower. Baiyu personally selected the members and oversaw their daily training, a process reportedly extremely rigorous. Over the years, they had made countless outstanding achievements in quelling cosmic chaos and expanding territories through cosmic exploration, to the point that Tao Charan had heard of them. Shen Feng was always familiar with the queen's preferences and style, and the person he sent this time perfectly suited Tao Charan's needs. Ling Yu was quite adept at maintaining social distance, and not aggressive at all. His execution and combat abilities were both strong, making him an excellent choice to escort the queen. Most importantly, as Tao Charan knew, Qi Yulo was at the forefront of suppressing the Radiant Cult Rebellion. As Qi Yulo's trump card, the Special Forces team undoubtedly possessed a great deal of frontline information, which was exactly what Tao Charan needed. Z1 followed behind, and compared to the refreshing young man before her, his dejected appearance resembled that of a defeated dog. He unconsciously moved closer to Tao Charan, the branches and leaves clinging to his body, and forced a smile. "Your Majesty, go with him. The provocations and mockery of others are unimportant. What matters is the king's decision." She no longer wanted to be a doll. This might truly be the last time they met. The thought of this made him lose control again. Was it because of his madness that he lost control? Or was it because he wanted to lose control that he went mad? He hoped the girl before him would never try to find out. Lingyo's faith is unwavering. He won't do anything you hate. Ziwen's face was pale, petals withered and her hair falling onto the blood-soaked, muddy ground. His trembling, cracked lips whispered, "I'm sorry." He hadn't kept his promise to her, he was sorry. He had done something she hated, he was sorry. He had disappointed her at the last moment, he was sorry. So much guilt, but even more painful than guilt. He didn't mention how difficult it was to escape the prison within 3 days. He had exhausted every resource to achieve this for Ziwen, utilizing all his connections, securing numerous collaborations, working tirelessly, considering every detail, and even rarely seeing her. All of this was to get her away from him. If only he had been more cautious. If only he could have restrained himself, not said those things, not done those things. If only he could have stayed by her side forever. "Your Majesty, Lingyu will obey your commands." The kneeling youth naturally followed his words. "The spaceship is ready outside, you may leave at any time." The youth, meeting the king for the first time, was full of vigor. Ziwen didn't need to look at him to know that Lingyo's expression was exactly the same as her own when favored by the king. Tao Charan, still dizzy, felt a sense of unreality at having escaped so easily amidst the chaos. Was she about to succeed? During this time, Tao Charan learned about the Radiant Cult, personally experiencing the differences between physical, divine, and experiential worship. She discovered the reason Silver Ring and his men had captured her, unraveled the secrets of the prison, and made rapid progress in her research on the new berserk drug. But her feet trod on the blood of others, the stench lingering. Surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the fighting and torture in the distance was far from over. Warriors who noticed her rushed towards her with fanatical fervor, fighting for a chance to get close. The scene was exactly the same as when she first came into this world and opened her eyes. She succeeded. But she didn't succeed either. Xiao Pu, fire! The gun was turned, the trigger automatically pulled, and crimson flames burst forth once more. Even with the gun in someone else's hands, even with the fragility of the human body, even though she feared blood, fighting, speaking, and contact. Her close attendants couldn't stop her in the past, neither could Z1 today, and the Radiant Cult would certainly not next time. Taking advantage of the temporary pause in the fighting among the citizens, Tao Charan, under the cover of Ziwen and Lingyu, left the prison building, crossed the Snake River outside, and arrived at the place Lingyu had mentioned. But there was no spaceship there. Chapter 128. Under the eternal darkness, behind them stretched endless, cold, hard buildings. All the chaos and carnage remained within those structures. The little snakes in the snake pit seemed to sense the danger, falling silent as if into hibernation. Unlike when Tao Charan first arrived, the tight security had been lifted. Apart from the group who had escaped, no other citizens were visible. Huh? Lingyo's face darkened. Clearly, the disappearance of their means of transportation had also caught him off guard. He apologized to Tao Charan, his small body rising and falling several times before disappearing from sight to investigate the mystery of the missing spaceship. Ziwen, on the other hand, kept his head down, his expression slightly relaxed. Ever since discovering that the gun in his hand was beyond his control, and the queen had lost blood again, he had been silent. Throughout the journey, besides dutifully growing flowers and leaves to clear obstacles, he had followed closely behind the queen. He hadn't expected to have another chance to be alone with the queen. He had so much to say, but now he felt happy just being quietly by her side. This sense of peace was innate, and also a choice he had made himself. He saw Tao Charan raise her hand, pulling out a screen of light. Various data flickered across it, highlighting the girl's alluring beauty in the dark night. Since removing her disguise, her flawless, beautiful face was fully revealed. Once you looked at her, it was hard to look away. Her expression was focused and serene, possessing a calm confidence rarely seen in her interactions with others. Ziwen had spent a considerable amount of time with her, and naturally sensed it. In her eyes, all of them combined couldn't compare to the data before her. Medicine, machinery, communications, these were things she was interested in and skilled at, but Ziwen knew nothing about them. He had once worked at the Star Moon Palace, in charge of the queen's clothing inventory, and had hoped that the fantasy king would wear clothes he designed and made. But in reality, the clothes the king wore every day were prepared by Lan Huan. The warehouse was overflowing with various magnificent garments, but without an owner's appreciation and use, they were nothing more than a pile of waste. Old clothes were damaged, rotted, and then thrown away. New clothes, however, kept arriving at the Star Moon Palace, even though the king had never warned them. He had finally secured the opportunity to live on the capital star, and although he was so close to the queen, he could only see her once a year at the annual festival. Gradually, Zewin felt that he was like those tattered old clothes, already unusable before even being seen. Therefore, when he received no news of the queen for a long time, and heard that she was involved in a rebellion, he chose to go to the prison. His berserk state wasn't actually that high, but his flowers and leaves had already rotted, serving no purpose other than as fertilizer for more luxurious clothes. His doll was his last fantasy, and this time he had finally found redemption. Whether it was giving him hope and direction, or saving him from suicide and madness, Tao Charan had always been indispensable to Zewin's life. So this time, goodbye? He would complete the mission well, atone for his past mistakes, and also for the chance to see the king again in the future. Having seen the real king, he understood how ridiculous the doll he imagined needing protection was. Having made up his mind, Zewin himself lacked confidence in how long he could endure in a world without a queen. He wished this moment could last longer, much longer, but soon the two were greeted by the spaceship. The spaceship wasn't very large, roaring in from the dark border and quickly arriving before them. The hull seemed somewhat old, with faint graffiti on it, the most prominent mark being the Chiyu Tower's logo. Tao Charan was certain she had seen a similar spaceship before. It wasn't a standard military spaceship, but rather one used by the prison. It was the very one that had brought her to the prison. Where did the weasel find it? Thinking this, the spaceship stopped in front of her, the hatch opening to reveal an empty interior. Without hesitation, Tao Charan turned off the light screen and walked towards the spaceship. Goodbye. Zewin followed behind her, taking 2 steps forward before stopping. He unusually dared to look directly at her back. The girl was slender and petite, making her black robe appear loose, just as he had seen her on the capital planet. She gradually blended into the night, without looking back. Perhaps because everyone knew the queen's health was fragile, this time the spaceship was equipped with a ladder. After she slowly climbed onto the ship, the hatch closed automatically, and the ship started almost immediately. Aster stood there watching the ship grow smaller and smaller, disappearing into space. The blood that had been stirred by his love returned to cold. Having gained and then lost, he felt for the first time how unbearable loneliness could be. He had only just parted, yet he already missed her. He almost stood frozen in place. The aster flower withered overnight, no longer displaying its beauty to those who were unrelated to it. Her scent completely dissipated in the air. Zewin could no longer feel any warmth, and only then did she dejectedly intend to return. However, at that moment, a small spaceship suddenly appeared on the horizon. Its brand new design gleamed with a bright metallic sheen, its streamlined body constructed from the latest materials, sufficient to withstand most dangers in space. Before the spaceship had even come to a complete stop, a slender figure jumped down. Lingyu looked around. I just found the spaceship behind the prison. Where is the queen? He immediately realized something was wrong. His delicate features fell silent. The harmlessness he had deliberately feigned in front of Tao Charan instantly transformed into a chilling sense of coercion. Zewin also suddenly realized his mistake. Because his mind was disturbed by the thought of parting, his thoughts were entirely focused on the queen, and he hadn't even noticed that the person who had come to fetch him wasn't one of his own. A sharp glint appeared on his melancholy face. He directed the murderous-looking Lingyu, then swiftly returned to the prison. Joined forces with the prison to seal off the surrounding airspace. The queen's safety was paramount. Outside the porthole, the asteroid Tao Charan had lingered on for so long was left behind. The universe was vast and boundless. Countless asteroids like this existed. Due to the spaceship's rapid movement, surrounding celestial bodies slid in the opposite direction like meteors. Tao Charan, whose movement relied primarily on jumps, peered out the porthole for a while, then heard a voice behind her. Is it beautiful? It wasn't Lingyu's voice. Tao Charan turned her head, and saw the expected owner of the voice. Those glassy eyes stared intently at her, a gaze Tao Charan knew she couldn't bear to look away from. In prison, he always dressed impeccably, appearing perfectly proper. But now, a tight-fitting bodysuit clung to his body, revealing glimpses of his well-defined abs, and the hem of the garment flared out at his feet, exposing the silvery scales on his bare ankles. It was Yu Yuan. Am I not handsome? Seeing that the girl's gaze hadn't lingered on him for even a second, a bitter self-deprecating smile appeared on the mermaid's beautiful face. You rather look at the empty outside than look at me. Her tone unconsciously carried a hint of resentment. Perhaps because it was just the two of them now, the prisoner who had monopolized the queen felt a little safer. He didn't mention his abrupt departure last time, only saying, "Why didn't you tell me you were in prison?" Tao Charan wasn't exactly a newcomer to the prison. she had a basic understanding of the instructor system. To be honest, Yu Yuan had indeed taken good care of her. Instructors are typically prisoners who have served more than a month and are at least one rank higher than their inmates. However, in reality, this position is largely nominal, with very few actually playing a guiding role. Even worse, some inmates use this opportunity to devour new recruits, or some instructors incite their subordinates to kill each other, resulting in their deaths before the week is up. Compared to them, Yu Yuan not only called the police when she was caught in a brawl, but also brought her nutritional fluids while she was in solitary confinement. His mentorship was truly touching. Tao Charan remained silent, and Yu Yuan didn't press her. Those around her had long since developed the ability to speak for themselves. "It's okay if you don't tell me, I recognize you. You used a lot of blood today, are you alright?" Yu Yuan reached out, seemingly wanting to touch her face to examine it closely, but then dejectedly lowered his hand. "No, I haven't gone berserk. Don't use blood anymore. Don't be afraid, I won't come near you or do anything to you. I just want to be with you." Learning from his previous experience, Yu Yuan didn't force her to do anything, but he also wouldn't leave her. "Would you like to rest in the cabin? There's a sofa and a bed there. I take you." He took a few steps, and seeing that Tao Charan followed, he walked on with peace of mind, keeping an eye on her condition as he went. The girl leaned back on the sofa to rest, and he poured some hot water over, tossing a blanket over her from a distance. "Sleep for a while. I take you wherever you want to go," he said, "although I don't want you to go, I know I can't stop you." Last time he tried, but the girl slipped through his fingers like quicksand. Later he learned that not only him, but the so-called Radiant Five were also so useless. Since that's the case, he might as well stay with her. "You can do whatever you want, just don't leave me again." He was indeed pained by her deception, but he couldn't forget the fear he felt that day when the ceiling collapsed. It seemed some deeply buried memory awakened. As the girl's figure vanished like sand, he couldn't help but think, what if she hadn't jumped, but died forever? Madness, despair, wanting to destroy the world, just like that person. That human still had a sliver of hope, but he could do nothing. There can only be one queen. Tao Charan's life is only once. She could die because the ceiling collapsed, she could die from cold, hunger, fear, any ridiculous reason. The citizens don't fear death, but they fear the queen's death. If Yu Yuan's previous wish was the same as Shenling's, to heal the king and free him from fear, then at this moment, he had a new wish. He would always be by her side, protecting and accompanying her, in whatever form. When necessary, he would become one with her, eating or being eaten, just as he had before becoming a Class A. The spaceship's course had already been determined. Its destination was the headquarters of the organization that shared his desires. Blue Ocean Star. Chapter 129. Tao Charan was awakened by the shaking of the spaceship. Exhausted, she didn't know when she had fallen asleep, only vaguely waking up once to eat some food Yu Yuan had prepared for her before lying down again. It seemed like she had slept for a long time. When she opened her eyes, Yu Yuan, his face grim, was supporting the sofa with one hand, using his body to stabilize it on the floor. The entire cabin was tilted 50 degrees, almost upside down. Yu Yuan's other hand was manipulating a virtual screen. Tao Charan recognized it as the spaceship's control panel. The red warning on it had been deliberately suppressed, emitting no sound. Tao Charan glanced at it, and then looked away. Slowly sitting up, she felt lightheaded, involuntarily chilled, and her head throbbed as if it were about to explode. She felt like she was sick. "There's a problem with the spaceship's gravity system. I need to go to the cockpit," Yu Yuan said. "You come with me." Without giving her a second option, Yu Yuan carried the sofa directly into the cockpit. The screen here offered a better view of the spaceship's overall condition. He placed the sofa in the corner, securing it with larger pieces of furniture so that Tao Charan, sitting on it, could barely maintain her balance. Completely drawn to the spaceship's anomalies, Yu Yuan didn't notice Tao Charan's unusual behavior. Pussing her dry, chapped, pale lips, Tao Charan summoned Xiaopu. "Master, your temperature is 39 degrees Celsius. We suggest you take medication and rest immediately." Xiaopu had just flown out and, without its master's command, placed a fever reducer in Tao Charan's hand. She popped it into her mouth and swallowed it. After a while, her headache subsided slightly. Since waking up in this world, Tao Charan hadn't actually been sick much. During her 3 years at the Star Moon Palace, she was meticulously cared for. After leaving the palace, thanks to her thorough preparations, she was able to handle most problems thanks to advanced technology. However, this recent period of continuous all-night work, coupled with shock and blood loss, had taken its toll on her frail human body. The aftereffects of the fever wouldn't subside quickly, and Tao Charan didn't intend to tell Yu Yuan. She simply had Xiaopu connect to the spaceship system to see what the situation was. The moment Xiaopu connected, Yu Yuan glanced at the queen, who was always within his line of sight, but said nothing. Thus, Tao Charan felt perfectly justified in gaining pilot privileges. Upon inspection, she discovered that the spaceship was in dire straits, both internally and externally. It seemed that military ships several times more powerful than their own were attacking from the outside, but the defense system couldn't be activated due to the delayed input of the key. The reason the situation was still stable, allowing Yu Yuan a chance not to wake her, was because the external attacks were merely a deterrent, not an attempt to completely destroy the ship. And this spaceship had undergone extensive modifications. Even without the defense system activated, it could barely withstand the attacks. Who's outside? A flurry of guesses flashed through Tao Charan's mind. She activated the camera on her external probe, and a sleek, silver spaceship came into view, followed by the oversized insignia of the First Army on its fuselage. The Lingyu was caught up. In the distance, the outline of the azure planet enveloped by ocean was already visible. Entering this star system, the number of unmarked cruise ships increased significantly, and the remains of civilians drifted everywhere, posing a risk of collision. Under attack, avoiding detection and evading obstacles was virtually impossible. But it was clear the attackers knew this too, increasing the frequency of their attacks. Lingyu finally showed no mercy, unleashing a precise quantum cannon strike with a deafening boom. Whoosh! Yu Yuan barely managed to dodge, but the cannonball still struck the stern. The ship visibly sank, a hole was torn in it, and debris scattered into the darkness of space. In the midst of this jolt, Tao Charan, already dizzy, couldn't hold herself up and tumbled off the sofa. Yu Yuan immediately abandoned controlling the ship and rushed to catch her. But Xiaopu, who was closest to her, reacted faster, briefly pulling up a wall to block the impact, giving Tao Charan a chance to regain her balance. Just as Yu Yuan gave up resisting, the ship lurched twice more, tilting even more violently. Tao Charan gripped a support with one hand, her other hand instinctively covering her slightly feverish forehead. Something brushed against her wrist, the small snake hissed, its two-part mechanical tongue licking Tao Charan's slightly damp hair. It slid down Tao Charan's sleeve to the ground, where a control panel automatically rose. Its crystalline body coiled in a groove on the control panel, its head raised, looking in Tao Charan's direction. Beep. Key accessed, defense system activated. Level 1 alert, automatic attack initiated. More data appeared in the control system Xiaopu had accessed. This time, the entire system was truly deployed to Tao Charan. The mechanical snake was a gift from Yin Huan, and this spaceship was one Yin Huan had used before. But Tao Charan hadn't realized the snake could be used as a key. It hadn't shown any special reaction after boarding, until Tao Charan encountered danger. She deduced that Yu Yuan had robbed the prison's assets, and the little snake was likely just one of the keys, a spare key not frequently used. Tao Charan felt something was amiss, but the current situation clearly wasn't the time for such thoughts. Seeing the two ships about to engage in a fierce battle, she quickly stopped the counterattack manually, and sent a communication to Lingyu's ship. The silver warship ceased its attack, and opened its hatch. The two ships connected, and Tao Charan had the little snake automatically control the ship's return, while she and Yu Yuan boarded Lingyu's ship. "Your Majesty, are you alright?" As soon as they boarded, Lingyu greeted them. Seeing the queen unharmed and able to walk and move, he visibly relaxed. He changed his demeanor towards Yu Yuan, his dark, abyss-like eyes cold and ruthless. "Prisoner number 07, please return to the prison immediately to receive your punishment. Don't wait for me to take action against you." Lingyu maintained a semblance of politeness before the queen. But Yu Yuan had no intention of surrendering. He simply looked at Tao Charan and said, "I'm not going back." "Are you determined to disobey the king's orders?" Lingyu began to rub his hands together, eager to help. "The king never said I couldn't go with her. You're a divine guardian, aren't you? Most divine guardians are currently imprisoned, and even the people from Chi Yulu can't enter the abyss. My true form is an aquatic creature, and I hold a certain position among the divine guardians. Furthermore, I have the ability to obtain information through water currents, which I can offer assistance with." Although Yu Yuan responded to Lingyu, he was actually explaining himself to Tao Charan. He clearly stated his advantages, almost like he was offering himself up. His words perfectly expressed Tao Charan's own thoughts. Actually, when Tao Charan saw the spaceship outside the prison, she already realized something was wrong. On one hand, Xiaopu received signals from two nearby spaceships. On the other hand, Lingyu had never worked or lived in the prison, so it was unlikely she would directly use the prison warden's vehicle. During this escape, she had already met everyone from the 18th floor. Aside from the injured and unconscious, only Yu Yuan hadn't appeared. Tao Charan didn't believe it was a coincidence. However, Yu Yuan was indeed very useful to her at this stage. Neither Shenfeng nor Chiyulo understood the current state of the Shenfeng, and most of the Shenfeng she had met were insane, completely incommunicable like Tian Shu and Dong Jin. Only Yu Yuan, an acquaintance, seemed like the type she could cooperate with. So she decided to play along and board the spaceship. Ling You's pursuit was also within her expectations. Tao Charan was well aware of her own limitations. She knew she had little chance against Shenfeng in her current state. Even if she could disguise herself, her social anxiety and frail body were insurmountable obstacles. Therefore, she needed help. Yu Yuan could provide information and take her to Shenfeng's location. Ling Yu could mobilize the power of Shenfeng and Qi Yu Lu to assist her. Even if they failed, her safety would be the priority. While the plan was well thought out, its execution was incredibly difficult. Especially given the tense atmosphere between the two, Tao Charan, already weakened by illness and overthinking, felt her headache worsen. Fortunately, both of them remained rational. Ling Yu knew Yu Yuan was right, and the fact that the king had brought him to the spaceship already indicated his stance. Yu Yuan, in reality, had no choice. As a researcher, he couldn't possibly defeat a soldier like Ling Yu, let alone take Tao Charan away under his nose. This, ironically, achieved a delicate balance. Now, all that remained was for Tao Charan to make the final decision. The girl nodded almost imperceptibly. Yu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, while Ling Yu grew increasingly displeased with him. Tao Charan was arranged to rest beside the two men. Because Yu Yuan was more familiar with Blue Ocean Star, he temporarily assumed the duties of pilot, determining the target course. Ling Yu, on the other hand, directed the robots to tidy up the adjacent cabin. They still had several hours to go before reaching their destination, and the queen needed to rest as comfortably as possible. When they finished, they saw the girl asleep on the small bed. Her serene sleeping face was peaceful and beautiful, making even time seem to slow down. Below her long eyelashes, her usually evasive eyes were closed, her cherry lips slightly parted, even her breath was fragrant. Neither Yu Yuan nor Ling Yu were talkative people, and the moment they realized Tao Charan was asleep, they moved very quietly. Both of them gazed at her. Only when she was unconscious did they dare to look at her so openly. "Why are you so tired?" Yu Yuan murmured. "She's slept all day. Isn't that enough?" "You mean, she slept all day?" Hearing Ling Yu's words, Yu Yuan realized something was wrong. Tao Charan seemed extremely exhausted today, and her reactions were much slower than usual. But he assumed it was because she had been frightened in prison. Besides, he wasn't human and had little experience interacting with the queen. Even if he paid close attention, he couldn't possibly understand every subtle reaction Tao Charan made. Realizing his oversight, Yu Yuan was a step too slow. Ling Yu strode forward and carefully touched the queen's skin. It was burning hot. He no longer hesitated and pulled Tao Charan into his arms. Her soft, limp body was utterly powerless, light and warm. Holding her felt like holding a ball of cotton. What to do? What to do? Yu Yuan and Ling Yu knew some medical techniques, but those were for citizens. They knew the queen was frail. None of those methods could be used on her. There was no time to hesitate. Ling Yu gritted her teeth and initiated a video call. "Hello? Anxio? No, don't hang up. Look at her. Coming soon? Okay, I wait for you." Chapter 130. Han Xiu's immediately meant 2 seconds later. Almost the instant Ling Yu hung up the phone, the boy's slender figure appeared in the spaceship. This kind of long-distance instantaneous jump required a huge amount of energy. Han Xiu's entire year's salary was spent in just 2 seconds. But no one present was in the mood to pay attention to his extravagant spending. Ling Yu, holding Tao Charan's limp and almost exhausted body, immediately went to her. "How is she?" The girl breathed out with her mouth slightly open, and Ling Yu felt the chest she was leaning against warm. That tingling, aching feeling was something he had experienced before during the last festival. He panicked and didn't know what to do. Yu Yuan, who hadn't noticed Tao Charan's abnormality, knew he was in the wrong and stood remorsefully to the side, waiting for the doctor's instructions. Under the two men's intense gazes, Han Xiu's body stiffened slightly. But he said nothing and immediately took out the equipment he carried to begin examining Tao Charan. Mental stress and overwork led to infection, coupled with acute blood loss anemia causing high fever and fainting. Han Xiu breathed a sigh of relief after a flurry of actions. She took her medication, but it's been too short for it to take effect. "When will she wake up?" Yu Yuan asked. "About half a day," Han Xiu said, packing up the equipment, adding, "Let her sleep a little longer. The king's body is very fragile. Not getting enough rest can be fatal. Staying up so late like this, you're really worrying." Yu Yuan looked at Tao Charen's peaceful sleeping face, and reached out her cold fingers to touch her cheek. Ling Yu immediately slapped her hand away, but the burning heat lingered in her heart. He recalled those nights he secretly watched her. To align with the queen's schedule, the entire universe operated on an 8-hour workday, and the prison system was no exception. But Tao Charen herself worked overtime every day. Yu Yuan had seen Z1 visit her several times in the early hours of the morning. Shen Feng couldn't have disturbed the queen's sleep on his own initiative. It must have been the queen's own choice. Including today's events, Yu Yuan had witnessed everything. Because of his abilities, he had many more sources of information. Even the moisture in the air seemed to whisper of the sweetness of her blood. With so many prisoners, she couldn't possibly be unaware of how much blood she would need. Why was she so careless with herself? Go back, to wander pitifully in this universe. This shouldn't be the treatment of the most esteemed queen in the universe. Yu Yuan sighed. The fragile girl seemed to sense his gaze, snuggling closer to Ling Yu and hiding her face. She was so coquettish, trying to hide herself, her clumsy awkwardness endearing. Although the three men each had their own plans, their feelings were strangely intertwined at this moment. Their hearts softened, filled with both pity and love for her. They simply didn't know how to express their affection. Perhaps because Ling Yu was the shortest of the three, his embrace couldn't completely envelop her. The girl quickly shifted restlessly, her mouth opening and closing slightly, a weak sound escaping her lips. "Uncle, Mom." The three men surrounding her softened their breathing, listening intently to Tao Charen's murmurs. "No, it's impossible. Resurrection. I don't want to." Tears welled in her eyes, her breathing became heavier, as if she had been forced to do something. She whimpered in a kitten-like voice, on the verge of tears. Ling Yu's heart broke. He frantically patted her, trying to comfort her. "No, we don't want to. The king can do whatever he wants, okay?" Poor man, a military officer who only knew how to kill, was now trying to coax her with the softest voice, his face flushed with anxiety. Yu Yuan reached out his hand, still warm from her touch, and wiped away her half-fallen tears. That half-drop, more beautiful than any pearl he had ever seen, refracted beautiful colors under the light, then melted on his fingertip. He put his tear-stained index finger in his mouth, his rough tongue licking it, swallowing the tiny bit of moisture. A slight bitterness, carrying a kind of irretrievable regret and remorse, buried by the long passage of time. Only in the dead of night did he realize that it had never truly gone away. What he had seen, what he had experienced. The same emotion, but its flavor many times stronger. That deep, intense bitterness, like the king's favorite unsweetened espresso, lingered in the mouth, never fading, never leaving a trace of sweetness. Han Xiu took a warm towel and gently wiped Tao Charen's cheeks and forehead, using physical methods to cool her down. He pinched off a tiny bit of the towel's edge with his fingers, and carefully moistened the girl's parched lips. He then used a new towel to wipe her hands, cradling her palm upwards, wiping each finger meticulously, as if polishing a fine, expensive work of art. Then his hand was gripped tightly. "No, don't come closer. Don't say." She seemed to be using a lot of force, but to Han Xiu, a rank A, it was negligible. Her already pale hands, from blood loss, turned bluish-purple. Han Xiu lowered his head, and slowly kissed the back of her hand. "Okay, I won't say anymore. I won't say anymore." Ling Yu, however, thought he was talking about her and quickly shut her mouth. A gentle kiss landed on the back of her hand, silent and still. The eternally jealous madman had no time to pay attention to anything else, only thinking about comforting the Queen of Nightmares. Even if the one who succeeded wasn't themselves, it didn't matter, as long as she felt at ease, as long as she was happy. This time, no one forced her. In the dream, she could finally block any outstretched hand, refuse anything she didn't want to do. Her clenched hand suddenly relaxed, her dark pink nails rounded and harmless. Even with the force of digging into her flesh, they only left two shallow crescent-shaped marks on Han Xiu's hand. "Love? Ridiculous. I won't. Give up." "How ridiculous is the love you speak of? I won't do it. Give up." In the safe and secure dream, she could finally say these words aloud. However, at that time, the orphan girl, deprived of protection, could only lower her head, listening to the other person's grand, fantastical plans. His love was disgusting. His outstretched hand was disgusting. The way he looked at her was utterly disgusting. Ran, we succeed? Listen to me, okay?" His coaxing tone made it seem like he was still treating her like a child, But the disgusting lust in his eyes didn't seem directed at a child. Yes, she was only 13 then. She wanted to back down. She couldn't back down. If before she was merely acting unconsciously, then from now on, she was an accomplice. But then, unable to refuse, she also entertained thoughts of self-deception. What if? What if she could do it? With unknown feelings, Tao Charing came to her senses. Her long, butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered twice before her eyelids slowly opened. The blankets were soft, and nestled in the warm bed, her body, deprived of rest, felt unusually languid. Your Majesty, is anything else bothering you? Tao Charing instinctively tried to sit up, but her still sore body wouldn't obey. Before she was fully awake, someone helped her sit up, placing a soft pillow behind her to support her. Outside the clear glass window, the sun shone brightly, the blue sky merging seamlessly with the distant ocean, a view rarely seen in the endless cycle of day and night in the prison. The recurring sound of waves could be faintly heard, and the blinding sunlight fell on the bed, casting 3 shadows. At this moment, the longest shadow bent down and touched her forehead. It's not hot anymore. There was no further impolite action. Tao Charing blinked, feeling the clear touch. Control of her limbs seemed to return as well. Tao Charing raised her hand, staring at the lines on her palm. The base and pads of her fingers were slightly rosy, looking healthy. You can't do this again next time, Yu Yuan said. Eat properly and sleep well. He didn't think Tao Charing would listen to him, but it didn't matter. The 3 of them would be watching her. Yu Yuan brought in today's lunch, and Ling Yu set up a table on the bed and laid out the dishes. Today's meal was quite plentiful, with vegetables, fruits, meat, and carbohydrates, clearly a carefully balanced nutritional meal. Of the 3, only Han Xiu, as a doctor, would know how to prepare this. It was obvious who had prepared the lunch. Tao Charing ate a nutritious meal, and the sunlight, though slanting downwards, gave her usually pale cheeks a rosy glow. After lunch, feeling energetic and able to move around, she got up to digest her food and checked her current location. Xiao Pu's location showed she had arrived on Blue Ocean Star. This was a 3-story villa in Sisan Port. The first floor was the living room and kitchen, the second floor was where Yu Yuan and the other 2 lived, and the third floor was for her alone. This is my home on Blue Ocean Star. Blue Ocean Star only has one city, Sisan Port. After you left Star Moon Palace, Sisan Port was abandoned for a time. After the Radiant Light Cult's rebellion, Shen Feng seized it. However, the higher-level followers mostly live in the ocean. Only believers and spies from other forces stay here. So what role does Yu Yuan, who lives here, play in Shen Feng? Yu Yuan led the way, showing Tao Charing around the villa. In just a few hours, with the combined efforts of 3 Class A individuals, the villa had been completely renovated to suit Tao Charing's needs. The furniture in the house had been modified to fit Tao Charing's height, and the otherwise stark, minimalist decor had been enhanced with small, decorative touches. Even the garden downstairs had been renovated. Having just recovered, Tao Charing felt a bit tired after walking for a while, so she sat down on a bench in the garden. Even though her clothes had a hood, Yu Yuan still held up a parasol for her. Ling Yu carried the extra fruit and desserts she had eaten that day, ready to feed her at any moment. Han Xiu draped a women's cardigan over her shoulders, shielding her from the slightly chilly sea breeze. This meticulous care made her feel as if she were still in the Star Moon Palace. Tao Charing silently hugged herself, comforting herself that once this job was done, she could finally relax and live the ideal life of working from home and never leaving the house. Perhaps seeing that Tao Charing was in a good mood and her physical condition was stable, the 3 of them exchanged knowing glances when she couldn't see them, and finally, Ling Yu reluctantly stepped forward. Your Majesty, there aren't many high-ranking citizens here, but the population is mixed. For your safety, it's best if you don't leave our sight. Tonight, we suggest you have 1 person accompany you. Of course 2 will do. Or the 3 of us can go together. Ling Yu knew this request would put Tao Charing in a difficult position. After all, divine favor meant unconditional obedience to the queen. Therefore, before she could even respond, his bottom line had unconsciously shrunk further and further. If you really don't want to, that's fine too. We promise not to bother you, but we still hope you consider it. Chapter 131. Yu Yuan was rejected by the king, and Han Xiu was not good with words. The 3 of them had already discussed who would step forward and carefully crafted their lines. But before the queen could even refuse, Ling Yu was already in disarray, something Yu Yuan and Han Xiu hadn't expected at all. You can't be alone. Yu Yuan knelt before her, his head slightly lower than Tao Chu Ran's. Blue Ocean Star is different from the prison. In the prison, Everyone obeys the queen, but not here. If you are arrested here, we can't predict what will happen. Han Xiu also squatted down, his bright emerald green eyes filled with worry. Without touching Tao Chu Ran, his nimble hands tied the ribbon on her outer garment's cuff. A beautiful bow was completed in his hands, his slender fingers carefully straightening it. Even though Tao Chu Ran couldn't see his eyes, she could feel his heart from these actions. I will take good care of you. So choose me. 3 pairs of eyes, fixed intently on her, awaited her choice. What else could she do? If she refused, wouldn't someone be secretly watching her in the dead of night? Tao Charan knew the temperament of her citizens well. While seemingly generously offering her a choice, she left her no room for maneuver. So she nodded indifferently. Then, she extended her hand, tied with a bow, and pointed to Ling Yu Yuyuan and Han Xiu in turn. You mean, the 3 of us will take turns in this order? Yuyuan, an old acquaintance of Tao Charan, understood her meaning almost immediately. He nodded again. This order? Ling Yu, who was at the front, immediately smiled. Yuyuan breathed a sigh of relief at the queen's cooperation, but ultimately couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy in his eyes as he looked at Ling Yu. Han Xiu continued smoothing out the wrinkles on Tao Charan's hem, then took out a handkerchief embroidered with leaves, wiped the dust off her little leather shoes, and put the handkerchief back in his pocket. Okay, he accepted calmly. Since no one objected, it was settled. Tao Charan continued to wait, but no one said what she most wanted to hear. The 3 of them fawned over her. Ling Yu asked her every 10 minutes if she was thirsty or hungry. Yuyuan tried to amuse her with various ancient tricks, and Han Xiu silently observed her expression, suggesting they go back when he saw weariness on her face. Tao Charan, did I go through all that trouble to escape from prison just to go on a trip? It seems no one remembers why she came to Blue Ocean Star in the first place. The queen, who wanted to hear her subordinates' reports, was greatly disappointed. Tao Charan didn't want to share her thoughts with these self-absorbed lunatics. Ignoring Han Xiu's suggestion, she stood up to go to the door. But after only a few steps, she began to feel dizzy. Already not fully recovered, and having been surrounded by several people for so long, Tao Charan had reached her limit. Now she really had to go back. Yu Yuan quickly supported her arm, helping her sit back down in her original spot to recover for a while. Han Xiu wrapped a supple leaf around her wrist, checking her pulse. Let the weasel accompany her today. Her heartbeat was becoming increasingly rapid, far exceeding normal levels. Han Xiu withdrew the leaf that had been trying to rub against her, choosing to step aside and setting an example for the 3. Yu Yuan glanced at Tao Charan's face, his lips slightly moving, but in the end, he said nothing. He could tell, of course, that the queen didn't want them to act this way. Out of concern for her health, Yu Yuan and Han Xiu took their leave. In the blink of an eye, only he remained by the queen's side. Ling Yu was excited, but also felt a great responsibility. He kept glancing at Tao Chu Ran's upright figure, yet dared not look directly at her for too long lest she dislike him. He kept looking down and up, his hopping around almost comically. With fewer people around, Tao Chu Ran finally relaxed a little. Her ramrod-straight body slumped, and she asked, her eyes slightly closed, "How is Qi Yulu doing now?" This was the first thing the queen had said to him. He had to answer properly. The young man was, after all, a battle-hardened warrior. He quickly composed himself, knelt before the queen, and reported, since the war against the Radiant sect began, Qi Yulu has mobilized all its forces to deal with the rebellion. Now, 3,792 rebels have been eliminated, and this series of numbers sounded very real, enough to show that Qi Yulu had achieved significant results in the war. It seems Ling Yu was prepared, but why didn't he speak up earlier? Was he worried Yu Yuan would leak it? Or was he afraid someone would draw conclusions completely contradicting these figures? Tao Charan quietly watched him, only able to see the whirl of hair on his head. The boy's short hair was slightly disheveled. Was his expression as resolute as his tone? This day would come sooner or later. Her gaze was unfocused, lost in thought during Ling Yu's report. She couldn't rely entirely on Chulu, nor on the other sex. The system she had painstakingly built over 3 years had essentially collapsed. She had no one to depend on. She couldn't just listen to what others said, she had to see for herself what had actually happened. She had to get out of this door, or perhaps even into the sea. There would surely be countless gazes there that she feared. She couldn't tremble at the slightest touch. In the Star Moon Palace, she had tried. Eye contact, touch, not once had she succeeded. They pounced on her, embracing, kneading, licking, sometimes with such force that the marks on her body wouldn't fade for days. The sensations were too real. Tao Charan still felt a chill when she thought about them. But Ling Yu was Shenfeng. Perhaps because Zhuan had shown her some respect before, Tao Charan had developed a little trust in Shinfeng. And although Ling Yu was cold and aloof to others, he never disobeyed her wishes. Perhaps she should try him. Your Majesty? Should she try? It's getting chilly outside, shall we go back? The sun had already set, painting the azure sky a warm hue. Here, sunrise and sunset are twice as fast as on the capital planet. When night falls, although it's not as dangerous as on Chuelu Star, the rapidly dropping temperature is something Tao Charan, a fragile human, can't withstand. Should we go or not? She was still hesitating. The boy, however, was already anxious. He wanted to pull Tao Charan away, but didn't dare. They were still a little distance from the villa buildings. The orange-red color was expanding faster and faster across the sky, as if someone was splashing paint on it. Let's go back. Ling Yu's voice was pleading, sounding almost like she was about to cry. He tiptoed, ready to pounce, waiting for the king's approval so he could grab her and run. Tao Charan looked up and saw the ever-changing, magnificent sky. The vibrant colors were reflected in her dark eyes, colors rarely seen in the gloomy universe. The last time she saw such colors seemed to be in her past life. She had successfully escaped this time. She had even shaken off 2 clingy friends today. Her mood improved slightly. Give it a try. It wouldn't hurt, would it? Thinking this, Tao Charan ignored the weasel pacing anxiously in place. Her hands rose naturally and accurately touched the weasel's face. His voice trailed off. His face was lifted by a pair of hands, with the lightest touch. His pupils dilated instantly, his mind went blank, all his usual training on what expression to make when meeting the king for the first time completely ineffective, utterly useless. Her lips were like the sweetest fruit, her slender face breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes, like a universe encompassing everything, her long eyelashes fluttering as if unleashing an unstoppable hurricane in his life. She was so beautiful. Was she looking at him? The next second, a wave of self-loathing and inferiority washed over him. His expression must look ridiculous. What should he say? Would the king like him? Your Majesty. Finally, he could only stammer. His head was stiff, he dared not move an inch. The sweet, cloying voice was so different from his usual self, more like a small animal snuggling against its owner. Yes, they made eye contact. Both had black eyes. One was calm and composed, the other couldn't hide his panic. The little animal saw its reflection in its owner's eyes. After the initial elation, a subtle shyness, and the trembling of being watched over him swept over him, and he involuntarily shifted his gaze slightly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The boy with deep-set eyes pursed his thin lips, his entire body tense. A blush rose on his star-like handsome face, as a pair of soft hands held his cheeks, making escape impossible. Ling Yu desperately endured. Even the girl's cold gaze stirred his heart. It was a seemingly light look, yet he felt an increasing weight on his shoulders. It was too torturous. He unconsciously glanced to the side. His eyes rolled to the side, and now even Tao Charan noticed. He avoided it. This was something Tao Charan had never experienced before. Usually, if she persevered to the end, she would receive a kiss, a hug, saliva all over her body, and many inexplicable words. This was the first time someone had avoided her gaze. Why? Usually, she was the only one who avoided others. Was Ling Yu afraid? She was so weak, why should he be afraid of her? She couldn't understand. But Tao Charan felt even better. Because the other person had yielded first, Tao Charan became bolder. She looked closely, her soft gaze tracing every inch of his skin. This soft knife was more painful to him than 2 cuts to Ling Yu. He murmured in resistance, but made no move, half-heartedly accepting Tao Charan's scrutiny. Your Majesty. Even though she hadn't done anything, Ling Yu felt he didn't know where to look. His fingers lingered on his face for so long that the boy even felt his face was tinged with fragrance. He wanted to take a deep breath, but was afraid of disturbing the butterfly in his heart, so he could only hang on in a daze, enduring this sweet torment. As their eyes met, the painter on the horizon finally completed his painting. A soft red spread across the sky, darkness rose from the horizon, instantly engulfing everything. The salty sea breeze froze, followed by a biting cold. The temperature plummeted from 20 degrees to minus 20 degrees. Chapter 132. As dusk settled, those hands instantly turned icy cold. Ling Yu finally couldn't resist, and pulled her into his arms. His tail, which seemed to appear out of nowhere, deftly circled her waist, like a large, fluffy blanket covering her legs. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Even the lowest citizen wouldn't be bothered by such a temperature difference. Ling Yu could even perform missions in sub-zero temperatures, But he dared not let the queen take the risk. Ling Yu leaped into the air, carrying her. Tao Charan only felt a blur before her eyes, and within seconds they were inside the villa. Knowing the queen's arrival, Yu Yuan had already added a temperature and humidity control module to the room system. Upon entering the foyer, a gentle warm breeze greeted them, immediately dispelling the chill outside. Ling Yu quickly released Tao Charan, still unable to look her in the eye. The movement had been so sudden that Tao Charan's outstretched hand unconsciously rested on his shoulder, almost like a gesture of embrace. In an emergency, there's no time to think. Now, with the two separated, Ling Yu's mind was in turmoil, his thoughts replaying the scene from just moments ago. He knew, of course, that the queen disliked close proximity, and especially hated eye contact. But just now, the queen had indeed looked at him first, embraced him. What did that mean? The answer that seemed so obvious was too unreal. Ling Yu dared not think any further. Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? He knelt on one knee, his primary concern being the queen's health. The boy was lean and wiry, his posture perfectly upright and respectful, without the slightest transgression. But his tail, which he hadn't yet retracted, swayed wildly, utterly delighted. Are you uncomfortable? Tao Charan looked at her hands. While citizens weren't exactly human, their skin felt no different from real humans. In fact, their bodies were closer to perfect, without acne, dryness, peeling, or pimples. Just a brief touch, and her hand showed no change. So, under normal circumstances, if the other party didn't react excessively, she could maintain normal social interactions. Wasn't it like this in her past life? She could do it. Tao Charan encouraged herself. She wanted to change her circumstances, as long as she wanted to change the world. But the noble queen was always under tight surveillance. Every smile and gesture was under the watchful eyes of thousands. Every step she took was fraught with difficulty. Now, she had been away from the Star Moon Palace for a long time, and had traveled to many places. Whether it was a city where citizens gathered, an unfamiliar private asteroid, a self-governed military encampment, or even a newly established chaotic prison, although she had stumbled along the way, she had finally made it out. Her attendants couldn't stop her, and countless others tried to hinder her along the way, but none succeeded. Her injuries, exhaustion, and even fear couldn't halt her progress. She really should have been more confident. After a long and varied thought process, Tao Charan felt she had mentally prepared herself. Just as she was about to test her courage further, Yu Yuan and Han Xiu, who had just given the two of them some alone time, hurriedly came downstairs. Your Majesty, Yu Yuan approached, standing between Ling Yu and Tao Charan. Are you all right? The temperature difference between day and night on Blue Ocean Star is about 50 degrees Celsius, and night falls quickly. We were just about to go find you. Han Xiu, clutching the blanket, stood still, quickly looking Tao Charan up and down. Seeing her standing there unharmed, he lowered his head, concealing his presence and remaining motionless. Tao Charan was startled, then realized why Ling Yu had been in such a hurry to bring her back. But actually, the temperature change wasn't a problem. She had considered this back in the Star Moon Palace. Xiao Pu was equipped with a temperature sensing system that could instantly control her body temperature. Furthermore, her clothes were specially made by Lan Huan, capable of withstanding temperature differences of approximately 1,000 degrees Celsius. She had initially thought that Ling Yu had brought her back because the weather had changed. Because of the cold, the seawater on the shore immediately froze. The dampness in the air, encountering the low temperature, turned into snowflakes and fell. In just a few minutes, a thin layer had covered the courtyard, and it was showing signs of growing larger. What was an ordinary environment for citizens was deadly to humans. Yu Yuan and Han Xiu, due to their habit, reacted a beat slower, missing the opportunity to reach the queen immediately. The exploration outside came to a temporary halt, and Tao Charan followed them up to the third floor. Soothing incense burned in the warm room, and soundproof glass blocked out the noise of the hail. Ling Yu stood absent-mindedly behind Yu Yuan, unusually well-behaved for a moment. Neither of them made a move to leave. Outside, a fierce wind and snow raged, but inside, silence reigned. Soft light cast a hazy warmth, making the girl's beautiful face even more alluring, making one want to stay with her until the end of the universe. It was agreed that I would stay with the king today. Gradually, Ling Yu came to her senses and objected, Don't you two have anything to do? What are you doing bothering the king here? One was a newly escaped spy, the other the chief medic of the Second Army. At this crucial moment of conflict, they shouldn't be so idle. These two, from opposing camps, only showed such harmony in front of the king, and only the king's will could influence their actions and choices. Because the king had said they would take turns, Han Xiu was the first to leave, followed by Yu Yuan. After the door opened, as he left, Yu Yuan quickly added, "If you want to see, why not look at me too?" This infuriated Ling Yu, who wanted to chase after him and beat him up. But compared to the anger caused by the provocation, the queen was, of course, more important. Only the two of them remained in the room. His heart pounded again. Ling Yu pondered what to say to salvage his image when he heard the queen say, "So, which side has the advantage now?" Cold sweat immediately broke out on Ling Yu's body. He remembered the question the king had asked outside, and thought he could gloss over the matter with some vague words. She had already guessed it. Then what about all that just now? His emotions plummeted from ecstasy to despair. Even knowing he shouldn't, he couldn't help but speculate about the queen's thoughts. Was it punishment? Or a whim toy? Ling Yu steadied himself, kneeling on the ground with his hands behind his back, and honestly admitted it was with the Radiant Cult. Because the Jade Tower was leaderless, even Bai Yu had lost consciousness, and the commanders of the remaining armies had changed countless times. Without the queen, more and more people were going berserk, and besides building prisons to imprison the most severely berserk and destructive, there was no other way. Conversely, the more citizens of Shifeng who go berserk, the more advantageous it is for them. If they can't control themselves, they can devour each other, eventually leaving only the strongest. Therefore, they become stronger and stronger, and with the help of Superclass A, they are invincible and unstoppable, far beyond what the currently fragmented Chula can withstand. Ling Yu didn't want to admit Chula's incompetence, Xinfeng's incompetence, or even his own. But it was the truth. Most of the Shifeng have now become monsters. After devouring other citizens, they gain their abilities, their consciousness becomes fragmented, and their strength increases exponentially. The B-rank Shifeng are already equivalent to the combat power of an ordinary A rank, and they also seem to have mastered very strong mental skills, causing us to go berserk faster and consume more energy. Just like his initial answer, Ling Yu's voice was steady and his expression clear. He quickly understood the answer the queen wanted, and was able to quickly snap out of his earlier days, and get back into work mode. This effectively soothed Tao Charan, who had just felt disgusted by Yu Yuan's words. Although Tao Charan knew that Yu Yuan and Han Xiu couldn't possibly not be watching her, and there might be cameras in the room, this blatant covetousness still made her feel dangerous and uneasy. When the Lord was still around, he and the Silk Entanglers forced Shifeng into the abyss, and later even fought a battle with Xinfeng's leader, Zhongwen. After that, Zhongwen never appeared again, but the Lord was too badly injured and suffered several assassination attempts. Coupled with his excessive berserk state, he was on the verge of losing control, and eventually disappeared from the front lines. Tao Charan thought this might be the reason she saw Bai Yu in the prison. She even began to understand why Bai Yu considered himself a prisoner. He could barely maintain his human form, so he was probably the most berserk one in the entire prison. Currently, Qiyu Tower is temporarily under the control of Xianluo, the head of Chauncey Workshop. We are trying our best to keep the battle line near Blue Ocean Star. Originally, we would have had to retreat in 2 more days at most, but your departure from the prison caused quite a stir. Although Lady Ziwen and the warden have tried to suppress the news, Shifeng should have heard about it. A ceasefire was established yesterday, and the workshop head visited the prison today. This development was within Tao Charan's expectations. This was also why she dared to waste a day doing nothing. Once news of the queen's appearance spread, both sides' attention would be focused on her. She could use this to stabilize the situation first. Except for Shifeng members, who could help your plans, we haven't revealed your information to anyone. If you need it, we can also pass on messages. So even Xianluo is currently in the dark. However, with his abilities, he'd probably figure out what's going on soon. When Tao Charan saw him in prison last time, she was certain that Xianluo was on the queen's side. However, Tao Charan didn't want to see him now. Before anyone tracked her down, she needed to create a new identity. The key to all of this lay in whether she could overcome her fear and communicate normally with people. The docile boy knelt at her feet, awaiting his master's commands. His tail, which hadn't been retracted in time, hung pitifully behind him. His pure white fur, without a single blemish, shone smoothly under the light, looking very easy to handle. If she resisted people, perhaps she should start with animals? Tao Charan pondered. Chapter 133. Ling Yu was about the same height as Tao Charan, so when she knelt down, he was naturally a head shorter than her. Making eye contact was already a success, and besides, she had just touched him, so there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Tao Charan hypnotized herself, and with her mental preparation, she gradually became overconfident. She walked behind Ling Yu, but the clueless boy remained frozen, afraid to move. Because he sensed something unexpected was about to happen, Ling Yu's body trembled involuntarily. From behind, Lingyu's curled-up body looked perfectly normal, without any aggression. Only his hands, clasped behind his back, gripped his wrists tightly, suppressing a strange mix of excitement and shame. The tip of his white tail twitched slightly, its fluffy fur looked even softer than the black carpet. Tao Charan crouched down, avoiding his gaze, and her courage grew. She repeatedly told herself that the tail in front of her was just an ordinary small animal's tail, and that he wouldn't become agitated or lose control because of her touch. Surely, it can't be right? Without giving herself time to hesitate, Tao Charan extended a finger and tentatively pressed it against the tip of the tail. The slightly trembling tail tip immediately stopped. King! The trembling seemed to have moved from the tail to the sound. The weasel gasped, then regained control. The sensation was barely perceptible. But the thought of who was touching him, imagining the king's wary and cautious appearance, it was already quite torturous for him. Tao Charan poked it, and then withdrew her hand. Seeing that the weasel made no further moves, her restless hands continued to explore its tail. Just as Tao Charan had expected, the weasel's tail felt incredibly smooth. The fluffy tail felt plump and fleshy to the touch, seemingly meticulously cared for. One could even smell the juniper berry scent of essential oils. The long, white fur was so smooth that it slid down involuntarily when touched, without a single tangle, prickly, or shedding, soft, gentle, and incredibly relaxing to stroke. It reminded her somewhat of the cats she owned in her past life. The one being stroked didn't object at all. The wonderful feel was simply irresistible. As Tao Charan stroked it, she relaxed and began to drift off. Her slender fingertips gradually abandoned their initial caution, becoming more indulgent. Without her noticing, the weasel placed its hand from behind its back in front of it. Even though its body hadn't moved, and its tail obediently allowed itself to be played with, the boy, greatly stimulated, clearly needed a hand for support. Sweat beaded on his face, dripping onto his gloves and the carpet without leaving a trace. The hand that had been frolicking below his tail gradually grew restless, no longer content with its small space, and began to explore more dangerous areas. So the boy's other hand couldn't be idle either. He held the edge of the glove in his mouth, his molars grinding fiercely, even biting off several strands of the specially made yarn. Finally, seemingly satisfied with the stroke, the hand that held destiny finally decided to end the execution. As if summarizing the operation, or perhaps as a consolation for his good behavior, delicate fingertips pinched the base of his tail, rubbed the most sensitive spot on his body, and then, following the direction of fur growth, gently caressed the entire tail inch by inch, evenly showering it with affection. Ugh! As his tail was being squeezed, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and an electric shock-like shiver shot through his spine, leaving his body numb and weak from the pleasure. The unbearable tingling sensation forced him to use both hands to support himself on the ground, preventing him from falling and embarrassing himself in front of the queen. It was too stimulating. Physical pleasure was secondary. Almost all the citizens knew that the queen disliked being touched, and this was the first time for Lingyu to have experienced this. The queen's first initiative to touch him brought unparalleled satisfaction, and the boy, who had received this honor, trembled with excitement at the thought. If only he had known the queen liked tails so much, he wouldn't have hidden him. Human form is the most perfect form. This idea had long been ingrained in the universe, and Lingyu, poisoned by traditional thought, was filled with regret. A gentle hand, sometimes light, sometimes firm, brushed across the tail, taking away the last bit of pleasure. His damp black hair clung to his cheeks, and Lingyu tried to calm his racing heart, making his breathing as soft as possible. Don't tell anyone where I'm going. Also, find me a suitable identity, one with a high position in the organization, someone who can enter the core area. The boy knelt on the ground, head bowed, unresponsive. Tao Charan felt she had successfully touched him, even exceeding the time limit and quantity of her task. So she answered Lingyu's previous question and prepared to initiate the next step of the plan. Warmth left. After the ultimate pleasure came endless coldness and emptiness. Her body, having tasted the sweetness, clamored for more intense sensations, more gentle caresses, as if addicted. So lonely. A voice echoed from the depths of his heart, overlapping with his current feelings. So painful. Her voice was so cold, still talking about trivial things. She toyed with him and then discarded him, as if nothing had happened. How could she do this? Yes. His usually straight spine bent, his tail, which had tried to wrap around her wrist, was held back, and he slumped listlessly on the ground. His head slammed down, as if trying to clear his mind. Lingyu turned his head, his peripheral vision catching sight of Tao Charan standing upright beside him. Even from this angle, Her small, slender body seemed insurmountably tall. The highest point Ling Yu could see was her fingertips hanging at her sides. When he realized that these were the hands that had just so brazenly toyed with him, an uncontrollable excitement washed over him once more. I want her to touch me again. Any way of toying with him is fine, or rather, being toyed with by her forever would be best. Her head pressed firmly to the ground, suppressing many inappropriate fantasies. Tao Charan looked at the boy, who inexplicably looked disheveled, and felt a strange sense of guilt. She shouldn't have done anything, right? Although her sudden groping was indeed abrupt, wasn't this what they often did to her? Why didn't they find it abrupt? Thinking this, Tao Charan felt righteous again. Anyway, the citizens around her were always incomprehensible, so Tao Charan simply ignored Ling Yu and summoned Xiaopu to surf the internet and gather intelligence. As the war intensified, many debates emerged online. Tao Charan couldn't access the internet in prison, and upon her release, she suddenly felt that times had changed. A video she filmed a few months ago is still on the homepage of the Radiant Network, its views skyrocketing. The second most prominent spot on the page is a recruitment notice, the slogan "Fight for the Queen," boldly displayed. Just as Ling Yu said, Chula seems to be suffering significant losses. At least when she was still in the Star Moon Palace, there was never a need to issue notices. Baiyu's army was never short of men. The official website is clearly well managed. Comments about her past appearance in the prison are immediately blocked, and various conspiracy theories detrimental to stability are swiftly eliminated. However, some smaller, unofficial websites are poorly managed, frequently hosting discordant comments that criticize the official stance, building up to a great deal of discussion without anyone intervening. Currently, the most discussed topics online, besides the Queen's whereabouts, are the war on Blue Ocean Star. Almost all citizens are directly or indirectly involved in the suppression of the rebellion. Many production lines have been shut down, and resources and energy are being continuously transported to the front lines. Overall, the majority of online supporters are still on the official side. They condemn the spies who caused trouble in the palace while the king was away, and are indignant at their betrayal of the king's trust. However, some have pointed out problems, especially soldiers who have faced the battlefield firsthand. Are those really still the king's subjects? Isn't a lack of self-awareness one of the characteristics of berserk behavior? They're not even fully conscious, so how can they control their choice of targets? What are these things? We can't even see their true form, but they're terrifyingly strong. It takes 3 or 4 of us rank BS to defeat 1 rank B on the other side. This just doesn't make sense. It's said they established a laboratory deep within Blue Ocean Star, specifically to produce these things. I believe this already violates the laws established by the Queen. As for their opponents, no one can explain why the body servants are acting this way. Perhaps it's precisely because they know so little about their enemies that they've fallen into this predicament. Tao Charan recalled the body servants she had met before. Tianshu, Dongjin, Haiyu. They varied in form and mental state, but they were certainly different from the normal citizens she had seen in this universe. Tianshu was conscious and skilled at hunting, but his prey was generally of a much lower level than himself. Dongjin moved slowly, and it was difficult to determine whether he was conscious or not. The garbage he was fed was also of a low level. Haiyu was not only conscious but also cunning. Her actions were highly purposeful, and she exhibited characteristics of multiple forms. All 3 showed great interest in her, all saying things like "I want to eat her," and "I want to merge with her." For examples of large-scale consumption of low-level citizens, look to Yu Yuan. The research on Shenling also described this. Tianshu and Dongjin could barely conform to the rules, but Haiyu's existence was an inexplicable exception. It seemed that such exceptions were common on the battlefield of Blue Ocean Star. Tao Charan couldn't help but follow this line of thought. If Shen Feng's goal was to accumulate a large amount of engines by constantly devouring his own kind to increase combat power, then what would the goo he cultivated be like in the end? Could it split into thousands of citizens again through some means? And what would happen to humans who were not in the same system as Shen Feng after devouring or being devoured? Would it really be like Z1 mentioned before, allowing her to also have a body as strong as a citizen? And whose consciousness would the remaining body possess? Tao Charan had already made conjectures during her research on the Berserker countermeasures. Chapter 134. Theoretical assumptions have always been Tao Charan's forte, but it's too early to think about all that now. The key is to solve the current problems on Blue Ocean Star. First, Red Rose, who manages the Radiant Cult, must be found. Having seen Song Ming's memories, Tao Charan reasonably suspects that Shen Feng's mental abilities come from Red Rose. His condition may not be normal, he might need to be rescued after being found. Second, Shen Feng's abnormal physical form must also be addressed. Especially for monsters like Haiyu, which are formed from countless of their kind, it would be best if the basic constituent citizens could be separated. If not, these citizens will need long-term observation, and then rules will be formulated specifically for them. Finally, there's the ideological reform work of the Radiant Cult. To achieve permanent stability, their obsession with the Queen's body must be reversed. Tao Charan is pessimistic about this part. After all, if they could be reformed, they wouldn't have existed until now, making the universe so chaotic. Leaving the problem she doesn't want to face to her subordinates, Tao Charan decides to order Red Rose to resolve this matter after finding him. If there's still time, they should find Song He, his betrayal is strange, and to create the complete version of the Berserker countermeasure, every single ingredient is essential. However, because of her strained relationship with Song He, Tao Charan harbored a sense of wishful thinking and left this task for last. While Tao Charan pondered the future, Ling Yu, having calmed himself, stood up and began communicating on the optical network, relaying the tasks the Queen had entrusted to him. But with the Queen by his side, and given what she had just done to him, he couldn't concentrate, and his work efficiency was much lower than usual. Ling Yu absent-mindedly whiled away the time. Tao Charan, after eating the dinner Yu Yuan brought, spent the night reading some papers from the silk entangling workshop, trying to gain a better understanding of her synthesized body. Sometimes, dawn broke outside, and the snow and hail lessened. The day-night cycle on Blue Ocean Star was twice as fast as on the capital planet, and by the time it was light again, it was time for normal humans to rest. Seeing the busy Queen showing no sign of wanting to go to bed, Ling Yu grew anxious. When he received the mission from Ziyuan, he had been given an emergency lesson on the terrible consequences of irregular sleep patterns, and Ziyuan had repeatedly instructed him to remind the Queen to eat and sleep on time. Cough, cough, cough. Ling Yu coughed twice, looking awkwardly out the window, then at the time displayed on his personal terminal. The Queen didn't even look up. No one paid any attention to his clumsy performance. How should he begin? Ahem, Your Majesty? The Queen showed no reaction, still using the built-in system of her personal computer to perform calculations. The virtual workbench wasn't hidden from him. Strings of characters scrolled across the screen, but the illiterate Ling Yu couldn't understand a word. Your Majesty? He emphasized. Tao Charan glanced back at him, then quickly looked away. Ling Yu was certain he saw the get-to-the-point impatience in the Queen's eyes. Shouldn't you rest? After uttering the first sentence, the rest flowed much more smoothly. It's very late. I've done enough for today. How about we talk tomorrow? I slept too much. I can't sleep. Tao Charan didn't stop calculating. Her fingers flew across the external device. More screens appeared around her, separating her from Ling Yu into two different worlds. Okay, all right. The suggestion was met with a ruthless rebuttal, leaving Ling Yu completely at a loss. His work in the special forces involved killing, requiring no interaction with people, and he had absolutely no experience in persuasion. He even felt the Queen's reasoning was flawless, and he was almost convinced by Tao Charan. But how did Ziyuan manage to issue this order? With a studious attitude, Ling Yu found a corner where Tao Charan couldn't see him and requested a call with Ziyuan. The man's melancholic and beautiful face appeared on the screen in less than half a second. His gaze was shy and hesitant, clearly something he had practiced in front of a mirror. Where is the king? Not seeing that familiar figure, his soft, even tone instantly turned harsh. The king isn't with you. What do you want? Afraid Tao Charan would hear, Ling Yu secretly made a should gesture and embellished the day's events to Ziyuan, emphasizing his own troubles. My lord, what do you think the Queen meant? If she likes my tail, she can tell me, and I'd pluck it off for her. But she just kept touching it without saying a word, and it felt so strange, like my body went limp. Her fingers are really amazing. Under Ziyuan's murderous gaze, Ling Yu reluctantly ended the previous topic, remembering his own question. Oh right, it's time for your break now, and the Queen says she can't sleep. What should we do? But then, as if the signal suddenly went bad, Ziyuan's figure began to blur. The image solidified and then shattered, and her voice became intermittent. Behave yourself, don't disturb, don't. The screen went dark, and the quantum computer, as if deprived of power, remained unresponsive no matter how Ling Yu tried to manipulate it. When the screen lit up again, the projection was perfectly stable. But the device was completely out of Ling Yu's control. The person on the other end of the line had changed. A baby-faced boy wore the same black robes as the Queen, a cloak enveloping his slender frame and adding to his presence. His wispy hair obscured his eyes and brows, revealing only his delicate, small lips and teeth. Unusually, he wasn't wearing a hat or mask to conceal his face. instead showing his true self. His lips parted, without a word. Give the communication device to the queen. It was Xianluo, the owner of the silk entangling workshop. Ling Yu had seen him frequently at the front lines these past few days, and recognized him immediately. Ling Yu, who had just been joking and boasting with Ziyuan, composed himself. Ziyuan was a priestess, but in reality, they were of equal rank, so even if he offended her, it wouldn't matter. Xianluo was now his superior, and having been personally appointed by the queen, he still had to show him some respect. Although he was afraid of delaying the queen's business, Ling Yu didn't immediately do as Xianluo suggested. I inform the queen first. If she's willing to see you, I continue the communication. Xianluo was somewhat surprised, and only now did he truly take Ling Yu seriously. Ling Yu was tactful, and knew how to maintain the status quo. He could restrain his desire to monopolize the queen while respecting her wishes. Even Xianluo had to admit that Tao Charen's preference for Ling Yu wasn't without reason. He agreed with Ling Yu's suggestion. Thus, those expectations and anxieties were suppressed again. The light and shadows before his eyes vanished, and the room fell into silence. Beside Xianluo, Ziyuan, who had just been pushed aside, sneered, I didn't know the workshop owner could intervene in private communications without permission. This clearly violates the Silk Entanglement Workshop's light network management regulations. Does the workshop owner also want to spend some time in the prison? I haven't yet held you accountable for concealing information about the queen. Xianluo had no intention of arguing with him. The situation is critical now. I must confirm the queen's safety. The queen is safe with us. Ziyuan, however, wasn't about to let him off the hook, retorting, we are the queen's subjects and will not disobey her wishes. If you could truly serve her well, why would the queen risk escaping from the Star Moon Palace? Xianluo remained silent. Ziyuan, on the other hand, spoke with all her might. They all remembered the queen's life outside. Although they hadn't seen the whole picture, they knew about her injuries, and even faced life-threatening situations several times, things they had personally experienced. They couldn't refute her. There were actually quite a few citizens who thought like Ziyuan. For a time initially, Xianluo didn't even have these comments blocked on the optical network, because he felt they were right. Life in the Star Moon Palace, despite his best efforts, clearly showed the king was unhappy. Even after leaving the palace, when he was so close to Xianluo and nearly injured by him, the king never acknowledged his identity, let alone sought his help. Compared to those citizens he had just met, wasn't he even less trustworthy? Having not slept for days and nights since learning the queen was in the prison, Xianluo, who was overseeing the battle at the front, rushed here immediately. He was indeed a step too late, but the changes in the prison were astonishing. Baiyu was placed in a treatment pod for automatic repair. Although a supreme administrator was still lacking, everything had become orderly. The prisoners no longer fought or cannibalized each other, as they had the last time he visited. Several production lines were set up, and everyone began to work genuinely. In their spare time, they spontaneously formed groups to tell stories of the king. Xianluo also heard those stories. The queen disguised herself as a weak citizen and infiltrated the prison to save her beloved subjects. She was like the most merciful god in the world, rescuing those suffering, sowing seeds of redemption amidst flesh and despair. Only after she left did the prisoners realize her good intentions. There was some divine intervention involved, but everyone firmly believed it. Xianluo believed it too, because the king had been like that in the Star Moon Palace. Despite always keeping people at arm's length, she cared for them more than anyone else, cared about the future of the universe. He held the potion the king had given him, feeling sorrow and bitterness for her unequal treatment. It was their fault. They had failed the king's expectations. During this visit to the prison, Xianluo saw many acquaintances. He saw Jinhuan constantly stroking the mechanical snake on her wrist, its scent clearly lingering there. Jinhuan flicked her tongue excitedly when she mentioned her, often lost in memories of her soft, light touch. Ziyuan's doll had undergone a transformation, even its expression changing daily, and its storyline expanded considerably. One day, it was so engrossed in work that it wouldn't eat and needed coaxing. The next it was offended by a foolish prisoner and needed his help, making everyone laugh. Her shadow was everywhere. They also had memories of the king. Just like him. The king had only been gone from them for a few days. He had been gone for almost 4 months. Panic and worry were ever present. The longing began as scattered melting snowflakes on a mountain, gradually forming streams, then a vast ocean. She existed in every aspect of life. The quantum computer, the spaceship, the bizarre citizens, seeing anything reminded him of her. His prolonged absent-mindedness increasingly consumed his time, blurring the lines between memory and fantasy, and he doubted countless times whether he could endure it all. All of this came to an abrupt halt when he saw her figure. It was merely a phantom image, perhaps separated by countless light years, even touch a distant dream. Your Majesty, it has been a long time since I last greeted you. Xianluo of Chansifang sends her greetings and wishes you good health. His smile was restrained and polite, the kind that kept Tao Charan within a safe distance. Chapter 135. She bent down, suppressing her rampant fantasies. The boy was as utterly harmless as ever, even wearing the same clothes as her wouldn't feel out of place, only making her marvel at their similar socially awkward aesthetic choices. Xianluo, she said, how Xingyu? This was her first sentence. It was also the first time Xianluo had heard her voice face to face. Her voice was soft and gentle, easily slipping away if one wasn't paying attention. Her voice was even familiar. It was one he had replayed countless times, deeply etched into his heart. When her name was mentioned, even his cold-blooded heart skipped a beat. Xingyu is fine. He controlled his gaze, so he didn't notice that Tao Charan's gaze had already fallen on him. Her eyes still held a flicker of timidity, her eyelashes blinking tremulously, but she stubbornly refused to look away. Your Majesty, please rest assured, Jin Huan has distributed the medicine as you instructed, and by you, Songming, Shenling, and the other wounded have all received treatment. Thanks to you, the berserk state has been largely suppressed, and the prison is now fulfilling its intended function. Xianluo said, only then realizing something was amiss. While he was completely focused on the king, Z1 secretly crept to the edge of the communication viewpoint, intending only to catch a glimpse, but ended up meeting Tao Churan's gaze as she looked up. Their eyes met, and Z1 instinctively turned her head away. But the gaze didn't avoid him, as he expected. He restrained his presumptuous thoughts, yet couldn't help but turn back to look. Those dark eyes were like a vast universe, or a clear spring under the moonlight. The moment their eyes met, Z1 felt enveloped by endless spring water, the plants nourished, purple flowers sprouting one after another, startling Xianluo awake. Z1, what are you doing? What? Xianluo frowned and scolded, but this attracted Tao Charan's attention. Two pairs of black eyes met. Xianluo blinked, then blinked again. Your Majesty, he murmured softly. This moment felt like a dream, in that pure white, spotless room of the Star Moon Palace. They had had this dream many times before. Was she happy? Perhaps from watching for too long, ripples appeared on the calm surface of the water. Z1 and Xianluo snapped out of their reverie and instinctively looked away. Their hearts fluttered, yet they dared not let their hearts flutter. Tao Charan looked at them, somewhat intrigued. Although she had resolved to change, she still felt uneasy when making eye contact with others. But Xianluo and Z1 both backed down. Had her transformation been complete? However, Xianluo and Z1 couldn't directly touch her. They needed more practice. Thinking this, Tao Charan, having achieved initial success, couldn't help but show a hint of joy on her face. A slight smile played on her lips, almost imperceptible unless you looked closely. She was unaware of how alluring she was. Her own ignorance only enhanced her beauty. Seeing her like this, Xianluo, Z1, and Ling Yu, as well as the two people watching the surveillance footage in another room, all held their breath. What to do? What could they do with her? Her heart and body no longer belonged to her. They wished they could give her everything, and let her play with her as she pleased, to let her smile like this forever. Who could bear to disappoint her? Your Majesty, has something good happened? Xianluo couldn't help but take 2 steps closer, carefully examining the girl's beautiful face, and asked with a smile, you seem very happy. Good news? Happy? Was she? Her smile vanished as quickly as it appeared after being spoken to like that. Z1 and Ling Yu immediately glared at Xianluo, and Xianluo also suppressed his rare smile, somewhat regretting his impetuous words. But Tao Charan couldn't deny that she was indeed in a very good mood. Was it because she had made tremendous progress, or because the complete version of the Berserker treatment was finally showing signs of improvement? Because Xuanluo's system had been integrated, Tao Charan glanced at the experimental data of the previous version of the potion recorded in the system, which was almost exactly the same as her predictions. In other words, according to her plan, as long as she found Hongqiang and Sungha, obtained body tissues with high W virus loads from them, and completed the final piece of the puzzle, she was more than 90% confident that she could completely solve the Berserker problem. Hongqiang and Song he should both be here. Everything will end. Once the world returns to normal, she can live a normal life too. Perhaps it's because life outside is freer, Tao Charan replied softly. She was truly unusual today. The queen usually only responded when discussing politics. This was practically casual conversation. If you like, You can stay outside a little longer, Xian Luo couldn't help but say again. He couldn't accept the queen leaving his side, but the queen's mental state had indeed improved considerably since leaving the palace. At least her cheeks had gained weight. Wherever you are, that's where Xingyue Palace will be, and we will all come to your side. Xian Luo wasn't good with words, but such heartfelt words of love came easily to him. I come find you after I settled things here. Tao Charen's mood plummeted. This was why she didn't want to tell Xian Luo where she was going. Don't look for me. Take Chulu and Chansifeng and leave Blue Sea Star. Guard the outer perimeter of the star field, and don't allow anyone to enter or leave. Okay. Then you. This wasn't a difficult task for Xian Luo. From what he roughly guessed what the king had done in the prison, he understood the king's next plan. But in this way, the king would be alone and helpless in the rebel camp, and he couldn't help but worry about him. Hongqiang and Songhe are here, right? Hongqiang is here, but there's still no news of Songhe. But these two once-renowned commanders, one now unconscious, had become a source of danger. The other option went against the king's will, and might even lead to actions that harmed him. Send me their intelligence. Yes, your majesty. With these few words settling the next course of action, Tao Charen breathed a sigh of relief. She knew, of course, that Xian Luo wouldn't agree to her plan, but with Blue Ocean Star becoming increasingly chaotic over time, it was clear they had no better solution. If it were Lan Huan or Bai Yu, even if they agreed now, it would only be a temporary measure. They might later secretly disobey and cause trouble to hinder her. But Xian Luo wouldn't. He was somewhat stubborn. Once he agreed, he agreed. Like her, this reclusive young man didn't have so many complexities and didn't understand social niceties. In short, she was the easiest of the group to manipulate. Tao Charen successfully manipulated Xian Luo, but she also felt somewhat exhausted. Other things were fine, but she had talked far too much today, and even the few times they made eye contact exceeded her record in this universe. For someone with social anxiety, talking and interacting are exhausting. Tao Charen's accumulated courage quickly ran out. She looked away, and those around her knew she was tired. Although she still had much to say, Xian Luo tactfully bid farewell to the king. The aster flowers had already covered the ground, filling the air with that nauseating fragrance. Xian Luo frowned and stomped on the flower branches a few times, the sap from the petals intensifying the alluring, strange scent. Child. Your Majesty, good night. That beautiful face no longer seemed to be turned towards her, but the aster, like a sunflower, struck its most beautiful pose towards her. The delicate flowers and leaves made the man appear even more beautiful than the flowers themselves. He cleverly used this method to remind the girl, who was staying up late, to go to bed early. Tao Charen nodded. The man, who hadn't expected a response, immediately beamed. He swiped at Xuanluo's light screen, unwilling to let it shut down first. This time, Xian Luo ignored him. The image flickered and disappeared. Zuin's smile immediately vanished, and Xuanluo's spider silk hooked around his neck. The sea of flowers blooming behind him for that person scattered under the spider silk, leaving only withered branches and leaves after they fell. The rich fragrance became the fuse of jealousy, connecting with resentful desires. Want to kill me? Zuin picked up the doll from the blind spot in her sight. The slightly worn, half-human-sized girl put on a beautiful smile, exactly like the one the two had just seen. Doll, he nuzzled her face affectionately, then kissed her lips under Xian Luo's deathly gaze, tenderly stroking her hair. Some people, they can't even properly serve their dolls, and they always do things that annoy them. How can that make a doll happy? The doll was just a doll. The doll remained unmoved. But Xian Luo calmed his murderous intent. After his outburst, flower petals were scattered everywhere, turning the confinement room into a flower graveyard. He smelled the faint scent of a queen emanating from the doll. Because it was so faint, and deliberately masked by floral fragrance, he hadn't noticed. She had once held this doll. No, that's not right. It was heavier than that. Perhaps she used something from her. Ziwan sniffed the doll's hair. Strands of hair, gleaming, with a faint fragrance, alluring like a real person. Xian Luo involuntarily tried to discern the scent from the floral fragrance. Unlike the image of quenching thirst with the side of plums, this was something he could truly touch, unknown to the king, something he could easily obtain by killing him. Zuin began to nibble at his hair. He held it in his mouth, savoring it little by little, trying to retain the taste that was already too faint to be any longer. It blended with the disgusting floral scent. Soon it would dissipate. Once her scent was completely gone, would he devour it? Devour it, to become one with it forever. His dark eyes were deep and unfocused, seemingly unfocused on anything, yet also seemingly circling Zewin from all directions. Zewin hugged the doll close, shielding it from view, and coaxed gently, "Don't be afraid, doll. I protect you. No matter who it is. I won't let them get in the way." Get in the way? Was he in the way? His thoughts seemed to be suddenly pulled back from some dark and gloomy place, a place where obsession spread like ripples on water, traversing the universe without a medium, constantly expanding and rippling. It seemed as if someone was calling out loudly. Someone was screaming in pain. Someone was confiding in someone who would never come. Someone was murmuring in loneliness. Wang. Tao. Charan. He felt their pain. Even the name he uttered was the same. Chapter 136. The team leader wants to see you. The girl, dressed in a cream-colored blazer, had her long black hair tied up high, displaying a neat and capable demeanor. Hearing her colleague call her, her delicate and beautiful face remained expressionless, only nodding slightly to indicate that she understood. In front of her were 2 physical screens and 3 electronic screens. Each screen displayed different data, dazzling the eye. Her slender body was surrounded by various mechanical devices, almost submerged within them. Do you need help? Seeing the girl struggling to lift a stack of documents a quarter of her height, the boy quickly jumped in, easily snatching the documents that were about to bury her, and taking over the entire task. You're amazing. Your report got praised by the boss again. Now even the team leader's output isn't as good as yours. The boy, carrying documents, strode forward, chattering away. After a while, when no one answered, he realized something and stopped to wait for the slow-moving girl behind him to catch up. You're so slow. But if you're amazing, physically strong, high-level, and good at fighting, then has no weaknesses. Charging, stopping, waiting, then charging again, this pattern repeated itself. He walked and stopped intermittently, but the boy wasn't impatient at all. Instead, he seemed to be playing a game, circling the girl with great interest. "Hey, if you dare damage the documents the boss wants, I throw you out to feed my experiments." A sinister voice came over the corridor loudspeaker, the threat in its words sending chills down the spine of the happily bouncing boy. "After all, it's achievement, I cherish it." The boy guiltily picked up the paper he had just flung away, turning to the girl still behind him with a fawning look. Won't blame me, right? Don't bully the newbie." The door opened, and a tall, beautiful woman stood in front of the executive desk, coldly glancing at Era. Another man, looking somewhat dejected, sat behind the desk, yawning. "Team leader, I brought Era stuck out his tongue, excitedly waving behind him. Come on. Go for it. Run. You can do it." She couldn't run an inch. 3 gazes fell on her. Tao Charan steadied her collapsing emotions, barely managing to remain unmoved. Although the plan went smoothly, and she successfully infiltrated the enemy ranks, a creature incomprehensible to the humans. The humans appeared. The happy puppy, her lifelong enemy. At this moment, the happy puppy was wagging its tail and panting at her from the other end of the corridor, cheering her on. 2 other pairs of eyes were also on her. Tao Charan symbolically quickened her pace a couple of steps, better than nothing. Do you need help? Here we go again." The happy puppy, without a second thought, tossed the priceless document in its hand onto the officer's desk, rushed over, picked up the girl's soft body, and lifted her up, excitedly saying, "Sit tight. We're going to fly." And then it really did fly. Like a husky performing parkour at a 90-degree angle, it tossed Tao Charan around like a toy ball, whimpering. The girl's frail body felt dizzy, and when she was placed on the table, Tao Charan barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit. Luckily, she'd been practicing intimate contact these past few days, otherwise she would probably have fainted by now. How are you? Happy or not? Yu Yuan had spent a long time studying this morning, and her carefully combed hair was now a mess, while Han Xiu's impeccably ironed suit was wrinkled. The boy looked at Tao Charan expectantly, with an adorably silly charm that seemed to invite a beating without even realizing it. "What's so great about being in a group with an idiot like you?" The beautiful woman with blue, glassy eyes slapped him speechlessly, forcibly flattening his erect ears on his head. A look of pain immediately appeared on his dog's face, and his fist flew out. "Hey! Sanhua, you gone too far." "Alright." Seeing that the two were about to go on and on, the officer, slumped over the table, weakly intervened. "Let's get down to business. First line, congratulations on passing the test. Welcome to the Central Control Group. As the core of the entire research lab, we strive tirelessly for the great dream of merging with the king. Your research is extremely important. Please continue your efforts." The husky and Sanhua were busy fighting nearby. The officer, resting his chin on his hand, read the welcome speech with little sincerity to the half-dead Tao Charan on the table. "Alright, Husky, take your leg off Sanhua's head. Sanhua, loosen your grip a bit, don't hurt his brain. You two take her to meet her future work partner." Pink, clustered umbrellas fell, pinning the cat and dog's limbs like needles. Husky's ears drooped. Sanhua's tail swayed weakly twice. "Understood, Team Leader Hawan." "Team Leader, your flowers smell even better." The alert dog sniffed, delighted. "Forget it, I go." A weary face, yawning so frequently it was almost tearing up, saw the group leader, Hawan, slowly rise, covering his nose. "Come with me." Tao Charan immediately jumped off the table, using the opportunity to escape the encirclement of cats and dogs. Despite resisting the smell, the man's brows furrowed even more as the girl's fragrance faded. A hint of discomfort appeared on his face, and before he even realized it, his body had already moved closer to her. Much better. "Stay close to me," he instructed. Although Hawan wasn't muscular, he was still about 1.9 meters tall when standing, making Tao Charan look like a tiny hamster, insignificant in comparison. "It's okay. Yu Yuan is also very tall, and Yu Yuan has a bad temper. Just treat him like Yu Yuan." Tao Charan hypnotized herself. "You two need to reflect on your actions. Before I return, review everything he has, and then summarize it for me when you get back." Before leaving, Huan withdrew her control over the two, casually assigning them a task. The two followed closely behind. Huan was clearly much more reliable than the unruly Husky. His pace was just right for Tao Charan to keep up. Layer upon layer of security doors opened, revealing more cages as they went deeper, the monsters on both sides becoming increasingly bizarre. Tentacles, vines, limbs, they spread out from the gaps in the cages, overwhelming like a hallucination. "What's that smell?" Tao Charan wasn't frightened. Although this was her first time here, the data she had collected over the past few days spoke volumes. After peeling back the layers, she could see far more than what she was seeing at first glance. But that wasn't all. Her research was crucial. Her direction was still uncharted territory. So, she had to continue. Amidst the bloody, murderous, and maddening hallucinations, she smelled a hidden, unfamiliar scent. Unable to identify it, she sniffed, still unable to pinpoint what it was. "Do you like it?" The man, who always seemed weary, lowered his head, looking at her lazily. A hand touched her lower abdomen, gently massaging it. Like was a highly taboo word. Tao Charan, of course, wouldn't fall for it, silently refusing. "Then let's continue." Having broken through the outermost layer, the painful, angry roars gradually faded. The experimental subjects here were even more horrific, their gazes blank and unfocused. Although they had human bodies, their movements were like those of plants and animals, only knowing how to follow instincts, without a trace of resistance. Inside were two cages of different heights. In the larger cage was a rather familiar plant. Bushes grew thickly, their tender leaves sprouting, a vibrant green that seemed to glow, with several pale blue, shimmering butterflies fluttering among them, creating a dreamlike scene. In a small cage, a snowy owl lay trapped, its fate unknown. The bird's body was entirely white, without a single stray feather, except for a few dark brown horizontal stripes on its face. Its eyes were tightly closed, its wings were pierced by metal chains, and two tightly bound bird rings hung from its legs. Chi Hong and the snowy owl. Tao Charan lowered her head. "Are you afraid? What if you become like this?" Huan stroked Tao Charan's head, the soft hair making him squint in pleasure. "Let me introduce you. These are our most important experimental subjects." It's said that both of them have had close contact with the Queen, a truly extraordinary honor. So the adults captured them to study how to win the Queen's heart. But there are too many obstacles. Those Super Rank A members, relying on their strength, are vying for the Queen's affection. You think that's unfair, don't you? We are the ones who love the Queen the most, but we lose the right to be favored just because of our lower rank. What's so special about Super Rank A members? The Queen is the same. She can't give equal favor. So let us do it. Look, I now have both of their memories. The one who has memories with the Queen becomes me. Can you imagine how lovely she is? When our consciousness is one with the Queen's, we can experience her joy and sorrow, and share her negative feelings. We will be inseparable, never to be separated again. Everyone will protect the Queen together, enjoying her love equally. Your research on the feasibility analysis of the technology for merging and separating the consciousness of citizens of the same rank is brilliant. You understand what we want to do, and I think we achieve our goals soon. The adult said you can use everything here. That includes me, of course. We have a thorough understanding of these two key research subjects, and can begin the consciousness fusion process. You have 1 week. I hope you can produce initial results. The man's drowsy gaze, unusually focused on the girl, was filled with expectation for Tao Charan. The queen, though physically in one camp, was not yet ready to overthrow her own regime, remaining unmoved by his flowery words. Well, you are still a newcomer. Era and Sanwa have already conducted preliminary experiments in this area, and the results are not very optimistic. I have them send you the results when they return. Before that, I have a personal request. The fragrance grew stronger. The source seemed to be right beside her. Please let me give birth to your child. The man gently grasped the hand he had been coveting for so long. The boneless touch excited him unusually. He guided her hand to rub her flat stomach, pleasure burning throughout his body like fire, and his empty abdomen seemed to fill out. Chapter 137. This was a rather formal request. His sleepy eyes, which hadn't opened properly during their work discussion, were now slightly parted. A fleeting glimpse of his rose-red pupils and pale pink irises revealed a striking beauty in the sleepy man. But what did this presumptuous request have to do with what they had just discussed? Tao Charan tried desperately to pull her hand back, but it wouldn't budge. Her hand was so soft, she wanted to bite it. If it were her child, it would probably be as adorable as her. Ahwan began to drift off, from rubbing her belly to playing with her fingers, pressing each of her rounded fingertips, feeling the delicate fingerprints on them. It's said that human childbirth is very difficult. Some literature even says that those who give birth scratch the objects around them, leaving deep marks. Will he do this when he gives birth? You have to be there when I give birth. Apparently, all humans do this. You can also record the data. Ahwan demanded matter-of-factly. Tao Charan couldn't believe it. If she remembered correctly, she hadn't agreed yet? Of course, encountering a citizen who suddenly went mad and couldn't be communicated with was within her expectations. Thanks to the emergency training from Lingyu, Yuyuan, and Hanxiu, Tao Charan had still managed to create a somewhat imperfect contingency plan. First, she adjusted her feelings, telling herself that what was in front of her was just an animal or a plant. In short, he wasn't human. Who would suddenly invite someone else to give birth? Quickly let go of her hand. That hand was already gripping her wrist, making it hard not to feel threatened. Imagine being licked by a dog or scratched by a cat. While she still had some sense, Tao Charan quickly began brainstorming. Secondly, she tried to distract herself. Why? I think there are better candidates than me. Because I like you. Another self-evident answer. Great, completely unable to distract him. And the idea of liking him was an unbearable burden for Tao Charan. Tao Charan took a deep breath. She decisively abandoned this plan that had never worked before. Calm down, calm down. He was still willing to keep his distance, proving there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Her disguise was flawless. Not only had her appearance been altered, but her personality had also been subtly adjusted. She should trust herself. She wouldn't be exposed before achieving her goal. How would a normal person handle this situation? Excuse me, team leader, this doesn't seem to be within my scope of responsibility. But what makes you think it's possible to have a child? Completely flustered whenever she interacted with someone, Tao Charan had only just realized that this topic was actually quite strange. Gender is related to reproduction. In today's universe, citizens are transformed from plants and animals, and do not need to reproduce, so there is no distinction between men and women. Then where does the fertility of the Albizia julibrisson come from? These past few days, I've been thinking of you frequently, and thinking of you makes me inexplicably sad, with a strange sense of dissatisfaction. I want to be by your side immediately. Ancient texts say this might be called estrus. Although I don't know what the 6 gender classifications are all about, the symptoms are roughly consistent with their descriptions. What is all this nonsense? It's probably just some drivel from some novel. Tao Charan found this premise somewhat familiar. It seemed one of her experimental subjects had told it to her as a joke, but she quickly forgot. Besides, I also think I can reproduce. I consulted ancient books. We are all humanoid and have reproductive organs. I don't think this is a coincidence. The reason no citizens reproduce now is simply because those born can't think like us, thus considered a special product. If we put our genes together, or as the books say. His words incorporated some physiological and hygiene common sense that Tao Charan found unbearable to look at, along with some far-fetched theoretical foundations, presenting a preliminary analysis in a sophistical manner that sounded quite plausible. Tao Charan was speechless. But his bizarre line of thinking did indeed touch upon a blind spot in Tao Charan's worldview. This was a perspective that normal people could hardly grasp. I read in ancient texts that children are the continuation of life. Some even say that children are the best way to preserve a person. Don't you think this is a great subject? Estrus leads to pregnancy, and pregnancy leads to childbirth. Isn't this a good opportunity to study reproduction? As far as I know, no citizen has ventured into this area yet. The fusion we seek was carried out in this way in ancient times, which I find perfect. Childbirth supposedly requires 2 individuals. You are the one chosen by the adults, and I acknowledge your talent. Why not give it a try with me? I want to bear your child, you just need to cooperate with me. Although his speech was somewhat incoherent due to his lethargy, his concluding remarks were undeniably self-consistent and impeccable. Amidst a multitude of bizarre experimental subjects, and after a world billions of years removed from the apocalypse, isn't discussing such a topic a bit too avant-garde? The hands, fixated on the subject of reproduction, had reached her waist, massaging her frail body with a touch far too gentle for a citizen, as if assessing her suitability for the role in the experiment. Or you could be reborn? He hesitated, yielding. Let the world end. Tao Charing conceded defeat, utterly defeated. Your Majesty, was work tiring today? At the end of the workday, Tao Charing emerged from the laboratory, dejected, and boarded the commuter airship that ran twice a day to reach the ground. Today, Yu Yuan was to pick her up. The tall, handsome man was wearing a white suit jacket, quite similar to Tao Charing's work uniform. A black pearl brooch adorned his chest, adding a touch of reality to his ethereal, elfin smile. Tao Charing was expressionless, her exhaustion clearly visible. What happened? Yu Yuan immediately frowned, turning from the pilot's seat to look at her. Because Hai Sha port wasn't large to begin with, and the mini space they were using was even more cramped, Yu Yuan could immediately notice the evasive look on Tao Charing's face. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Yu Yuan sniffed at her scent, but entering and exiting the laboratory required thorough cleaning and security checks, and Yu Yuan wasn't particularly sensitive to smell, so he couldn't get any information. She had finally managed to act a little normal these past few days, but now she couldn't help but become impatient again. Yu Yuan activated autopilot mode, squeezed to the back, and stubbornly demanded an answer from her. Going to work was annoying enough. Having to endure her boss's harassment, things were even worse at home. Tao Charing suddenly felt hopeless. Perhaps because her expression showed a hint of disgust, Yu Yuan softened his voice. Don't ask anymore, okay? Eating at home is the most important thing, let's go home. Because this had happened far too many times, Tao Charing originally didn't want to deal with him. But today's events were so outrageous that she couldn't help but ask, has Huan gone berserk? In the universe, this could be directly translated as, is he sick? Yu Yuan was taken aback. Huan has a high position within the organization, and we don't know much about him, but I haven't heard of him going berserk. Should I go and find out? No need. Did he bully you? No. Lying. Clearly he was. The usually emotionless girl was clearly a little angry. Only Yu Yuan, who spent every day with her, noticed the slight difference upon closer observation. Her cheeks, plumped up slightly by all the effort these past few days, were slightly rounded, and her dark eyes glanced sideways with a touch of capriciousness. This queen was so adorable. Yu Yuan wisely refrained from further questioning. All right, if the queen says no, then no. Don't do anything unnecessary. Even in her anger, she hadn't forgotten to warn him. The queen understood him. Thinking this, his anger subsided unconsciously, and Yu Yuan soothed her. No, it won't. If the queen says I can't do it, then I won't. That meant she would have done it anyway. Yu Yuan smiled. Ever since the queen had become more talkative, everyone in the household had been subtly trying to get her to speak. But today, seeing how tired the queen was, Yu Yuan quietly kept her company, watching the vast ocean and the bright moon outside the window, the cold sea breeze whistling against the hull of the spaceship with a dull thump-thump. This marked their 30th day and night on Blue Ocean Star. The spaceship landed in the courtyard. The old villa was much more cluttered than before, with many new additions. Ling Yu moved his training equipment here, digging a training room underground, supposedly filled with grooming products. Yu Yuan also opened a small laboratory on the second floor, which was gradually expanded after being requisitioned by the king, and an elevator leading directly to the king's bedroom was added. Han Xiu bought a full set of tableware. The latest food storage devices could keep ingredients fresh forever, allowing the king's nutritional menu to be updated with many new dishes. At this moment, Han Xiu was waiting at the door to greet the two. Seeing the returning guests, his clear, jade-like eyes seemed to glow. He took 2 steps forward. The king is back. Then he hesitated. Is the king unhappy? Being socially awkward himself, he noticed Tao Charing's unusual behavior faster than Yu Yuan. But the queen had already switched to work mode and didn't want to respond to him at all. "Where's Ling Yu?" This was the first time the king had asked about one of them. Before jealousy gnawed at his heart beyond recognition, Han Xiao honestly replied, "With the lord of the pavilion absent, Ling Yu, serving by your side, understands your meaning better." She was summoned by Lord Xian Luo to handle official business. He and Ling Yu both served at Qi Yu Lu, but why was it Ling Yu who left instead of him? There was undoubtedly some intrigue involved. Have Ling Yu tell Xian Luo to create a separate database of all the old era data on childbirth, and send it to me after preliminary classification. Hong Chong and Song he no longer need to track them. Okay. Childbirth. This seems to be related to some current rumors. The king's clothes seem to have been touched by someone. His hairstyle is also subtly different from before he left. How annoying. I want to kill whoever touched the king. Tao Chu Ran went up to the third floor on her own. It was Yu Yuan's turn to be on duty today, so Han Xiao could only follow her to the top of the stairs. Seemingly remembering something, Tao Chu Ran turned around and asked them a completely unrelated question. "Why, are you so sure I am the queen?" Chapter 138. Tao Charan had just realized this as well. Because people usually addressed her as king or your majesty, ignoring gender, Tao Charan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But she had indeed seen on the Radiant Network's page that citizens officially addressed her as queen. Where did their gender identity come from? "You are the queen. How could we doubt it?" Yu Yuan chuckled. "Even if you concealed your identity, you naturally know after spending some time with her." Han Xiao also said, "There's no need to doubt yourself. We are all your subjects. The reason we become who we are now is because we want to follow you." Tao Charan understood. They hadn't understood at all. She was too lazy to explain. This time, to ensure the plan's success, she had gathered the power of the 5 Radiant Gates and the Divine Offering. Simple intelligence gathering and fighting could be left to them. Some things still needed her investigation herself. The small restaurant on the 3rd floor already had the food Han Xiao had carefully prepared laid out. Tao Charan was stuffing food into her mouth with one hand, while simultaneously checking the information era, and Sanhua had sent her on her personal terminal with the other. She was multitasking. Her mind wasn't on eating at all. Yu Yuan hesitated, then finally said, "Your Majesty, shall we eat first?" "No." Her time was precious. The incident with Huan today had reminded her that she had enough of this life of displacement and imprisonment. She needed to resolve the berserk state quickly. World peace was the priority. Tao Charan silently increased the intensity of her future work. She still had her research project to do after dinner. Xian Luo is always efficient, so he should reply by tonight. She need to offer guidance on his work then. And today, she needs to figure out the task Huan gave her. Tao Charan certainly won't actually work for this inexplicable laboratory. A month ago, she received information from Xian Luo and Ziwen that the mutation of Shifeng was related to a suddenly appearing laboratory. After seeing some scattered research materials, Tao Charan decided to personally visit this laboratory. Their research focuses mainly on the integration and leveling up of citizens. These two areas are similar to Xinling's research, but their progress is much faster, and some of their ideas are even beyond Tao Charan's expectations. The current Shifeng is the result of their failed research. After a month undercover, Tao Charan successfully infiltrated the lab and gained their trust through her talent and hard work, but she still hasn't met the lab's top leader. He's called boss or master, and rarely appears in public, but he invented most of the lab's achievements, and he controls their research direction. In a duel with a genius, Tao Charan never takes it lightly. Since Huan has raised the question on his behalf, she must respond proactively. These past few days of tireless research have yielded many good results. The report submitted this time is only a small part of her vast research. Perhaps understanding fusion and separation will allow her to understand the origins of citizens, and how to solve the problems they face today. Perhaps due to the intense work and frequent interpersonal interactions of these past few days, Tao Charan herself hasn't realized that she's been somewhat anxious lately. But it was obvious that everyone around him, including Era and Sanhua, had noticed. "Your Majesty, do you need me to keep you company?" Yu Yuan knew this was a rejection when she ignored him. But the lack of food, the hard work, the high pressure, these were the legendary daily routines of the king in the Star Moon Palace. He worried that one day the king would abandon him like he abandoned his irresponsible attendants. He brought over his cutlery, casually brushing his hand against Tao Charan's lips, wiping away the curry stain with his thumb before she could react. He was too close. Tao Charan was gradually adapting to the increasingly close social distance. But this didn't mean she could accept such ambiguous expressions. She put down her cutlery and calmly asked, "Have you finished your work?" To prevent Yu Yuan from constantly crowding around, Tao Charan also assigned him tasks. After all, he had previously worked as a ginseng and sage assistant, so assigning him basic tasks was much more efficient. Yu Yuan, wanting to win the king's favor, naturally complied. This led to an ever-increasing workload for him. Now he simply couldn't finish it all. Yu Yuan's smile froze on his face. Tao Charan closed her personal terminal with satisfaction and went back to her room to work. During this time, she declined Han Xiu's late-night snack and instead ordered a cup of coffee. As the sun rose and set, in the early hours of the morning, Tao Charan submitted the 01 and 02 consciousness fusion experiment plan to Yi Huan, roughly outlining the future direction of the experiment. This plan seemed feasible, but Tao Charan had altered some key data. If everything was done exactly as planned, success was impossible. By the time Tao Charan finished her remaining coffee, Yi Huan's reply arrived. The plan was copied to him and the boss, and they both approved it, informing her that experiments could begin tomorrow. Xuanluo's message arrived before she went to work, much later than Tao Charan had expected. Clearly, some overconfident subordinates didn't want to disturb the Queen's rest. "Your Majesty, the situation outside Blue Ocean Star is stable. Shifeng has remained inactive. Recently, we haven't had any armed conflicts with the rebels, nor have any suspicious individuals left the star field. Please rest assured." But the worry in Xuanluo's eyes didn't dissipate, because both of them knew that this calm was likely because the other side had already obtained information about the Queen, meaning Tao Charan's trip was like walking into a trap. "And the database you mentioned? We already established it. You can use it freely. However, if I may be so bold, what do you need to find this information for?" He hesitated, a little embarrassed. The Queen was the decision-maker, and the 5 Radiant Gates were the executors. Therefore, they rarely questioned the basis of the Queen's decisions. However, Xianluo was intrigued by the Queen's topic, so he secretly looked up some information, and his cheeks were still slightly flushed. "Does your Majesty wish to have children? Do you intend to give birth yourself? That's far too dangerous. Perhaps we could do it for you. My race is recorded as skilled at reproduction, capable of producing multiple offspring at once. If you wish, I am willing to undergo physical modifications to bear your offspring." He coughed lightly, his voice slightly hoarse. He spoke subtly, but his bright, moist eyes clearly revealed anticipation, and one hand unconsciously played with the sticky spider silk he had just produced, as if he was already thinking about things far in the future. Even though spiders aren't naturally inclined to care for their offspring, and Xianluo dislikes any kind of offspring, if he could inherit the king's genes, he probably liked them very much. The king's children, he would definitely cherish them, and raise them to be the kind the king would like. "What kind of reproduction do you prefer? What kind of children do you like? I'm willing to accept whatever you decide, and will strive to meet your requirements. Please treat me as you see fit, I am yours." The baby-faced boy's expression was innocent, but one hand unconsciously covered his lower abdomen, supposedly where the human reproductive organs were located. If he had the choice, he would build an external organ there, so the king could play with it at will and could observe and interfere with the development of the offspring at any time. The mother and child would both be toys to please the king. Clearly, Xianluo knew how to reproduce, but he didn't understand the meaning of reproduction. Tao Charan was speechless. Whether in her past life or this one, she had absolutely no plans to have children. She wouldn't have children herself, and she didn't want anyone else to have them. She rejected Xianluo just as she had rejected He Huan, but fortunately, Xianluo was rather stubborn and followed the king's word. When he said he couldn't have children, Xianluo reluctantly swallowed the plan he had been brewing for so long. This incident also made Tao Charan wary. She was very resistant to interacting with citizens, and her understanding of them came almost entirely from the internet and databases. It was only after leaving the palace that she gradually had deeper contact with them, but the more she interacted, the more uneasy Tao Charan felt. Childbirth was just one of many topics they shouldn't understand. There were also advanced terms, religions, occupations, totems, and symbols from previous human societies. This knowledge didn't come from the Queen, it was something they already possessed. Tao Charan initially thought that the evolution of the universe had created these concepts, but upon closer reflection, before her arrival, there was no order whatsoever. Was the formation of this knowledge too self-evident? Even with countless similarities to her previous life, the understanding of certain issues was vastly different. Tao Charan decided to try again. So, while eating breakfast, Tao Charan asked the 2 men who were constantly hovering around her, "Do you know about reproduction?" Yu Yuan, who had just been rebuked by Wang yesterday, was eager to change his image and was the first to answer yes. Does Wang want to experience reproduction? Yesterday, Wang had Xian Luo create a database, and today he was asking this question again. Unsure of Tao Charen's thoughts, he tentatively expressed his opinion tactfully. If Wang is curious, I can demonstrate. We fish use external fertilization? Ah, yes, but humans can also use human methods. I'm a male fish and can't have children? That's easy, I can modify my body. Of course, that requires sexual reproduction. What? Me and Han Xiao demonstrate? No, even with modified bodies, we still be the same sex. Let's find some small animals to demonstrate for you. Without much effort, Tao Charen roughly grasped Yu Yuan's understanding of reproduction. Han Xiao, having listened for a while, was also drawn into their conversation and advised, Your Majesty, childbirth is extremely painful for human women, and in our eyes, it's as life-threatening as injury. We will not allow you to do something so risky. They wouldn't allow it. Among the citizens Tao Charen knew, Han Xiao was known for his gentle temperament. Normally, like Lan Huan, he was gentle and kind to the queen, but less aggressive. Han Xiao rarely spoke harshly, and even when faced with a difficult situation, if Tao Charen insisted, he had no choice. This was the first time he had been so certain. If you want children, you can choose any mother you like, regardless of her class or breed. Just don't take risks. There are plenty of mothers and children, but you are the only queen. He said this. At this moment, no one remembered that Tao Charen had said, Do you know about childbirth? Instead of I want to have children. Chapter 139. Are you sure this is really okay? Tao Charen sat in a chair, facing two cages bathed in dim yellow light. Qi Hong and Shui Xiao were huddled quietly inside, dreaming sweet dreams under the deliberately scattered light. Immersed in the boundless darkness beyond the light, the girl, using the faint light from across the way, saw the husky, perched on the ground, gently place its paws on Tao Charen's legs. Its large head strained forward, its ears slightly tilted back, and it pleaded, The mental link is dangerous. He is so weak, let me go. If they reject you even the slightest bit, your mind will be impacted, came the calico voice behind her, a cold warning tinged with worry. If you go crazy or become stupid, we won't care. Yeah. The husky found Tao Charen's hands, which were neatly placed on her abdomen, and forced its head inside. Its not-so-sharp human nails grazed her sensitive ear canals. It shook its head, looking up at her listlessly. The boss and the team leader won't care about you. You become a new experimental subject until you're completely useless. But don't worry, if you really lose consciousness, I eat you. This only makes her more worried. Tao Charen sighed inwardly, but showed no sign of it outwardly. She removed her trembling hand from the husky's head, then nodded under the watchful eyes of the calico. I'm fine. That's good. In the distance, a man yawning waved, Let's begin. In an instant, Tao Charen felt the surroundings darken. When she opened her eyes again, her colleagues had vanished, replaced by a garden. Flourishing flowers and plants, fluttering butterflies, life flowed across this small island. The blinding sun hung high, casting swirling shadows upon Tao Charen. She looked up, directly above the lush land. A large bird circled almost within reach, seemingly tireless, unwilling to descend. Faced with this familiar scene, Tao Charen didn't act rashly. This was the first step in her plan submitted last night, to link the three of them mentally. This would give her at least a 70% chance of seeing the shared memories of the other two, and based on this, she could create a shared consciousness, setting up a hidden world belonging to the three of them, thus truly achieving the fusion Huan spoke of, a shared will, empathetic emotions, and shared memories. If successful, she might even be able to use the other's abilities. Tao Charen had put in a lot of effort to convince everyone, and it seemed they all believed her. Those outside the mental link could only directly observe the experimental subject's emotional fluctuations and physical reactions. In the hidden world of consciousness, Tao Charen finally gained a sliver of freedom of movement. Floral and Bird Garden, Section D, Number 1. Lin Chi's home. But there were no buildings here. It seemed the owner of consciousness had intentionally discarded some unwanted scenes, leaving only a simple, unmasked self. This time, Tao Charen observed the entire process of Qi Hong's humanization. Initially, it was just a small, inconspicuous shrub, unremarkable among the various plants. But when the mutation began, and the climbing vines tentatively entwined around the girl's ankles, the seemingly harmless branches lashed out fiercely, like an enraged beast devouring everything it could reach. In its counterattack and feeding, its form gradually grew larger, eventually taking on a human shape. A slender, Delicate branch sprouted from his body, somehow twining around the girl's little finger, gently brushing against her tender skin, a gesture both playful and soothing. His grotesque form was hidden among his food, not daring to reveal itself to Tao Charan. The large bird in the sky also descended. A shadow fell, at least 3 times the height of Tao Charan. Its snow-white feathers trembled, and its beak snapped down, joining the struggle between plants. The struggle between plants was merely a past illusion, but the snow owl was a real, harmful external consciousness. The island suddenly shook, and Tao Charan instinctively grabbed onto something solid to steady herself. Only Chi Hong and the snow owl were beside her. The world seemed to freeze. The large bird turned its head, its golden eyes blinking. Its wings, half-beaten, paused in midair, afraid of disturbing the human holding its feathers. The vine she grasped carefully wrapped around her wrist. The flower bud in her palm trembled, its petals bursting open, the stamen quivering slightly beneath her fingertips. Because their consciousness had been invaded countless times, their memories repeatedly scrutinized, they teetered on the brink of collapse, no longer able to react to the outside world. But now, in the place most vividly etched in their minds, they finally regained a sliver of consciousness. You are? Yes, Tao Charan was still the transformed version of herself, a stranger they had never seen before. But who could forget the alluring scent that had lured them into becoming human? Your Majesty? Chi Hong's weak voice drifted from amidst the fallen branches and leaves. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if time had suddenly turned back, and the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. Lin Chi's house shattered, then it was number 40, Block D, Flower and Bird Garden, the home where they had briefly stayed, then the illusion created by Lan Huan, various battlefields. Scenes were built one after another, only to crumble again, as if dissatisfied with each situation. Ultimately, the world returned to Lin Chi's original house. The building was restored, but the fragile villa quickly burned to ashes in the dark night sky, leaving only endless darkness. Chi Hong and Shui Xiao, who had remained in their original positions, also disappeared into the darkness. But Tao Charan could still feel touch in her hands, petals and feathers gently brushed against her, confirming her presence. There was no movement for a long time. Tao Charan tried to let go, but 2 human hands grabbed her from both sides, interlocking their fingers, holding her firmly in place. One. This time it was Shui Xiao's voice. His voice was quite hoarse, revealing a complex mix of emotions, a mix of relief and joy at something lost and then regained. Back on Chuelu Star, he had spent so much time with Tao Charan, yet the oblivious him had never guessed her identity. But in the world of consciousness, he recognized Tao Charan almost instantly. Are you all right? The darkness made Tao Charan feel somewhat at ease. It was too quiet around her, she said softly. We're all right, just a little confused. We're fine. Where is this? You, how did you get here? Their voices were soft, as if afraid of startling her. Their voices were filled with deep exhaustion, as if they were about to fall asleep at any moment. If there's nothing else, you should wake up now. Everything was as Tao Charan had expected. But this time, the 2 who should have been awakened remained motionless. No, we can't leave. Darkness spread, except for the girl, who radiated a pale white light, like the center of the world. Both pairs of eyes were fixed on her, tracing her now unfamiliar appearance. We can't leave. It's too dangerous outside. Branches, feeling insecure, stretched out from the darkness, trying to wrap around the girl's ankles, white feathers enveloping her other hand, wanting to connect them tightly, seamlessly. You've been injured so many times. You almost died. I won't allow it. I don't want to lose you again. The 2 voices, murmuring incessantly, echoed in her ears. In this bizarre and fantastical world, the 2 voices gradually synchronized, eventually merging into one, becoming a newly born, somewhat familiar voice. I will protect you. Who's protecting whom now? Having encountered this countless times before, Tao Charan was quite accepting of the excessive protectiveness of the 2 patients beside her. But in this inner world of 3 people, 2 of them wanted to control her, meaning her consciousness would truly be trapped here forever. Large foliage had already climbed up to her waist, and both arms were covered in white feathers. No, a decision had to be made immediately. Xiao Pu temporarily blocked the link on my end. The chain connecting the virtual world vanished briefly, and Tao Charan's figure disappeared into the darkness like shredded paper. Fluorescent lights danced, transforming into countless points of light that merged with the world. Even the tightest covering couldn't hold back the sand between fingers or the water in the palm. Wang, Chi Hong and Shui Xiao visibly panicked. Their previously exhausted bodies burst forth with astonishing vitality. The darkness shattered and reformed like a lens, and the consciousness of the two Class A citizens extended to every corner of the place. They explored every inch of the shattered lens, and a bloody rain of fear swept across the world, repeatedly replaying the deepest memories in their hearts. Night fell. It rained. Wang didn't come out of Lin Chi's house. Where did she go? Danger, too dangerous. Why is it always like this, one adventure after another? Why didn't she wait for him? The world is so vast. So empty. So terrifying. Memories once scorned surged back. The despair buried deep within their hearts was the prison that bound them. Will they ever see her again? Find her! Find her! Blood rained tore their limbs to pieces, their consciousness fluctuating between clarity and blur. But it didn't matter anymore, as long as they could see her again, as long as they could find her again. More memories flooded back. Whether it was the ancient memories gradually rekindled by their time together, the persistent whispers echoing in their hearts, or the regret stemming from their very being. Those pains that even the loss of a physical body couldn't erase intertwined, together awakening another fragment of consciousness artificially placed within their shared spiritual world. Your Majesty. This time, the voice was clearer than before. That newly born hoarse, weary voice called out in vain, more like an instinct. Only at this moment did Tao Charan truly recognize the person who had served her for so long. Blocking the link didn't mean exiting the spiritual world. Tao Charan floated in the darkness, observing everything around her. White feathers and green vines were haphazardly mixed together like a mosaic, seemingly normal. But under Xiao Pu's scan, amidst the convulsing, serpentine green, there was a barely noticeable red and white cube, stuck together, slowly wriggling. Found it. The culprit that had appeared in Song Ming's memories, the one that caused Bai Yu's madness. Red Rose. Chapter 140. Wang. Looking for. The broken, hoarse voice sounded as if it would cut off at any moment, utterly unpleasant. The unidentified object was only the size of a fingernail, its peculiar red and white color writhing, struggling against the other colors, to barely avoid being swallowed. Although it was only a fragment of consciousness, it still reflected the state of the original consciousness. Qi Hong and Shui Zhao's consciousnesses were both quite weak, but Hong Chong was now much weaker than them. Tao Charan couldn't help but recall the man's energetic voice and charming face from the past. The socially awkward queen never made eye contact with anyone, let alone remembered anyone's face. But Hong Chong was an exception. He was the most difficult to deal with among all her attendants. Compared to Song He, who avoided her like the plague when he knew she didn't like him, Hong Chong was the kind of person who would still try to charm her even after being rejected and ostracized. Her attendants were all extremely tactful. Lan Huan was deep and thoughtful, never bothering her with unnecessary matters. Xian Luo was also socially awkward. Even when they were in the same room, they wouldn't talk much. Bai Yu always talked about things that interested her or related to work. Only Hong Chong was incessantly chattering, even though she never responded. He could always find a topic, big or small, about his mood, his makeup and outfit, what he did each day, what new flowers the palace had cultivated, who was fighting with whom on the capital. He could always find a way to tease her with one novel idea after another. Her first practice eye contact was with Hong Chong. Your Majesty, are you feeling awkward? Don't you feel comfortable in this world? Don't know how to handle everyone's enthusiasm? How about I be your sparring partner? I can handle whatever you do to me, come on, come on. I'm not bragging, but among those dullards, I'm the most socially adept. If you can handle me, you can handle the whole world. Well, she was indeed swayed by such a logical rhetoric. On one hand, being new to the place, she was genuinely troubled by her heightened social anxiety. On the other hand, she had never met someone so overly familiar and unrestrained. Perhaps defeating the highest level monster would make her invincible. The naive girl, in her desperation, threw herself into a headless experiment without proper theoretical analysis. And eye contact was also Hong Chong's idea. Let's take it slow. I noticed you never look at others. How about we start with eye contact? No physical contact, just look at me, look, start with my limbs, yes, that's it, it's not scary, right? Then, following my clothes, move to my face. Am I beautiful, Your Majesty? Perhaps because her gaze lingered for so long, Hong Chong's voice seemed to soften, her sweet voice as gentle as a spring breeze caressing a face. To be fair, he was very beautiful, a kind of radiant, almost masculine beauty, an undeniable kind of beauty. If this were her past life, he could even be an idol, like her mother. What was her mother like again? She drifted off into thought. It's all right, if it doesn't look good, I just get a new face. His lips, which had just been upturned, turned slightly downwards. Could that expression be called disappointment? But he quickly smiled again, the beauty mark beside his eye lifting slightly. "Your Majesty, would you like to try looking into my eyes?" "Yes, only by seeing the eyes could it be considered eye contact." Tao Charan forced herself out of her racking for remember thoughts. Perhaps it was her mother's association that made the face seem a little more approachable. She rallied, a genuine sense of confidence rising within her. Maybe I can do it. And those eyes, just as she had imagined, were as beautiful and captivating as the rubies in her mother's jewelry box, sparkling brilliantly. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Rubies are inanimate objects, only able to reflect external light. But gradually, she noticed a flame igniting within the ruby, something terrifying flickering and rising within, threatening to overflow. She couldn't look any longer. As she realized this, the man sitting opposite her moved. Tao Charan didn't even have time to react before a rich scent of roses suddenly wafted towards her. Her eyes were slightly obscured, her smooth, dark hair brushing against her cheek. A cool sensation touched her lips, something soft brushed against them, lightly touching them twice, then apologetically moistening her dry, chapped lips. When she tried to resist, Red Rose had already released her. It failed. She would never want to try again. She belatedly realized what had just happened. A nauseating feeling welled up inside her, and Tao Charan abruptly lowered her head, clutching her chest, her mind blank. "I'm sorry. I couldn't hold it in." The tall, slender man quickly took a few steps back, reducing the pressure on her, then knelt down and crawled to her side, gently pinching the hem of her skirt with his fingers, pleading, "It's my fault, Your Majesty. I will accept the punishment, but let's try again next time, okay? This time Your Majesty was too adorable. I really wasn't prepared. Next time. Next time I promise I won't." There won't be a next time. But even with her head down, her peripheral vision still caught a glimpse of Hong Chang's face. Even with his anxious and pleading expression, his captivating beauty remained undiminished, instead gaining an alluring and pitiful charm. Perhaps it was the resemblance in his mother's beauty that influenced her, that one encounter allowed her to remember his face even years later. Or perhaps it was because Hong Chang later begged her for this matter for a full 6 months. Even though he punished her every time he mentioned it, even though he was beaten until he bled, even though he was mocked by his colleagues, he didn't give up. "Please, just look at me one more time. This time it'd be all right." His words, though seemingly relentless and clingy, sounded like a pleading, playful taunt, as if he didn't necessarily need a result, yet his persistence was utterly irritating to her. Later, Lan Huan threatened to reduce his shift time if things continued this way, but Tao Charan remained firm, and Hong Chang herself had some other novel ideas, which finally calmed things down. In short, he was the kind of person she was least adept at dealing with, besides Happy Puppy. And now, this person no longer seemed to be human. His prized social skills seemed completely useless. In the mental world of others, he, who was skilled at manipulating minds, was now only capable of being crushed. The controller being manipulated, this was probably a result that some people were happy to see. Through the information transmitted from Tianxian Network and the Second Army over the past few days, Tao Charan roughly understood why Hong Chang had become like this. It was simply that her berserk state hadn't been treated in time, and she was taken advantage of while she was weak. Of course, Lan Huan was involved in all of this. Xian Luo and Bai Yu had both fought him directly or indirectly, and there were also some strange, unknown experiments. His survival depended on his superclass level tenacity. As expected, it's still as troublesome as before. The 5 Radiant Ones each have their own strengths in battle. Hong Chang excels in mental attacks, but relatively speaking, his mental state is the most unstable among them. Tao Charan needed to pay him more attention in the Star Moon Palace just to barely keep him under control, otherwise, she would have to increase the frequency of blood donations. She still needed to find his original body for treatment. But this fragment of consciousness wouldn't solve anything. Tao Charan didn't intend to solve all the problems at once. Finding Hong Chang's fragment was already the biggest gain. Erasing Hong Chang's remaining consciousness now would harm his original body. If she didn't remove it, Qi Hong and Shui Xiao probably wouldn't be able to wake up. So now she could only wait until she found Hong Chang. Thinking this, Tao Charan instructed Xiao Pu to follow the clues and locate and mark the vague position of Red Rose's true form, then planned to end the journey. Search, search. Red Rose's murmurs grew louder and louder. Perhaps something else was mixed in, as if she had met kindred spirits on her search, and more people were joining in, forming a force capable of overturning the world. Where? Come back. Xiao Pu, hurry up. Tao Charan realized the danger and, unusually, urged Xiao Pu to get to work. Mental link broken, temporarily disconnected from the true form. Attempt to repair failed. The branches and leaves blotted out the sun, feathers fluttered and danced, interspersed with specks of red, like endless tears of blood. Inch by inch, it expanded its territory, trying to envelop the world that had seen her, hoping to find its true master through her lingering presence. For a moment, Tao Charan felt a pang of panic. Found it. Is it you? My king. It can't be wrong. The blurry figure in the darkness was instantly buried between green and white. Tao Charan felt trapped in a giant cocoon. Vines tore at the hem of her robes, passing between her legs, locking her in place. Feathers covered her body, forcibly squeezing into her palms, starting from her fingertips, covering every inch of her skin. A rose climbed onto her shoulder, blooming between her lips. The voice seemed to echo in her ears. No injuries. That's great. A slight relaxation finally crept into her weary sigh. The cluster of flowers nestled close to her neck, like an expensive and vibrant ornament. Suffocation. Even though they had retracted their threatening thorns, they weren't bound too tightly, just rubbing against her, more like a spoiled child finding its owner. But Tao Charan still felt the agonizing pain of not being able to breathe. She tried to move her arm, but the feathered robe stretched with her limbs, and something sticky and unhappily wrapped around her, filling her palm, gripping her forearm, completely preventing her movement. It was a strange sensation. A brief urge to explore the unknown briefly controlled the girl, and Tao Charan involuntarily squeezed the object in her palm. Under her pressure, the object was flattened and rounded, its soft, elastic texture squeezing her fingers, and the unknown object let out a pitiful squeak. As she released her grip, a small, round opening appeared where the elastic tissue had briefly left her skin, and with a pop, it sucked back in. She kissed her finger with lingering fear, clinging tightly to the territory it had occupied, unwilling to let go. Tao Charan turned her head with difficulty, squinting through the petals that obscured her view. It was a tentacle.